Qin Yue clutched his forehead, opening his eyes with a pained expression. Before him was a cramped, single-story house. The furniture inside was old and worn. The most valuable item was probably the outdated color television. Qin Yue froze. This was his home from the 1990s, later seized by debt collectors, and his wife driven to her death. Devastated by these tragedies, Qin Yue had completely fallen apart, drowning himself in alcohol and despair, until creditors severed his Achilles tendons and dumped him into the sea to be eaten by fish. Qin Yue quickly flipped open the calendar. Today was July 15th, 1995. Soon, the debt collectors would come to cause trouble. In his previous life, Qin Yue had been cowardly, fleeing in panic and leaving his wife, Zhao Feiyan, to face the thugs alone. Looking at his sleeping wife, Qin Yue was filled with regret. He gently stroked her delicate, beautiful face, tears of shame streaming down his cheeks. Qin Yue, what's wrong? Zhao Feiyan slowly woke up. Her beauty was exceptional, capable of outshining any star from later generations, yet she had remained utterly loyal to Qin Yue, only to meet a tragic end. Feiyan, no matter what happens outside later, don't come out. Qin Yue said tenderly, then climbed out of bed, retrieved a cleaver, and walked out expressionlessly. Behind him, Zhao Feiyan cried out anxiously, Qin Yue, don't do anything reckless. I'm begging you. I'll be fine. I promise you. Qin Yue turned his head and gave her a reassuring smile. To prevent Zhao Feiyan from rushing out, Qin Yue locked the door from the outside with his key. But at that moment, a motorcycle roared up and stopped sharply in front of Qin Yue. Huang Mao jumped off the bike, sneering with contempt. You coward didn't run? That's surprising. I'm telling you right here. Pay back the 5,000 yuan gambling debt, or you're finished. Qin Yue, why don't you just sell the house to Brother Huang? You could get a few thousand more and live comfortably. The one who had brought Huang Mao was a weak-looking man in glasses, Wu Jiahao. Wu Jiahao was treacherous. He called Qin Yue brother, but behind his back, he was the mastermind who had set Qin Yue up with massive debt. Qin Yue, don't hesitate any longer, or I can't control Brother Huang. Seeing Qin Yue remain silent with a cold smile, Wu Jiahao grew angry and shouted, playing the bully. The house can't be mortgaged to you. I'll pay off the gambling debt within a month. Qin Yue held his ground. Handing over the deed would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog gone forever. It's not up to you. Wu Jiahao was furious that this wimp dared to resist. But before he could protest further, Qin Yue said nothing, swung his fist, and punched him. The attack was sudden. Wu Jiahao couldn't dodge in time and was hit, blood pouring from his head. Brother Huang, chop this bastard to pieces. Wu Jiahao dropped his mask, shrieking venomously. But before Huang Mao could act, Qin Yue pulled out the cleaver he'd been hiding behind his back. This instantly stunned Huang Mao. Though he was a thug who forced people into prostitution, he wasn't suicidal. If he made a rash move, Qin Yue might actually stab him, and that would be a huge loss. I'm giving you 3 days. If you don't pay, I'll bring my brothers to pay your whole family a visit. Huang Mao's face turned dark. He'd underestimated Qin Yue, this wimp, who turned out to have such backbone. Fine, 3 days. But don't come to my house again. If you do, I'll kill you. Qin Yue's eyes were bloodshot. His ferocious look made even Huang Mao feel a chill, and the two slunk away on their motorcycle. As soon as the motorcycle left, Qin Yue dropped the cleaver, his whole body drenched in sweat. He'd finally intimidated Huang Mao. But Qin Yue didn't have much time. In 3 days, he had earned 5,000 yuan. In 1995, a 10th Yuan household was considered wealthy by ordinary people. 5,000 yuan was an amount a worker might not earn in a whole year. To escape this predicament, he needed another path. After calming down, Qin Yue picked up the cleaver and walked back inside. He saw Zhao Feiyan on the bed, tears silently streaming down her face like a willow in the rain. Though locked in a room, Zhao Feiyan had overheard the conversation and learned Qin Yue owed a massive 5,000 yuan debt. You bastard. Zhao Feiyan raised her delicate hand and slapped him. Qin Yue stood still, taking the blow. Why didn't you dodge? Zhao Feiyan, who had been ready to berate him, softened. This is entirely my own fault. Qin Yue shook his head self-mockingly, then grabbed Zhao Feiyan's slender hand and said seriously, Feiyan, please believe me. I will pay off this gambling debt. But at his promise, Zhao Feiyan gave a bitter smile, not believing her husband had any way out. She stood up and took a string of jade bracelets from the cabinet. This was Zhao Feiyan's dowry, something she cherished deeply and rarely wore. This bracelet can cover part of the debt. I'll figure out the rest. Once the debt is paid, if you gamble again, I'll die in front of you. At this, Zhao Feiyan couldn't hold back her tears. She was utterly disillusioned with Qin Yue, only hoping to eke out a miserable existence. I promise I'll never gamble again. But this bracelet is your dowry. I can't sell it. Qin Yu's tone was firm and unyielding. Then he said, "I'm going out. When I come back, things should be settled." Without further explanation, Qin Yue left. He remembered a roadside stall on Shanghai's antique street in his past life, where someone had luckily found Qi Baishi's shrimp painting, causing a sensation. Following his memory, Qin Yue arrived at the stall and carefully examined it. He found a shrimp painting hadn't been taken yet, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Acting casually, he pointed at the painting and asked, "How much for this painting?" Seeing Qin Yue was so young, the vendor immediately demanded an exorbitant price. "Young man, you have good taste. This is my store's treasure, genuine and fair for all. 1,000 yuan. But Qin Yue, unfazed by the outrageous price, calmly pulled out his last 100 yuan bill. "I only have 100 yuan. Take it, and I'll take the painting or forget it." Hearing this, the vendor's face changed colors. He bought this painting for 50 yuan from an illiterate old man. Selling it would still be a solid profit otherwise. It was just a useless burden. "Since we've met by fate, I'll sell it to you." The vendor flashed his yellowed teeth, feigning generosity. "Boss, you're magnanimous." Qin Yue gave a thumbs up. Both sides tacitly completed the transaction. After paying, Qin Yue took the shrimp painting and left without looking back. In 1995, the antique market was just emerging. Masterpieces like Qi Baishi's shrimp painting, which would later be hoarded by billionaires, were mostly hidden in obscurity, sold for scraps. Tianzi Treasure Pavilion, one of the largest antique shops on the antique street. Its owner, Qin Yue, was a legendary figure in Shanghai, rising from a humble apprentice who served tea to a wealthy merchant, eventually becoming one of Shanghai's top tycoons. "This place isn't hiring. Don't disturb our business." A female employee from the Treasure Pavilion shouted disdainfully. "Cut the crap. Call your boss. I have a big deal to make with him." Chapter 2. An encounter with an ex-girlfriend. The previously arrogant female employee was instantly startled. Though Qin Yue was dressed in cheap clothes, she didn't dare to act rashly, fearing she might have kicked a steel plate. "Please wait a moment." The employee, Wang Hui, changed her attitude completely, poured Qin Yue a cup of tea, and hurried off to fetch the boss. Soon, Wang Hui brought Qin Yue. She wasn't afraid Qin Yue was causing trouble throughout Shanghai. Almost no one dared to provoke Qin Yue, a man of immense fame, fortune, and influence. Qin Yue wore a Tang suit, appearing at first glance like a kind and approachable old man. "Young man, what business do you have with me?" Qin Yue didn't look down on Qin Yue for his clothes, asking with a smile. "This is a treasure I found Qi Baishi's shrimp painting. Please appraise it. If the price is right, I'm willing to sell." Qin Yue took out the shrimp painting he'd acquired and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the painting, Qin Yue was shocked, captivated as he appraised it. After a long while, he reluctantly looked up. "Young man, this is genuine. I'm willing to buy it for 200,000 yuan. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate the price." Qin Yue offered a fair price. This terrified Wang Hui beside them. In 1995, a 100,000 yuan household was already considered a financially free millionaire to ordinary people. 200,000 yuan was enough to live lavishly for half a lifetime. Thinking back to her earlier rudeness toward Qin Yue, Wang Hui felt a wave of fear. "Then 200,000 it is." Qin Yue didn't haggle, giving Qin Yue this favor. Qi Baishi's shrimp painting would skyrocket in value by dozens of times in later generations, but Qin Yue urgently needed money now, so he had to reluctantly part with it. Moreover, Qin Yue was confident he could use this 200,000 yuan to start a business and earn even more wealth. "Excellent. I'll transfer the money and sign the contract right away." Qin Yue was overjoyed, transferring 200,000 yuan to Qin Yue's account. In an instant, Qin Yue transformed from a penniless man burdened with a 5,000 yuan debt into a 100,000 yuan household. "Brother Qin, it's lunchtime. How about we go to Longfeng Building for a simple meal?" Having acquired his desired ink painting, Qin Yue was in high spirits, Ruoqing Ly suggesting. Anyone in the Treasure Pavilion was envious. Longfeng Building was a star-rated hotel in Shanghai. A single meal could cost over 1,000 yuan. Everyone assumed Qin Yue would happily agree, but the result was unexpected. Qin Yue shook his head, politely declining. "Thank you for the invitation, but my wife is waiting for me to come home for lunch. Next time, I'll treat you, Boss Chun." This humble yet dignified attitude further won Qin Yue's favor. In his eyes, Qin Yue, despite becoming wealthy, hadn't forgotten his wife. Such a loyal and righteous man was worth befriending. "Very well. I'll await your good news. Here's my card. Let's keep in touch," Qin Yue said with a beaming smile. He held no disdain for Qin Yue. A young man who could find such a precious ink painting must be a hidden expert in appraisal. Thus, Qin Jingyun decided to cultivate a good relationship. Thank you, Boss Chun. Qin Yue took the card and left, out of the envious gazes of everyone. As soon as he stepped out of the treasure pavilion, Qin Yue went to the bank to withdraw some cash. But as soon as he reached the counter, he unexpectedly encountered a heavily made-up woman. Qin Yue frowned slightly. This was his ex-girlfriend, Yang Yu. During their passionate relationship, she had turned around and seduced her 40-something boss, causing Qin Yue immense psychological trauma. Qin Yue, you shameless thing, stalking me to my workplace. But let me tell you, someone like you isn't worthy of me. Give up while you still can. Yang Yu, narcissistic, assumed Qin Yue had come specifically for her. You're mistaken. I'm married now. Qin Yue's look of utter disdain enraged Yang Yu, who shrieked, blind cat caught a dead rat. Your wife must be blind to marry a waste like you. My wife is much more beautiful than you, gentle and virtuous, unlike you, who reeks. When it came to verbal sparring, Qin Yue never lost to anyone. With a few words, he made Yang Yu furious, shouting, security, come quickly. There's a troublemaker here. Responding to Yang Yu's shouts, 2 uniformed security guards arrived with batons. Break both his legs and throw him out. Yang Yu was malicious, but the 2 guards frowned, not daring to act rashly without knowing the full story. The commotion grew so loud that a middle-aged man in a tight shirt, his belly protruding, strutted over arrogantly. Seeing this oily man, Yang Yu instantly changed her attitude, twisting the facts and slandering Qin Yue. Brother Hai, this man is causing trouble at the counter and tried to grope me. You must stand up for me. Yang Yu had already slept with Wang Donghai. The boss doted on his flirtatious young lover and immediately waved his hand, commanding imperiously, act. Throw this thug out. I'll take responsibility. Without investigating the truth, you make assumptions. Are you not afraid of offending someone you shouldn't? Qin Yue said coldly, his assertive attitude making Wang Donghai's face change colors. He was cautious and good at reading people, otherwise he wouldn't have risen to the position of lobby manager. Seeing Qin Yue so confident, he had a bad feeling. Brother Hai, he's actually my ex-boyfriend, just a poor nobody. Yang Yu's explanation instantly enraged Wang Donghai, who believed Qin Yue was putting on an act. Act. I'll take responsibility for anything. Seeing Wang Donghai determined to proceed, Qin Yue said nothing, directly pulled out his phone and dialed Chun Jingyun's number. Boss Chun, I'm at the branch. The lobby manager won't let me withdraw money. On the other end, Chun Jingyun instantly became furious. How dare a mere lobby manager put on airs? Did he dare to withhold the money he just transferred? Brother Qin, give me 5 minutes. I'll give you a satisfactory resolution. Chun Jingyun suppressed his rage, assuring Qin Yue, pretending to be mysterious. Let's see how you get out of this. Yang Yu sneered coldly, waiting for Qin Yue to be beaten to a pulp. Just as the security guards were about to act, the branch's landline rang nonstop. Wang Donghai, annoyed, answered and shouted, Who is it? Manager Wang, you really have a mighty presence. Shall I just give you my position as branch manager? Wang Donghai, who was about to boast, instantly deflated like a beaten dog, muttering, Director's son, how could I possibly deserve it? I'm satisfied just earning a living under you. Enough talk. You've mistreated a valued customer of the branch named Qin Yue. Apologize immediately, or I'll make sure you can't work in the entire financial circle. Director's son Tianxi's roar instantly turned Wang Donghai's face ashen white. Chapter 3. The Iron Plank upturned the Sun family stands as a prestigious lineage in the vibrant metropolis of Magic City. Among the many descendants, Sun Tianxi is a remarkable figure, having ascended to the position of branch manager by the age of 30, promising a bright future ahead. While Wang Donghai possesses certain abilities, he pales in comparison to Sun Tianxi, as the disparity between them is vast. Currently, Sun Tianxi's respectful demeanor towards Qin Yue fills Wang Donghai with trepidation and regret, realizing that he has indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Stop right there, Wang Donghai exclaimed, nearly losing his wits as the security personnel approached Qin Yue. Brother Hai, he is merely a useless wretch. If we injure him, it will only cost us a bit of money. Yang Yu, with a heart as cold as ice, was intent on incapacitating Qin Yue. However, her words incited Wang Donghai's fury, prompting him to strike Yang Yu across the face with great force, leaving her momentarily stunned. You vile creature, you nearly brought about my demise. With thoughts of offending a distinguished guest of Sun Tianxi, Wang Donghai felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. He then approached Qin Yue, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize. I must have been blind to my own folly. Please forgive me. Wang Donghai bowed in a gesture of contrition, his abject demeanor striking fear into Yang Yu, who was bewildered by the sudden shift in power. How could a mere phone call from Qin Yue instill such dread in a man of Wang Donghai's standing? I have already given you a chance. Qin Yue's expression remained unyielding, exacerbating Wang Donghai's pallor. Yet, in a desperate bid to secure his position, he knelt before Qin Yue, weeping as he prostrated himself. "Mr. Qin, please spare me. I shall never transgress again." This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from onlookers. At that moment, a Santana sedan came to a steady halt at the entrance of the branch, and a sharply dressed man with slicked-back hair hurried inside. "Good day, branch manager's son." The staff greeted him in unison. Concerned about appearing negligent in front of Qin Yue, Sun Tianxi ignored them and approached Qin Yue, filled with apologies. "Mr. Qin, I am truly sorry for the mismanagement on my part. It is embarrassing to have you witness this. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution." Having spoken, Sun Tianxi cast a glance at the prostrate Wang Donghai and, with an impassive expression, declared, "Wang Donghai, you are hereby dismissed." These words left Wang Donghai in a state of utter shock. He had toiled tirelessly to reach the position of lobby manager, only to find that a single misstep had led to his downfall. The enterprise he had built was now collapsing due to his own ignorance. "You wretched harlot. This is all your fault." Wang Donghai could not bear the weight of the blow and, with bloodshot eyes, lashed out at Yang Yu like a cornered beast. "Don't involve me in your misfortune, Wang Donghai. You are no longer a manager, so cease your shouting at me." With Wang Donghai's dismissal, Yang Yu swiftly turned against him, then faced Qin Yue with a plea. "Qin Yue, I have committed the same mistakes as countless women before me. I have realized my errors and am willing to be your devoted partner, ready to heed your every wish. Spare me your words. Your very presence disgusts me." Qin Yue spoke with palpable disdain, causing Yang Yu's complexion to fluctuate between ashen and pale. Undeterred, she pressed on with her inquiries. "Qin Yue, you must harbor feelings for me. Otherwise, why would you come to the branch?" Qin Yue retorted, "You are mistaken. My presence here is solely to withdraw money." He found her self-absorption laughable. His wife, Zhao Feiyan, surpassed Yang Yu in every conceivable aspect, rendering any interest in this materialistic woman utterly unfathomable. "Yang Yu, you too have been dismissed. Leave the branch at once." Sun Tianxi, apprised of the situation by the employees, acted decisively to expel her. "Qin Yue, I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our past, spare me." Yang Yu's pleas were laced with desperation, tears welling in her eyes. The year 1995 was a challenging time for employment. A position as a teller was a coveted, stable job for the average person. If dismissed, her resume would bear a blemish, making future employment endeavors exceedingly arduous. "Remove her at once." Sun Tianxi's fury escalated as Yang Yu continued her futile protests, commanding the security personnel to expel both Wang Donghai and Yang Yu from the branch. The employees, who had suffered under the tyranny of this couple, felt a sense of vindication, their gazes towards Qin Yue brimming with gratitude. Shortly thereafter, Sun Tianxi personally attended to Qin Yue, retrieving a sum of 10,000 yuan in cash. "Thank you for your efforts." President Sunday Qin Yue expressed his appreciation, satisfied with Sun Tianxi's handling of the matter. "It's merely my duty. I am a few years your senior. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Sun." He responded warmly. On the way, Chen Jingyun informed him that Qin Yue was a connoisseur of treasures, possessing a profound sense of loyalty and righteousness. "Brother Sun," Qin Yue readily acquiesced, his relaxed demeanor earning Sun Tianxi's admiration. "Brother Qin, carrying such a substantial amount of cash is unsafe. Allow me to escort you home." Grateful for Sun Tianxi's kindness, Qin Yue accepted the offer without hesitation. Consequently, Sun Tianxi ushered Qin Yue into a Santana, and they set off for his humble abode. Sun Tianxi was taken aback. For someone of Qin Yue's stature, living in a modest dwelling seemed incongruous. "My humble abode may seem lacking. I apologize for the inconvenience." Nonsense. A hero's worth is not measured by his origins, and with your abilities, Brother Qin, it won't be long before you reside in a villa. Sun Tianxi waved off the notion, intrigued rather than dismissive. It was evident that rising from humble beginnings signified remarkable potential. Just as Qin Yue was about to invite Sun Tianxi in for tea, he discovered the door to his home ajar, with anguished cries from Zhao Feiyan resonating within. The sudden turn of events ignited a fierce rage within Qin Yue, compelling him to burst through the door. Inside the sparsely furnished room, Zhao Feiyan cowered in a corner. tears streaming down her face, cornered by Huang Mao and Wu Jiahao. This time, Huang Mao had come prepared, accompanied by two muscular men clad in tank tops, brandishing steel rods. Qin Yue, your timing is impeccable. I intend to purchase your wife and take her to a brothel before your very eyes. Huang Mao sneered maliciously. The venomous words ignited a crimson fury in Qin Yue's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, seizing a chair to strike Huang Mao with all his might. The action was abrupt. The golden-haired thug had yet to react when he was struck, leaving him dizzy and staggering, falling to the ground in a most undignified manner. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on me?" he exclaimed, clutching his forehead, only to discover blood seeping from a gash. This revelation ignited his fury, and he bellowed, "What are you standing there for? Beat him senseless. If anything goes awry, I shall take full responsibility." Just as his henchmen were about to act, a voice, resonant and commanding, echoed through the air. "I wish to see who dares to bully the brothers of Sun Tianci." At that moment, Sun Tianci strode forward with an impassive expression, his mere presence causing the golden-haired thug's complexion to drain. The son of the Sun family, a figure even his boss, Black Crow, would not dare to offend. "You are no one to interfere. Mind your own business, or Brother Huang will deal with you severely," Wu Jiahao shouted arrogantly, unaware of Sun Tianci's identity. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired thug's face paled in fear, and he furiously retorted, "Shut your mouth this instant." With that, the thug swung his palm, delivering a sharp slap to Wu Jiahao's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Brother Huang, have you lost your mind? Qin Yue's allies are all worthless. We need not fear them." Wu Jiahao's bewildered words only served to infuriate the thug further, who began to kick him mercilessly, eliciting cries of pain from Wu Jiahao. "Young master son, this wretch has no connection to me. Whatever fate he meets is yours to decide," the thug grovelingly stated. Yet, Sun Tianci's expression remained unmoved. "Stop your flattery. You have offended my brother. Should he remain unsatisfied, I will ensure you pay dearly." At these words, the thug's countenance fell further. Had he known that Qin Yue was Sun Tianci's brother, he would not have dared to provoke him, realizing he had kicked a hornet's nest. "Brother Qin, this is a case of mistaken identity. Had I known you were young Master Sun's brother, I would not have acted so foolishly. I implore you, show mercy and spare my life." The thug chuckled nervously, believing that a mere concession would suffice, but he was destined for disappointment. Without a word, Qin Yue unleashed a fierce punch, shattering the thug's nose and sending blood spraying across the ground, a gruesome sight that sent chills down the spine. "You insolent wretch! How dare you strike me?" The thug, now furious, prepared to retaliate against Qin Yue, only to be intercepted by a powerful kick from Sun Tianci that sent him crashing to the ground. Seeing this unfold, Qin Yue felt a surge of respect. He had underestimated Sun Tianci. Not only was he exceptionally capable, but his combat skills were also astonishing. "You dare to touch my brother? Huang, I suggest you reconsider your life choices," Sun Tianci proclaimed coldly, causing the thug to tremble in fear. He had initially thought Qin Yue was merely a lackey of Sun Tianci, but now he realized he had gravely misjudged the situation. "Brother Yue, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Forget the debt I owe you. I would even offer compensation just to be granted a chance to live." The young man with yellow hair wept bitterly, fervently knocking his head against the ground. In that moment, he was utterly paralyzed by fear, consumed by a singular desire to survive. "Qin Yue, perhaps we should let this go," suggested Zhao Feiyan, her heart aching at the sight of the bloodied figure before her. "Very well, I shall heed your words," Qin Yue replied, turning to Zhao Feiyan with a gaze full of tenderness. "Thank you, young master's son, and to you, Brother Yue and sister-in-law. I vow to mend my ways and live honorably." Upon hearing the unexpected turn of events, the young man forced a grim smile, producing a wad of cash amounting to over 1,000 yuan. Known as a notorious thug in this area, he had managed to extort significant amounts of money through intimidation. Though he was still no match for the Sun family, a name that commanded respect and fear among ordinary folk. "Begone," Qin Yue said dismissively, waving his hand impatiently. Had it not been for his concern for Zhao Feiyan, he would not have shown such leniency towards the young man. "Thank you, Brother Yue." The yellow-haired thug, elated at the prospect of saving his own wretched life, bowed repeatedly in apology. His accomplices, equally terrified, knelt in submission. Among them, one of the main instigators, Wu Jiahao, was in a state of utter disarray, unable to comprehend how Qin Yue, a mere nobody, had managed to befriend someone as influential as Sun Tianzi. Break his legs and toss him out. Qin Yue loathed the deceitful and malicious Wu Jiahao even more than the yellow-haired thug. Please spare me, brother Yu. Wu Jiahao pleaded in terror, but before he could crawl to Qin Yue's feet, the enraged yellow-haired thug kicked him away, blaming Wu Jiahao for all the misdeeds. He summoned 2 of his companions to beat him mercilessly. Wu Jiahao was left with shattered legs, unconscious like a discarded dog, and was subsequently dragged away like refuse by the yellow-haired thug and his gang. Yanzi, I assure you, from this day forth, no one shall harm you. Though the matter was resolved satisfactorily, Qin Yue could not conceal his guilt towards Zhao Feiyan. In response to his heartfelt declaration, Zhao Feiyan found herself at a loss for words, dumbfounded as she asked, "What is happening? When did you come to know President Sun?" Aware of her husband's character, she knew he typically associated with nefarious friends. Someone of Sun Tianzi's stature would hardly treat Qin Yue with such deference. Dear sister-in-law, I hold great admiration for brother Qin. I hope you can forgive my uninvited presence, Sun Tianzi said graciously, devoid of any airs of superiority. It's quite all right, Zhao Feiyan responded quickly, her gaze fixed on Qin Yue, her lips poised to speak, yet hesitating. Brother Qin, I must take my leave now. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach me at the branch office. Sun Tianzi, sensing the couple wished to converse privately, excused himself. Brother Sun, allow me to see you off. Next time, I shall treat you to a meal, Qin Yue said with a smile, genuinely appreciative of Sun Tianzi's substantial help in this matter. No need for formality among brothers. I would gladly host you, Sun Tianzi replied heartily before departing in a Santana. Once everyone had left, Zhao Feiyan could no longer restrain her curiosity and asked Qin Yue, "Why is it that Sun Tianzi treats you with such respect?" "It is merely his discerning eye for true talent," Qin Yue replied. Qin Yue, with a hint of arrogance, made a jest that prompted Zhao Feiyan, with her enchanting charm, to roll her eyes in disbelief. In truth, he had stumbled upon an antique and resold it for 200,000. His interactions with brother Sun at the counter had been quite pleasant. To prevent Zhao Feiyan from overthinking, Qin Yue briefly recounted the events leading up to this moment. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyan pouted, indignantly retorting, "You rascal! Have you learned to lie now?" In 1995, for an average person, having 10,000 was already considered quite affluent, and having 100,000 was an unattainable dream. "I am not deceiving you," Qin Yue replied with a resigned smile, pulling out a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from his backpack. The sight left Zhao Feiyan momentarily speechless, utterly astonished. "This is 10,000, and there's still 190,000 in the card. Tomorrow, we shall purchase a small villa, and next year, you shall bear me a robust son, allowing you to enjoy the comforts of being a wealthy lady at home," Qin Yue said with a grin, as he began to reveal his potential to provide a better life for his wife. Chapter 5. A dog's eye sees no gentleman. Qin Yue's words made Zhao Feiyan blush, and she playfully chided, "Even if we have money, we mustn't squander it. We should remain grounded and work steadily. Real estate is a necessity. Buying is akin to earning." Qin Yue replied with a smile, expressing his belief in the tremendous appreciation potential of property. He was determined that, given ample funds in the future, he would venture into the real estate market. "All right, I shall heed your advice," Zhao Feiyan conceded, realizing that if left untouched, the money might tempt Qin Yue into gambling it away. It was better to invest in tangible assets than to risk losing everything. As night deepened, Zhao Feiyan warmed up some dishes for Qin Yue before heading to wash up. While Qin Yue indulged in his meal, Zhao Feiyan emerged from the bathroom, resembling a lotus flower freshly bloomed from the water, capturing Qin Yue's attention and causing him to swallow hard. Zhao Feiyan, with her striking beauty, could easily overshadow modern internet celebrities, and her bare face only enhanced her pure allure. Clad in a black spaghetti strap dress that accentuated her alluring curves, her skin was as fair and smooth as silk. Qin Yue's unabashed gaze made Zhao Feiyan blush, leaving her somewhat flustered. "Qin Yue, do you think I am foolish and unworthy of you?" In the past, she had felt frustrated with her gambling husband, but now, as he transformed into a man of considerable wealth, she found herself grappling with insecurities. "Yanzi, cease such foolish talk. You are my woman for life. If you do not abandon me, I shall never forsake you," Qin Yue declared earnestly. His heartfelt confession struck a chord in Zhao Feiyan's heart, and she threw herself into his embrace. The softness before him stirred Qin Yue's emotions, and he instinctively tightened his hold. "Darling, shall we have a baby?" Zhao Feiyan whispered shyly. In this era, Even couples maintained a respectful distance, making such an intimate suggestion quite remarkable. Of course, Qin Yue replied with joy, then lifted Zhao Feiyan into his arms. Early the next morning, Qin Yue awoke, stretched his slightly sore back, and got out of bed to prepare breakfast for Zhao Feiyan, reflecting on the previous night's exertions. Until Qin Yue had finished preparing the comforting egg and lean meat congee, Zhao Feiyan gradually awakened. "Dear, hurry and freshen up. The congee is ready," Qin Yue said with a warm smile. This thoughtful gesture filled Zhao Feiyan's heart with sweetness, akin to savoring honey, and she obediently nodded. Subsequently, the couple shared a tender moment, delighting in the steaming congee, its delightful aroma causing Zhao Feiyan to squint her beautiful eyes in enjoyment, exuding a playful charm. "This congee is delicious. If you like it, I will prepare it for you every day," Qin Yue declared, transforming into a devoted husband, eliciting giggles from Zhao Feiyan as she covered her mouth in amusement. After washing the dishes, they left together, arriving at the luxurious Tangshan community. Established as an opulent development in the bustling metropolis, the property saw its prices soar from an investment in 1990 to an astonishing 300 yuan per square meter by 1995, rendering it an unattainable dream for the average person. "Qin Yue, this property is exorbitantly priced. Perhaps we should consider another place," Zhao Feiyan expressed, taken aback by the cost. "Let us buy it. There's a reason for such prices. We don't need to pay in full. And we can afford it," Qin Yue replied resolutely, aware that the future prices in Tangshan would skyrocket to 350,000 yuan per square meter, a staggering increase of over 100-fold. If not for their limited funds, he would have eagerly purchased several units. Dressed modestly, the couple found themselves largely ignored by the sales staff. One of the cleaning women, scowling, barked, "You aren't welcome here. You'll dirty the floor and won't be able to compensate for it." "Auntie, we are here to inquire about purchasing a property," the meek Zhao Feiyan politely explained. However, her words ignited Tan Fun's fury, who retorted venomously, "You must be blind. I'm only 30. It was indeed Tan Fun who looked down upon others, assuming superiority due to her position as an intern in such a prestigious firm. "We can afford to buy a house, unlike you." Qin Yue could not tolerate the insult directed at his wife. With a few sharp words, he nearly left Tan Fun speechless. "Security. These two peasants are causing a scene. Throw them out," Tan Fun shouted, her arrogance stemming from her role, which she deemed lofty compared to ordinary individuals. Zhao Feiyan trembled with indignation, unable to fathom the malice behind Tan Fun's words. Just as tensions escalated, the manager of the sales office, Li Taishan, entered with a broad smile, escorting a man with slicked-back hair. The raucous commotion drew a frown from Li Taishan, who, exuding authority, inquired, "What is going on here?" "Manager, this couple of peasants is causing trouble and even threatened me," Tan Fun accused, casting a shadow over their reputation. Li Taishan's expression darkened at her words. Even the local ruffians in the metropolis dared not disrupt the tranquility of Tangshan. Just as he prepared to reprimand her, a cold chuckle interrupted from the slick-haired man. "Tangshan bullies its customers. Even my brother is slandered here. This truly opens my eyes." The man was none other than Sun Tianzi, known for his sense of justice. He was aware of Qin Yue's character and knew he was not the type to instigate trouble. "President Sun, please do not be angry. There may be a misunderstanding, and I assure you I will provide a satisfactory explanation." Li Taishan, feeling a surge of fear, was acutely aware of the financial shortfall within his sales department, which urgently required a loan to avert a crisis. Naturally, he dared not offend Sun Tianzi. What on earth was happening? Li Taishan's expression darkened significantly, and upon his inquiry, the sales team could no longer conceal the truth, recounting the events in detail. Upon grasping the full context, Li Taishan's fury escalated as he pointed at Tian Fun, shouting, "Leave this place at once. Tangshan cannot accommodate an employee with such a narrow-minded view." The other employees, stricken with fear, cast hostile glares at Tian Fun. "Manager, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not dismiss me," Tian Fun pleaded tearfully. But her cries only served to further irritate Li Taishan, who swiftly kicked her aside. "Enough. Someone, remove her from here." With a wave of his hand, two observant security guards promptly approached and dragged the disheveled Tian Fun away. "Sir, I apologize for my mismanagement. Please accept my sincere apologies. As a token of goodwill, I can offer you a 50% discount on any property purchased from Tangshan." In a bid to quell the anger of Qin Yue and Sun Tianzi, Li Taishan reluctantly proposed a loss-making deal. Manager Li, your generosity is greatly appreciated, Qin Yue responded without hesitation. With such a discount, he could now afford even the most luxurious properties. Chapter 6. The securities stormed that night, unable to find rest in his bed. Qin Yue was acutely aware that Sun Tianxi's assistance on 2 occasions was not without ulterior motives. Qin Yue, what troubles you? Is something weighing on your mind? Zhao Feiyan, also restless in bed, wondered how Qin Yue had managed to recover such a substantial amount of money in such a short span of time. Although Qin Yue had explained the origins of the funds, her heart remained heavy with worry. After uttering these words, Zhao Feiyan reached for the bedside lamp, turning it on. As the light illuminated the room, she noticed Qin Yue sitting by the head of the bed, gazing at the clock on the wall. It was already past midnight, ordinarily. Qin, you would have been fast asleep by now. It's nothing. You should rest. I was just contemplating how to repay Sun Tianxi for his assistance. How about this? Tomorrow you accompany me to treat him to a meal. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Zhao Feiyan swiftly agreed. After turning off the lamp, the two soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, both rose early. After dressing, Qin Yue made a phone call to Sun Tianxi. Why did you think to call me, Qin? Is there something on your mind? Sun Tianxi expressed surprise upon receiving the call. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, Qin Yue directly proposed a meal. Sun Tianxi, naturally pleased, readily accepted the invitation. They agreed to meet at the renowned Wangfu building in Modu for their meal. Soon, at the appointed hour, the 3 individuals convened. Qin Yue and Sun Tianxi engaged in a discussion regarding matters of commerce. Zhao Feiyan refrained from interjecting, choosing instead to pour wine for the 2 men. After several glasses were consumed, their conversation became increasingly relaxed. President Sun, may I inquire about your perspective on securities? As Qin Yue contemplated, had this been prior to his rebirth, he would have had little interest in such affairs, believing himself ill-suited for them. However, the present was markedly different. The newly reborn Qin Yue possessed a semblance of foresight, aware of events that had yet to unfold but had occurred in his previous life. This insight allowed him to make informed choices and decisions in advance. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Sun Tianxi understood why Qin Yue had invited him to dinner. He surmised that Qin Yue sought to leverage their relationship to pursue a path in securities. With this thought in mind, Sun Tianxi gently shook his head. His current intention was simply to cultivate a good rapport with Qin Yue. He had no desire to assist him in any endeavors, particularly those that bore no benefit to himself. Should he utilize his connections to help Qin Yue obtain a securities certification, while the outcome might seem harmless, any ensuing complications could inevitably implicate him. Brother Qin, I have never contemplated such matters. I possess little insight into securities, Sun Tianxi responded, wishing to steer the conversation away from the topic at hand. Upon hearing this, Qin Yue could only shake his head in resignation, fully aware of the impending circumstances. Although the securities storm had yet to arrive, he knew it would not be long before it descended, expected around May 1995. At that juncture, an unprecedented upheaval in the securities market would ensue. While the market appeared stable now, seizing the opportunity at that time would likely prove too late. Reflecting on his past life, Qin Yue mused that had he possessed his current foresight earlier, he might not have endured such poverty nor faced an untimely demise. Now reborn, he was resolute in seizing this opportunity. He must strive to become formidable and not live as helplessly as he once did. President Sun, I have a proposition. I consider you an ally, which is why I am willing to discuss these matters with you today. Qin Yue took a deep sip from his glass, placing it down and fixing his gaze on Sun Tianxi, his expression turning serious. Brother Qin, feel free to share whatever is on your mind, Sun Tianxi replied, pondering whether Qin Yue harbored undisclosed thoughts that he was yet unaware of. It matters not to merely listen. Presently, the condition of this security suggests that by around May of 1995, we may anticipate a significant upheaval in the stock market. Upon reaching this juncture, he paused momentarily, and indeed, Sun Tianxi was captivated by his words. What do you mean by that, my young friend? Are you implying that this forthcoming stock market turmoil is of an international nature? Will it impact our domestic financial market? After hearing his inquiry, Qin Yue gently shook his head before nodding. This left Sun Tianxi somewhat bewildered, unable to decipher the meaning behind Qin Yue's contradictory gestures. Is there an influence, or is there none? For our domestic financial market, the impact may not be substantial. However, this situation on the international stage is poised to incite considerable chaos. Should we seize this opportunity effectively, I trust that you, President's son, can comprehend the potential benefits that await us." Upon finishing this statement, he raised his glass and gulped down its contents. Zhao Feiyan, listening intently, quickly refilled his glass as well as President Sun's. "Are you suggesting that if we manage to grasp this opportunity, we could exploit this loophole to profit in US dollars?" Sun Tianzi uttered these words with a hint of disbelief, yet the implication of Qin Yue's statements was unmistakable. "Indeed, President Sun, as long as we can seize this chance, we can earn US dollars. If you are willing to place your trust in my words, I can assure you of a guaranteed profit." Chapter 7. Brotherhood. With the wine glass still in hand, Sun Tianzi felt as though he were in a dream, perceiving Qin Yue as anything but an ordinary individual. As he gazed at Qin Yue once more, his expression transformed. He had previously regarded him as merely a common young man. The only reasons he could fathom for obtaining such a valuable painting were connections or sheer luck. However, after listening to Qin Yue's discourse, he sensed that this young man was perhaps a person of exceptional insight. Analyzing Qin Yue's statements, it became evident that each was imbued with profound logic, entirely unlike someone lacking financial acumen. "Brother Qin, your perspective is truly astonishing. One must recognize that our domestic RMB cannot even begin to compare with the US dollar. If what you assert holds true, and we discover this loophole, would that not lead us to wealth?" At this point, Sun Tianzi's hand trembled as he held the wine glass, spilling some of its contents due to his overwhelming excitement. In the heart of Sun Tianzi, a flicker of hesitation lingered, for these were merely Qin Yue's conjectures, speculations about a future yet to unfold. After all, it was still May 1995, and the certainty of a looming financial tempest remained unknown. Despite this, Qin Yue's expression appeared unchanged, devoid of any hint of urgency. Sun Tianzi hails from a distinguished lineage, one that stands apart from the ordinary. His family, the Sun clan, is substantial, with a multitude of descendants. Though they boast of many remarkable individuals, Sun Tianzi, despite his commendable achievements, is merely regarded as above average within the clan. Weighing these considerations, Sun Tianzi resolved to take a gamble should he emerge victorious. His standing within the Sun family would soar. Even in the face of defeat, the worst that could befall him would be the loss of his years of earnings. After all, he had the unwavering support of his family, and the specter of destitution was far from his reality. With these thoughts in mind, he chose to heed Qin Yue's counsel. "In that case, dear brother Qin, do share your thoughts and the course of action I should undertake. If this venture indeed brings forth great fortune as you suggest, I shall not forget your kindness and will be sure to repay you in due time." Upon hearing Sun Tianzi's agreement to collaborate, Qin Yue felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then articulated, "In May, a financial storm will emerge, leading to the devaluation of the Thai baht." Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Chun Tian immediately grasped his intent, her spirits lifting with exhilaration. "Are you suggesting that our task is to acquire and liquidate?" The bank president certainly possessed greater insight into these matters than Qin Yue. Upon hearing Sun Tianzi's inquiry, Qin Yue nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is precisely my intention." Sun Tianzi's demeanor brightened, for although he currently held a respectable position, he was considered a person of stature within the Sun family. To serve as a bank president is a coveted aspiration for many, a dream unattainable for some throughout their lifetimes. Yet, here was Sun Tianzi, young and already at the helm of a bank, presented with an opportunity to not only earn but to showcase his capabilities, an opportunity that could elevate him further. How could he possibly resist such a prospect? Not just Sun Tianzi, but anyone in his position would weigh the potential rewards. "Excellent, excellent," he exclaimed thrice, rising to his feet. He took the wine jug from Zhao Feiyan's hands and, with great care, poured a drink for Qin Yue. He raised his filled wine glass and, with a glimmer of camaraderie, addressed Qin Yue, saying, "Brother Qin, I never anticipated that at such a tender age, you would possess such profound thoughts. It seems you are indeed a benefactor to me, Sun Tianzi. If you do not mind, perhaps we could toast to our newfound brotherhood over this drink. What do you think?" Many aspire to befriend Sun Tianzi, yet few are afforded the opportunity. Given my status, I should hardly have much association with someone like Qin Yue. However, Qin possesses many remarkable qualities, and I am well aware that having such a friend by my side would only serve to elevate my endeavors. Ha ha ha. I would never think of rejecting you, brother Sun. Since you are willing to form a bond of brotherhood, let us pledge our allegiance here and now. And should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Qin Yue, typically of a cheerful disposition, rose generously to his feet and downed his drink in one swift motion upon seeing Sun Tianzi standing there, ready to share a toast. Sun Tianzi, in turn, followed suit and emptied his glass. As the liquor coursed through them, both men began to feel a surge of exhilaration. At that moment, Tianzi's heart brimmed with joy, for he knew that it would not be long before he secured his first significant fortune. This was merely one reason for his elation. The other stemmed from the fact that he had gained a formidable ally in the Sun family. With such a strong backing, he no longer feared financial struggles or anyone daring to cause him trouble. Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Yue felt even more exhilarated than Sun Tianzi. Conversely, Sun Tianzi was also filled with happiness. Previously, he had resigned himself to a life of dutifully serving as a bank president, anticipating a mundane retirement into domesticity. Little did he know that his fortuitous encounter with Qin Yue would lead to such transformative changes in his life. Chapter 8. The unabashed woman. After finalizing the details of their collaboration, Qin Yue found himself inebriated. Fortunately, he had brought Zhao Feiyan along. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to return home. Upon arriving home, the effects of the alcohol took their toll, and he collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a deep slumber. As he lay there, watching Zhao Feiyan sleep, an unsettling feeling began to creep into his heart. It troubled him to see that Zhao Feiyan felt perplexed by Qin Yue's recent transformation, as he seemed to have evolved into a completely different individual compared to the man she once knew. She felt somewhat unworthy of Qin Yue, and a flurry of disordered thoughts began to recklessly leap within her mind. While Qin Yue lay there, soundly asleep, he remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding on the other side. Huang Mao, with his face bruised and battered, walked into He Ye's office. Initially, he was fuming, but upon reaching the office door, his expression transformed into one of utter grievance. He knocked on the door while dabbing at his tears. At that moment, He Ye was engrossed in smoking and playing a game when he suddenly heard the knocking. Displeased, he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and called out, "Come in." As Huang Mao entered the office, He Ye paused in surprise at his appearance, then darkly inquired, "Huang Mao, what happened to you? Did a car hit you? How did you end up like this?" Witnessing Huang Mao's condition stirred an inexplicable anger within He Ye, for he perceived Huang Mao's demeanor as weak and ineffectual. "Boss, this isn't from being hit by a car. It was Qin Yue who struck me. If I had been hit by a car, I wouldn't have come to you. No matter what, you must stand up for me. I went to Qin Yue to collect a debt. And not only did he refuse to pay, but he also had the audacity to look down on you." As he spoke, more tears welled in Huang Mao's eyes, and he pretended to wipe them away, feigning a sense of injustice on He Ye's behalf. Initially, He Ye felt indifferent, thinking that Huang Mao getting beaten was of little consequence. After all, it was not uncommon for his subordinates to endure such hardships. His men were often engaged in high-risk activities, yet he always sent them out in groups, rarely allowing them to operate alone, which minimized their chances of being beaten. Although such incidents were infrequent, they did not indicate that his men had never suffered. However, upon hearing Huang Mao's claim that Qin Yue looked down on him, He Ye could hardly tolerate it. Clenching his fists, he slammed them onto the table in frustration. Meanwhile, Yang Yu stood on the street, wearing a look of deep distress as more and more onlookers gathered around her. A scene that captivated the crowd was unfolding, a confrontation between the original wife and the mistress. "You shameless harlot, seducing my husband. Have you no dignity left? I've never encountered a woman as thick-skinned as you." At that moment, Wang Donghai's original wife, Li Hong, was pointing her finger at Yang Yu, a forceful presence in her own right. Li Hong was a rather imposing figure, her weight estimated to be no less than 180 jin. Standing there, she resembled a mountain, and in that very moment, she was pointing her finger at Yang Yu, hopping about while hurling insults. Wang Donghai, whose family circumstances were quite dismal, had long since lost any affection for his wife, Li Hong, and had no fondness for her whatsoever. The principal reason for this disdain lay in her appearance, which could only be described as unappealing. However, Wang Donghai was a timid man and dared not provoke Li Hong. Due to his family's poor situation, he had moved into Li Hong's household. As he listened to her berating her lover, he remained silent, standing there like a statue. Witnessing Wang Donghai's submissive demeanor only fueled Li Hong's fury further. "I support you every day, providing for your needs. Why would you engage in such behavior? What is so exceptional about this woman? In what way does she surpass me? She is as thin as a stick, lacking in everything. Have your eyes gone blind?" Initially, the onlookers were indifferent, but upon hearing Li Hong's tirade, they could not help but whisper amongst themselves, most expressing disdain for her boorishness and questioning how someone so corpulent could dare criticize another's appearance. Wang Donghai, upon hearing Li Hong's vitriol, dared not retort, bowing his head in silence. After what seemed like an eternity of scolding, perhaps wearied by her own outburst, Li Hong declared, "Come with me. What are you still doing here? Are you waiting to bring your little lover to my home?" With that, she seized Wang Donghai by the ear and led him away. Yang Yu, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of indignation. She had once believed Wang Donghai might assist her, only to discover he was such a spineless individual. Once Li Hong had departed, Yang Yu's gaze fell upon He in the distance. She recognized that he was no ordinary person. Yang Yu realized that if she could align herself with He, she would have a formidable ally, enabling her to exact revenge on both Wang Donghai and Li Hong. With this thought in mind, she hastened to He's side and, drawing near, expressed her intentions. "I am aware of the recent losses at the waterfront property. I wonder if Boss He would be interested in hearing more about it." Upon hearing her words, He's interest was piqued, for he had indeed been considering the waterfront property lately, and acquiring some insider information would certainly be advantageous. Chapter 9. A Tale of the Impossible. What did you say? Are you jesting with me? I must have misheard. Wu Jiahao stared in astonishment at his secretary standing beside him, feeling as though the words just spoken were nothing short of a fantastical tale. He even wondered if he had misheard. Observing his reaction, the secretary reiterated his previous statement, this time with a marked emphasis. "Are you certain? The impoverished fellow. The one indebted to He, Qin Yue?" Wu Jiahao pondered whether there might be others with the same name. "Indeed, that's him," came the reply. Rising from his seat, Wu Jiahao strode purposefully towards the exit, determined to visit He in order to discuss the matter at hand. After all, he had long coveted the waterside property, well aware that He had similarly coveted it. "Mr. Wu, what brings you here today?" He remarked, taken aback by Wu Jiahao's unexpected appearance. Recognizing that such visits typically signified a significant purpose, "I came primarily to discuss a few matters with you. You're aware of the waterside property, correct? I've heard you've been keen on acquiring it," Wu Jiahao stated upon sitting down. He nodded in acknowledgement, his mind racing with speculation. Could it be that Wu Jiahao was aware of his desire for the property and sought to claim it for himself? If Wu Jiahao intended to persuade him to relinquish the property, such a notion was utterly delusional. "I have had my sights on that property for quite some time. If you're here to request that I cede it to you, I must advise you that it is quite impossible. I suggest you explore other options," He retorted. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiahao realized that He had misunderstood his intentions. His visit was not to debate ownership of the property. That property has already been purchased. It appears neither of us will have the opportunity to acquire it. "What did you say?" He exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, causing the items upon it to rattle from the force of his strike. "I said that the property has been bought by Qin Yue, the very same impoverished fellow indebted to you. It seems he has recently developed a rather defiant attitude, particularly towards you. Indeed, the revelation that a property he had long desired had been snatched away by Qin Yue only stoked the flames of his fury. He, not known for his patience and possessing a notoriously ruthless demeanor, was incensed by the news that Qin Yue, the source of his vexation, had provoked him yet again. He immediately summoned a group of his underlings. "You lot, go and find a way to reclaim that waterside property for me. If you cannot retrieve it, do not bother returning." The group of underlings, upon witnessing the furious demeanor of Black Crow, instantly acquiesced to his demands. "Rest assured, boss, we shall handle this matter most splendidly," proclaimed the blonde-haired leader, as he and his cohorts marched forth with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Qin Yue, still enveloped in the haze of slumber, was abruptly roused by the cacophony of objects being smashed outside. Zhao Feiyan, startled by the commotion, instinctively sought refuge behind Qin Yue. Trembling uncontrollably, observing her distress, Qin Yue felt a pang of compassion within his heart. He gently reached out to comfort her. "Yanzi, remain here and do not venture outside. I shall investigate the situation." As he rose to his feet, preparing to step outside, Zhao Feiyan grasped his arm with urgency. "Qin Yue, please do not go out there. I sense great danger beyond." After casting a reassuring glance in her direction and offering words of solace, he resolutely proceeded outside, acutely aware that failing to confront the unfolding events could lead to dire consequences. Upon stepping into the open air, he was met by a formidable assembly of individuals. unmistakably not of ordinary ilk. Their eclectic attire and hair dyed in vivid hues spoke volumes of their dubious affiliations. As Qin Yue emerged, Black Crow, descending from a vehicle, locked eyes with him. The malicious glare of Black Crow bore into Qin Yue, as if he sought to consume him whole. Yet, Qin Yue remained steadfast, betraying no hint of trepidation. The two men engaged in a silent standoff, neither willing to break eye contact. Throughout this exchange, Qin Yue's gaze remained unwavering, which only served to infuriate Black Crow further. He sensed an unsettling shift in Qin Yue, perceiving him as markedly different from the man he once knew, almost as if he had transformed entirely. Just as Black Crow was poised to command his minions to subdue Qin Yue and coerce him into relinquishing the property, his phone rang abruptly, interrupting the confrontation. Glancing at the screen, he noted it was his assistant calling. "What is it? Can't you see I'm occupied?" he responded, his voice laced with irritation. Upon hearing the tone of Black Crow, the assistant felt a tremor of apprehension. Nevertheless, understanding the urgency of the matter at hand, he refrained from idle chatter and conveyed the grave news. "Boss, there's been an incident in the Eastern District. A group has arrived, and their origins are unknown. They are attempting to seize our territory, and our manpower is insufficient to contend with them. Could you please come as soon as possible?" Upon hearing the words of his assistant, the Black Crow realized that the matters at hand on that side were likely more urgent than those here. He withdrew his gaze from Qin Yue's face and left behind a biting remark. "I never expected you to possess such audacity, but I am curious to see how long you can bask in your triumph. Just wait, I shall make you regret this." Chapter 10. Reflections. As he watched the Black Crow depart with his entourage, Qin Yue found his emotions becoming increasingly complex. He understood the nature of the Black Crow, his ruthless disposition, and recognized that such threats were not mere words. They could very well translate into action. It was evident that the Black Crow would not let him off easily, and it would not be long before trouble found its way back to his doorstep. Contemplating these matters, a sense of impending danger washed over Qin Yue. He was acutely aware of the Black Crow's considerable power. Even with Sun Tianci as a potential ally, enlisting his help would likely prove ineffective. Although the Sun family wielded significant influence, it was still fundamentally their power. Most critically, they had yet to reach the tipping point of a financial crisis. Until that juncture, Sun Tianci might not fully trust the words he had previously spoken. It was only after experiencing certain events that Sun Tianci might come to believe him and treat him with sincerity. Currently, Qin Yue needed to seek alternative avenues. Having resolved this in his mind, he turned and walked into the room. Upon seeing Qin Yue return, Zhao Feiyan let out a sigh of relief and hurried to his side. "Qin Yue, how are you? Are you all right? Did they give you any trouble?" Qin Yue smiled broadly at Zhao Feiyan, wishing to alleviate any psychological burdens she might carry due to these incidents. "It's nothing to worry about. These are merely trivial matters that I can handle." After speaking, he gently patted Zhao Feiyan on the head. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. "I was contemplating that perhaps we should venture into some business." Zhao Feiyan's interest peaked immediately upon hearing Qin Yue's words. She eagerly grasped his hand and led him to a nearby sofa, eager to hear his thoughts on this potential venture. After all, the Qin Yue of today was a far cry from the one he had once been. "I was thinking that opening a bar might enrich our lives. Additionally, we could sign some big-name celebrities, and in no time, our bar would flourish, allowing us to mingle within the entertainment industry." Upon reaching this point, Qin Yue began to regard himself as a true genius, finding his ideas rather commendable, especially as it was now 1995. Although the bar industry would gradually wane in the future, that was a concern for another day. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that a bar could yield substantial profits. Additionally, the notion of securing early contracts with celebrities crossed his mind. After all, the film and entertainment sector was undeniably lucrative. At present, many had yet to grasp the profitable opportunities within this realm, but Qin Yue was different. He had experienced rebirth. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a surge of excitement began to swell within him. Zhao Feiyan, observing Qin Yue's exuberance, felt a genuine happiness for him, though a tinge of melancholy also lingered in her heart. In the past, Qin Yue had been a man consumed by gambling. During that time, while Zhao Feiyan perceived him as someone incapable of leading a stable life, her heart was not as tumultuous as it felt now. The more exceptional Qin Yue became, the more Zhao Feiyan felt unworthy of him. "Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall support you, Qin Yue. I believe you are becoming truly remarkable," Zhao Feiyan stated, unable to contain her admiration. Upon hearing her praise, Qin Yu's excitement intensified. That is indeed certain. I am no longer the person I once was, and I shall ensure you live a prosperous life. Although this notion filled him with determination, he soon found himself troubled. Despite having sold the renowned painting and made a considerable profit, the funds had dwindled significantly. The remaining money he possessed was insufficient to open a bar or secure contracts with prominent stars, which posed a considerable challenge. Noticing the troubled expression on Qin Yu's face, Zhao Feiyan understood the difficulties he was facing. It sounds simple, but the execution is far from easy. While I am confident that your idea will be profitable, we currently lack the necessary funds. The money from selling the painting has nearly been exhausted, and we can only manage our daily expenses at this point. Qin Yue sighed in resignation. These obstacles are merely temporary. Moreover, with your talent, the projects you select will undoubtedly yield returns. Let us devise a means to secure the required funds, and once we begin to earn, we can replenish what we have spent. Zhao Feiyan reassured him with unwavering faith. Qin Yue nodded in response to her words. Though he appreciated her confidence, he knew that execution was far more complex. Due to his previous gambling habits, nearly every sellable item in his home had been disposed of, and what remained held little value. Even if he were to sell everything left in his possession, it would not suffice to open a bar, let alone sign celebrities. Well, don't overthink it. I shall prepare breakfast for you now. It is early, and I haven't eaten anything yet. I find myself quite hungry at this moment. Having uttered these words, Qin Yue proceeded towards the kitchen. Her gaze fell upon the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, a piece she cherished deeply, gifted by her mother. Under different circumstances, she would never consider parting with such a treasured item. However, the situation had changed. Seeing Qin Yue's need for financial assistance, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Should he sell the bracelet, he would acquire a sum that could aid Qin Yue in her entrepreneurial endeavors, and with her keen intellect, she was bound to succeed. He did not wish to be the cause of any hindrance to her progress. Chapter 11. Ordinary people. After descending the stairs, Qin Yue hailed a taxi. Her objective for the day was clear. She intended to visit Huimin Square, a place she recognized as having great potential for future development. Upon entering the vehicle, the young taxi driver glanced at her and inquired, "Where to, young lady?" Qin Yue met his gaze and replied succinctly, "Please take me to Huimin Square." The driver responded affirmatively and promptly set off towards their destination. He appeared to be quite talkative and well acquainted with the surroundings. As they traversed the road, the driver engaged her in casual conversation. "I must say, if you were shopping, I wouldn't recommend Huimin Square. While the construction is commendable, the number of businesses is rather sparse. You might find it more worthwhile to visit the neighboring mall." Qin Yue was well aware that the foot traffic at this mall was currently limited, whereas the adjacent establishment attracted a considerably larger crowd. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. The present did not dictate the future. What mattered most was her vision for what lay ahead. A lack of foot traffic is advantageous, she mused. I am not here to purchase anything today. I merely wish to scout for potential storefronts. If the traffic is low, the rental prices will surely be more reasonable, allowing me to benefit from the situation. The taxi driver, upon hearing her reasoning, chose not to pursue the topic further. But he likely regarded Qin Yue as a naive youth, opening a business in such an unpromising location. The vehicle soon came to a halt, and as Qin Yue alighted, she found that Huimin Square resembled her expectations. The path she traversed revealed a striking absence of patrons. However, Qin Yue was acutely aware of the future. This location was poised to become a prime real estate area, where every inch would soon hold immense value, and foot traffic would be particularly abundant. As he strolled, he surveyed his surroundings, seeking a suitable place to establish a computer center. Before long, he passed by a computer store, only to retreat upon noticing a sign indicating it was for sale. This was exactly what Qin Yue had hoped for. After glancing at the sign a couple of times, he confidently entered the premises. Upon entering, rather than immediately approaching the owner to discuss acquiring the store, he chose to masquerade as a customer. Engaging with the computers inside, he observed the current state of the establishment. As he entered, he noticed the owner sitting alone, absorbed in his phone, with a furrowed brow that suggested a troubled disposition. It was apparent that the owner was distressed, likely due to the unsold computers in the store, which contributed to his gloomy demeanor. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. More pressing was the impending expiration of the lease on the store. Soon, the situation would become even more complicated. The store housed numerous computers, making relocation cumbersome. However, Extending the lease would likely not be in the owner's best interest, given the bleak business prospects. Continuing to incur rent while yielding no profit would be a waste of time. It would be far wiser to seek an opportunity to pass on the business, potentially recouping some initial investment. Consequently, the owner had placed the sale sign several months prior. Qin Yue was fully aware of the store's predicament. After spending some time on the computers, he approached the owner. The owner, initially engrossed in his phone, looked up only when he noticed someone standing before him. However, he exhibited little interest in Qin Yue. A glance at his attire revealed that he was merely an ordinary individual. He had dressed casually, having hastily selected a comfortable outfit from his wardrobe without any intention of dressing to impress. "Excuse me, I would like to inquire if your store is indeed for sale?" Qin Yue asked. Upon hearing this, the owner glanced at him briefly, muttering a non-committal before returning his gaze to his phone, seemingly uninterested in engaging further. Observing the owner's demeanor, Qin Yue did not feel anger but rather continued, "How much are you asking for the store? If the price is reasonable, I am interested in taking over your business." After hearing Qin Yue's words, the boss cast a disdainful glance at him, almost as if he were mocking himself. I remarked, "You cannot be jesting with me, can you? Although our shop's business is rather lackluster and lacks foot traffic, it is improbable that it could be sold off so casually. Not to mention, the total price of the computers in our store may well be beyond your means." The boss looked at Qin Yue with a cold, sarcastic demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yue merely smiled faintly. "Boss, what is the current situation of your shop? You should be more aware than I am. Moreover, it is said that your annual rent collection day is approaching, which I believe is next month. Today is already the 25th. Do you truly intend to avoid having a serious discussion with me?" As soon as these words escaped my lips, the boss's expression shifted multiple times, for he recognized the truth in Qin Yue's statements. Additionally, it raised the question of whether Jiang Chun had conducted some prior investigation into the local conditions before coming here. "Young man, I am not jesting with you. There are indeed many interested buyers for our computer mall, yet I have never encountered someone as young as you. The few who previously heard the asking price for our computer mall have all backed out. How dare you come here? Did you not inquire beforehand?" The boss set his phone down and addressed Qin Yue with these words. Chapter 12. Deliberately playing the pauper, noticing the boss's indifference. Qin Yue felt an undeniable surge of frustration. It was indeed his own fault. He ought to have dressed more stylishly before venturing out today. Perhaps visiting a designer store a day in advance to purchase a fashionable outfit. Had he presented himself as a wealthy heir, the boss might have treated him with more respect. When Qin Yue arrived today, he had not brought much money, as he merely intended to browse and perhaps purchase a few items. Furthermore, he wished to scout for suitable shops, and should he find one, he could manage to set aside some funds as a deposit. However, seeing the boss's contemptuous demeanor irked him, prompting him to remove his backpack and place it before him. He unzipped it and pulled out several stacks of cash, flinging them directly at the boss's face. "Who do you look down upon? Do you think I cannot afford your store? Is it truly necessary for you to mock me in such a manner?" The boss was momentarily taken aback, as he felt the sting of the cash hitting his face. Although it pained him, there was an odd sense of pleasure in being struck by money. At this moment, it was evident not only to the proprietor, but also to the employees within the establishment that the seemingly ordinary couple before them were anything but typical. They were affluent individuals. Observing the currency scattered across the table and floor, the owner and nearby waitstaff promptly bent down to collect the bills, which they rolled up and stacked into several thick bundles atop the table. The proprietor's demeanor had transformed entirely, now adorned with a sycophantic smile as he fixed his gaze on Qin Yue. "My young friend, please do not take offense. What I mentioned earlier was merely jest. Since you have taken an interest in our establishment, let us discuss matters," he suggested, casting a knowing glance at one of the waitstaff. "Quickly, fetch us a few bottles of water." The waiter, initially stunned by Qin Yue's display of wealth, finally grasped the situation upon hearing the proprietor's instructions and hurriedly nodded before sprinting towards the counter to retrieve 2 bottles of beverages. This proprietor was witnessing, for the first time, someone capable of carrying such a substantial amount of cash. While Qin Yue felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight of the money before him, he was acutely aware that this sum merely represented his own reserves. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing this thought, mindful that it might lead the proprietor to underestimate him. He maintained an air of superiority, feigning indifference towards the cash as if it were merely a trifling matter. "I have come here to negotiate business, not to be disrespected. You see, I am not lacking in funds. This amount is but a mere fraction of my wealth. If you believe I am unworthy of your time or that I cannot afford your establishment, then feel free to say so. I shall take my leave with my money," Qin Yue asserted, feigning an intention to withdraw the bills. The proprietor could not allow such a scenario to unfold. The prospect of securing a deal with someone capable of producing such wealth was too tempting to dismiss. "My young friend, let us engage in a proper discussion. Please disregard my earlier remarks. How about we move to the office where we can converse without the noise outside?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yue nodded. Yet he proceeded to gather the money into his bag. The proprietor did not attempt to stop him. After all, they had yet to finalize any agreement. And it was rightfully Qin Yue's money to claim. The mere fact that he was willing to discuss matters further was a significant win for the proprietor. Leading the way, the proprietor walked ahead with Qin Yue following closely. Soon, they arrived at the door of an office, where the proprietor opened the door and both entered, subsequently closing it behind them. "My young friend, what sum are you considering to purchase our establishment?" The proprietor unscrewed the cap of the water bottle and placed it before Qin Yue, gazing silently at him. After a moment, he broke the silence to inquire. However, Qin Yue, upon hearing his words, chose to ignore him momentarily, instead lifting the bottle to take a couple of sips before setting it down and wiping his mouth. Only then did he begin to speak. "What is it that you seek? How much are you planning to sell the store for?" "I did not bring a substantial amount of money today, but if we can negotiate favorably, I can retrieve more later. If not, it matters little. There are plenty of shops on this street awaiting sale." Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, the proprietor felt a twinge of anxiety. He was reluctant to let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. He was acutely aware of the current circumstances, with numerous shops in the vicinity displaying for sale signs. Previously, they had anticipated that the square would attract considerable foot traffic, benefiting their business significantly. However, after its closure, they discovered that things were not unfolding as they had envisioned. "My young friend, there is no need to peruse other establishments. Our shop boasts one of the better locations in the area. Although there are other shops for sale, you are the first to enter ours, which suggests a certain destiny between us." At this moment, the proprietor began to suspect that Qin Yue might not be an ordinary individual, possibly a wealthy heir. It seemed evident that his choice of attire was a deliberate attempt to appear less affluent, a trend among some young heirs seeking new thrills by donning inexpensive clothing while out shopping. "Indeed," Qin Yue replied with a nonchalant tone, maintaining an air of arrogance that suggested he was eager to impress. Chapter 13. How much? I will retrieve it. "My young friend, please, do not jest with me." The proprietor's expression turned somewhat awkward upon hearing Qin Yue's remarks. Qin Yue was well aware of the proprietor's thoughts. The shift in the latter's demeanor was undoubtedly due to the sight of Qin Yue's substantial cash. Had he not brandished such a significant amount, it was likely that the proprietor would have already summoned someone to eject him from the premises. Nevertheless, Qin Yue chose not to dwell on this topic further. He had no desire to expose the proprietor's intentions. After their discussion, the proprietor sensed that Qin Yue's temper had cooled and breathed a sigh of relief. He then rose to his feet, offering to show Qin Yue around the shop for a closer look. His primary objective was to showcase the exceptional quality of the merchandise and to convince Qin Yue of the advantageous nature of purchasing the shop. Thus, the two of them circled the computer mall, and Qin Yue found himself quite satisfied with the layout and scale of the establishment. Should I manage to acquire this place, it would indeed be quite splendid. Qin Yue pondered silently to himself, yet he was acutely aware that with his current financial resources, obtaining this establishment posed a significant challenge. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek assistance. Just as he was lost in thought, he lifted his gaze to the outside and was suddenly greeted by the sight of a familiar figure, Chen Jingyan. Chen Jingyan had a considerable understanding of Qin Yue, particularly as he had recently learned some insights regarding securities from Sun Tianxi, which left him quite astonished. The ability to analyze the trends of securities was not the hallmark of an ordinary individual. Thus, an opportunity to befriend Qin Yue would undoubtedly be a valuable prospect. Upon receiving this information, Chen Jingyan promptly began purchasing securities, leveraging the considerable influence of his family, which maintained a favorable relationship with the Sun family. After careful consideration, they concluded that Qin Yue's assertions were indeed quite reasonable, and with their perceptive acumen, they could sense the tremors within the securities market. He had been contemplating reaching out to Qin Yue for some time, yet he had not anticipated encountering him in this very location today. When Chen Jingyan raised his head and their eyes met, he quickly approached Qin Yue. "Brother Qin, I never expected to run into you here today," he said, exuding warmth as he extended his hand. which Qin Yue readily grasped in return. I came to take a look, hoping to acquire a shop. Qin Yue candidly expressed his intentions regarding the establishment. The owner had previously harbored some skepticism about Qin Yue, but the revelation of his acquaintance with Qin Jingyun transformed that doubt. The apparent familiarity between the two bolstered the owner's belief that Qin Yue was no ordinary individual, but rather someone of considerable success. Qin Jingyun halted, scrutinizing the computer store before him. After a thorough appraisal, he recognized the establishment's merits, affirming Qin Yue's discerning eye. "Are you interested in this shop?" Qin Jingyun inquired as he stepped inside the computer store, with both the owner and Qin Yue following suit. Once inside, the three began to explore the premises together. "Yes, I have been contemplating starting my own business, and I find this shop rather appealing. What do you think of it, Mr. Qin?" Qin Yue asked, prompting Qin Jingyun to smile and readily agree. "Dear brother Qin, I hold your discernment in high regard, and I find this establishment quite commendable. The geographical location is indeed advantageous. Should you acquire this shop, any business venture you undertake here would undoubtedly yield substantial profits." Upon hearing Qin Jingyun's words, the shopkeeper could not suppress a quiet chuckle within, for he believed that Qin Jingyun might be somewhat overestimating the value of this locale. If the location were truly favorable, how could he, having operated a shop here for so long, not have turned a profit? However, the shopkeeper was not a fool. He refrained from voicing his thoughts, understanding that if his opinions were revealed, it might dissuade the two men or lead one of them to deem the shop undesirable, leaving him with an unsellable property. So, he merely plastered a smile on his face and said, "Indeed, our shop is exceptional. The reason I am eager to sell is not due to poor business, but rather because I have pressing matters to attend to out of town, leaving me unable to oversee the shop. Thus I wish to expedite the sale." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Qin Yue smiled knowingly. He was well aware of the shop's true situation, but chose not to dispute the shopkeeper's statement. "Very well. You need not seek other buyers for this establishment. I shall take it. However, I arrived in quite a rush today and do not have sufficient funds on hand. Perhaps I shall return another day." This statement was not truly directed at the shopkeeper, but rather intended for Qin Jingyun, who stood nearby. At this juncture, Qin Yue lifted his gaze, casting a casual glance at Qin Jingyun, and smiled. Qin Jingyun, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that befriending someone like Qin Yue would undoubtedly be advantageous for his future endeavors in business or finance. "Dear brother, what are you saying? Today, by chance, we meet. How could I allow you to leave empty-handed? Furthermore, with such a prime location, if you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find a comparable place again." As he spoke, he patted Qin Jingyun on the shoulder and turned back to the shopkeeper, continuing, "There is no need to wait for another day. Today, this shop belongs to this young brother. As for the price, I shall cover it." Upon hearing that Qin Jingyun intended to pay for Qin Yue, the shopkeeper's heart soared with joy, for he knew that Qin Jingyun was a man of considerable wealth. Moreover, his shop had been on the market for over 6 months, and he was finally able to rid himself of this burdensome property, an excitement that was difficult to articulate. "Shall we prepare the contract now? Let us finalize this matter today." The shopkeeper's face flushed slightly as he spoke to his relative and Qin Jingyun, both of whom nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the boss directly accompanied 2 individuals to draft a contract, subsequently leading them to sign it and attend to necessary matters. Given that their shop's documentation was impeccably complete and the funds were readily available, the process unfolded with remarkable swiftness, culminating in its timely completion. However, during the formulation of the contract, Qin Jingyun engaged in a discussion regarding certain terms with Qin Yue. "Brother Qin, I have covered the expenses for this shop. Yet I would like to discuss a matter with you, if you are amenable," Qin Jingyun remarked, maintaining a pleasant demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yue nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Qin, please feel free to express any request you may have." Qin Yue was acutely aware that Qin Jingyun's assistance stemmed from the understanding that helping him would yield mutual benefits. She would not extend her aid without reason. Furthermore, the investment required to acquire such a shop was not insignificant. "Here is my proposition. I recognize your capabilities, dear brother, and I propose that we collaborate in managing this shop together. I suggest an equal division of shares, with each of us holding 50%. However, the contract will bear your name. What are your thoughts on this?" As Qin Jingyun articulated her proposal, she gazed at Qin Yue with a hint of apprehension, fearing a possible rejection. Yet, she believed the likelihood of such an outcome was minimal. She considered her proposal reasonable, given that she had invested all the capital to secure the shop. After all, It was only fair that she received a substantial share, if not 50, then at least 80 or 90%. Qin Yue, being astute, immediately nodded in agreement upon hearing her suggestion. That is only fitting. After all, you are the one who financed this venture. Securing 50% of the contract is entirely justified. Should any issues arise in the future, I will certainly rely on your support, Brother Chun, as this is my first experience in managing a shop. Having a solid ally was undoubtedly preferable to navigating this endeavor alone. The Qin family was well established, and with Qin Jingyun's years of entrepreneurial experience, albeit primarily in the antique market, she possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding business operations. Though she had not ventured into the realm of computers, this was of little consequence. Her experience in running a shop undoubtedly surpassed Qin Yue's. Upon receiving Qin Yue's affirmative response, Qin Jingyun exhaled in relief. The shop would officially bear Qin Yue's name, while Qin Jingyun would assume the role of the second owner. Despite the current perception of the computer industry as rather mediocre and lacking in fervor, Qin Jingyun, with her extensive commercial acumen, was confident that it would not be long before this sector experienced a resurgence. At that time, it would be challenging not to profit. Undoubtedly, the computer industry will soon flourish, and when it does, we shall reap significant rewards, Qin Jingyun stated with unwavering conviction as she regarded Qin Yue. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yue felt a surge of astonishment within. Music possesses an uncanny ability to foresee the future, a phenomenon attributed to its rebirth, allowing it to anticipate events yet to transpire. Little did he know that Qin Jingyun's intuition would prove remarkably accurate. After acquiring the computer city, Qin Yue found himself financially depleted, even teetering on the brink of debt. In such dire circumstances, his immediate objective was to devise a means of generating revenue. For only through earning could he repay his obligations. Qin Yue recognized that to retain talent, innovation was imperative. Thus, he resolved to embark on the development of computer games. His ambition was to create engaging gaming experiences, whether to sell the rights or to retain them, enticing players to visit his computer city for immersive enjoyment. This marked a significant initial step in his sales endeavor. Through his relentless efforts, Qin Yue attracted a cadre of programming experts. Under his guidance and expectations, these individuals swiftly began operations. Boss, one of his colleagues remarked, while your proposed games are enticing, the current state of our computers poses considerable challenges. That evening, after achieving modest success in game development, Qin Yue treated his team to a late-night meal. During dinner, a colleague expressed a sentiment that resonated with Qin Yue. The prevalent low computer configurations were a common issue. No worries, our gradual progress will surely yield better results, he reassured, raising his glass to toast with his colleagues, envisioning a promising future. Following their night out, the morale among his team soared. They made notable advancements in game development, albeit the creations were primarily simple single-player games. Nonetheless, these games were scarce in the market, with their computer city being the sole establishment in the vicinity to showcase such innovations. Once the team completed these mini-games, they promptly announced their new creations across various platforms, resulting in an influx of players eager to experience the games. As more gamers visited, they not only increased foot traffic to the store, but also contributed to revenue through membership purchases and in-game transactions, generating additional profits. However, Qin Yue was acutely aware that relying solely on these single-player games for sustained industry growth would be precarious, knowing that they would soon be eclipsed by emerging alternatives. Chapter 15. Talent. As for Qin Jingyun, he exhibited little interest in this matter. Once he resolved the issues at hand, he promptly departed from the location and returned to his antique shop. Qin Yue was acutely aware that the employees working in the computer city were engaged in rather simplistic tasks. Consequently, he began to reach out to more skilled programmers, aspiring to recruit exceptional developers. Each time he pondered these matters, a sense of frustration engulfed him, as they proved exceedingly challenging to navigate. His current financial situation was precarious. Hiring outstanding programming talent would undoubtedly require substantial funds, which he simply did not possess. What on earth are you doing? Did you not hear me? I told you this item is mine. How dare you attempt to seize my belongings? At that moment, a group of players seated at the rear of the computer city witnessed a particularly brash individual with bleached hair spring to his feet, vehemently pointing at another player and unleashing a torrent of abuse. The other player, unfazed by the yellow-haired provocateur's remarks, rose defiantly in response. Who do you think you are? Just because you tell me not to take it, does that mean I won't? I saw the item first. Why should I relinquish it to you? If you lack the skill to acquire it yourself, is that my fault? If you can't handle the game, perhaps you shouldn't play at all. Now, kindly remove yourself. This player appeared quite youthful, likely in his teens, filled with the fervor of youth. Naturally, he could not tolerate such insults and was compelled to retaliate. Before long, chaos ensued. The yellow-haired player had not come alone. He was accompanied by a throng of followers. He had heard about games available in the computer city that could not be played elsewhere, prompting him to bring his entourage for a new experience. However, he was taken aback when confronted by someone audacious enough to challenge him and attempt to take his equipment. Similarly, the student-like player was not alone. Several classmates accompanied him. Witnessing their friend being bullied, they instinctively rose to his defense. In a short span of time, the two factions clashed. Though Qin Yue had no desire to involve himself in such trivial disputes, he found it unavoidable as the proprietor of the computer city. He could not merely stand by and watch the discord unfold in his establishment, potentially leading to the destruction of his property. Reluctantly, he stood up and made his way toward the back of the computer city, where players turned their heads to witness the unfolding spectacle. After reaching the back row, Qin Yue positioned himself in the center, determined to mediate the situation. He hoped to reconcile the parties involved, urging them not to escalate a trivial matter into chaos. Come on, my young friends, show me a little respect and refrain from causing a ruckus here. After all, my computer store has just opened, and such disturbances would be detrimental to my business. Qin Yue was unwilling to let their discord adversely affect his newly established shop. Initially, he had not paid much attention to the identities of the two groups. However, upon closer inspection, the figure with the yellow hair began to look familiar. Eventually, he recognized him as one of He Ye's underlings. The other group consisted of students. Who do you think you are to tell us to stop? Just because you opened a computer store doesn't make you important. Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to smash your place into pieces? The yellow-haired individual threatened brazenly. I advise you to clear out of here quickly, or else you shall not escape my wrath, he warned, his tone menacing. As he uttered these words, the employees in the shop began to gather, brandishing tools, for they abhorred the prospect of violence within their establishment. The computer store was equipped with steel pipes and similar items, prepared for any eventuality. Witnessing the employees approach with their makeshift weapons, the yellow-haired man felt a surge of fear. Moreover, their numbers were limited compared to Qin Yue's staff, who were bolstered by several students from the school. You have some nerve. Do you know who I serve? My boss is He Ye. The yellow-haired thug ruffled his hair defiantly at Qin Yue, who appeared somewhat familiar to him, though he could not place where he had seen him before. Previously, Qin Yue's attire had been exceedingly ordinary, but now he had refined his appearance considerably, sporting a stylish haircut that made him appear more spirited. In that moment, the yellow-haired man failed to recognize him. I don't care who you are, He Ye or otherwise. You better leave at once, or I shall show you my true power. The yellow-haired thug was taken aback by Qin Yue's boldness, rising in anger to glare at him. Just wait, he exclaimed, before retreating with his lackeys in a hasty manner. My apologies for the trouble, boss, and thank you for helping us out of this predicament, one of the employees said sheepishly. Hearing their words, Qin Yue smiled and waved them off, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Just then, he noticed that the young people had a string of code displayed on their computer screens. Upon witnessing the array of code displayed before him, Qin Yue's heart began to race with fervor, for he found himself in dire need of individuals proficient in programming. The young man, noticing Qin Yue's unwavering gaze fixed upon the computer, felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Qin Yue might accuse him of recklessly tampering with their system. Many of his friends and family harbored a strong aversion to his passion for computers, dismissing such pursuits as frivolous and even harmful. Some relatives went so far as to declare that computers were detrimental to society. Chapter 16. I promise you at that moment, Qin Yue seemed to have disregarded everything around him, his eyes intensely focused on the computer screen. The employees nearby, perplexed by their boss's demeanor, also turned their attention to the screen, where lines of code flickered, yet they remained oblivious to its significance. Observing Qin Yue's rapt attention, the young man's complexion paled slightly, perhaps out of embarrassment. After all, the computer center had explicit regulations against downloading anything beyond the games installed on the machines. Given the rudimentary state of computers at that time, excessive downloads could lead to malfunctions, and the failure of a single computer could potentially disrupt the entire center's network, resulting in sluggish internet speeds. Apologies, boss, I'll just delete this code. It won't affect the internet speed here. he remarked as he reached for the memory code he had hastily typed. Seeing this, Qin Yue swiftly intervened, grasping the young man's hand to prevent him from erasing the code, leaving the young man bewildered, unsure of Qin Yue's intentions. Do you have experience in this field? Qin Yue inquired with curiosity, sensing that the young man possessed some knowledge in this area, possibly as a student of programming. The young man's response astonished him even more. No, I merely find these things entertaining and enjoy playing around with them. The mere fact that he could produce such sophisticated code suggested that he was no ordinary individual. He must be exceptionally skilled. If he could create such code casually, what might he achieve with focused effort? May I inquire your name? Qin Yue asked, intrigued by the young man before him, wondering if he had heard of him in the future. Perceiving no malice in Qin Yue's demeanor and sensing no anger over his code tinkering, the young man quickly introduced himself. My name is Shen Yan. The mere mention of the name Shen Yan left Qin Yue utterly astonished. Shen Yan was indeed Shen Yan. Qin Yue scrutinized the individual before him from head to toe, taking considerable time to process this revelation. This Shen Yan was no ordinary person. He was, in fact, an exceptional talent, a master hacker of the highest caliber. His journey as a doctor had been fraught with challenges, and due to certain extraordinary circumstances, he had infiltrated the military systems of Country Z. This misstep led to a significant international incident, resulting in his arrest by global law enforcement. At that time, Shen Yan's health had already deteriorated significantly. He was paralyzed, with only 2 fingers capable of movement. Yet, those 2 fingers were sufficient to accomplish tasks beyond the abilities of an average individual, showcasing his remarkable prowess. As Qin Yue continued to gaze at Shen Yan, his excitement grew, as if he were glimpsing his own future. Shen, my young friend, may I inquire about your thoughts on the future of computers? He asked, observing Shen Yan, who, though still quite youthful, felt a touch of bashfulness under the scrutiny of the onlookers. I believe the prospects in the field of computers are exceedingly bright, Shen Yan replied, his head slightly bowed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yue felt even more reassured. It was evident that Shen Yan harbored a genuine interest in this domain. Noticing the surrounding employees who had gathered to observe, he waved his hand and addressed them. Could you please refrain from loitering and return to your duties? If you linger here, I might just have to deduct your wages. The employees, upon hearing the mention of wage deductions, promptly dispersed, well aware that their employer was merely jesting and would not actually penalize them. Qin Yue, having emerged from humble beginnings, treated his employees with utmost kindness, never resorting to wage deductions over trivial matters. They understood that the boss wished to engage in a serious conversation with the young man before him, concerned that their presence might impose undue pressure on Shen Yan. Once the employees had vacated the area, Qin Yue invited Shen Yan to sit down, placing 2 bottles of water before them as they began their discussion. Since you are interested in this field, have you considered pursuing a career in it? If you are willing, you could join us here at our computer center, Qin Yue proposed. At this suggestion, Shen Yan's heart swelled with delight. He was indeed passionate about this field, and the prospect of transforming his hobby into a profession greatly appealed to him. However, soon his expression regained composure, for he was aware that his family intended for him to continue his education, particularly in technical fields. This was merely a hobby, not a vocation. He still needed to acquire some skills to sustain himself. Upon hearing this, Qin Yue remained unperturbed, recognizing that such job opportunities were scarce. Nevertheless, he made a promise to Shen Yan. If you are willing to stay, I can provide you with room and board, and I will pay you a monthly salary of 200 yuan. You might want to consider it. This salary is certainly competitive with what those pursuing technical skills earn elsewhere. It is worth noting that 200 yuan was already considered a substantial salary in that era. Shen Yan's family was not well off. Both of his parents were in poor health, suffering from serious ailments. They relied on Shen Yan's meager earnings from odd jobs to cover their medical expenses. Besides his parents, he also had younger siblings still attending school, making this financial assistance all the more critical. All right, I agree to your offer. Chapter 17. I shall not be polite meanwhile. Zhao Feiyan had also been facing difficulties in recent days, knowing that Qin Yue had exhausted the family's finances due to business matters, leaving them in a precarious situation. If this continued, they would soon find themselves in dire straits. Considering these circumstances, he resolved to extend a helping hand to Qin Yue, aiming to assist him in overcoming this immediate challenge. The most valuable possession he had at present was his bracelet. After much deliberation, he decided to sell the bracelet to aid Qin Yue. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Yue was at work, He discreetly slipped out and made his way to the largest jewelry store in the city. Upon entering this prominent establishment, Zhao Feiyan was warmly greeted by the staff. "Miss, how may I assist you?" The attendant, noticing Zhao Feiyan's striking beauty, assumed she was there to purchase jewelry, which might earn them a commission. To her surprise, Zhao Feiyan shook her head and inquired directly about the owner. "Where is your boss? I have matters to discuss with him." Had anyone else uttered such a request, they would likely have been dismissed, but Zhao Feiyan was different. Despite her seemingly ordinary attire, her beauty and poise commanded respect, preventing the attendant from underestimating her. "Please hold on. I will fetch our owner," the attendant replied hurriedly, dashing into the back. Shortly after, a man, the store owner, approached Zhao Feiyan. "I hear you wish to speak with me. What is the matter?" The proprietor cast a glance at Zhao Feiyan, his expression filled with perplexity, for he was unfamiliar with the woman before him and was uncertain as to her purpose in seeking him. "Pray, take a look at this bracelet of mine. Do you accept such items in your establishment?" Zhao Feiyan inquired, as she deftly removed the bracelet adorning her wrist and placed it upon the nearby counter. Observing her action, the owner picked it up, scrutinizing the piece intently, turning it over in his hands, and gradually, his eyes began to gleam with recognition. This was no ordinary bracelet. It was a splendid jade piece, and should he manage to acquire it, whether for personal collection or for resale, it would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. "Indeed, the quality of this bracelet is commendable. We may engage in negotiations," he remarked. At that moment, two individuals entered from outside, a man and a woman. The man, quite portly and of modest stature, bore an appearance characterized by a round face and prominent ears. Beside him was a woman, exuding an air of sycophancy, her form nearly enveloped by the man's presence. This woman was none other than Qin Yue, and her companion was the coal yard owner, a wealthy suitor she had recently acquired. Qin Yue had already perused several nearby jewelry stores, yet had found nothing to her liking. The coal magnate, surnamed Liu, was the quintessential nouveau riche, and Qin Yue was his newly acquired mistress. "Go ahead, take a look and choose whatever pleases you. Do not hesitate on my account," Liu urged her. Upon hearing his encouragement, Qin Yue's spirits soared, and she promptly made her way to the counter, indulging in a free-spirited selection of jewelry. However, after a thorough examination, she began to feel a twinge of disappointment, as nothing particularly captivated her. At that moment, she happened to glance sideways and noticed Zhao Feiyan engaged in a discussion with the jewelry store owner regarding the price of the bracelet. Instantly, Qin Yue's attention was drawn to the bracelet, and she turned to embrace Liu's arm. Liu, having already taken note of Zhao Feiyan's striking beauty, indeed, she surpassed even his own young mistress, was captivated. "Liu Gu, that bracelet is simply exquisite. Could you possibly purchase it for me? I am utterly enamored with it," Qin Yue exclaimed, gently swaying her body as she pointed toward the bracelet that Zhao Feiyan was negotiating over. Liu, who had long been intrigued by Zhao Feiyan's charm, was more than willing to oblige. Thus, they approached Zhao Feiyan and the jewelry store owner, and upon reaching them, Liu fixed his gaze upon Zhao Feiyan, lightly brushing against her hand as he inquired, "My dear, is that bracelet for sale? It would indeed be quite a pity to sell this. Just look at how beautiful you are. Wearing this bracelet would enhance your allure immensely. Are you in need of money? If you are, feel free to confide in me. I may be able to assist you." Zhao Feiyan cast a glance at this boss Liu and instantly perceived that he was not a man of good character. When he touched her lightly, she instinctively recoiled, her face displaying unmistakable disdain. "I'm sorry, but this bracelet is for sale." With that statement, she chose to ignore boss Liu, unwilling to provoke him. After all, in recent times, troubles involving Qin Yue had been plentiful, and she did not wish to add to his burdens. Seeing her merely take a couple of steps back without uttering a word only fueled boss Liu's excitement. "This bracelet looks stunning on your wrist. Your hands are so fair." He seized the opportunity once more, attempting to touch Zhao Feiyan. She could only retreat further. Yet boss Liu grew increasingly brazen, directly seizing her hand. This boldness pushed Zhao Feiyan to her limits. "What are you doing? Let go of me at once. If you don't release me, I shall not hold back," she exclaimed, glaring at him in fury. "Is that so? What do you intend to do if you're not holding back?" Boss Liu retorted. No sooner had his words left his mouth than Zhao Feiyan raised her palm and delivered a resounding slap across his face. With a loud crack, the attention of all nearby was drawn to the scene, and whispers erupted among the onlookers. "That young lady is incredibly bold. How dare she strike Boss Lu? His family wields considerable power. She is likely in for a rough time. Yet, one cannot blame her. Boss Lu was indeed inappropriate. Not just her. Even anyone else would have found it intolerable, the bystanders murmured, secretly cheering for Zhao Feiyan. Most of the onlookers were familiar with Boss Lu, who frequently visited the jewelry store with his mistresses to purchase extravagant items. Each visit showcased his lavish spending, thus earning him notoriety among the patrons. At that moment, Boss Lu's face shifted through shades of red and blue, for he had never before endured such humiliation. It was, indeed, the first time in his life he had been slapped, and notably by a woman, a stranger, no less, in front of a crowd. If word of this spread, how could he ever maintain his reputation? The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and he raised his hand, intending to retaliate against Zhao Feiyan. Upon witnessing this, she shut her eyes in fear. Zhao Feiyan's body trembled slightly, perhaps due to overwhelming fear. When that slap had just descended, her heart tightened, sensing the formidable nature of the person before her. Yet, there was no turning back once the arrow was loosed. To her surprise, she did not feel the sting of the slap. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Boss Lu's hand still suspended in midair. However, his hand was firmly grasped by Qin Yue, rendering him incapable of striking her again. The appearance of Qin Yue before her filled Zhao Feiyan with a flicker of joy, quickly followed by a wave of worry, fearing that Boss Lu might retaliate against Qin Yue because of her. Boss Lu, unfamiliar with Qin Yue, initially assumed the latter had intervened to play the role of a gallant hero, and thus he mockingly retorted, "I say, young man, perhaps you should engage your brain before acting. Do not offend those you ought not to while attempting to rescue a damsel in distress." Upon seeing Qin Yue, Yang Yu felt a surge of anger rise within her. She still remembered how her job had been jeopardized due to him. To her astonishment, she found him here today, his attire unchanged, still exuding an air of poverty that she found contemptible. Yang Yu leaned closer to Boss Lu, whispering some words into his ear, undoubtedly casting aspersions on Qin Yue, hoping to gain his support in punishing him. Zhao Feiyan, standing aside, observed their exchange with concern. She instinctively hid behind Qin Yue and gently tugged at his sleeve, murmuring, "Perhaps we should just leave. I haven't suffered any loss, and it's best not to provoke him. He clearly seems troublesome, and I wouldn't want you to encounter any trouble." Qin Yue lowered his gaze, glancing at a photograph on the wall, and smiled softly, responding, "There is no need for concern. Everything will be fine." Although Zhao Feiyan still felt a tinge of worry, she found herself somewhat reassured by his words. "Please, ladies and gentlemen, let us not quarrel," the owner of the Pearl Baby Shop interjected, sensing the escalating tension between the two parties. "In our establishment, we recently acquired a century-old pearl, and we are preparing to open the shell. I wonder if Boss Lu might be interested?" The shopkeeper, noticing the atmosphere was growing increasingly volatile, feared that if the situation continued to escalate, it would inevitably lead to a physical confrontation detrimental to their shop's reputation. Hastily, he stepped in to break the charged silence, and upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Boss Lu's previous ire diminished considerably. Casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yue, he remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be quite formidable? If you truly possess remarkable abilities, why don't we engage in a wager?" Qin Yue, hearing his words, broke into a smile and inquired, "What sort of bet are you proposing?" At this moment, Boss Lu, having lost his nerve to act against Zhao Feiyan, finally released the grip he had maintained on Qin Yue's arm. Once freed, Boss Lu swiftly shook his arm, experiencing a twinge of soreness. He glanced at Qin Yue and boldly declared, "Do you dare to wager with me whether the pearl from this clam will yield an odd or an even number?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yue promptly nodded. "What is there to fear? Let us wager, it is no great matter." Boss Lu, amused by Qin Yue's bravado, erupted into laughter, realizing that he would not so easily let Qin Yue off the hook. "Let us bet on whether the old clam contains an odd or even number of pearls. The one who guesses incorrectly must purchase the clam, while the victor may keep the treasures within. How does that sound? Do you dare to accept my challenge?" Boss Lu, well aware that his family possessed ample wealth, was indifferent to the outcome. Whether he won or lost mattered little, as his primary goal was to unsettle Qin Yue. In contrast, Qin Yue's humble appearance suggested that a loss for him could lead to ruin. Such a defeat would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Zhao Feiyan, understanding Boss Lu's intentions, gently tugged at Qin Yue's sleeve, hoping to dissuade him from accepting the challenge. However, Qin Yue merely smiled at Zhao Feiyan and, fixing his serious gaze on Boss Lu, replied, "Of course, I accept. However, I have an additional stipulation. The losing party must kneel and bow to the winner, calling them grandfather." Boss Lu nodded in agreement, accepting the terms. Chapter 19. Overestimating one's abilities. 3 days later, Qin Yue and Zhao Feiyan arrived early at the jewelry store, where Boss Lu and Yang Yu had also made their timely appearance. This day marked the long-anticipated date of their wager. The four gathered at the clam opening venue. Yang Yu appeared quite smug, reveling in the notion that Qin Yue's decision to bet with Boss Lu was largely due to her influence. She had taken great care in her appearance, donning her most extravagant gown and meticulously applying her makeup, having risen early that morning to prepare herself. Upon spotting Qin Yue, Yang Yu deliberately approached him, lightly brushing against him as she nonchalantly remarked, "Qin Yue, did you come to bet because of me? If you admit it, should you win against Boss Lu, I will accompany you as your girlfriend. What do you think?" Observing Yang Yu's self-assured demeanor, Qin Yue felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly prompting him to retch. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyan, upon hearing Yang Yu's words, experienced a profound discomfort in her heart. Although Zhao Feiyan refrained from voicing her thoughts, she could not deny the unsettling feelings within her. Despite Yang Yu's questionable character, her beauty was undeniable. Little did they know that Qin Yue, having caught Yang Yu's remark, cast her a sidelong glance, then seized Zhao Feiyan's hand before the onlookers and cleared his throat to speak. "Ahem, may I suggest you abandon your delusions? With your current state, you might as well dream on about me. Your best bet is to stick with Boss Lu and make the most of whatever time you have left with him. Perhaps you could earn a bit more to ensure your later years are more comfortable. He is my wife, and you are nothing." This proclamation from Qin Yue transformed Yang Yu's expression into one of palpable distress. Earlier, Zhao Feiyan had harbored a sense of envy towards Yang Yu. Captivated by her stunning appearance, enhanced by meticulous makeup and luxurious attire, she was undeniably the most radiant woman at the venue that day, a dazzling presence amidst the crowd. Though Zhao Feiyan was also beautiful, she had not taken the time to adorn herself, her mind clouded with worries. However, upon hearing Qin Yue declare her as his wife in front of so many, a surge of exhilaration coursed through her, dissipating her previous envy towards Yang Yu. The atmosphere was lively, as that day marked the much-anticipated opening of the clam event, drawing a considerable crowd, including some affluent individuals. The event's organizer had invested significant effort into promoting the occasion, advertising the clam opening ceremony for months in advance, resulting in a substantial turnout. As discussions swirled about who would prevail in the wager between the two individuals, two men, seemingly affluent businessmen, stood nearby, observing the four participants with keen interest. Each held a glass of red wine, sipping leisurely while engaging in conversation, clearly there to witness the unfolding drama. "I believe Boss Lu has a greater chance of winning. Considering his frequent dealings in jewelry, his knowledge of the subject undoubtedly surpasses that of the less fortunate contender," one remarked. Initially curious about who had dared to challenge Boss Lu, they had expected a rival of comparable status. To their surprise, upon arrival, they encountered Qin Yue, whose attire revealed a distinct lack of luxury, suggesting he had never before indulged in the world of fine jewelry. As Qin Yue observed the woman accompanying him, dressed similarly in attire that likely originated from a street vendor, he felt increasingly convinced that this Boss Lu would surely prevail. The young man seemed to be exceptionally unfortunate. Why must he engage in a wager with Boss Lu of all people? It was evident that he was destined to suffer a significant defeat. Nearby, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, conversed with a woman of similar age regarding the ongoing situation. Upon hearing his words, the woman gently shook her head in disapproval. After arriving at this location, she had noticed Qin Yue. Although he appeared quite youthful, there was an unusual calmness and composure etched upon his face, traits not typically associated with someone of his age. This prompted the middle-aged woman to suspect that Qin Yue was not an ordinary individual. He must possess considerable skill, otherwise, how could he dare to participate in such a gamble? It was uncertain who would ultimately emerge victorious. After all, as the saying goes, one should not judge a book by its cover. Hence, she believed that this young man had a fair chance of triumphing over Boss Lu. The crowd around them occasionally engaged in hushed conversations, reminiscing about the previous yield of the old clam. "Mr. Qin, do not accuse me of bullying you. I shall let you choose first. Will you select odd or even?" Boss Lu feigned a generous demeanor, offering Qin Yue the opportunity to make the initial choice. Upon hearing this, Qin Yue merely shook his head, There is no need for you to consider me a victim. Choose for yourself. Whether I select odd or even seems of little consequence to you. Please do not claim later that I tricked you into losing because you allowed me to go first. You may choose. Upon hearing Qin Yue's response, Boss Lu was delighted. His earlier statement had been motivated solely by the large crowd. As he sought to maintain his own dignity. I choose odd, what about you? At this moment, the spectators held their breath, anticipating Qin Yue's decision. Convinced he would opt for even, given that Boss Lu had already chosen odd. I shall not choose either odd or even. I wager that there is nothing within. Soon, the two had placed their bets, and Boss Lu regarded Qin Yue with a bemused expression, secretly finding amusement in what he perceived as the young man's overconfidence. Chapter 20. Qin Yue's grandfather Qin Yue, however, paid no heed to the arrogant demeanor of Boss Lu. At that moment, the clam began to slowly open, and the onlookers appeared even more tense than the two participants, all eyes fixed in anticipation of the outcome. The moment of truth was imminent. Victory or defeat would soon be revealed. Meanwhile, Boss Lu continuously chanted, odd, odd, it must be odd, as if his incantation could somehow sway the result in his favor. Qin Yue stood confidently, embodying a serene assurance amidst the mounting tension. As he had already resolved in his heart, it was certain that there were no pearls within. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the oyster was finally opened, and the staff began to examine its contents. After a thorough inspection, they confirmed that, indeed, it was as Qin Yue had asserted, there was nothing inside. The absence of any treasure was unexpected. It appeared that this young man had spoken the truth after all. When Boss Lu witnessed this scene, although he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he nevertheless attempted to reassure himself. After all, this was merely the first oyster opened, and there were still many more to come. He refused to believe that he would be bested by Qin Yue. As the second oyster was opened, the crowd discovered it was equally barren, devoid of any pearls. At this moment, anxiety began to creep into Boss Lu's heart. Was it possible that he was destined to lose this wager? Losing money was inconsequential, but to be outdone by Qin Yue would be a blow to his pride. Meanwhile, Qin Yue appeared to be in a state of shock, displaying no signs of distress, while Zhao Feiyan felt a profound tension within her. She tugged at Qin Yue's sleeve, fearing that something unexpected might occur. On the other side, Yang Yu wore a grim expression, inwardly cursing Qin Yue. Just wait, she thought, before long. You will be the one to lose, and then you will kneel before me and call me grandma. Yang Yu, though not particularly knowledgeable in this domain, was convinced that Boss Lu possessed far more experience than Qin Yue, and thus, she trusted his judgment. At that moment, she even envisioned the scenario where Qin Yue would be on the ground, addressing her as grandma. This thought thrilled her, sending waves of excitement through her heart. The oysters continued to be opened with great care, ensuring that none were harmed, as the process required meticulous handling. Time passed slowly, and as the minutes ticked by, it became increasingly evident that none of the opened oysters contained a single pearl. Among the onlookers, some began to express their frustration aloud. This can't be real. After all this time, we've only encountered such worthless shells? I thought this jewelry store was renowned for its treasures, yet all we find are empty oysters. It's laughable. I've never seen anything so ridiculous before. Who would have thought this store could fail so spectacularly? The spectators were amused, though some were irked. For many had come hoping to seize an opportunity to purchase high-quality pearls. Instead, they were left disappointed, having gained nothing beyond mere entertainment from the spectacle. What a farce this was! What is the purpose of bringing forth such nonsense? Are you in collusion with Qin Yue? Boss Lu was already seething with rage. But upon uttering these words, the people around him immediately began to nod in acknowledgement, for they all knew the nature of the jewelry store owner. He would never stoop to cheating. Observing the reactions of those around him, Boss Lu bowed his head, fully aware that the likelihood of the owner engaging in deceit was exceedingly slim. Moreover, the pearls had yet to be opened, leaving no one privy to their true nature. Regardless, he remained obstinate, convinced that foul play was afoot. Following this declaration, he resorted to playing tricks right before the crowd, seeking an opportunity to stealthily slip away and evade the impending consequences. To kneel before Qin Yue, apologizing and calling him grandfather, was simply unbearable. Qin Yue was no fool. Noticing Boss Lu's intent to flee, he swiftly approached and seized him by the collar, yanking him back. The grip on Lu's collar caused his face to flush crimson from the lack of breath. The crowd, already irked by the failure to uncover any pearls during the opening, felt a sense of frustration, and their sole interest now lay in witnessing the unfolding drama. Should the central figure attempt to escape, they would leave empty-handed, deprived of both the pearls and the spectacle, which would be a disservice to them all. What's the matter, Boss Lu? Surely, you don't intend to play tricks now, in front of so many witnesses? After all, you are a businessman. It is unbecoming to be so untrustworthy. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers. Indeed, Boss Lu, you cannot be so faithless. If you continue down this path, no one will dare to engage in business with you in the future. Realizing the futility of his escape, as the throng had effectively barred his exit, Boss Lu had no choice but to concede. Grandfather Qin Yue, he muttered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, both Qin Yue and the surrounding crowd heard his words. Qin Yue's heart swelled with exhilaration as Boss Lu turned to exit the premises. Lu Ge, wait for me. Yang Yu, witnessing Boss Lu storming out in anger, ceased her previous concerns and began calling out loudly behind him. However, Lu did not cast a glance back in her direction. Chapter 21. The confrontation. Seeing that Lu paid her no heed as he pressed forward, Yang Yu was unconcerned with anything else and promptly broke into a run to pursue him. As she passed by Qin Yue and Zhao Feiyan, she cast a venomous glance at the two, as if she wished to devour them whole. Upon noticing this, Qin Yue merely shot her a defiant look in return. Zhao Feiyan, however, chose to ignore him, her heart heavy with guilt, fearing that Qin Yue might soon direct his ire towards her. After all, she had ventured out alone to sell the bracelet without consulting him, and now, having failed to sell it, she found herself entangled in unnecessary troubles. Qin Yue withdrew his gaze, fixing his sharp eyes upon Zhao Feiyan, who dared not meet his stare, and lowered her head in submission. I am sorry, Qin Yue. It was my fault for sneaking out. Had I not come here, I would not have stirred up so much trouble. Observing Zhao Feiyan's demeanor, Qin Yue felt a surge of compassion. How could he possibly resent her for the trouble she brought? His concern lay solely in the fact that she might suffer harm in his absence. Am I to blame you for your troubles? Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Zhao Feiyan bit her lip, refraining from further speech, only to hear him continue. Feiyan, how many times must I remind you that family matters need not burden you? Furthermore, that bracelet holds significant meaning. If you were to sell it, how could I face you afterward? Must I endure this guilt indefinitely? Previously, Zhao Feiyan had not contemplated such convoluted thoughts. She merely wished to assist Qin Yue, unaware of the implications of his words. I was wrong. I realize now that I should not have acted this way. I promise not to do so again. It's just that I noticed our family's situation worsening. And with you urgently needing funds for your business, I thought to sell the bracelet. As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly faint, as if she dared not continue, nor look into Qin Yue's eyes. Faced with Zhao Feiyan's innocent expression, Qin Yue helplessly shook his head. He raised his hand and gently ruffled her hair. From now on, remember not to entertain thoughts of selling that bracelet again. Zhao Feiyan nodded softly in response, understanding that her actions were motivated by concern for him. Yet, a twinge of guilt lingered in Qin Yue's heart, prompting him to embrace her tightly, drawing the attention of those around them. Whispers and pointed fingers directed towards them made Zhao Feiyan blush, and she lightly pounded on Qin Yue's chest in protest. Initially, she attempted to extricate herself from his embrace, but Qin Yue held her firmly. How could a delicate woman like her hope to escape his grasp? Eventually, she resigned herself to the embrace, surrendering to the warmth of the moment. Ignoring the individuals surrounding them, Zhao Feiyan and Qin Yue exchanged glances before promptly exiting the jewelry store. Meanwhile, Mr. Lu, having experienced a setback at Qin Yue's hands earlier that day, was far from inclined to let the matter rest. Upon leaving the store, he did not depart immediately, but instead made a phone call to summon a group of his underlings. Presently, they were seated in their vehicle, observing the jewelry store intently. Once they spotted Qin Yue and Zhao Feiyan emerging, Mr. Lu commanded his two subordinates, follow these two discreetly and ascertain their destination. Be sharp and do not lose track of them, nor allow them to discover your presence. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Upon hearing their boss's orders, the two subordinates hastily nodded in agreement. Rest assured, boss, we will diligently follow them. After uttering this assurance, they swiftly opened the car doors and leaped out, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as they approached Qin Yue and his companion. Mr. Lu, observing his subordinates depart, fixed his gaze upon Qin Yue's retreating figure. His teeth clenched in frustration. He had never before endured such humiliation, and his fists tightened with resolve. His thoughts were consumed with the desire to discover where the two were residing, intending to settle the score at a later time. At that moment, Yang Yu also climbed into the vehicle, her boldness undeterred. Although Mr. Liu remained silent upon her entry, a simmering anger lingered within him. Had it not been for Yang Yu's attraction to that bracelet, he would not have found himself in such a disgraceful predicament. Nevertheless, with the situation having escalated to this point, blaming Yang Yu would prove futile, jeopardizing his relationship with her. Thus, Mr. Liu chose to suppress his anger. Conversely, Yang Yu's irritation intensified. Her resentment was not solely directed at Qin Yue, but also towards Mr. Liu. The audacity of him ignoring her call in front of so many witnesses clearly indicated her insignificance to him, leaving her feeling slighted. However, she dared not openly express her dissatisfaction with Mr. Liu, for he was, in many respects, her benefactor. Offending him could lead to a dismal existence. "Brother Liu," she proposed, "that Qin Yue is utterly detestable. We must find an opportunity to exact revenge. His wife seems to be his most cherished possession. Targeting her would be the most effective course of action." Mr. Liu, intrigued by Yang Yu's suggestion, responded eagerly, "Pray tell, how do you propose we proceed?" Upon observing Boss Liu attentively considering his suggestions, he hastily commenced articulating his own ideas. "I remarked that if we were to discuss charm and wealth, then Qin Yue would not even be worthy of polishing Liu's shoes. I suggested that he ought to seize Qin's wife to truly satiate his grievances." Chapter 22. Unfamiliar names. Boss Liu had long been captivated by Zhao Feiyan. The moment he first laid eyes upon her, his heart began to race uncontrollably. Upon hearing Yang Yu's proposal, he found it to be in perfect alignment with his thoughts and promptly nodded in agreement. To his surprise, she had indeed echoed his own sentiments, and they both laughed heartily, deciding to proceed with the plan. Observing Liu's rather lewd expression, Yang Yu felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, yet her face maintained a facade of sycophantic cheerfulness. The matters concerning the computer plaza had been multiplying rapidly. Initially, Qin Yue was unbothered by the increasing complexities, but as time passed, a myriad of issues began to surface. "What is the boss up to?" Xinyan pondered, staring in bewilderment as Qin Yue approached him, carrying a plaque. He was utterly baffled by Qin's intentions. After catching Shin's eye, Qin smiled and declared, "We are going to change the name of this computer plaza." With that proclamation, he breathlessly set down the plaque he had been cradling. With the assistance of the staff, they swiftly replaced the old sign with the new one that read Internet Cafe. The onlookers were taken aback by the sudden change. Yet they unanimously agreed that Internet Cafe resonated more fittingly than the former name. The reason Qin Yue opted for this new title was primarily because he believed it would attract a greater number of players to his establishment. "Xinyan, you may find yourself busier in the coming days," Qin remarked, placing a gentle hand on Shen's shoulder as he sat engrossed in programming. Shen raised his gaze to meet Qin's, nodding earnestly. For him, Qin was the mentor he had long sought. "No problem, boss. The tabletop games you asked me to develop have yielded a model, and I am confident it won't be long before I finalize everything." Upon hearing Shen's words, Qin felt a sense of reassurance wash over him, and with a broad smile, he departed. Instead of heading home directly, he chose to buy some food to bring back for Shen. Initially, Shen had resigned himself to a mundane life post-graduation, anticipating a nondescript job to pass the time. Little did he expect to meet Qin Yue, nor that he would be offered a position doing what he loved most. Upon receiving his salary, he need not feel inferior to his peers who graduated alongside him. Moreover, Qin Yue has always been exceptionally kind to him. It is precisely for these reasons that he has remained diligent in his efforts. Even if tasks are not explicitly assigned to him, he will continue to work earnestly here. This dedication is not only a way to repay Qin Yue for his recognition, but also stems from his own passion. Although Qin Yue assigns them a considerable amount of work, often requiring them to work overtime, there are few occasions when they can leave on time. However, he consistently brings them an array of delightful treats during these late hours, far surpassing the meals they consume at home. They are aware that Qin Yue is currently facing difficulties and that his financial resources are limited. Despite his monetary constraints, he has never shortchanged them or delayed their wages. Each day, after completing the tasks assigned by Qin Yue, the employees return home. Yet, Shen Yan is different, even when all his colleagues have departed. He remains in the Internet Cafe, engrossed in his research. At times, he completes the day's tasks but still refuses to leave, continuing to delve into his studies for the following day. Through his relentless effort, Shen Yan ultimately completes the tabletop game he had designed. Upon witnessing the successful fruition of his work, An overwhelming joy swells within him. As soon as the game was finalized, his first impulse was to leap from his chair in excitement. He then extracted his USB drive and, bouncing with enthusiasm, hurried over to Qin Yue, who was lost in thought, staring at the computer screen. Startled by Sun Yan's sudden approach, Qin Yue looked up and, noticing the exhilaration on Sun Yan's face, he began to suspect the reason behind his colleague's elation. "Boss, I have finally completed several game designs. What do you think of them?" Sun Yan confidently presented his USB drive to Qin Yue. Upon receiving it, Qin Yue swiftly downloaded the games onto his computer and began to test them. After playing for a while, he did not find them particularly astonishing, as he had experienced far superior games in his previous life. In fact, the game Sun Yan had crafted could already be considered among the top offerings in the current market. After his trial run, Qin Yue's expression remained somewhat strained, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Qin Yue's demeanor, Sun Yan felt puzzled, unable to comprehend why his creation had not elicited a full measure of satisfaction from his boss. Sun Yan held unwavering confidence in his designs, firmly believing that the games he had developed were indeed top tier in the market. "Boss, is there something specific you find unsatisfactory? If there is anything that you find unsatisfactory, feel free to express it. I can make revisions accordingly." Sun Yan voiced his curiosity. Qin Yue gently shook his head and then spoke. "This game you have developed is already considered exemplary. However, I now harbor another ambition. I wish to develop a QQ chat application." Sun Yan was taken aback, perplexed by the notion of a QQ chat application. "Boss, what exactly is this QQ chat application? What functionalities does it possess? Is it more entertaining than this game? Is it a more advanced game? Why have I never heard of it before?" Sun Yan was deeply intrigued by why his boss frequently referenced concepts he had never encountered. Chapter 23. Do not lose the big picture for the small gains. The QQ software is rather comprehensive, encompassing a multitude of features, such as social interaction and messaging, with the most significant aspect being the inclusion of various mini-games. Reflecting on the past, Qin Yue felt a surge of excitement remembering the popularity of stealing vegetables on QQ Space. If he could have developed all these features in advance, he would have undoubtedly become a notable figure, ensuring financial stability. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Sun Yan's mouth fell agape in disbelief, feeling that Qin Yue's statements bordered on the exaggerated. Yet, there was a certain reasonableness to his claims, devoid of fabrication. Sun Yan sensed that, with a skilled team and ample time, the software could indeed be developed. Enough of that. Do not overthink. The fact that you can develop these games is already commendable. Focus on your work, and since it is getting late, you should go home and rest, allowing yourself some relaxation. After sharing his thoughts, Qin Yue showered Sun Yan with praise. Hearing such commendation from Qin Yue filled Sun Yan with joy, as receiving his boss's approval was the greatest encouragement for him. However, upon learning about the myriad functionalities of the QQ software, he felt somewhat insignificant in comparison to Qin Yue. He wondered when he would reach a level of excellence akin to his boss. "Boss, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined that the software you envisioned would be so impressive. I just wonder if I will ever have the opportunity to design such an application." Sun Yan's voice carried a hint of insecurity. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yue looked up and smiled at him. "Of course you can. Now, stop overthinking and head home to rest. Make sure to come in early tomorrow. I have new tasks for you that you shouldn't miss." Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Sun Yan nodded and departed. As he observed Sun Yan's retreating figure, Qin Yue's mind was filled with myriad thoughts. In the future, Sun Yan would emerge as a formidable hacker, and crafting such a QQ software would pose no challenge to him. It was imperative that Qin Yue seized this opportunity firmly in his grasp. Regardless of circumstances, he must extend kindness towards Sun Yan. "Is Boss Qin still busy here? I wonder if you have time to join me for a little outing?" Qin Yue was lost in contemplation when suddenly, Sun Tianci approached him. Upon seeing Sun Tianci, Qin Yue immediately rose to greet him with enthusiasm, and the two made their way to the finest cafe nearby. Once inside the cafe, they sought a secluded corner to engage in conversation. "Brother Sun, what brings you here today?" Qin Yue was aware that Sun Tianci had a specific reason for visiting, yet he feigned ignorance. Sun Tianci smiled before he could conceal the matter any longer. "I'm here to discuss something important. However, it seems this issue might be a bit troublesome." With that, he sighed, his expression reflecting a sense of turmoil. Qin Yue found this perplexing, unable to understand why Sun Tianci appeared so troubled. "Brother Sun, do share what difficulties you're facing. Perhaps I can assist you." Qin Yue believed that, had Sun Tianci followed his approach, he would not encounter any significant issues in the securities realm. I initially thought that only we would be concerned about the securities market. Yet unexpectedly, Black Crow and other factions have now become involved. As he spoke, Sun Tianzi lit a cigarette, his brow furrowing. He would not have been overly concerned if it were ordinary individuals, but Black Crow and the other factions were formidable adversaries. Their involvement could lead to endless complications. It became clear that Sun Tianzi was troubled by these developments. After hearing Sun Tianzi's concerns, Qin Yue sought to reassure him. There is no need to be overly distressed. Competition in the financial arena is commonplace. Besides, even if many join the fray, it won't significantly impact the securities sector. Currently, they are merely contending within our domestic markets, and their influence will likely be limited to these. Qin Yue continued to comfort Sun Tianzi, urging him not to fret excessively about the situation. Just because Black Crow had ventured into the securities realm did not mean that the domestic market would be thrown into disarray. However, Sun Tianzi was hesitant to relinquish his stake in the domestic market, recognizing its vast potential. Yet, witnessing Qin Yue's confident demeanor, Sun Tianzi's resolve began to waver. Are you suggesting that we need not concern ourselves too much with the domestic market? However, it is essential to recognize that the domestic market is also substantial, and I am reluctant to relinquish it so easily. Sun Tianzi remains somewhat unwilling to abandon the opportunity without due consideration. Previously, Qin Yue had not pondered this matter extensively, as he believed the international market to be significantly larger than the domestic one, particularly given his prior experiences that had illuminated the vastness of the global market. Yet, upon hearing Sun Tianzi's perspective, he found merit in his argument. There was no necessity to forsake the domestic market. Even if it does not rival the international one, it still presents opportunities for profit. After contemplating this for a while, he resolved to heed Sun Tianzi's advice, realizing that one should not sacrifice the greater good for minor gains. You make a valid point. Since you feel this way, let us devise a plan to withdraw part of the funds previously allocated to the international market and redirect them towards the domestic market. What do you think? Qin Yue proposed in a conciliatory tone. That sounds even better. I was thinking along the same lines. Since we are both on the same wavelength, we can expedite this matter. The two swiftly reached a consensus to allocate a portion of their funds to the domestic market. Chapter 24. Rest assured, boss. Recently, He has been exceptionally pleased with himself, as he feels he has grasped the nuances of the domestic financial market. The funds he invested domestically have yielded substantial returns. One day, while he sat before his computer, engrossed in the stock market, his heart swelled with delight with every passing moment. Just then, a series of knocks resounded from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, he lifted his gaze towards the entrance. Who is it? Come in. The door swung open, revealing Wu Jiahao. Upon seeing him, He felt a twinge of confusion, wondering why Wu Jiahao had suddenly come to visit. Given his busy schedule, it was unusual for him to have time to drop by unless he was facing some sort of trouble that required He's assistance. Brother Wu, what brings you here today? Have you missed me, or has something arisen? Wu Jiahao smiled in response and placed a few gifts he had brought on the table, glancing at the computer screen without immediately divulging the purpose of his visit. Instead, he began to commend He. Hey Gu, you've been doing remarkably well lately. It seems you've been raking in profits. I never expected you to have such prowess in this domain. I truly admire you, little brother. Upon hearing such praise, He could not suppress his joy, as he had been yearning for an opportunity to share his recent accomplishments with someone. These are mere trifles. I doubt I can compare to you. You, with just a flick of your finger, earn several times more than I do. The raven cast a sidelong glance at Wu Jiahao, who, after a brief moment, uttered a remark. Upon hearing her words, Wu Jiahao responded with a wry smile. Although I earn a considerable amount, my expenditures are equally substantial, unlike you, black brother, whose wealth seems to come without loss. After voicing this, he casually settled into a nearby seat, his expression revealing a hint of discontent. Observing his demeanor, the raven deduced that his visit must pertain to a matter of significance. Speak up, what brings you here today? There is no need for flattery. Surely you did not come solely to sing my praises. The raven lit a cigarette and offered one to Wu Jiahao, who took a couple of puffs before broaching the subject of his visit. Black brother, you must remember that lad, Qin Yue. As soon as he uttered this, the raven fixed his gaze upon him, recalling Qin Yue, whose name had recently become quite familiar to him. Moreover, the boy had been frequently provoking him. Do you remember? The raven pondered. suspecting that Wu Jiahao's visit was indeed related to Qin Yue's antics. He has been quite audacious lately, having just opened a computer store on our designated street. As you know, all businesses there are required to pay us protection fees, yet he is the sole exception, refusing to comply. Upon hearing this, the Raven slammed his palm onto the table, causing it to tremble. He had never anticipated that Qin Yue would dare to act so brazenly. It was well known that everyone in that area feared him and recognized Wu Jiahao as his subordinate. If Wu Jiahao attempted to collect protection fees and anyone refused, it would not merely be a slight against Wu Jiahao, but a direct affront to the Raven himself. His earlier elation from the profits he had earned quickly dissipated upon hearing Wu Jiahao's news. Are you saying that the lad named Qin has opened a shop on our street and refuses to pay? Surely you jest. The Raven found it hard to believe that Qin Yue could be so audacious, especially considering that the protection fees for the computer store were significantly higher than those of other establishments. Should this precedent be set? If the computer store were exempt from paying, other businesses might also grow discontented and cease their payments, drastically diminishing his income. He was unwilling to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity, especially after years of collecting these fees. The thought of suddenly losing this revenue stream was unacceptable, and he imagined that even his subordinates would share in his dissatisfaction. Black brother, how could I dare to jest about such a matter with you? If I hadn't overheard them mentioning that someone at the computer market was refusing to pay protection fees, I would still be oblivious to the situation there. Accompanied by my subordinates, I ventured to investigate, only to discover that this computer market is owned by that brat Qin Yue. Do you think Qin Yue is deliberately trying to oppose us? At this moment, Wu Jiahao is exaggerating to the utmost, aiming to provoke Black Crow's wrath, as this would allow him to vent his frustrations properly. This is simply a blatant disregard for me. Is that acceptable? Following this remark, he promptly seized his phone and dialed a number. Before long, a bald man hurriedly entered his office. The bald man was clearly not someone to be trifled with. He appeared corpulent, with several scars etched across his face, unmistakably a figure from the underworld. Upon entering, he approached Black Crow, bowing his head to inquire, "Boss, is there something you need me to do?" Black Crow, noticing the bald man's arrival, immediately spoke. "You are aware of the computer market, correct? Recently, a young man has opened a shop there and refuses to pay protection fees. That fellow is no good. Take some men and pay him a visit. Remember to bring firearms. This time, we must teach him a lesson, so he understands who the real boss is." The bald man, upon hearing Black Crow's words, nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, boss, I know what to do." After saying this, he hastily exited. Chapter 25. Arrogance. The bald man swiftly gathered his streetwise subordinates, and soon they appeared before him, each wielding various weapons, some brandishing iron rods, others wielding machetes, while he himself secured a firearm at his waist. "Where are we headed today, Brother Bald?" The subordinates, having received the bald man's summons, hurriedly gathered, each equipped with their preferred armaments, yet puzzled about their destination and the grand display of force. Some inquisitive individuals boldly inquired, "Where are we going?" "We're off to the computer market. Someone is refusing to pay the protection fee." Upon hearing the bald man's words, the subordinates immediately comprehended their mission. They climbed into several vans and set off towards the computer market. Upon arriving at the entrance, the bald man led his subordinates out of the vehicle, standing at the threshold, scrutinizing the sign. Narrowing his eyes, he understood the primary objective of this visit. Typically, Black Crow would not summon him for trivial matters. The very fact that he had been called indicated knowledge of his ruthless nature and capability in carrying out tasks. He thus intended to deliver a devastating blow to the internet cafe. What brings such a throng of people outside? What are they up to? Inside the cafe, some players were still engrossed in their online activities when suddenly the sound of vehicles echoed from outside. Curious individuals turned their gazes toward the window, only to behold a multitude of people gathered outside, unmistakably thuggish in appearance, each wielding a weapon. It seemed that someone within the cafe had provoked them, and now a spectacle was imminent. I exclaimed, "Are you all foolish? Why linger to watch? With such a formidable presence, we might soon find ourselves caught in their crossfire." While some players still hoped for a glimpse of the unfolding drama, the more astute among them realized that should these individuals enter and a brawl ensue, they could suffer grievously from unintended consequences. As the discussions among the players swirled, Qin Yue cast a glance outside and noticed several vans parked nearby, alongside oddly dressed individuals, confirming his suspicion that trouble was indeed afoot. Just as Qin Yue stood up, preparing to intervene. The group strode purposefully into the cafe, led by none other than Black Crow, flanked by the bald-headed accomplice. "What do you want?" Qin Yue demanded, for Qin Yue was absent, leaving him to oversee all matters within the cafe. It was imperative that he obstruct their entry to prevent any significant disturbance. "If you know what is good for you, step aside and don't provoke me, or I shall make you regret it," Black Crow retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Yue, wishing to avoid any further engagement, viewing him merely as a lowly worker in the cafe. Without hesitation, Black Crow shoved Qin Yue aside, attempting to pass him. However, Qin Yue resolutely blocked his path, unwilling to yield. This confrontation piqued Black Crow's interest, for he had been seeking an outlet for his frustration. To his surprise, Qin Yue had placed himself in the line of fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Black Crow delivered a powerful kick, sending Qin Yue sprawling to the ground. Qin Yue's physique was frail, and in comparison to Black Crow, he stood no chance. Witnessing Qin Yue fall further fueled Black Crow's exhilaration. "I expected more from you. Turns out you're just as weak as I thought," he mocked, placing a foot upon Qin Yue's chest. Qin Yue struggled fiercely, but it was futile. He could not free himself from the weight of Black Crow's foot. Qin Yue fixed a fiery gaze upon the Black Crow, and had that look possessed the power to extinguish life, it is likely that the crow would have succumbed to the lethal intensity of Qin Yue's stare. However, the Black Crow paid no heed to him, and instead directed his minions with resolute authority. "Smash it," he commanded. At his behest, his underlings immediately set to work, some hurling computers to the ground, while others wielded tools to wreak havoc. In a matter of moments, the computers lay in disarray, shattered and broken. Qin Yue's fury swelled, veins throbbing visibly upon his forehead, consumed by a singular desire to extricate himself from the clutches of the Black Crow and safeguard the computers within the internet cafe. Yet, no matter how fervently he struggled, he found himself unable to rise from the ground. Meanwhile, several patrons familiar with Qin Yue stealthily slipped away to inform him of the chaos unfolding. Upon learning through a phone call that his cafe was under siege, Qin Yue was met with the disheartening news that destruction reigned within, leaving a path of devastation in its wake. Dismissing all other matters, he sprang to his feet, scarcely pausing to exchange pleasantries with Zhao Feiyan, and hastily made his way outside. A vehicle soon arrived, ferrying him toward the cafe, where upon his arrival he was met with a cacophony of disorder. As Qin Yue hurried toward the cafe, blissfully unaware that he was being awaited, the Black Crow remained steadfast, continuing to orchestrate the mayhem, commanding his followers to demolish the establishment's possessions. "Smash the lights over there," he bellowed, his demeanor radiating unchecked arrogance. Chapter 26. I can make the Black Crow lose what on earth is happening. Qin Yue inquired of the young man who had come to alert him. Confusion plagued his thoughts. Why had the Black Crow suddenly chosen to wreak havoc in his cafe? Could it be that during his absence, someone had instigated trouble and drawn the ire of the Black Crow and his gang? However, upon reflection, he deemed this scenario unlikely, as the majority of his patrons were young individuals, well aware of the Black Crow's notorious reputation, and none would dare provoke such a figure. "I don't know," the young man replied. "We were simply enjoying our time in the cafe when suddenly a few vans pulled up outside, and a large group of people disembarked. Without uttering a word, they assaulted Qin Yue and then began to smash the computers." Hearing this, Qin Yue abruptly called out to the taxi driver ahead of him. "Driver, please pull over to the side," instructed Qin Yue, who noticed the bewildered expression on the taxi driver's face. After a brief pause, the driver complied and brought the car to a halt by the roadside. Once Qin Yue settled the fare, he alighted from the vehicle. The young man accompanying him found the sudden change of direction perplexing, unable to comprehend why they had veered away from their destination, the internet cafe. "Boss, aren't we going back?" he queried. "If we don't, the cafe might end up being vandalized beyond recognition." Upon hearing his words, Qin Yue smiled and replied, "Do you think we can return in time? The cafe has likely already suffered irreparable damage. Instead, let us seek assistance from others." The young man felt increasingly confused, unable to grasp Qin Yue's intentions. However, Qin Yue chose not to elaborate further and began to walk ahead. Observing this, the young man hurried to follow him, while Qin Yue's mind was already set on finding a specific individual. This person was none other than Yen Ruoshi. Although he was not well acquainted with her, he understood that she was a formidable opponent of Heya. His motive for seeking her out was to enlist her help in confronting Heya. As the saying goes, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps Yin Ruoshi could assist him in dealing with Heya. And the mere thought of this brought a surge of excitement within him. The young man, glancing at Qin Yue, was baffled by the absence of sorrow on his face. Instead, he appeared somewhat exhilarated, as if the destruction of his internet cafe was a source of joy. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yue's thoughts were far removed from his own, and all the young man could do was follow Qin Yue to see what he intended to do next. "Excuse me, do you know where I can find Yin Ruoshi?" Qin Yue inquired as he walked. Ahead of him loomed a figure resembling a thug. He recognized that this area was no longer under Heya's control, but rather within Yin Ruoshi's domain. Most of the local ruffians regarded Yin Ruoshi as their leader, and perhaps this individual would possess some knowledge about her whereabouts. Upon hearing Qin Yue's question, the thug looked him over with disinterest, seemingly unwilling to engage. "Do you think someone like you can just approach our boss? Scram before I decide to teach you a lesson," he retorted, nonchalantly engrossed in his phone, displaying no inclination to entertain Qin Yue's inquiry. However, Qin Yue remained unfazed. Instead, he retrieved several 100 yuan bills from his pocket and discreetly handed them to the thug, whispering softly to him, "Please inform me, as I have a matter to discuss with your leader." Upon hearing her words, the ruffians glanced around, seemingly devoid of familiar faces, before reluctantly accepting the money and depositing it into their pockets. They then whispered to Qin Yue, "Our leader is likely at the eastern dock. If you wish to find him, you might try your luck there. However, do not disclose that I was the one who informed you. Otherwise, if anything goes awry, they may seek me out for trouble, and should they dare to do so, I shall return the favor." The ruffian typically refrained from meddling in affairs beyond his own, fearing the repercussions of missteps. Yet, tempted by the allure of wealth, he divulged the location of their leader. Nevertheless, he concluded with a veiled threat towards Qin Yue. Upon learning of Yin Luoshi's whereabouts, Qin Yue chose to disregard the ruffian and summoned a vehicle, heading directly toward the eastern dock. Upon arrival, he observed the increasing presence of ruffians loitering about, frequently accosting passers-by for protection fees, particularly targeting local merchants. In their desperation to conduct business safely, these merchants willingly surrendered their funds. "Excuse me, could you direct me to Yin Luoshi? I have matters to discuss with him. Would you be so kind as to guide me?" Qin Yue approached a ruffian and gently patted him on the shoulder, posing the inquiry, confident that this individual must be acquainted with Yin Luoshi. The ruffian cast a dismissive glance at Qin Yue, clearly unimpressed. "I ask you, if you have no business here, why cause a disturbance? What do you need our leader for? He is inundated with tasks. If everyone sought him out, he would surely be overwhelmed." Despite the ruffian's brusque tone, Qin Yue remained unperturbed and quietly replied, "Inform your leader that I possess the means to ensure Heya's defeat." The ruffian paused, taken aback by his declaration, before hastily retreating into the depths of the establishment, presumably to fetch their leader. Chapter 27. An inevitable lost boss. A newcomer has just arrived seeking you. He claims he can facilitate Heya's defeat. The ruffian recounted to Yin Luoshi upon reaching his side. Intrigued by this assertion, Yin Luoshi's interest was piqued. He was eager to ascertain the identity of this individual who professed such extraordinary capabilities. Although his strength was comparable to Heya's, vanquishing them entirely under the current circumstances posed a significant challenge. The prospect of someone claiming to aid him in securing victory was enticing. "Very well, go and bring him to me." Upon hearing Yin Ruoshi's words, the young thug immediately dashed outside. Before long, he returned and, approaching Qin Yue, signaled to him with a glance and said, "Come with me. Our boss wishes to meet you." Noticing that Yin Ruoshi had permitted him to enter, Qin Yue felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been apprehensive that Yin Ruoshi might doubt his words. As long as he could gain entry, there would be an opportunity to persuade him. The young man closely followed Qin Yue into the room and soon discovered that Yin Ruoshi was lounging in the sun. Yin Ruoshi appeared to be around 40 years of age, with notably short hair that lent him an energetic appearance. His skin was somewhat dark, perhaps a result of prolonged sun exposure or simply his natural complexion. He wore sunglasses that concealed his eyes, and around his neck hung a gold chain of considerable thickness. At that moment, he reclined comfortably in a deck chair, surrounded by numerous loyal subordinates. As they noticed Qin Yue's arrival, they cast menacing glances in his direction. Qin Yue sensed the malice in their stares. However, he remained unperturbed, maintaining a stoic expression as he approached. Throughout Qin Yue's entrance, Yin Ruoshi had been observing him, intrigued to discern the nature of this young man. When Qin Yue stood beside him, there was little change in Yen Ruoshi's demeanor, yet internally, he couldn't help but admire Qin Yue, sensing that he was no ordinary individual. Despite his youth, Qin Yue exhibited remarkable composure in the face of potential danger. In stark contrast, the young man accompanying Qin Yue appeared considerably less composed. Upon entering and feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon them, his complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Sweat beads trickled down his cheeks, and he began to regret his decision to accompany Qin Yue. Had he known the circumstances within, he would have opted to wait outside instead. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Leaving now might result in an even graver predicament, possibly facing a brutal beating. Thus, he remained closely behind Qin Yue, hoping that proximity to him would offer some semblance of safety. Have a seat. Yen Ruoshi gestured to the bench beside him. Qin Yue did not hesitate and took a seat without any pretense. The young man stood silently beside Qin Yue, his gaze fixated on his shoelaces, as if that alone could ease his anxious heart. After Qin Yue settled, Yen Ruoshi removed his sunglasses and focused intently on him, revealing his true visage for the first time. Yen Ruoshi's eyes appeared small, yet they radiated a certain brilliance, exuding an air of vitality. I never expected you to possess such audacity, coming here and remaining so composed. Quite impressive indeed. I wonder what brings you here today. Upon noticing Qin Yue take a seat, Yen Ruoshi wasted no time in complimenting him, and after finishing his praise, he inquired about the purpose of Qin Yue's visit. Boss Yen, I understand why you lost to Black Crow back then. I imagine that this matter has weighed heavily on your mind, leaving you feeling quite resentful. Since Qin Yue intended to confront Black Crow, he naturally sought to investigate the underlying reasons for their rivalry. Through his inquiries, he discovered the circumstances surrounding Yen Ruoshi's conflict with Black Crow. Yen Ruoshi had been ensnared by Black Crow due to some peculiar circumstances, resulting in his wrongful accusation of drug smuggling, which led to his imprisonment. Once Yen Ruoshi was incarcerated, Black Crow seized control of the territory, establishing himself as the ruler. It was only upon Yen Ruoshi's release that he reclaimed his rightful position. These events were now in the past. Whether he admired Black Crow or not bore no relevance to Qin Yue's visit. Reflecting on those memories made Yen Ruoshi feel a surge of discomfort, his fists clenching involuntarily. Had he not fallen victim to Black Crow's machinations, he would undoubtedly have dominated the territory by now, rendering Black Crow irrelevant. In response to Yen Ruoshi's inquiry, Qin Yue felt no trepidation. Instead, he spoke boldly. Boss Yen, if you hadn't been outmaneuvered, you would undoubtedly be the reigning leader now. Black Crow has been unruly. Just today, he vandalized my internet cafe. Hence, I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Upon hearing this, Yen Ruoshi chuckled. So, you seek my assistance today? Isn't that a matter of personal vendetta? However, Qin Yue shook his head and replied, this hardly qualifies as personal retribution. I believe Black Crow has turned his focus towards me, leaving him vulnerable at his usual haunts. Qin Yue's analysis left Yen Ruoshi momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, he recognized the wisdom in his words, astonished that this young man could contemplate such long-term strategies. If we were to execute a surprise attack now, would he not be doomed to defeat? Chapter 28. Surrounding way to rescue Zhao. After hearing Qin Yue's insightful analysis, Yen Ruoshi lowered his head. Although he acknowledged the validity of Qin Yue's reasoning, he was acutely aware that these were merely theoretical considerations. Should he be compelled to act, achieving a decisive blow against Black Crow would not be as straightforward as it seemed. Observing Yen Ruoshi with his head bowed in silence, a visage of hesitation etched upon his face, Qin Yue realized he could not remain idle, contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. Prolonged inaction would likely result in his own territory being dismantled by adversaries, leaving him with no recourse when the moment had passed. Yen Laoda, he urged, you cannot afford to waver any longer. If you continue to hesitate, once the matter with Haya concludes, any attempt to retaliate will become exceedingly difficult. Employing a tactic of provocation, Qin Yue's words resonated with Yen Ruoshi, prompting the latter to acknowledge the necessity of decisive action. The stakes had already been laid bare. Victory or defeat was merely a roll of the dice. With the acceptance of potential loss weighing lightly on his mind, Yen Ruoshi resolved, all right, my young brother. I shall heed your counsel. We shall set forth. Direct us as you see fit. Seeing his companion's resolve, Qin Yue's heart surged with exhilaration, and he proposed, let us proceed to his territory at once. Yen Ruoshi summoned several vehicles, rallying his subordinates along with Qin Yue, as they swiftly made their way to Haya's domain. Upon arrival, they discovered Qin Yue's assessment to be accurate. Haya had dispatched the majority of his men to assail Qin Yue's internet cafe, leaving only a handful behind to guard the premises. As their vehicles came to a halt, a few underlings of Haya approached in haste, yet they numbered merely a dozen. In stark contrast to the formidable entourage of Yen Ruoshi, which consisted of several dozen robust individuals. Who are you? What is your purpose here? Do you understand whose territory this is? Do you know who our boss is? The leader of the scantily armed thugs, a burly figure, stepped forward to confront Yen Ruoshi and his formidable cohort. Unbeknownst to him, the newcomers were adversaries of their boss. As he mistakenly presumed, they were a nascent force seeking to establish themselves in the area, intending to intimidate them into retreat. However, upon uttering the name Haya, the thugs had previously witnessed newcomers flee in fear. Regardless of whose territory this may be, or who your boss might be, we are determined to lay waste to this domain today, Qin Yue boldly declared, locking eyes with the leader. Anger welled within him at the thought of Haya's assault on his establishment, and he could scarcely contain his fury. Before the hefty thug could retaliate, he was swiftly subdued by Qin Yue's loyal followers, who outnumbered him significantly, despite Qin Yue's stature being notably lesser than that of his adversary. After Qin Yue had given him a beating, she finally stood up, feeling quite relieved. Brothers, why are you still standing there in a daze? Smash it. If you have any sense, make way for me. If you don't, then don't say we didn't warn you when we destroy your territory. And we won't hesitate to deal with you as well. Initially, the underlings of Haya attempted to obstruct them, but as they witnessed an increasing number of individuals disembarking from the vehicles, they realized the futility of their efforts. Unless they could somehow manage to defeat 10 opponents at once, their fate was sealed. They would inevitably face a beating. They were somewhat shrewd. Seeing the multitude armed with various items, they understood that their territory was destined for destruction that day. Thus, they wisely stepped aside, contemplating that when Haya returned, he would undoubtedly give them a piece of his mind. At that moment, Haya was still inside Qin Yue's internet cafe, wreaking havoc, blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding at his own place. He had personally wreaked havoc within the cafe, and perhaps feeling fatigued, he decided to take a seat on a nearby stool to rest. As he sat there, his mind wandered. He had initially expected Qin Yue to return promptly, yet he found himself wondering whether Qin Yue was simply frightened of him or had given up on opposing him altogether. All in all, the more he thought about it, the happier he became. However, his joy was short-lived as the ringtone of his phone echoed from his pocket. He pulled it out and saw that it was a call from one of the small-time thugs he had left at home. Lifting the phone, he inquired, "What is going on? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Don't you see I'm busy?" The thug, attempting to suppress his voice, replied with a tremble, "Boss, you need to come back quickly. Something has happened at home." The thug had cautiously slipped away to the restroom to make the call, doing his utmost to keep his voice low, fearing that those outside might overhear him. Upon hearing the thug's words, Haya was taken aback. "What did you say? What happened at home?" he asked urgently. "After you left, Yen Ruoshi brought people over and destroyed my territory. They're still here. You must hurry back," the thug explained before abruptly hanging up. In that moment, Haya was filled with regret. No wonder Qin Yue had not yet returned to check on his cafe. It became clear that while he was busy demolishing the cafe, Qin Yue had stealthily slipped away to seek out Yen Ruoshi, an astute tactic of surrounding the enemy to rescue the besieged. "Very well, Qin Yue, just you wait. I will make you pay for this." Chapter 29. Seeds of Hatred. The Black Crow gestured to his underlings, signaling them to halt, and then shouted, "Brothers, we retreat." Upon hearing these words, the previously exuberant subordinates promptly ceased their actions and hurriedly followed him outside, bewildered by the sudden command amidst their fervor. At that moment, the Black Crow's thoughts were solely focused on himself. He needed to swiftly lead his men back and confront Yen Ruoshi. As they drove back, the vehicle sped along the road, disregarding traffic lights, narrowly avoiding pedestrians on multiple occasions. Fortunately, the roads were relatively clear, sparing them from traffic jams. Whenever pedestrians crossed their path and narrowly escaped being hit, the dark-clad subordinates would lean out of the window, hurling insults. "Are you blind? Or are you courting death? Can't you walk with your eyes open?" However, due to the rapid pace of their vehicle, the words were hardly completed before they had already disappeared from sight, leaving the near misses behind. This stretch of Huai City streets fell under the Black Crow's jurisdiction, where he collected protection fees and was responsible for any incidents that occurred. Under Qin Yue's guidance, They soon arrived at a location where the Black Crow enforced his protection racket, Huai City Street. The street bustled with activity, filled with tourists and pedestrians. And the shops appeared to be thriving. He understood that if any trouble arose here, the locals would inevitably seek retribution from the Black Crow, as they had paid their protection fees. Should the Black Crow lose their trust, they would cease to pay, and without those fees, he would struggle to maintain his numerous subordinates. It wouldn't be long before his faction would disband. Upon arriving on the street, Yin Ruoshi surveyed the scene and shouted to his followers behind him, "Brothers, smash it!" With this command, his subordinates surged forward in groups, commencing their assault on the shops. Their destruction was not merely of property, but a direct affront to the Black Crow's authority. In no time, half of the shops had been reduced to rubble, and witnessing this chaos ignited a thrill within Yin Ruoshi. He had forgotten how long it had been since he felt such exhilaration. Today, he could finally vent the pent-up frustration that the Black Crow had caused him. He owed a debt of gratitude to Qin Yue. Without him, he might never have had the chance to unleash his fury. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Do you even know who governs this street? We have all paid our protection fees, and our leader is the Black Crow. If you have any sense, you should promptly vacate this street. Otherwise, when the Black Crow arrives, you shall face dire consequences. Some shopkeepers who had paid their protection fees, upon witnessing their establishments being vandalized, naturally felt aggrieved and rushed out to confront these individuals. Yin Ruoshi, upon hearing their words, felt no anger. After all, he harbored no deep-seated animosity towards them, his sole grievance being with the Black Crow. It was precisely for this reason that he instructed his underlings to cause destruction while minimizing harm to the shopkeepers. If you had not paid your protection fees to the Black Crow, perhaps I could have spared your establishments. However, by paying him, you have chosen to oppose me, and I cannot be held accountable for that. Blame your leader for provoking those he ought not to have. Upon hearing Yin Ruoshi's words, the shopkeepers dared not utter another syllable, fearing that further words might incite his wrath even more. At that moment, they noticed someone had already called the Black Crow to inform him of the situation on the street. Qin Yue knew that it would not be long before the Black Crow arrived, so he urged Yin Ruoshi to cease his actions. "Boss Yin, please stop. The Black Crow is on his way." Yin Ruoshi, puzzled by Qin Yue's insistence, considered the fact that he had brought a considerable number of men with him, and he questioned what difference the Black Crow's arrival would make. What can they do? It has come to this. Can they truly stop us? Yin Ruoshi was reveling in the excitement of the moment. "Boss Yin, trust me, you won't regret it. I have other ideas," Qin Yue said, attempting to persuade him. Although Yin Ruoshi hesitated, Qin Yue took hold of him and began walking towards their vehicle, leaving him no choice but to order his men to retreat. Once everyone had retreated to the vehicle, they began to drive away. At that moment, the Black Crow and his subordinates rushed to the scene, only to find the street in utter disarray. To their dismay, they did not even catch a glimpse of Yin Ruoshi, for he had already vacated the premises ahead of them. Faced with an empty victory, the Black Crow's fury intensified. At that moment, his ire was directed primarily at Qin and Yin Ruoshi, but since they had already departed, there was little he could do. However, as he glanced at Wu Jiahao standing beside him, his anger only grew. "Look at what you have done. If it weren't for your words, we wouldn't have found ourselves in this predicament. Your brilliant idea to vandalize that miserable internet cafe has led to this chaos. The cafe is destroyed, and so is our territory." Wu Jiahao was berated by Black Crow, feeling unable to voice his thoughts, merely donning a facade of smiles, while internally seething with uncontainable rage, having long sown the seeds of hatred deep within. "Elder Yin, I shall take my leave. You may attend to your affairs. I need to return to the internet cafe to ascertain its current state." At this moment, Qin Yue yearned to revisit the cafe. "Brother Qin, allow me to accompany you," he offered. Chapter 30. Personal interests. Qin Yue recognized that this was the opportune moment to lure Yin Ruo into his web, suggesting they visit his internet cafe. This would allow Yin to witness the extent of the destruction wrought by Black Crow, thereby drawing them closer together, uniting them on the same front against their common adversary. After contemplating these factors, he readily agreed and led the way toward the cafe. Upon arrival, Qin Yue surveyed the scene within the cafe, rendered speechless by the sight of the ceiling, which had been severely damaged. Although he had anticipated potential vandalism, he had not expected it to be this devastating. All his efforts over the past days had seemingly come to naught. The cafe, into which he had poured all his savings, had been decimated by Black Crow's assault, thrusting him back to square one. At that moment, Shunyin noticed Qin Yue's return and approached him, head bowed in silence, overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt. He felt responsible for the calamity that had befallen the cafe during Qin Yue's absence, believing that had Qin been present, such an incident would have been averted. The more he pondered, the heavier his guilt became, especially as he recalled his significantly higher salary compared to other employees. He had failed to protect the establishment despite being well compensated. "Boss, I am truly sorry. I never anticipated such a large group would come today, leading to the cafe's current state. This is entirely my fault. I promised to work diligently and earn money to help mitigate the cafe's losses," Shunyin lamented. Upon hearing Shunyan's words, Qin Yue lifted his gaze to meet his eyes, feeling a surge of compassion as he examined Shun's battered visage. Marred by bruises, evidence of Black Crow's brutal assault. "Do not be overly distressed. This incident was not a consequence of your actions, but rather mine. Had it not been for my involvement, they would not have targeted our cafe, nor would you have endured such injuries." Seeing Shunyin in such a state, Qin Yue could not help but offer words of comfort. After absorbing Qin Yue's reassurances, Shunyin nodded slightly, then retrieved an item from his pocket. Shunyin placed the device into Qin Yue's hands and spoke to him. At that moment, the sheer number of people present made it impossible for him to safeguard the internet cafe. This hard drive, which he had managed to protect, contained the very system software Qin Yue had mentioned previously. Upon hearing Shunyan's words, Qin Yue hurriedly accepted the hard drive, examining it with an almost reverent fascination. He understood that this hard drive held far greater value than his internet cafe. With it in his possession, he need not worry about financing his future endeavors. The prospect of opening not just one, but several establishments seemed entirely feasible without any financial strain. "All I need to do is protect this item," he thought. "The cafe is of little consequence, merely a material possession. We shall have the opportunity to reopen it in the future." Observing Qin Yue's exuberant expression, Shunyin recognized that it was the promise of the developed system that brought him such joy. Yin Ruoshi, however, appeared bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Qin Yue remained so jubilant despite the destruction of his cafe. Unbeknownst to her, this very device would enable Qin Yue to rise again from the ashes. Although the current cafe had suffered significant damage, Yin Ruoshi scrutinized its design, noting that the environment was quite appealing, seemingly crafted by someone with considerable skill. "This cafe has a rather pleasant atmosphere," she remarked. "Opening an establishment here should yield a decent profit. I imagine this incident has been quite a blow to you." As she expressed interest in his cafe, Qin Yue sensed a flicker of understanding within him. Today, Yin Ruoshi had indeed provided assistance, even delivering a direct blow to the Black Crow. Yet, those matters were trivial in the grand scheme of things and seemed to bear little relevance to him. However, the cafe was his lifeblood. He would not allow Yin Ruoshi to usurp it under any circumstances. With the foot traffic being sparse here, running a cafe would only suffice to cover daily expenses. As few came to surf the web, it was merely a place for casual gaming. Qin Yue casually dismissed her comments, for this was his asset, and he could not simply relinquish it to another man. "By the way," he queried, "what did your employee put on that USB drive? You seem rather pleased with it. Is it valuable?" Yin Ruoshi's curiosity was piqued by the USB drive in his hand. After hearing his question, she composed herself, striving to stabilize her emotions, and replied in a calmer tone. "It is of little value, merely trivial matters, stemming from my penchant for gaming, which led me and my comrade to collaboratively develop a simple game, a pursuit driven by personal interest." Qin Yue refrained from disclosing the nature of the software he and Shunyin had created, fully aware that revealing its purpose would undoubtedly pique Yin Ruoshi's interest. If her curiosity were to be aroused, she would likely persuade him to sell it or relinquish it altogether. The thought of parting with this creation would render his efforts futile, hence he chose to conceal his endeavors in game software development from her. "In Lauda, do not jest with me. If these items held any worth, wouldn't they have been sold by now? Am I to remain in such dire financial straits?" Chapter 31. A lesson bought with money. In recent days, Qin Yue had been plagued by a melancholic disposition, the circumstances surrounding the internet cafe casting a shadow over his mood. He had lost the inclination to visit the cafe, opting instead to remain at home. One morning, after breakfast, he found himself seated on the sofa, staring blankly at the television. It was then that Zhao Feiyan approached and settled beside him. Yet he remained oblivious to her presence, still lost in thought. Zhao Feiyan seized the remote and pressed pause, prompting Qin Yue to awaken from his stupor. Turning his head, he was startled to find her sitting next to him. Didn't you mention that your friends were calling you out for a gathering? Why are you still here? Aren't you going? Qin Yue recalled Zhao Feiyan mentioning the previous night that there was a gathering planned for today, which her friends had been preparing for quite some time, as many had not seen each other in ages. To his surprise, Zhao Feiyan had chosen to stay home instead of attending the gathering. I was worried about you, seeing you like this. How could I possibly enjoy myself while you're here alone? It dawned on Zhao Feiyan that something was amiss with Qin Yue, which dampened her spirits for the outing. Foolish girl, I am perfectly fine. I merely need a bit more rest. Please, go and enjoy yourself. Do not let your friends think that now that you are married, you have lost all freedom. They might assume I am some kind of tyrant. Seeing Qin Yue speak in a light-hearted tone reassured Zhao Feiyan that he was not in grave trouble. Very well, I shall go then. If anything arises, remember to call me. Thus, Qin Yue watched her depart, only turning his gaze away once she had boarded the taxi, before retreating back into the confines of his home. Well done. Boss Lu had been particularly incensed by the previous incident at the jewelry store involving Qin Yue. To his surprise, he learned from one of his subordinates today that misfortune had befallen Qin Yue's internet cafe. How could this not bring him a sense of satisfaction? You all should endeavor to cultivate better relations with his subordinates and see if there's a chance to acquire the software he has developed, he commanded. After receiving Lu's instructions, his subordinates quickly dispersed. These individuals were relatively astute and soon mingled with Qin Yue's employees, growing increasingly familiar with them. About a month later, those dispatched by Boss Lu returned, each displaying an expression of elation. The leader among them approached Lu, holding a USB drive, and presented it with an air of triumph. What is this? Lu inquired, scrutinizing his subordinate. The subordinate promptly replied, Boss, this is what you sent me to retrieve from Qin Yue. This USB contains the software they have meticulously designed. I heard their designer worked on it for quite some time, and it is said that Qin Yue treasured it like a gem. If I hadn't spent considerable time building rapport with them, it might have been quite challenging to procure this. During a drinking session, this subordinate had casually conversed with Qin Yue's employee, who, inebriated, had handed over the USB for him to see. Seizing the opportunity while the employee excused himself, he discreetly copied all the contents of the USB. Unbeknownst to the employee, he was oblivious to the unfolding events. After hearing this, Lu took the USB and inserted it into the computer on his desk. Upon opening it, he was astounded to discover the meticulously designed games within. He had never anticipated that Qin Yue's subordinates possessed such exceptional talent for creating such remarkable games. Without hesitation, he opened his drawer, retrieved a stack of 100 yuan bills, and placed them on the table, signaling to his subordinates. You all can divide this among yourselves. You've worked hard this time. Upon hearing his words, his subordinates glanced at the money on the table, their faces lighting up with joy. Thank you, boss. Thank you, they exclaimed, swiftly taking the money and departing. With the USB in hand, Lu immediately set off towards his internet cafe. Once there, he proceeded to download the game onto every computer. Subsequently, he marketed the game as the main attraction of his cafe, and it wasn't long before business began to flourish spectacularly. In the vicinity of Fengyuan, players who were aware of the new games in his internet cafe flocked to indulge in them, causing the business of other cafes to dwindle into obscurity. Conversely, the prosperity of his establishment surged. This success can be attributed to the influx of patrons, resulting in substantial profits for Boss Lu. Meanwhile, Qin Yue and Shun Yin remained blissfully unaware of these developments, oblivious to the unfolding events. In recent days, Qin Yue, having come to terms with the situation, frequented the cafe daily, and naturally, Shun Yin accompanied him. Their objective was to explore potential remedies to restore the cafe to its former glory. Boss, it seems these computers are beyond repair. Attempting to fix them would likely incur considerable expenses. It might be wiser to replace them entirely, Shin Yin remarked, his hand gliding over the shattered remains of the machines. Qin Yue, surveying the dire state of the computers, acknowledged the slim chances of successful repairs. Well, let us consider this a costly lesson. As long as we're safe, it's manageable. Computers can be replaced, and the cafe can be refurbished, he sighed, accepting the situation. Chapter 32. Prepared to take the plunge, realizing the computers were in such disrepair, Qin Yue understood that no grand ideas could be executed under these circumstances. His immediate plan was to close the cafe and strategize a complete overhaul. It appears we must temporarily shut down our cafe, he lamented, shaking his head. These words struck a chord with Shun Yin, whose heart raced at the thought of losing his job. He knew that finding another position, especially one that offered a salary as generous as Qin Yue's and aligned with his interests, would be a formidable challenge. Boss, are you planning to leave this industry for good? Qin Yue couldn't mask his concern. He understood that losing his job would transcend mere financial implications. His younger siblings, who had only just regained stability, might suffer as well. The thought of being unable to provide for them next month weighed heavily on his mind. However, he had already formulated a plan for the next steps. This is merely a pause. The future market for internet cafes remains promising. I will not abandon my career over such setbacks. It's just a matter of regrouping. We will reopen, and then we shall procure new computers. Qin Yue assured Qin Yue, recognizing his apprehension and offering comfort that the closure was temporary, with brighter days ahead. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, he finally laid to rest the heart he had chosen over the past decade. To this day, they still had not managed to access the funds from the securities, and Yang Jingyun's previous investment in the computer had been entirely obliterated due to the emergence of the Black Duck. Chen Jingyun had also experienced a shortage of funds. In the days following Chen Jingyun's discovery of this predicament, he frequently communicated with Qin Yue, informing him that his own financial situation had encountered difficulties, and he feared he would be unable to assist in the purchase of a new computer for the time being, urging Qin Yue to explore alternative solutions. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yue found himself even more troubled. He meandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of the magical city, contemplating taking a stroll to see if any better solutions might present themselves. After all, remaining at home had yielded no fruitful ideas, so he deemed it more advantageous to venture outside. As he walked, he was surrounded by the sounds of popular songs playing everywhere, melodies that had captured the streets back in '95. These tunes had once swept the nation, and upon hearing them, his heart began to swell with emotion. Lifting his gaze to the surroundings, he observed a scene of vibrant prosperity. Countless pedestrians passed by, many of whom were young, each exuding an air of youthful vigor. As he continued on his way, he noticed a store ahead surrounded by a throng of people, their animated chatter suggesting something lively was afoot. Unable to resist the allure of the commotion, Qin Yue approached, curious about the happenings within. After all, who could resist the intrigue of a spectacle? Qin Yue was certainly no exception. As the familiar songs filled the air, he found himself humming along. Although these songs had only recently emerged, he, as someone from the future, had already heard them all. Most of the melodies belonged to the Hong Kong style, as contemporary mainland pop music had yet to gain traction. Upon reaching the storefront, Qin Yue observed a particularly large gathering outside, with even more individuals inside. They were animatedly discussing something, pointing at a sign displayed prominently in front of them. Following the direction of their gestures, he read the bold letters emblazoned on the sign: generous rewards for exceptional singers. The first prize is 30,000 yuan. At that moment, Qin Yue's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of winning the first prize and claiming the 30,000 yuan reward, envisioning the possibility of an immediate turnaround in his fortunes. As long as I possess this sum of money, I can promptly return to the internet cafe to purchase a new batch of computers, allowing me to resume my former profession. However, I find myself amidst a considerable crowd, comprising individuals of all ages and both genders, some possessing melodious voices, while I am merely one among the multitude. Where can I register? I am eager to sign up. It was during my aimless contemplation that a sweet feminine voice reached my ears. Upon hearing her voice, Qin Yue turned to look and observed the shop owner emerging from within, who then brandished a megaphone and called out to the surrounding crowd. Is there anyone interested in participating in the open auditions? The program is about to commence. If anyone wishes to join the auditions, please head to the entrance of the park up ahead to register. Should you arrive late, you may find the slots filled and thus miss your opportunity. If you are willing to put in the effort, the prize of 30,000 yuan could very well belong to one of you. Upon hearing the owner's proclamation, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, and following the direction indicated by the owner, the onlookers and aspiring contestants alike hurried towards the park entrance. Qin Yue joined the throng, hastily making his way towards the park. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a long queue of people, and he found himself standing among them. Qin Yue was acutely aware that his singing voice was far from pleasing, and his vocal skills were rather lackluster, often bordering on off-key. Under normal circumstances, he would adamantly refuse to sing, especially in a bar setting. However, today was different. Driven by the desire to secure the 30,000 yuan prize, he resolved to take a leap of faith. Chapter 33. A tragedy. Qin Yue was not devoid of advantages. He possessed the knowledge of several timeless classic songs, those that have endured the test of time. At that moment, he contemplated how to showcase the classic melodies he had previously enjoyed, hoping that if he could clinch the first position, it would alleviate his pressing difficulties. Just then, he noticed several contestants had ascended the stage, including a particularly stunning woman who gracefully approached. Not only was she beautiful, but Qin Yue felt an uncanny familiarity upon first sighting her, as if she resembled a renowned celebrity. Yet, she appeared rather ordinary at the moment, lacking elaborate adornment. Clearing her throat, Yang Yueyao stepped onto the stage and coughed a few times. For reasons unknown, her throat had been uncomfortably sore in recent days. As she ascended the stage, ready to sing, he could not help but succumb to a fit of coughing. The moment he opened his mouth, he realized that his voice was utterly unresponsive. Originally, Yang Yueyao possessed a melodious voice that many companies sought to partner with due to its beauty. Ultimately, however, he chose to align himself with the esteemed Meisheng Vocal Company, as it offered him the most lucrative salary. In truth, Yang Yueyao had not intended to participate in this audition. It was merely the pressing circumstances at home that compelled him to act against his will. Faced with the dire situation of his family's condition, he found himself on this outdoor stage, participating in the competition solely for the sake of providing for his family. Little did he anticipate that upon stepping onto the stage, he would lose his voice entirely. The judges seated below, witnessing this unfortunate spectacle, shook their heads in disapproval, promptly illuminating the red lights to signal their discontent. One particularly acerbic judge addressed Yang Yueyao, stating, "My dear girl, are you not aware of the nature of our program? Did you not take a moment to ascertain your health before arriving? Your lack of preparation significantly disrupts our proceedings." As soon as this judge finished speaking, another portly judge could no longer contain himself and chimed in, "If everyone approached our program with such negligence, we would scarcely be able to continue our work." Upon hearing their remarks, Yang Yueyao felt his eyes welling with tears, acutely aware that remaining on stage would only lead to further humiliation. After a moment of contemplation, he wiped away his tears and descended from the stage. Immediately following his exit, a woman whom he recognized ascended in his place. This woman, with whom he had shared a previously amicable relationship, had always possessed a voice that was equally remarkable. Both were signed under the same music company. However, unbeknownst to Yang Yueyao, his genuine kindness towards her was not reciprocated. He had believed that his goodwill would be met with the same in return, yet unbeknownst to him, the previous night, as they prepared for the competition, she had handed him a bottle of water, claiming it would protect his voice and help him relax, thereby increasing his chances of success in the contest. She had fervently declared that they would compete together until the end, both striving for the first prize, yet in reality, she had covertly undermined him. Consequently, due to his vocal predicament, Yang Yueyao was unjustly eliminated from the competition. At this moment, Yang Yueyao's expression was somewhat grim. She could not fathom why a sister with whom she shared such a close bond would treat her this way. This sister came from a fairly well-off family, unlike Yang, who had taken to singing solely to earn a living and support her household. Even if this sister did not earn money, her family would not be concerned about such trivial finances. Unable to suppress her emotions, Yang lowered her head, her countenance darkening, appearing as though she were deeply distressed. At that moment, Qin Yue immediately recognized her. This woman was none other than the future superstar Yang Yueyao. The realization sent his heart racing uncontrollably. He never expected that today, merely an ordinary audition, would present the opportunity to witness a future star, especially one who was currently facing challenges. If he were to extend a helping hand to her now, it was certain that she would remember his kindness once she achieved success. The reason Qin had not recognized Yang earlier was that she appeared far too ordinary, contrasting with the confident and radiant figure he later saw on television and in recordings. The difference between the successful Yang Yueyao and her current state was quite pronounced. Fortunately, in his previous life, Qin had been particularly fond of Yang's songs, with her albums adorning every corner of his home. Although her appearance differed somewhat from the album covers, he still recognized her. Qin harbored a deep and unwavering affection for her music. He vividly remembered the sorrow he felt when Zhao Feiyan succumbed to depression and passed away. During those heart-wrenching moments, he found solace in Yang Yueyao's songs, which accompanied him through his darkest times. That period was etched in his memory, as he listened to no other artist's work except for hers. Suddenly, It dawned on Qin that Yang's songs only surged in popularity after the tragedy of Zhao's death. It was after her participation in competitions that she had not received the recognition she deserved. Yang Yueyao, foreseeing her inability to alleviate her family's burdens, had ultimately taken a tragic leap, ending her life. Calculating the timeline, Qin realized that this event was imminent, and he knew he had to intervene to prevent this impending tragedy. Chapter 34. I am not a fraud to avert the recurrence of such a sorrowful fate. Qin Yue abandoned his place in line and made his way directly toward Yang Yueyao. With her head bowed, she remained oblivious to his approach, her thoughts consumed with the idea of returning home. She contemplated informing her family of her failure in the audition, fully expecting to face their reprimand. As thoughts of these matters flooded her mind, Yang Yueyao felt an overwhelming sense of distress. A profound weight pressed upon her heart, leading her to wish fervently to avoid returning home, yet she was acutely aware that such avoidance was not an option. At that moment, Qin Yue approached Yang Yueyao, giving her shoulder a gentle pat as a greeting. Lost in her own contemplation, Yang Yueyao was startled by the sudden touch, halting in her tracks and lifting her gaze to see Qin Yue standing beside her. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Yang Yueyao's voice emerged somewhat hoarse, a consequence of the bottle of water she had consumed the previous night. "Although you may not recognize me, I am familiar with you. If you are willing to trust me, I can transform you into a renowned pop star. I wonder if you would be inclined to believe me." Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Yang Yueyao shook her head, suspecting that this individual was either deluded or attempting to deceive her. She recalled her recent performance, where she had faltered, leaving the audience disappointed and oblivious to her presence. The notion that someone could elevate her to stardom seemed utterly ludicrous. "Please, do not jest with me. Do you truly believe I can sing with my voice in this state? Furthermore, even if I could sing, who could guarantee that I would become a star? If you are attempting to swindle me, I advise you to seek another victim. I have no money for you to con." Having expressed her thoughts, Yang Yueyao turned to leave, but Qin Yue hurried after her, speaking as he walked alongside. "I do not want your money. We can discuss finances once you achieve success. I will compose music, and if you agree to collaborate with me, I will ensure you shine." Seeing Yang Yueyao's persistent skepticism, Qin Yue had no recourse but to hand her a postcard containing his information. "This is my contact information. Should you wish to collaborate in the future, you may reach out to me. Trust me, I am not a fraud." Though Yang Yueyao remained disbelieving, she took the postcard as she departed. While walking, she spotted Qin Yue approaching, and her heart sank at the sight of this woman, whom she held responsible for her plight. As Qin Yue drew nearer, she abandoned her usual demeanor, fixing her gaze upon Yang Yueyao with a mocking tone. "I cannot fathom how you dare to participate in this grand music competition. Have you looked at yourself? Just take a moment to consider your appearance and attire. With a look like that, you think you can compete? It's nothing short of a joke." Yang Yueyao glanced at herself, realizing that the outfit she wore was indeed the finest she could muster from her home. However, in comparison to the exquisite attire worn by Qin Yue before her, her own appearance seemed utterly inconsequential. The garments donned by Yue exuded an air of sophistication that was instantly captivating, rendering Yang Yueyao feel as though she stood before her like a beggar. Yang Yueyao was already simmering with indignation, primarily due to the devastation of her voice, which rendered her unable to sing. Yet, no matter how furious she felt, it would bear no fruit. Her current predicament left her powerless to effect any change, save for nurturing her own anger. Desiring to avoid a confrontation with Qin Yue that could escalate into an embarrassment, she turned to leave. Observing Yang Yueyao's departure, Qin Yue dismissed her with a sense of indifference, believing that Yang no longer posed any threat to her. As Yang Yueyao walked away, Qin Yue swayed her slender waist and sauntered off to the side. Yang Yueyao was seething with anger, and upon returning home, she locked herself in her room, lost in thought. In that moment, she glanced at the postcard in her hand, and a notion began to form within her. Perhaps she could place her trust in Qin Yue. After all, she had nothing left to lose, and she doubted that Qin Yue could deceive her any further. It might be worth a gamble to invest her hopes in him. Meanwhile, Qin Yue had intended to observe the C-selection event for any potential rising stars, but found no one who met his expectations. Once the event concluded and everyone had departed, he reluctantly left as well. Approaching his home, he made a conscious effort to relax his expression, striving to appear at ease, as he did not wish to cause Zhao Feiyan any unnecessary worry. Upon returning home, Qin Yue maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, unperturbed by recent events. And Zhao Feiyan remained oblivious to any signs of distress. "Qin Yue, you're back. Hurry, I've prepared dinner. Come and taste what I've made today," she called out, her apron tied securely as she busied herself in the kitchen. The table was already adorned with several dishes, each covered with a bowl, seemingly to keep them warm until Qin Yue's return. Seated together, Qin Yue and Zhao Feiyan began to enjoy their meal, comprised largely of dishes that Qin favored. After dinner, Zhao Feiyan began to tidy up, while Qin Yue excused himself to return to his room. Once inside, he retrieved a notepad and began to reminisce about the most popular songs of the time. Softly humming to himself, he jotted down lyrics, and before long, he had penned over a dozen songs in his notebook. Each of these songs is particularly classic and immensely popular. Chapter 35, The Deceiver. Allow me to elucidate. Yang Yueyao is far from a virtuous individual. Though he may appear innocent and charming on the surface, beneath lies a chaotic disposition. On this day, Qin Yaoyao arrived early. As it was the day of the competition, she made a point to reach the venue ahead of time and soon began to engage in casual banter with several staff members. Most of her conversation revolved around topics concerning Yang Yueyao, predominantly filled with slander, as she felt her previous blow to him was insufficient. She believed she must deliver a more significant setback to ensure his complete removal from the industry. "Sister Yaoyao, are you speaking truthfully, or is this merely a jest? I can't help but feel that Yang Yueyao does not resemble the person you describe," remarked a few staff members who overheard Qin Yaoyao's gossip. They found it hard to believe her words, thinking her portrayal was somewhat exaggerated, as they had always regarded Yang Yueyao quite favorably. Due to his family's ongoing financial struggles, Yang Yueyao had managed to cultivate a decent rapport with these staff members, often bringing homemade delicacies for them. While these items may not hold significant value, they represented the best he could offer from his home. "Is it necessary for me to deceive you? I merely wish to ensure you do not fall for his ruse. Believe it or not, it's your choice. I shall take my leave now. I offered this advice in good faith, and yet you question my sincerity." Following this statement, Qin Yaoyao pretended to depart, prompting those nearby to quickly restrain her, fully aware of her intentions. Moreover, given Qin Yaoyao's privileged background, they understood that offending her could complicate their future prospects in this environment. In contrast, offending Yang Yueyao seemed inconsequential, as he came from a less fortunate family. "Sister Yaoyao, please do not be upset. We were merely jesting with you. We certainly believe your words. As for Yang Yueyao, he will soon be eliminated," they reassured her. Hearing their comments brought a semblance of joy to Qin Yaoyao. When Yang Yueyao finally arrived, he noticed numerous people outside pointing and whispering about him, discussing an array of unfounded matters. The distortion of truth and the disparagement of his character ignited a profound anger within him, alongside a sense of deep injustice. Yang Yueyao could not comprehend why he was subjected to such unfair treatment. Was it truly because of his family's financial limitations? What perplexes me even further is the fact that I have always treated Qin Yaoyao with utmost kindness, yet she continues to torment me in this manner. At that moment, I suddenly noticed Li Zhe appearing before me. Li Zhe is not exactly a paragon of virtue either. He has persistently harbored desires to pursue a relationship with me, drawn by my beauty. He is also a staff member for the current talent show, where he has been threatening Yang Yueyao, suggesting that if she agrees to be his girlfriend, he could assist her in entering the competition. However, how could Yang Yueyao possibly acquiesce to such a demand? Were it anyone else, they might have readily complied, but Yang Yueyao is different. She is inherently a self-respecting young woman. The rumors surrounding her would only intensify should she engage in a romantic relationship with Li Zhe. What would it matter if she gained a spot in the finals through Li Zhe's influence? That is certainly not the outcome she desires. "Yueyao, if you agree to be my girlfriend, winning this competition would be a mere formality for you. You are well aware that the organizer's final authority is my uncle." As Yang Yueyao felt Li Zhe's persistent presence, an uncomfortable sensation welled within her, exacerbated by the prying eyes of those around her. "Manager Li, could you please refrain from following me? I have matters to attend to. We can discuss the competition later." After uttering these words, she hurriedly made her way outside. Upon stepping out, she spotted a taxi pulling up and swiftly climbed in, leaving the scene in haste. This left Li Zhe standing alone, and at that moment, Qin Yaoyao approached him. With a sly smile, she playfully suggested, "Brother Li, if she is unwilling to be your girlfriend, I would be more than happy to take her place. What do you say?" Li Zhe glanced at Qin Yaoyao, disregarding her entirely, and turned to leave. leaving her standing there, gazing wistfully at his retreating figure. What sort of person is he? Yang Yueyao may be beautiful, but does that imply I am unattractive? Following the address Qin Yue had provided previously, she made her way to the internet cafe at Qin Yue. Upon arrival, she found the cafe rather desolate due to renovations. Contrary to her expectations of a bustling hub where Yang Yu's business thrived, allowing her to boast so confidently. Disappointment began to settle in Yang Yueyao's heart as she surveyed the somber scene. Nevertheless, since she was already there, she resolved to search for Qin Yue. As she moved forward, she encountered Shun Yin and inquired if he had seen any sign of Qin Yue within the cafe. However, Shun Yin was unaware that Yang Yueyao had come to seek Qin Yue. When she informed Shun Yin of her intention, he promptly dismissed her. This left Yang Yueyao feeling increasingly disheartened, her thoughts spiraling into doubt about Qin Yue's integrity. He had offered her hope, only to plunge her into disappointment once more. Just as she prepared to turn away, she unexpectedly encountered Qin Yue, who was approaching her at that very moment, resulting in a collision that brought them face to face. Chapter 36. The disappearance of charisma. Yang Yueyao recognized that in order to persist in the entertainment industry, maintaining her former innocence was likely unattainable. Contemplating this reality, she resolved to go with the flow, believing that such an approach might alleviate her struggles in breaking into the industry. She did not wish for her family to suffer because of her inability to earn a living in the entertainment world, enduring their constant reproaches. Reflecting on this, she stood before the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. Clad in modest attire that concealed her figure entirely, she felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Opening her wardrobe, she discovered that her collection of clothing leaned towards conservative styles. With a meeting with Qin Yue on the horizon, she decided to purchase an appropriate outfit. Having made up her mind, she opened her drawer and retrieved her monthly allowance. Hastily, she ventured outside, exploring several nearby markets, ultimately settling on a reasonably priced clothing store. Inside, she selected a dress that, while appearing somewhat inexpensive, was transformed into something exquisite by her beauty, figure, and grace. Even this ordinary dress seemed to fit her as though she were a model. After acquiring the dress, she layered her long trench coat over it and fastened the buttons, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Arriving at the appointed time at Qin Yue's workplace, she found that Shun Yin did not obstruct her entrance this time. Having already encountered Qin Yue during her previous visit, acknowledging Yang Yueyao as someone Qin Yue had brought in, Shun Yin promptly escorted her into Qin Yue's office before retreating. Once Shun Yin had exited, Yang Yueyao removed her trench coat, revealing her alluring form. At that moment, Shun Yin had already informed Qin Yue of her arrival, prompting him to hastily abandon his tasks and rush into the office. Upon entering, he found Yang Yueyao reclining gracefully on the sofa, exuding an unmistakably enticing aura. When Qin Yue beheld Yang Yueyao in such a state, he too was taken aback, for his initial interest in her had not stemmed from her beauty or allure. Rather, he had sought her out because he recognized her potential for fame, which he believed would serve his own interests significantly. What was this? Upon seeing her, Qin Yue instinctively turned his head away. Observing this, Yang Yueyao promptly rose from the sofa and approached him, resting her hand upon his shoulder. Her voice dripping with seduction as she spoke. I am well aware of the thoughts that occupy men's minds, and my physique is rather commendable. Wouldn't you agree? I also understand that you wouldn't assist me without a motive. I detest feeling indebted to others. Hearing her words and gazing at Yang Yueyao in her current state, it was nearly impossible for Qin Yue not to feel a stirring within him. After all, he was still a man. And how could he remain entirely unmoved in the presence of such a striking beauty? A surge of passion coursed through him, rendering him almost unable to control his body, as if he might instinctively lunge towards Yang Yueyao. Yet, at that moment, the image of Zhao Feiyan flashed through his mind, the kindness she had shown him. This thought struck him like a bucket of cold water, abruptly dousing his earlier fervor and restoring his composure. Ahem, please do not carry on like this. Go and put on your clothes. We can discuss matters properly. There is no need for such theatrics. My assistance is not purely altruistic. I seek to benefit myself as well. Yang Yueyao, observing Qin Yue's demeanor, felt a wave of curiosity wash over her. The men she had previously encountered had all been drawn to her physicality, yet here was Qin Yue, seemingly unaffected by her presence. Nevertheless, she sauntered to the edge of the sofa, retrieved her clothing, and began to dress. Once attired, her earlier excitement began to fade, replaced by a sense of tranquility. However, She remained somewhat perplexed, grappling with the question of why Qin Yue had rejected her. Surely, her figure was exceptional, and her looks were indisputable. Could it be that with age, her allure had diminished? As she pondered this, she also wondered if perhaps there was something amiss with Qin Yue himself. Yet, these were merely her own unfounded musings. At that moment, Qin Yue was oblivious to her thoughts. Once Yang Yueyao had donned her attire, they both settled down to engage in a candid discussion regarding his innermost thoughts. I currently possess a plan that involves first infiltrating the entertainment industry, followed by delving into computer software development, as well as music and film for games. These domains are poised to become exceptionally appealing projects for attracting attention in the future. Qin Yue candidly expressed this ambition, while Yang Yueyao gazed at him in astonishment. He could not fathom why this young man, seemingly a few years his junior, harbored such grand aspirations. These ventures necessitate substantial financial investment, and securing the right investments is crucial. A single misstep could lead to devastating losses. After all, Yang Yueyao had navigated this industry for quite some time and had witnessed firsthand how some individuals can rise to fame overnight, while others vanish without a trace. She understood that such aspirations were not as easily spoken as they were conceived. Whenever an opportunity arises, we must seize it. I shall grasp these chances with unwavering determination, for I cannot afford to relinquish any potential for profit. I am confident I possess an 80% likelihood of success. Chapter 37. Tangerine Film and Television. Yang Yueyao and Qin Yue exited and took a seat outside, initiating discussions about their plans. Yang Yueyao lifted her gaze to survey the surroundings of the internet cafe, which appeared exceedingly dismal. It was said that renovations had begun. Yet due to a lack of funds, she opted not to hire a professional company, instead assigning her employees to undertake the task. However, as these employees lacked expertise, progress was significantly slowed, resulting in an unprofessional appearance that rendered the cafe quite desolate. Look at your internet cafe. This is your first investment, and it has already faltered. How can you be assured that your second venture will succeed? The cafe bore the scars of a recent vandalism incident, and others understood that further words were futile. One individual withdrew a notebook from his pocket, a relic from home where he scribbled lyrics. He flipped to the first page, revealing the lyrics to the sea, a song that would be performed by Zhang Yuxing in the future, and handed the notebook to Yang Yueyao. Curious to assess Qin Yue's talents, she accepted the notebook. Upon reviewing the lyrics, she was astonished by their quality, which dispelled any notion that Qin Yue's earlier claims were mere bravado. After a brief glance, she felt a surge of inspiration welling within her. Yang Yueyao could sense that this song, if performed, would undoubtedly achieve great popularity. It is worth noting that this composition hails from around 1996, a period when it resonated deeply with audiences, and now, in 1995, seizing the opportunity could lead this song to become the next hit single. At this moment, Yang Yueyao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Qin Yue, observing his reaction, realized that he was genuinely captivated by the lyrics. A weight lifted from his heart, for he understood that regardless of whether the lyrics were entrusted to Yang Yueyao or another star, the song was destined for success. The timing was right for its emergence. However, as the author of these lyrics, he held the power to determine who would perform this piece. Yang Yueyao clutched the lyrics tightly, reading them aloud, feeling as though he were holding a precious treasure. The song struck him as melodious and easy to remember, with the most significant aspect being the poignant story behind the words. Yang Yueyao felt an intimate connection between his current situation and the song's lyrics, and he would gladly sing it himself. He marveled at the ability to craft such compelling lyrics, pondering that anyone chosen to sing them would likely achieve acclaim. With the notebook in his hands, he lifted his gaze to Qin Yue, his eyes brimming with admiration, prompting a smile from Qin Yue in return. You are the person I believe in. I am confident that choosing you is a wise decision. Once we present this song in a competition, victory will surely be ours. Qin Yue spoke with unwavering confidence, and upon hearing these words, Yang Yueyao nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude towards Qin Yue. Had Qin Yue not sought him out, he might have returned home, settling for an ordinary job, as his current abilities would not suffice for demanding work. He would likely end up as a waiter, serving dishes in a restaurant. However, fortune smiled upon him when Qin Yue discovered him and provided such excellent lyrics. Yet, as the initial excitement waned, a tinge of concern crept into Yang Yueyao's heart, for he recognized that his current state was ill-suited for singing. Your lyrics are truly remarkable, but how can I sing in my present condition? My voice is in such disarray, Yang Yueyao lamented, bowing his head in dismay, aware that performing in his current state would subject him to ridicule from the audience, no matter how exceptional the lyrics. Singing with his current voice would be a disservice to their beauty. Do not worry excessively. Your vocal issues are merely temporary and not irreparable. I possess the means to restore your voice. What do you think of these lyrics? As long as you believe you can help me, I will find a way to restore my voice. Yang Yueyao had never imagined that her voice could return to normal, nor that she could continue to pursue her passion in this industry. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, it felt as though she had been administered a soothing elixir. Very well. I promise you, if my voice can recover, I will sing this song. With her affirmation, Qin Yue finally exhaled in relief. As long as she had agreed, that was sufficient. He then rose and walked towards a nearby table, opening a drawer from which he retrieved a folder. Within this folder lay a contract he had prepared in advance, anticipating the moment to finalize their agreement. Now that they had reached an understanding, he presented the contract before Yang Yueyao. Please review the contents of the contract and let me know if you have any objections. If everything appears satisfactory, we may proceed to sign it. Should you find any discrepancies, we can discuss amendments. Yang Yueyao took the contract and glanced through it, finding no issues, and promptly signed her name. At this moment, Qin Yue's plan revolved around Tangren Film and Television. Currently, the staff consisted of just 2 individuals, himself and Yang Yueyao. Qin Yue was simultaneously acting as Yang Yueyao's manager while also assuming the role of the company's owner. Chapter 38. Quite capable. It is getting late. You should return and rest. I will notify you, Qin Yue remarked as he lifted his gaze to the outside, noticing the sun had already set. He had initially intended to accompany Yang Yueyao for dinner and see her home, especially after they had just finalized the contract. However, he recalled that Zhao Feiyan was waiting for him at home, anticipating dinner. The thought of neglecting Zhao Feiyan in favor of Yang Yueyao left him feeling somewhat uneasy, for Zhao Feiyan was his wife, while the young woman before him would merely be an employee of his company in the future. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Yang Yueyao stood and nodded. All right, I shall return for now. Should you need anything, please contact me. At that moment, she too was eager to return home, as there were others awaiting her care. She had no desire to accompany Qin Yue for dinner. Her sole focus was on earning a living, devoid of any frivolous thoughts. After returning home, the following morning, she departed with the household funds towards the hospital, where she sought out a specialized physician. She sought the doctor to examine her throat, hoping for a chance of recovery. After a thorough examination, the doctor informed her that her throat was returning to normal, with no significant issues. Conversing would not be affected, yet singing might prove challenging. Subsequently, the doctor prescribed medication, advising her to collect it. However, Yang Yueyao refrained from doing so, fully aware that acquiring the medication would incur considerable expenses. If there were genuine hope for a cure, she would not mind the cost. Yet, knowing the futility of the treatment, she deemed it unnecessary to spend the money. Thus, she returned home in a daze, having visited several hospitals over the past few days, each yielding similar results. Whether from specialists or general practitioners, the message remained consistent. Gradually, Yang Yueyao felt a growing inclination to give up. Meanwhile, Qin Yue had not been idle. He had been reaching out to his acquaintances. Perhaps this seemingly insurmountable issue could be resolved with his assistance. Early one morning, Qin Yue approached Yang Yueyao, expressing his intention to take her for treatment. With a mindset of cautious optimism, she agreed to accompany him. For Qin Yue, it was merely a minor challenge, as he was aware of a remarkable traditional Miao healer residing in the southern part of the city, known as Su Zhongjia. This healer was a figure of extraordinary skill, regarded as legendary. He rarely accepted patients and was little known, yet those who had received his care recognized him as a miracle worker. Many sought his healing, but he would only treat those deemed faithful. Qin Yue maintained a connection with Su Zhongjia, having established some rapport in earlier years. Consequently, locating the healer was not a daunting task. After some inquiries, he quickly discovered Su Zhongjia's current whereabouts, which prompted him to take Yang Yueyao for treatment that very morning. As they traveled in the car, Yang Yueyao felt a sense of trepidation, uncertain whether her throat could truly be healed. She observed Qin Yue, who appeared remarkably at ease, as though he had everything under control. Meanwhile, Boss Lu persisted in his pursuit of Qin Yue. Upon learning from his subordinates that Qin Yue was taking Yang Yueyao for treatment, he immediately rushed to report. Boss, we have received reliable information. Today, Qin Yue has taken that girl, Yang Yue, to seek medical attention. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu's demeanor shifted. He stood abruptly from his seat and lit a cigarette. Is there anyone else besides him and that girl? Boss Lu is no fool. He is acutely aware that Qin Yue has the backing of certain influential individuals. If he were to act rashly and inadvertently provoke those behind her, he would inevitably face dire consequences. The two of them alone would not suffice. His subordinates are also astute and would only return to report to Boss Lu after receiving credible information. Upon learning that it was just the two of them, Boss Lu's excitement surged. He promptly decided to notify his brothers, instructing them to prepare for imminent action. Upon hearing Lu's command, his underlings quickly complied, hastily setting out to gather their companions. Boss Lu felt a sense of opportunity finally presenting itself, for while they were traveling by car, Qin Yue and Yang Yue were relying on public transportation. Consequently, Boss Lu's speed was several times greater than that of Qin Yue and Yang Yue. They arrived at their designated location first, concealing themselves within an alley that was a crucial route for Qin Yue to visit the doctor. As Qin Yue and Yang Yue approached the alley, an unsettling feeling washed over them. However, by the time they comprehended the situation, they found themselves completely surrounded. A multitude of individuals advanced toward them, and Qin Yue was taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many people, his instinctive reaction being one of despair. Yet, he remained oblivious to the identities of these individuals, lost in speculation as he pondered their allegiance, until he spotted Boss Lu striding toward him. Boss Lu appeared largely unchanged from their last encounter, still adorned in his ostentatious attire that exuded the essence of a nouveau riche. Aren't you quite capable? He taunted. Today, I am eager to see if you can escape from my grasp. At this juncture, Lu's gaze wandered toward Yang Yue, his eyes glimmering with a predatory gleam, prompting her to shyly retreat behind Qin Yue. Chapter 39. The Worthless Brothers Attack. With this command, Lu's subordinates swiftly brandished their weapons, preparing to strike at Qin Yue. Just then, an unexpected voice resonated from behind Qin Yue. Who dares to make a move? A somewhat familiar voice echoed, and upon turning, Qin Yue was astonished to find Yan Ruoshi standing directly behind him, accompanied by a group of her own followers. Boss Lu, taken aback by Yan Ruoshi's presence, momentarily froze, fully aware that he was no match for her. Without hesitation, he led his subordinates in a hasty retreat. Qin Yue, recognizing that Yan Ruoshi had come to his aid, felt a sense of indebtedness once again. Brother Yan secretly confided in you a matter of concern. One must exercise caution during these recent times, for the atmosphere has been tumultuous. Qin Yue is aware that the nation is poised to intensify its crackdown on organized crime. And Yan Ruoshi is not merely an ordinary thug. He has established a significant presence in his surroundings. Should an incident arise, and the authorities embark on their campaign against the underworld, he would likely be among the first to face eradication, serving as an example to others. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Yan Ruoshi recognized the genuine concern behind the warning, yet he dismissed it as inconsequential. After all, how could Qin Yue possibly grasp the nuances of the situation? With a smile directed at Qin Yue, he declared, "Very well, you may attend to your affairs. I have matters to attend to myself." With that, he turned and departed. Witnessing Yan Ruoshi's disbelief, Qin Yue shook her head in resignation, aware that further explanation would be futile, as it was only natural for him to remain skeptical until circumstances compelled him otherwise. Qin Yue, accompanied by Yang Yue, proceeded to visit his sister-in-law. Following a thorough examination by the physician, they were assured that there were no significant issues with her throat, and that a prescribed remedy would suffice. The final round of additions was scheduled for mid-May, and upon learning that her throat could be healed, Yang Yue was overwhelmed with excitement. She resolved that her foremost objective was to triumph splendidly in the competition, and subsequently, to firmly assert her dominance over Qin Yuan, compelling her to acknowledge her misjudgment. These thoughts ignited a fervor within her. Grateful by nature, Yang Yue recognized that her resurgence was owed entirely to Qin Yue's assistance. Without him, her aspirations of entering the entertainment industry would have been extinguished. Thus, she etched his kindness deeply into her heart, vowing that once she achieved success, she would never forget her benefactor and would repay him in kind. Conversely, the Black Crow had been in a foul mood of late, largely attributed to Qin Yue's actions. His territory, once secure and poised for dominance, had been unexpectedly ravaged by Qin Yue and his associates. The principal instigator of this destruction was none other than Yan Ruoshi. Yet he found himself powerless to retaliate, as his territory remained in disarray. This situation was not his greatest grievance. What truly incensed him was that shortly after his realm had been compromised, the authorities had apprehended him. This arrest only intensified Black Crow's ire, as he attributed the entire debacle to Qin Yue's interference. Had it not been for Qin Yue's words, I would not have found myself in this predicament. When I went to vandalize Qin Yue's internet cafe, I never anticipated that he would conspire with Yen Ruoshi against me. If I had possessed the foresight to foresee their alliance, I would have never dared to attack Qin Yue's establishment. This truly is a case of losing a watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. I ask, is your brain made of pig's brain? Day in and day out, I assign you tasks, yet you fail to accomplish even the simplest of them. It has been quite some time, and still, you have not provided me with any useful information regarding Qin Yue. Yu was already in a foul mood, and on top of that, Wu Jiahao had been dispatched to investigate Qin Yue in hopes of uncovering valuable intelligence. However, Wu Jiahao had turned up nothing of significance related to Qin Yue. Aside from the internet cafe, boss, I have tried my best. I just haven't found anything yet. Give me a little more time, and I am confident I can uncover more information about him. Wu Jiahao, sensing Yu's displeasure, dared not utter any further nonsense, only managing to speak these words in a hushed tone. Yu, upon witnessing Wu Jiahao's demeanor, felt an even greater surge of anger. He seized a thick book from the table and forcefully brought it down upon Wu Jiahao's head. The book flew open upon impact. Yet Yu still felt unsatisfied and followed up with several slaps across Wu Jiahao's face. You are truly useless. How much longer must I wait? Should I give you more time until I find myself imprisoned again, while Qin Yue grows ever more formidable? Is that what you expect? At that moment, Wu Jiahao felt a wave of dizziness and ringing in his ears, yet he refrained from speaking further. He understood that any additional words would only serve to infuriate Yu further, resulting in more punishment. Rather than engage in fruitless argument, he resolved to maintain his composure, hoping to minimize the beating. My apologies, boss. I promise to serve you diligently from now on. Please do not be angry. Although Wu Jiahao's face wore an expression of contrition, his heart was filled with seething resentment. During this time, he had not been idle. He had been charming the plump daughter of the Liu family with his silver tongue. He thought to himself, if he could win her over, what was Yu to him? Chapter 40. The latest developments. As long as I can become the son-in-law of the Liu family, what does Yu matter? In my eyes, he would be worth no more than a mere trifle. Wu Jiahao muttered this under his breath. Hearing him mumble, Yu assumed he was being defiant and delivered another slap to his face, glaring at him as he inquired, what did you say? Do you feel a sense of indignation? If you are dissatisfied, then venture out on your own. I am eager to witness your capabilities. Without my support, I wonder how you will manage to survive. Upon hearing the words of Black Crow, Wu Jiahao hastily cradled his head in his arms. Boss, I just mentioned that I must find Qin Yue's Achilles heel and avenge you. I won't trouble you further. I shall take my leave. After uttering this, Wu Jiahao swiftly exited Black Crow's office, acutely aware that lingering would likely provoke Black Crow's wrath once more. It was better to seize an opportunity to depart, especially since he had been contemplating the ample figure of the Liu family's daughter recently. Though she was indeed overweight and unattractive, such considerations were trivial if it meant securing a position as a son-in-law to the Liu family. After all, aside from Qin Yue, the person he loathed most was the very Black Crow before him, and he vowed that Black Crow would be the first to face his wrath. As for the future of the computer industry, not just Qin Yue, even Ma Feng, the president of the Dual Horse Club, possessed a certain foresight regarding this matter. Ma Feng was a wealthy individual, the type who believed that the computer industry had a promising trajectory. Thus, he boldly opened 3 computer stores in succession. However, upon launching these ventures, he soon realized that the reality was far more complex than he had anticipated. The business was merely average and not the booming enterprise he had envisioned. Gradually, he began to feel a headache brewing, uncertain how to manage the computers he had acquired. While the money involved was not substantial for him, who would willingly squander funds for no reason? Damn it. I thought opening an internet cafe would yield significant profits. Yet this business is dismal. I might end up losing my entire investment. Ma Feng rarely frequented the internet cafe, but on this particular day, he entered to find only a handful of players seated inside, which ignited a flame of anger within him. His staff, having overheard his grievances, hurried over. Boss, perhaps the cafe's location is unsuitable, or perhaps there are simply fewer people venturing out to surf the internet these days. There is no need for excessive concern. Let us wait and observe for a while. Despite his subordinates' reassurances, Ma Feng remained unconvinced, understanding that the initial struggles were indicative of future challenges. Go observe how other cafes are faring. Are their businesses thriving? If so, investigate why their operations outperform ours. Upon hearing these instructions, his subordinate promptly nodded in agreement. Ma Feng, feeling helpless, could only turn to his staff for assistance, urging them to devise solutions to these pressing issues. In Qin Yue's establishment, the internet cafe was still undergoing renovations. Due to the necessity of refurbishing the cafe, he decided to grant a temporary leave to several employees. You may all return home to rest for now. Once my mother has completed the renovations, I will reach out to you, he announced. Upon hearing this, the employees departed one by one. However, Qin Yue remained behind. Why do you not leave? Do you not wish to seize this opportunity to rest for a few days? Once the renovations are complete and we become busy, it will be far more challenging for you to find time to relax, Qin Yue remarked. Observing Qin Yue's hesitation, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Qin Yue, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, Boss, may I stay? You are aware of my family's circumstances. We do not own a computer at home. Furthermore, as a designer, I require a computer for my work. Inspiration can strike at any moment, and I need access to a computer, hence my desire to remain here. Upon hearing this, Qin Yue readily agreed, approaching Qin Yue and gently patting him on the shoulder. If you wish to stay, that is acceptable, but you must manage your time wisely. Ensure you take breaks when needed. Do not overexert yourself, or you may end up jeopardizing your health, which would be counterproductive. Elated by the opportunity to stay, Qin Yue felt a sense of relief, knowing that Qin Yue would have some free time as well, allowing him to oversee the renovations without needing to be present every day. Despite the ongoing renovations, Qin Yue busied himself with developing the app for a forum akin to Tieba. He was fully immersed in the research and development process, focused on achieving one primary goal, generating traffic. Only by attracting users could he build a vibrant community, which would, in turn, make his software popular. Currently, there were no well-established forums in the country, and most domestic players only accessed foreign ones. Once his forum was ready, he planned to unveil it and promote it extensively, confident that many would come to register at the internet cafe, as it is in the nature of the Chinese to enjoy communal activities. Upon entering the cafe, Qin Yue observed Qin Yue diligently working on his computer. Qin Yue, brimming with enthusiasm, began to share updates on his software's development. I have completed the testing version, boss. Please give it a try and let me know your thoughts. If it meets your approval, I can release it for operation. Delighted by Qin Yue's progress, Qin Yue readily agreed to test the application. All right, let me give this a try and see how this newly designed software performs. Haha. Chapter 41. I wish to go to work. Gazing at the downloaded game, Qin Yue felt no overwhelming excitement, for it was merely an ordinary card game on the desktop. He had played such card games before, yet now, having been reborn, he realized that this particular game had yet to be released in the market. He launched the game and began to test its features. After sampling it, he found it quite satisfactory. However, it still fell short of the aspirations he harbored. He understood that the creation of this game was no small feat, as it required countless hours of dedication and hard work. Qin Yue recognized that he could not measure Qin Yue's achievements by the standards of his past life. Not bad at all, he mused. After his trial, he concluded that this game surpassed many of the ordinary card games he had played in his previous life. He felt compelled to lavish praise upon Qin Yue. Observing the game's visuals on the desktop, he deemed it quite impressive under the current circumstances. It seemed that only their internet cafe boasted this game, as others had yet to develop anything of its kind. Upon hearing Qin Yue's commendation, Qin Yue sheepishly scratched his head, appearing rather bashful. I thought you might be disappointed with my game. It is rather simplistic, but I suppose it represents a small breakthrough for me, which could facilitate my future development. When Qin Yue first presented the game, he had felt a twinge of apprehension. The game's simplicity made him question its merit, despite having designed it himself. It's already quite commendable. You needn't be so modest, Qin Yue reassured him. Though the game may lack complexity, it undoubtedly signifies a breakthrough in the gaming industry. After finishing the game, Qin Yue exited and turned to Qin Yue. I owe you gratitude for this. I believe that with this game, the number of patrons at our internet cafe will surely increase, and you deserve all the credit for it. Feeling bashful at Qin Yue's praise, Qin Yue scratched his head once more. It's merely my duty. I do not find it arduous. After all, This is my passion. Engaging in what I love can hardly be considered a burden. Upon hearing Qin Yue's humility, Qin Yue smiled, feeling confident that retaining Qin Yue at his internet cafe was indeed a wise decision. However, he knew that this game could not be launched immediately. It required time for promotion and refinement before it could be released to the public. During this period, Qin Yue could not allow Qin Yue to remain idle. Currently, while the tabletop game has its niche in the market and can be deemed quite successful, it is merely an introductory game within the gaming realm. The paramount objective now is to develop a wireless online game, as such games are poised to dominate the future landscape, particularly online games that captivate players irresistibly, enabling them to ascend to greater heights. However, Qin Yue is acutely aware that, given their current circumstances, designing a wireless online game presents significant challenges. After all, the specifications of their computers pose limitations. If they were to create such an online game, it is likely that their current memory capacity would falter, or the game might be too large to run effectively. Try to see if you can design a wireless online game, Qin Yue suggested. Although such games demand considerable memory and have higher configuration requirements, they hold greater potential for success in the market. Qin Yue expressed his innermost thoughts to Qin Yue, who nodded in response. While Qin Yue's expectations were increasingly ambitious, Qin Yue perceived that he was not being burdened, but rather guided toward gradual growth. Qin Yue articulated many concepts that Qin Yue found perplexing, introducing him to ideas he had never encountered before, all contributing to his incremental development. All right, boss. I will give it a try and strive to design a wireless online game that is not overly demanding on memory. If it proves too resource-intensive, we may have to wait until we can upgrade our configuration, Qin Yue replied. After sharing these thoughts, he promptly returned to his computer to immerse himself in the redesign of new software. Recently, Qin Yue had been exceedingly busy, often rushing home just to eat and then sleep, a demanding routine that could hardly be blamed on him, given the exhausting nature of their work. With Qin Yue now engaged in designing a new game, he felt a sense of relaxation, no longer spending his days waiting in an internet cafe for updates. One day, upon returning home, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of a meal wafting through the air, soon followed by Zhao Feiyan emerging from the kitchen. Her face lit up with joy upon seeing Qin Yue, surprised by his early return. Darling, you're back. Quickly change your shoes and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. As Qin Yue beheld the array of his favorite dishes adorning the table, a wave of warmth enveloped him, prompting him to wash his hands before sitting down with Zhao Feiyan to enjoy their meal together. During the meal, Zhao Feiyan appeared hesitant, as if she wished to express something yet felt a tinge of embarrassment. Qin Yue, naturally perceptive, sensed that Zhao Feiyan harbored some concerns. He set down his chopsticks, turned to her, and inquired, "What troubles you? Have you encountered a problem?" His heart was tinged with worry that she might be facing some difficulties. Initially, she shook her head but then confessed, "Husband, I wish to return to work." Qin Yue was taken aback, staring at her in confusion, unable to comprehend why she suddenly desired to seek employment. After all, in this new life, his intention was to care for Zhao Feiyan, allowing her to relish the comforts of home. What is this? Why the sudden urge to work? Isn't it better to stay at home? The world outside is not as pleasant. Working is arduous, and I can support you, he gently reassured her, yearning to rectify the mistakes of his previous life by ensuring she could remain at home, enjoying life without the burdens of labor. I understand that staying home is preferable, but I find it quite dull to be here all day. You are constantly busy with work, and I wish to alleviate some of your stress, Zhao Feiyan replied, pouting slightly, her expression one of pitiful longing. Seeing her like this, Qin Yue felt a pang of helplessness and gently ruffled her hair. All right. If time permits, I will spend more time with you. As for your desire to work, I will think it over and see if there are suitable opportunities for you. If such a position arises, I will allow you to pursue it. He refrained from granting her request outright, fearing that if he agreed too readily, she might seize the opportunity to interview at various companies the very next day. Thank you, husband. You are so kind, Zhao Feiyan beamed, feeling a sense of joy at his tentative approval, even if it was not an outright agreement. After their meal, they returned to their room to rest. Qin Yue did not dismiss Zhao Feiyan's words. Rather, he etched them firmly in his mind. His reluctance to permit her to work stemmed from two concerns. Firstly, he wished to spare her from undue fatigue, and secondly, and perhaps more importantly, the world outside was fraught with peril. The thought of someone seeking vengeance against him and inadvertently causing harm to Zhao Feiyan was unbearable. Thus, he resolved to wait until the outside world settled before considering her return to the workforce. Meanwhile, Yang Yueyao, having received the medication prescribed by Su Zhongjia, returned home and diligently adhered to her regimen, taking her medicine punctually each day. Originally, Yang Yueyao believed that taking these medications would yield minimal effects. She approached the situation with a mere sense of experimentation. However, to her astonishment, after consuming the medicine, she experienced considerable transformations. After her initial dose, she felt a refreshing coolness in her throat, a sensation reminiscent of mint. After several days of medication over the course of a year, she sensed a gradual improvement in her vocal condition, which filled her heart with immense excitement. As time passed, the registration period for the most beautiful vocal competition drew to a close. Yang Yueyao eagerly awaited the final day before racing to sign up for the competition. It was indeed the last day, and she knew she had to participate. Otherwise, all her previous efforts would have been in vain. When the preliminary auditions commenced, she confidently took the stage to perform her signature song. As anticipated, upon completing her performance, she was selected without hesitation. Following her, many other contestants took the stage. Yet none could rival Yang Yueyao's brilliance. The judges deliberated among themselves, determined to ensure that Yang Yueyao would advance to the finals, as they recognized her as an exceptionally promising newcomer. Consequently, she was designated as a hidden gem, slated to perform in the first episode of the inaugural season. A few days later, the competition commenced once more. On that day, Qin Yue arrived early at the venue, as she was the first contestant scheduled to perform. Upon her arrival, she began to apply her makeup. Naturally beautiful, Qin Yue appeared even more radiant after enhancing her features, and her advantageous background allowed her to present herself in a manner that few could rival at the event. Some contestants, standing beside her, felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, perceiving themselves as mere supporting characters to Qin Yue's brilliance. Several individuals, overwhelmed by their self-doubt upon seeing Qin Yue, were ultimately eliminated from the competition. Sister Yue, you look absolutely stunning today. I truly believe the first prize is rightfully yours, remarked a staff member, approaching her with admiration, eager to flatter her. Given Qin Yue's privileged background, those who sought her favor would often receive benefits in return. Upon hearing the staff member's compliment, she responded with a charming smile, her expression radiating pride. Of course, my voice is naturally beautiful, and look at how stunning my makeup is today. I clearly have the looks of a star. When I step onto that stage, won't the judges be instantly captivated by my beauty? Around them were several other people, but no one spoke after hearing their conversation, because they all felt Qin Yue truly had that potential. Just as Qin Yue predicted, when the judges called her name to perform, she elegantly strode straight toward the center of the stage. Once in position, she began to sing. Her voice was quite good, pleasant to listen to, and combined with her stylish appearance, it earned her even more points. When the song ended, the audience erupted into applause. Some particularly enthusiastic spectators even shouted loudly, Qin Yue, another song. Another one. Whoa. Superstar Qin Yue sings so amazingly. Hearing the crowd's roaring cheers, Qin Yue was filled with pride and self-satisfaction. Chapter 43. What belongs to me? Yang Yueshao looked somewhat anxious now. She knew she and Qin Yue were evenly matched, and having just witnessed Qin Yue's performance, her heart grew even more uneasy. Her heartbeat quickened, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Seeing her state, Qin Yue beside her naturally understood exactly what Yang Yueshao was feeling. He immediately began comforting her. Don't be too nervous. It's just an ordinary competition. Calm your mind, go up there, and perform normally. Whether you succeed or not doesn't really matter. Qin Yue patted Yang Yueshao reassuringly on the shoulder, saying these words. Her tense mood, which had been overwhelming moments before, gradually calmed down after hearing his comfort. Although she still felt a bit nervous as she walked toward the stage, she quickly adjusted her mindset. This wasn't Yang Yueshao's first time participating in such a competition, and she clearly understood the significance of this event. No matter what, she absolutely couldn't mess up. Not only would she be letting herself down, but she'd also be failing Qin Yue. When Yang Yueshao reached the center of the stage, everyone held their breath, staring intently at her. People found it strange. No previous contestant had worn a mask, so why was Yang Yueshao wearing one? Whispers spread through the crowd. Some speculated that perhaps this masked woman was actually ugly. If not, why would a beautiful girl hide her face? when a stunning beauty like Qin Yue takes to the stage. She eagerly wishes for all eyes to be upon her visage, hoping to garner additional accolades. Seated in the most advantageous position within the audience, her heart began to race uncontrollably upon the entrance of a contestant onto the stage. For reasons unknown, upon glimpsing the masked figure, she instinctively felt that it might be Yang Yueyao. After all, they had spent an inordinate amount of time together, and she was well acquainted with Yang Yueyao's characteristics. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was impossible. After all, Yang Yueyao had been incapacitated by the drug she had administered, which had severely damaged her throat. There was no way she could have made it to the stage to compete. Surely, she was overthinking it. Even if it were indeed Yang Yueyao, what waves could she possibly stir? With these thoughts, she finally exhaled in relief and began to listen to the performance unfolding before her. To her astonishment, the figure who appeared both familiar and foreign was indeed Yang Yueyao. As she opened her mouth to sing, Qin Yue immediately sensed something amiss. Was that not unmistakably Yang Yueyao's voice? Like the ocean, a clear and pure sound resonated from the stage, and at the moment it emerged, Qin Yue's heart quivered. It was not that the voice was particularly melodious. Rather, it was strikingly familiar, and she could assert with utmost certainty that it belonged to Yang Yueyao. How could this be? It was simply unfathomable. Qin Yue found herself shifting uncomfortably on her seat. While on the stage, Yang Yueyao remained unfazed by the audience's scrutiny, her demeanor only growing more relaxed. After completing her rendition of the sea, a profound silence enveloped the audience, not even a solitary clap to break the stillness. As they gazed up at Yang Yueyao with wide eyes, as if witnessing a celestial being descend to earth, time seemed to stretch until, suddenly, one individual in the audience erupted into applause, prompting others to join in. Bravo! What a splendid performance! The crowd quickly transformed into a cacophony of excitement, rising to their feet and chanting first. After Yang Yueyao concluded her performance, the judges nodded in approval, and she effortlessly secured the coveted first place. Meanwhile, Qin Yue faced an unfortunate turn of events. She had anticipated claiming the top position for herself, only to find her throne usurped by the unexpected emergence of Yang Yueyao and her captivating rendition of the sea. At this moment, Qin Yue felt as if she was on the verge of insanity. She longed to leap onto the stage and unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon Yang Yueyao, hoping to mar her face. Regrettably, the multitude of spectators below, coupled with the presence of the judges, restrained her from acting on her impulses. She realized that should she act out, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. Soon after, Yang Yueyao descended from the stage, determined to occupy the prime seat. Qin Yue found herself engulfed in embarrassment, as all eyes were fixated upon her. With a resigned smile that masked her true feelings, she reluctantly relinquished her seat. At that moment, Yang Yueyao had gained a clear understanding of Qin Yue. As she approached her, she leaned in slightly and spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. I will reclaim everything that belongs to me, piece by piece. The way you have treated me will be repaid in kind. Upon hearing Yang Yueyao's words, Qin Yue felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, rendering her utterly speechless and frozen in place. Previously, she had only harbored doubts about this person's identity, but now, standing beside Yang Yueyao and hearing her declaration, she was unequivocally certain that this was indeed Yang Yueyao. I thought you could no longer sing. How is it possible that you are singing now? What is going on? Chapter 44. Humiliation. Yang Yueyao, with a mocking tone, addressed Qin Yue. You seem quite astonished. I'm back. Does it surprise you? This remark only intensified Qin Yue's anger. Rising abruptly, she prepared to confront Yang Yueyao. Yet, before she could act, her manager rushed over, perhaps mortified by her current behavior, or fearing the escalation of the situation, and pulled her away. Thus, the first season concluded. After the competition, Yang Yueyao made her way off the stage and into the backstage area. Qin Yue, however, did not leave. She lingered, awaiting the conclusion of the event. Once the competition had ended, she immediately headed backstage, where she spotted Yang Yueyao and swiftly approached her. As Qin Yue beheld Yang Yueyao, her eyes were tinged with red, and her face bore an expression of indignation. She extended her hand, poised to deliver a slap to Yang Yueyao. However, Yang Yueyao seemed to anticipate her every move. And just as Qin Yue lifted her hand to strike, Yang Yueyao firmly grasped her wrist. Qin Yue believed her speed was sufficient, yet she was taken aback to discover that Yang Yueyao surpassed her in swiftness. Most significantly, Yang's strength was remarkably formidable as he tightly grasped her wrist, rendering her utterly immobile. Previously, Yang had always seemed exceptionally well-behaved, dismissive of competing with others, believing it unnecessary to resort to underhanded tactics as long as there was fair competition. However, today was different. Qin Yue was inflicting harm upon herself and intended to strike again. How could he allow her to act against him unchallenged? Yang Yueyao, having grown up in modest circumstances, frequently engaged in laborious tasks, while Qin Yue led a life akin to that of a princess. It was inconceivable for her to possess the same strength as Yang. With a firm grip, Yang forcefully released her hand. Do you still wish to lay a hand on me? This time, I shall not let you succeed. I have discerned your true nature. It would be wise for you to tread carefully and refrain from provoking me again, lest you face my wrath. With a swift motion, Yang cast off Qin's hand, and a sharp pain surged through her arm. However, seeing Yang's current demeanor deterred her from retaliating, as she doubted her ability to prevail against him in this situation. Moreover, today, with Yang Yueyao having achieved first place, any aggression on her part would surely incur the wrath of the organizers, jeopardizing her future. Observing the changing colors of Qin Yue's face, Yang understood she was seething with anger but chose to disregard her and walked away. Qin Yue, fixated on Yang's departing figure, muttered under her breath, Yang Yueyao, you may think you have triumphed, but I shall see just how long you can remain arrogant. I vow to make you regret this. At that moment, a familiar figure approached, none other than Lu Tianzi, the deputy manager of Tianying Film Group. Upon arrival, he noted the displeasure etched on Qin's face and overheard her murmuring. Earlier, Lu had learned of the competition's outcome, which revealed Yang Yueyao as the victor. He had anticipated that his beloved would secure the first place, only to be surprised by another success. Concerned that his partner might be disheartened, he hurried over to offer consolation, inadvertently witnessing the unfolding scene. What happened? Are you all right? Did he upset you? Lu Tianzi inquired, casting a glance at Yang Yueyao's retreating silhouette before addressing Qin Yue. At this moment, Qin Yue finally noticed Lu Zetian approaching and immediately wrapped her arms around his. In a playful tone, she began to plead, Lu Gu, you must avenge me. You have to make Yang Yueyao pay for what she did. Look at how she stole the spotlight today, leaving me utterly humiliated. How can I possibly continue in this industry? Observing Qin Yue's adorable demeanor, Lu Zetian felt his heart melting. He had always treated this little darling with exceptional kindness. And being a figure entrenched in the underworld, he couldn't possibly ignore the injustice done to someone he cared for. All right, don't worry. Your troubles are now my troubles. Since she has caused you pain, I shall ensure she feels the same. If her beauty and voice are her strengths, we shall ruin both. What do you think? Upon hearing Lu Zetian's words, Qin Yue's face lit up with joy, and he promptly began to instruct his subordinates to take action. Lu Zetian was known for his ruthless nature. To win a smile from his beloved, he readily dispatched his men to ensure Yang Yueyao faced dire consequences. Lu Gu, you are the best. Without you, I would be at a loss, Qin Yue exclaimed. Elated by Lu Zetian's support, she firmly believed in his capabilities, given his esteemed reputation in the underworld. In that moment, Qin Yue felt a surge of pride, bolstered by the backing of Lu Zetian, while she dismissed any notion that Yang Yueyao could rival her. Yang Yueyao, in her self-imposed aloofness, had rebuffed attempts by staff from the organizing committee to connect with her, and Qin Yue thought to herself that someone like her could hardly compete. Qin Yue, thank you so much. I wouldn't know what to do without you. This first-place victory is entirely thanks to you. Yang Yueyao joyfully shared her elation with Qin Yue. Chapter 45, Rumors. Observing the beaming Yang Yueyao, Qin Yue solemnly cautioned her, though you have secured first place in this competition, you must not become complacent. This is merely the beginning. We must strive even harder moving forward. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Yang Yueyao nodded vigorously. We must continue to work diligently to secure first place again and keep progressing. Yang Yueyao wholeheartedly agreed with Qin Yue's perspective, understanding that even with this victory, she could not afford to relax. Upon returning home, she would continue to practice singing, aiming for even greater improvement next time. However, they certainly had reason to celebrate this achievement, and Qin Yue felt genuinely pleased for Yang Yueyao's success. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted their moment. Originally, Qin Yue intended to celebrate with Yang Yueyao, but unexpectedly, at that moment, Qin Yan called him. Qin Yan rarely called unless there was an urgent matter. The timing of this call suggested that something significant was amiss. Upon hearing the ringtone, Yang Yueyao ceased her chatter and remained silent, standing by. As soon as Qin Yue answered the call, he was met with Qin Yan's frantic voice on the other end. Something has happened to the boss. Qin Yan's tone was laced with urgency and palpable tension. What is going on? What happened? Please, take a moment to explain. Noting Qin Yan's distress and inability to articulate clearly, Qin Yue hastened to reassure him, urging him to speak slowly. Someone has stolen the desktop game I just developed. I don't know what to do. Boss, could you please come back quickly? Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Qin Yue uttered a brief acknowledgement before abruptly ending the call. You should head back. I have some matters to attend to at the internet cafe, so I want to see you off. After saying this, Qin Yue hailed a cab and headed in the direction of his mother's place, while Yang Yueyao also returned home. In a state of urgency, Qin Yue rushed back to the internet cafe, where he found Qin Yan seated in front of the computer, his brow furrowed as he stared at the screen, clearly troubled. Upon noticing Qin Yue's return, Qin Yan quickly stood up, and as Qin Yue took a seat, the conversation began. Boss, I don't understand what went wrong. I just designed this game not long ago, and it has already been completely stolen. Everything has been taken without any alteration whatsoever. Qin Yue felt a surge of anger at this revelation. He could hardly fathom who had the audacity to pilfer their newly developed game. What is going on? Has anyone else had access to this game? Did you download it onto our computers at the cafe? Qin Yue fixed his gaze on Qin Yan, pondering the possibility that if the game had gained traction at the cafe, some adept individuals might have managed to steal it. Yet, during their previous discussions, they had agreed that the game was not mature enough to be released. Could it be that during the recent days, while he was preoccupied with matters in the entertainment industry, Qin Yan had unilaterally decided to launch the game? No, I haven't put the game up for release. If it were to be launched and then stolen, it wouldn't be such a major issue, since we would still be the first to release it. Even if they were to steal the game, it wouldn't significantly impact us. Upon reaching this point, Qin Yan pondered for a moment before continuing. This game has only been played by a few individuals in our internet cafe, and only the staff has had the opportunity to experience it. It has not been officially launched at all. Upon hearing Qin Yan's words, Qin Yue became increasingly agitated, as he harbored a vague suspicion that some of the staff members might not have the best intentions. As for Ma Feng, his internet cafe was currently thriving, basking in success. Previously, their business had been rather dismal, teetering on the brink of closure at any moment. However, after illicitly appropriating the software system developed by Qin Yue and his team, business surged dramatically. Customers flocked in daily, to the extent that queues formed during peak hours, eager to access the internet. Emboldened by this newfound prosperity, Ma Feng did not halt his pursuit, but rather instructed his subordinates to closely monitor Qin Yue's movements, hoping to glean further advantages from him. Unbeknownst to Qin Yue, he was already being watched by Ma Feng. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the presence of a mole within their cafe. Qin Yue lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that the employees were all engrossed in their tasks, none casting their gaze in their direction, uncertainty gripped him as he pondered who among them could be the traitor. He felt that, apart from himself and Qin Yan, none of the others could be trusted. Turning to Qin Yan, he spoke softly. I fear there may be a mole among us. Otherwise, an outsider would not have been able to pilfer our internal resources. We must exercise caution moving forward. Aside from the two of us, we should trust no one. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan was instantly awakened to the reality of the situation, realizing the reason behind the theft of the software had indeed stemmed from within their ranks. When you go out, announce to everyone that I am currently incurring losses. It is essential that they all know, he replied, nodding in agreement and promptly setting out to spread the rumor of Qin Yue's financial woes. Chapter 46. A job well done. Rest assured, boss, I will keep a close watch on them going forward. I will ensure that this matter is handled impeccably, with no one the wiser about our actions. At that moment, Qing Sihai was hiding in the restroom, making a phone call to his superior. He was, in fact, the traitor within the cafe. Taking advantage of Qin Yan and his companion's momentary distraction, he stealthily absconded with the research materials that Qin Yan had painstakingly developed within the internet cafe. Although Qin Yue and his team had sensed the presence of a mole within the cafe, they had yet to uncover the identity of this traitor. At present, Qin Yue and Qin Yan had devised a plan to stage a ruse, hoping to lure out the infiltrator. Just as Qin Yue had concluded a phone call and emerged from the restroom, he noticed that no one had taken notice of his presence, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief before returning to his post. At that moment, he was suddenly alerted by the sounds of a heated argument emanating from Qin Yue's office, distinctly recognizable as the voices of Qin Yue and Shen Yan. "Look at the mess you've created. You failed to safeguard your research, and now look where we are. How am I supposed to proceed from here? Do you have any idea that all my funds were invested in this game design? I can't believe you've managed to ruin it. What use are you to me now?" Qin Yue's voice boomed from the office, startling the staff within the cafe, who began to exchange hushed whispers. "What does this mean? Why is our boss so furious? Why are he and Shen Yan arguing?" The employees were perplexed. Their past experiences indicated that the relationship between Qin Yue and Shen Yan had always been amicable. One employee from the design department, upon hearing the quarrel, expressed confusion. He could not fathom why Shen Yan would argue with Qin Yue, as their rapport had always been solid, and Shen Yan had consistently demonstrated dedication to his work. Qin Yue, known for his understanding nature, seldom raised his voice against his employees and was always willing to assist them in resolving issues. "Can you truly blame me for this predicament? You claim to have lost money, but do you think I have suffered no losses? I have been tirelessly laboring day and night, barely returning home these past few days, and now that trouble arises, you direct your ire at me?" Shen Yan's voice rose in intensity, leaving the onlookers astonished. They had always perceived Shen Yan as a compliant employee, never one to engage in disputes with his superiors. Yet, today, he was visibly enraged, clashing vehemently with Qin Yue. It seems that this time, they may have reached an impasse. I wonder if there is a significant issue at hand. Could it be that our boss will no longer have the means to pay our salaries? Some employees began to speculate among themselves, while Qin Yue watched the unfolding scene with a sense of delight. In his heart, he felt that if two individuals were to engage in an argument, it would be most desirable for the quarrel to escalate fiercely, ultimately leading to a complete severance of their relationship. This way, he could surreptitiously reach out to Shen Yan and facilitate a transfer of matters to Ma Feng's name. At that moment, Shen Yan, infuriated, abruptly opened the door and stormed out, while Qin Yue happened to pass by the office entrance, maintaining an expression of remarkable calm as if nothing had transpired. He sauntered past the office door nonchalantly, while Shen Yan's countenance revealed his fury as he stormed outside. After Shen Yan's departure, Qin Yue soon followed suit, his temper flaring as he exited the office. He was a step slower than Shen Yan, and upon his emergence, he noticed all the employees within the office casting their gazes upon him. Realizing that the altercation with Shen Yan had drawn their attention, he glanced at the onlookers and reproached them. "What are you staring at? Have you all completed your tasks? If you fail to expedite your work, you will all be staying late this evening." Upon hearing Qin Yue's admonition, the employees hastily lowered their heads and resumed their duties, no longer daring to cast furtive glances in his direction. Observing that everyone had returned to work, Qin Yue proceeded to exit the premises. Once he left, the employees began to murmur among themselves. What on earth happened? The designs by Shen Yan were known only to us insiders. Who could have leaked them? The members of the design department, upon witnessing Qin Yue's and Shen Yan's departure, began to speculate amongst themselves. "Who knows? It certainly wasn't me," one individual retorted. As they all started to deflect blame, they found the situation particularly perplexing, unable to comprehend the sudden emergence of this issue. After all, both Shen Yan and Qin Yue had always treated them well, and there was no incentive for them to betray either of them. Moreover, their salaries were significantly higher than those of the average worker. Should any problems arise, they would inevitably face termination, and finding such lucrative employment again would prove to be quite a challenge. As Qin Yue observed the employees engaging in hushed discussions, he feigned nonchalance and retreated to a corner. He then discreetly took out his phone and began to contact Ma Feng. "Boss, I have some good news. Shen Yan and Qin Yue have had a falling out. It seems that Qin Yue has suffered a loss over this matter, and it appears that Shen Yan is no longer inclined to work with him." As he spoke, he surveyed his surroundings nervously, wary of anyone discovering his phone call with Ma Feng. "Excellent work," came the response. Chapter 47. Undetected recently, you have been diligently cultivating a relationship with Shen Yan, exploring any opportunity to draw him over to our side. Should you succeed in this endeavor, rest assured that your efforts will not go unrewarded. Ma Feng's voice swiftly echoed from the other end of the line, and upon hearing his words, Qin Yue felt an exhilarating rush. He understood well the rewards that Ma Feng had in store for him. However, what Qin Sihai was blissfully unaware of was that during this phone call, he was already under surveillance. He did not realize that Qin Yue and Shun Yin were nearby, observing him intently. Every move he made had long since been noted by both Qin Yue and Shun Yin. Qin Yue and Shun Yin exchanged knowing glances, a cold smirk gracing their lips. Initially, they believed that uncovering the internal traitor would require considerable effort, yet they were astonished at how effortlessly they had stumbled upon the culprit. In merely a few short minutes, the fish had taken the bait. When they first became aware of the data leak, they immediately suspected that the issue stemmed from Shun Yan's side. Upon tracing the source of the problem, Qin Yue refrained from making any direct accusations, opting instead to allow Shun Yin and his team to conduct an internal investigation to identify the perpetrator. Following this inquiry, Shun Yin concluded that the designers in his department, who had been working closely alongside him, were unlikely to have leaked any information. Firstly, these designers had consistently collaborated with Shun Yin, remaining at their posts throughout the design process without anyone straying from their duties. Moreover, they had been exceedingly busy with their work, leaving them no time to engage in any unscrupulous activities. As Shun Yin had spent considerable time with them, he was well acquainted with their personalities and habits, leading him to the conclusion that there was little motivation among them to commit such an act. Having received this insight, Qin Yue broadened his scope of investigation, extending his focus from the research team to encompass all employees in the internet cafe. At that moment, one individual captured Qin Yue's attention, none other than Qin Sihai. Qin Sihai had only recently joined the cafe. Qin Yue recalled that when he first arrived, the establishment's business seemed rather lackluster, which struck him as peculiar. It appeared that Qin Sihai's timing was somewhat off. Typically, job seekers gravitate towards bustling establishments, ensuring not only job security but also a higher wage compared to less popular venues. Yet, Qin Sihai had chosen to work in a cafe that was evidently underperforming, which naturally aroused Qin Yue's suspicions. I recall the moment when Qin Sihai arrived, coinciding perfectly with the period when the staff at the internet cafe were immersed in the design of a new game. From that point onward, Qin Sihai seamlessly assumed the responsibilities of a clerk. Each day, he approached his duties with utmost seriousness, spending his time in the company of his colleagues, diligently engaged in the task of copying a myriad of documents. He never took a respite, as the workload at the cafe was quite substantial, and he consistently performed his tasks with great dedication. On the surface, everything appeared to be in order, portraying him as a remarkably conscientious employee. However, one day, when Qin Yue entered the cafe, he noticed a few employees engaged in hushed conversations. As he passed by them, he inadvertently overheard snippets of their discussion. What is up with Qin Sihai? Lately, it seems as though he has struck it rich, buying an abundance of items every day, one employee remarked to another. The second employee nodded in agreement and, with a hint of gossip, speculated, could it be that Qin Sihai won the lottery? Just yesterday, I saw him and his girlfriend enter an upscale boutique where he purchased a handbag worth tens of thousands. For someone working at our cafe, it would take a decade or more to afford such a luxury. It's simply a dream. Upon hearing their remarks, Qin Yue felt a surge of curiosity. Could it be that Qin Sihai was a concealed millionaire? Yet, upon reflection, he found this notion improbable. If he were indeed wealthy, why would he choose to work at the cafe? At that moment, he remained oblivious to the news of documents being stolen from the establishment. Initially, he brushed these thoughts aside, but upon learning of the theft, he began to connect the dots, growing increasingly suspicious of Qin Sihai's involvement. This suspicion prompted Qin Yue and Shun Yin to stage a rather elaborate performance, which surprisingly proved effective. The primary objective of their ruse was to ascertain whether Qin Sihai was indeed implicated in the recent events and to gauge his composure under scrutiny. True to their expectations, upon witnessing their act, Qin Sihai promptly reached out to Ma Feng, initiating a report on the happenings at the cafe. Their conversation seemed muddled, and shortly thereafter, Qin Sihai exited the cafe. Observing his departure, Qin Yue and Shun Yin stealthily followed in his wake. Qin Sihai appeared notably cautious, glancing around intermittently as he walked, seemingly vigilant for any signs of being pursued. However, the presence of Shun Yin and Qin Yue remained undetected as they arranged to meet in a rather secluded location. When you arrived, you weren't noticed, were you? They are oblivious to the fact that you came to meet me, and they are unaware that it was you who leaked the information from the internet cafe. Ma Feng withdrew a bundle of 100 yuan notes from his pocket and placed it into Qin Sihai's hands, inquiring further. Qin Sihai accepted the money and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 48. Infiltrating the Li family. Rest assured, my esteemed leader, you are well aware of the caliber of Qin Sihai. I seized the opportunity to slip away while Qin Yue and Shun Yan were embroiled in their quarrel. They are likely wandering off somewhere, completely unaware of my absence. Qin Sihai tucked the money into his bosom, his eyes narrowing with delight, resembling a cat with its eyes half closed in contentment. His complexion appeared slightly flushed, perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement. However, unbeknownst to him, the unfolding scene had already drawn the attention of both Qin Yue and Shun Yan, who were concealed behind a nearby large tree, observing everything. To his astonishment, it truly was he who orchestrated this treachery. After all, I had treated him well since his arrival at the internet cafe, providing him with a generous salary and bonuses. How could he betray me in such a manner? Qin Yue seethed with anger, reflecting on how he had consistently treated his employees with kindness, only to discover that some had turned against him. Do not let your anger consume you, my leader. It serves no purpose. He was already placed among us upon his arrival at the cafe, Shun Yan remarked, maintaining an air of composure despite his disdain for Qin Sihai. He recognized that such individuals had always existed within their ranks. Fortunately, they had finally identified the culprit. Had they remained in the dark, the research they conducted could have easily fallen into the hands of this traitor who might sell it to others. As Qin Yue gazed around the corner, he spotted Ma Feng. The moment he laid eyes on him, recognition dawned. He had not anticipated that this individual would be Ma Feng, the future president of the Double Horse Society, although they had yet to meet. Nonetheless, due to his prior life experiences, Qin Yue had a certain familiarity with these figures and was aware of their identities. To his disbelief, such a prominent figure could stoop to such despicable actions. It was utterly revolting. Qin Yue could not suppress a disdainful snort. Truth be told, he had always held the belief that Ma Feng, the president of the Double Horse Society, was an impressive individual. He had assumed that his accomplishments stemmed from genuine talent, only to discover that he could also engage in such underhanded dealings. Do you know him, my leader? When Shun Yan heard Qin Yue's words, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it be that his boss was acquainted with that individual? Yet, it seemed he had never heard Qin Yue mention this person before. Upon hearing her remarks, Qin Yue shook his head. I do not know him personally, but I am aware of who he is. Ma Feng. He is indeed a titan who has monopolized the internet industry. It is quite surprising to find him so duplicitous and cunning. He could easily be deemed a master schemer. Fortunately, he is still relatively young, which explains his lack of extreme actions. He has not yet accumulated enough experience to be truly composed. Is it true that Shun Yan and Qin Yue have fallen out? Ma Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on Qin Sihai, who appeared somewhat perplexed. Previously, he had often heard his subordinates speak of the strong bond between Qin Yue and Shun Yan. Each time, the information conveyed that their relationship was particularly close, with Shun Yan owing a debt of gratitude to Qin Yue, leading him to remain under her employ. Before this, several companies had attempted to lure Shun Yan away, offering salaries that were several times higher than what Qin Yue provided. Yet, Shun Yan consistently declined, citing his loyalty to his boss as the reason. Of course it's true. I witnessed it clearly today. They had a fierce argument in the office, and afterward, Shun Yan stormed out. I believe this time their rift is irreparable. Boss, if you seize this opportunity, Shun Yan may very well join your company. Qin Sihai's words filled Ma Feng with excitement. At that moment, Qin Sihai, seizing the opportunity of Ma Feng's elation, began to express his thoughts. Boss, do you see how well I've performed this time? You previously promised me a managerial position in the computer market, did you not? Are your words still valid? Qin Sihai had already conspired with Ma Feng, stating that if he could help steal the gaming software from Qin Yue's internet cafe, he would be granted a managerial role in the computer market. Upon hearing his words, Ma Feng agreed. Of course, my word is my bond. Prepare yourself at home. I will notify you when it's time for you to come to work. Although Ma Feng verbally acquiesced, he felt a deep disdain for Qin Sihai within his heart. Very well, there is nothing more to be done now. You may return to your tasks. I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing Ma Feng's dismissal, Qin Sihai said nothing further and departed. After he left, he turned and drove towards the Li family's residence. Upon arriving at the Li family villa, Ma Feng parked his car and approached the door, knocking before entering. The Li family could indeed be considered a prominent clan. Their family is engaged in the real estate business, which affords them a rather comfortable lifestyle, and they are notably affluent. They have a sole daughter named Li Linger. Despite her melodious name, which evokes the image of a stunning beauty, particularly one from a wealthy family, Li Linger starkly contrasts this expectation. In truth, her appearance leaves much to be desired. She embodies a rather robust figure, presenting a rather ungraceful impression at first glance. Recently, Ma Feng has set his sights on Li Linger, aspiring to gain entry into the Li family through her. Chapter 49. Discontent. Although Ma Feng is aware of Li Linger's lack of conventional beauty, he believes that aligning himself with her could significantly bolster his career prospects. After Ma Feng departed, Qin Yue and Shun Yan emerged from behind a tree. Rather than following him, they chose to head in the opposite direction and leave. Sister, where are you off to? Early that morning, Yang Yueyao had risen early to prepare breakfast for the family. Following their meal, she promptly began tidying up. Once she had finished and changed her attire, she prepared to venture out. Just as she was about to leave, her younger brother approached her and inquired about her plans. I am going out to conduct a follow-up. You stay at home and behave. Focus on your studies. Otherwise, be careful that I might return to scold you. If you are obedient, I shall bring you some treats upon my return. If not, you shall receive nothing. As Yang Yueyao approached her brother, she affectionately ruffled his hair, speaking gently to him. Recently, due to her success in a competition where she secured first place, she had received numerous rewards, leading to a significantly improved quality of life for their household. Yang Yueyao, buoyed by her achievement, has been particularly kind to her family members. All right, sister, I understand. I will be good and listen to you at home. Please hurry back. After uttering these words, her brother retreated to his room to begin studying. Observing her brother's obedient demeanor brought a smile of satisfaction to Yang Yueyao's face as she gathered her belongings and stepped outside. Yang Yueyao felt particularly elated, having attained first place in the competition, and her voice was nearly restored to its pre-injury state. Today, she intended to seize the opportunity during her break to consult Sun Zhongjia, seeking a follow-up examination to assess her vocal health and determine whether further medication was necessary. If it weren't for the necessity of continuing his medication, he could have ceased taking it altogether, thereby saving his family a considerable expense. Whistling a cheerful tune, he ambled along the path until he reached a narrow alley that was essential for his journey to Sun Zhongjia's residence. As he traversed the middle of the alley, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He soon discovered that several individuals were approaching from both the front and the back, effectively cornering him. These men were none other than the petty thugs summoned by Lu Zetian. As Yang Yueyao continued on his way, the sudden appearance of these individuals caused him to halt in his tracks, contemplating a retreat from the scene. However, upon turning around, he was met with the sight of additional individuals standing behind him, each one exuding an unmistakably unsavory aura. Their hair was dyed an alarming shade of yellow, and they donned sleeveless shirts, projecting an air of rowdy defiance. One of them had an earring on his lip, wore makeup, and sported an outfit that seemed a disarray of styles. Upon seeing these figures, Yang Yueyao's heart raced. Who are you? What do you want? He inquired, striving to maintain his composure and mask his rising panic. He understood that succumbing to fear would only exacerbate the situation. He needed to remain calm and devise a strategy to confront these thugs. He recognized that, given his current abilities, engaging in a physical confrontation was out of the question. His only recourse lay in employing wit. The leading thug, upon hearing Yang Yueyao's words, flashed a grin and approached him, stopping just a step away. He then reached out a hand towards Yang Yueyao's face. Feeling the warmth of the thug's hand, Yang Yueyao instinctively recoiled, only to realize he was already pressed against the wall, with no further retreat possible. Well, aren't you a pretty little thing? It's precisely because of your beauty that some folks might take a disliking to your face. We're just here to help you with that, but don't worry. We'll try to be gentle, the ringleader said with a swaggering bravado. His words sent a jolt of fear through Yang Yueyao, who quickly scanned his surroundings only to find that not a single passerby was in sight. Should there have been any witnesses, they would likely refrain from intervening. For these were indeed thugs, and anyone who crossed them would surely face dire consequences. I know who sent you. You're acting on Qin Yue's orders, aren't you? Let me tell you, this is wrong. If you harm me, you will regret it. If you leave now, I will pretend this incident never occurred. Yang Yueyao endeavored to stabilize the tumultuous emotions within him, acutely aware that he had not offended anyone of significance. If he were to consider who he might have inadvertently antagonized, it would likely be only Qin Yue. She had always harbored a particular disdain for him. even going so far as to send individuals to mar his appearance, which, while extreme, was somewhat understandable. Yet, Yang Yueyao pondered the nature of his enmity with Qin Yue. Although there was animosity, it hardly reached the depths of a bitter vendetta that would warrant such drastic measures against him. Observing Yang Yueyao's composed demeanor, the leader of the thugs shook his head slightly before speaking. As for this Qin Yue you mention, I have no acquaintance with her and have never even heard her name. I am not here at her behest. In truth, these ruffians were not summoned by Qin Yue, but rather by her associate, Lu Zetian, who had orchestrated this confrontation with Yang Yueyao. A sense of unease washed over Yang Yueyao. Could it truly not be Qin Yue behind this? If not her, then who else could it be? He was certain he had not wronged anyone else. Chapter 50. Mind your own business, however. With such beauty, it would be quite a pity to mar your face right away. How about this? I will indulge you first before defacing your visage. That way, you won't be at a loss, wouldn't you agree? Upon uttering this remark, the leader's cohorts erupted into cheers, their excitement palpable. Indeed, the boss is right. A beauty like her shouldn't be so easily disfigured. That would be a tragedy. Yang Yueyao realized that the situation was turning dire. The leader advanced towards him, hands outstretched, seemingly intent on tearing his clothes away. Yang Yueyao was resolute. He would not succumb so easily. He retaliated by striking at the thug's hand, yet the thug's excitement only intensified at his resistance. Oh, I didn't expect you to possess such spirit. I find it all the more enticing. The more you resist, the more I enjoy it. Just as it seemed Yang Yueyao was on the verge of being violated, Qin Yue and Shun Yin fortuitously passed by and witnessed the unfolding scene. Shun Yin, upon seeing the thugs encircling Yang Yueyao and their lewd taunts, felt a surge of fury ignite within him, propelling him forward. Qin Yue, however, noticed Shun Yan's intent to charge in and swiftly grasped his arm, preventing him from rushing headlong into danger. When Shun Yin observed Qin Yue's sudden action, he felt a sense of perplexity. He could not fathom why Qin Yue would abruptly obstruct him. Did he not recognize that the individual in question was Yang Yueyao? Or was it that, given the multitude of people present, he hesitated to approach, gripped by trepidation? Contemplating these thoughts, Shun Yin felt as though he scarcely recognized Qin Yue. In that moment, Qin Yue also discerned that the person surrounded in the middle was indeed Yang Yueyao, yet he did not permit Shun Yin to proceed. It was not due to a lack of desire to assist Yang Yueyao. Rather, he understood that, in their current state, advancing unarmed and confronting several individuals would inevitably result in misfortune for both of them. Boss, what are you doing? Shun Yin gazed at Qin Yue, puzzled by his actions. He thought to himself that if Qin Yue was too afraid to approach, he would go alone. He could not simply stand by and watch Yang Yueyao suffer humiliation at the hands of those people. What use is it for us to approach like this? After uttering these words, Qin Yue grasped Shun Yin and steered him aside. They soon observed a group of 7 or 8 individuals. While only the 2 of them stood in opposition, Qin Yue led Shun Yin toward the wall, where he retrieved 2 bricks from the ground. He handed 1 brick to Shun Yin. As Shun Yin remained momentarily bewildered, Qin Yue had already placed the brick in his hand, while he himself retained the other. Qin Yue tested the weight of the brick with his fingers, nodding in satisfaction. At this juncture, Shun Yin began to comprehend Qin Yue's intentions. He had initially presumed Qin Yue to be timid, yet was astonished to discover such resolve. Had we approached directly before, it would have been tantamount to courting death. I have never been one to engage in battles without certainty. Let us proceed. With that declaration, Qin Yue and Shun Yin surged toward the group. Upon reaching them, Shun Yin wielded the brick in his hand and struck the nearest individual upon the head. They had not noticed the sudden arrival of the 2, nor had they registered that Qin Yue and Shun Yin were armed with bricks, as they had concealed the bricks behind them. As they neared, Qin Yue swiftly drew the brick from behind, delivering a blow to the back of the head of the individual closest to him. In an instant, that person collapsed to the ground, prompting the others to react and prepare to confront Qin Yue. However, as they approached, they were unarmed. And given their intent to target Yang Yueyao, they had come empty-handed. Who are you 2? Why are you meddling in our affairs? Do you know who we are? Do you comprehend whose subordinates we are? Are you seeking trouble with us out of sheer boredom? The leader among them appeared rather composed, attempting to intimidate me, Qin Yue, and Shun Yin, hoping to scare us into retreat. Spare me your trivial words. I care not who you are or who your boss might be. Release the person at once, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Yue seized a brick and struck one of the lackeys squarely on the head, leaving him sprawled on the ground before he even had a chance to react. It seemed that Qin Yue had no intention of backing down. The remaining lackeys, witnessing this display, felt an overwhelming sense of fear and huddled closer to the sleazy individual among them. They gathered together, none daring to approach Qin Yue or lay a hand on him. In a mere moment, 5 of their number had been toppled, and although a few still stood unharmed, they were paralyzed by fear and unwilling to advance. As Qin Yue's formidable presence was utterly intimidating, one individual attempted to sneak up on Qin Yue while he was momentarily distracted, only to find that Qin Yue appeared to possess eyes in the back of his head. Just as the assailant was about to strike, Qin Yue executed a swift roundhouse kick, sending him crashing to the ground. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, and the remaining lackeys dared not approach any closer, standing frozen in place as they regarded Qin Yue and Sun Yan. Chapter 51. Alternative methods. The lackeys appeared utterly dazed, unsure of their next move as they stood rooted in place, not even contemplating an escape. Their presence here was under someone else's orders, and the thought of leaving without completing their task filled them with dread, as they could not face their unseen employer upon returning. Noticing their bewilderment, Qin Yue bellowed at them, "What are you all standing around for? Do you wish to be beaten?" At the sound of Qin Yue's commanding voice, the lackeys snapped back to reality, realizing that lingering here would likely result in dire consequences. Though Qin Yue and Sun Yan were merely 2 individuals against their 7 or 8, when it came to a scuffle, Qin Yue was overwhelmingly dominant, capable of dispatching them with ease. Moreover, they were simply petty troublemakers, unwilling to escalate matters to the point of fatality, while Qin Yue seemed reckless, wielding the brick as if it were a weapon aimed at their vital points. "Wait for it. You'll get what's coming to you. Brothers, follow me." Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, the leader of the ruffians cast a glance in his direction. As he looked at Qin Yue, an expression of trepidation filled his eyes. He understood that engaging with Qin Yue further would be unwise. It would be far better to retreat and report everything to the person pulling the strings behind him, allowing that individual to devise a plan. However, as he contemplated fleeing, he felt that simply escaping would render him unable to hold his head high in front of his subordinates. Thus, before departing, he could not resist hurling a menacing remark at Qin Yue. In response to the ruffian's words, Qin Yue felt no fear. Instead, he shouted defiantly, "I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to come find me." With that declaration, he casually hurled the brick he held toward the ruffian, striking him squarely on the leg. The impact caused the ruffian to limp as he ran, yet he dared not pause, terrified that Qin Yue might pursue him further. Additionally, he refrained from speaking, for fear that provoking Qin Yue again might result in another brick being thrown his way, potentially crippling him. After the ruffians fled, they sought out Lu Zetian, who was at that moment sharing laughter with Qin Yue and Yuan. The ruffian leader strode into the room, and upon seeing him, Lu Zetian initially assumed he had successfully completed the task assigned to him. However, he quickly discerned something amiss, as the ruffian's face bore bruises and welts, suggesting he had been beaten. "What happened to you? Did you accomplish what I instructed?" Lu Zetian inquired. The ruffian shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, Boss Lu, but we failed to carry out your instructions. It's not our fault." 2 formidable individuals suddenly appeared and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon us. "Look at my condition." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Lu Zetian, revealing the bruises adorning his forehead. "How dare anyone meddle in my affairs? I will make them pay." Lu Zetian seethed with anger, incredulous that anyone would dare disrupt his operations. Qin Yue and Yuan, overhearing the ruffian's account, became even more incensed. "I can't believe how inept you all are. You had at least 7 or 8 of you. How could you be bested by just 2 individuals? This is utterly humiliating." She approached Lu Zetian, clinging to his arm and pouting. "Brother Lu, you must help me. We cannot let this slide. If we do, they will secure their position at the top. They are not just disrespecting me, they are insulting you as well." Lu Zetian, already fuming, felt as though Qin Yuan's words were stoking the flames of his anger, and he clenched his fists tightly. "It is of no concern. We have alternative methods at our disposal. No matter how formidable he may be, what difference does it make? Can his family possibly rival ours in wealth? Eventually, we shall devise a plan to see if we can sway the judges. If we manage to do so, the position of first place will undoubtedly belong to you." Lu Zetian is no fool. He recognizes that if the judges can be influenced to ensure Qin Yuan secures the top spot, it serves his interests as well, with no repercussions. After all, if Qin Yuan rises to fame, the company will undoubtedly receive more invitations, leading to increased revenue. Should Yang Yuyao claim the first place, it would yield no benefits for him, as she is not from his company, and he would not allow an outsider to seize the accolade. Upon hearing Lu Zetian's remarks, Qin Yue felt a sense of relief wash over her, and with a charming smile, she said to Lu Zetian, "Your strategies are truly impressive, Lu Ge. If we successfully sway the judges, then it matters not whether it is Yang Yuyao or Li Yueyao. None could usurp my position." At that moment, Qin Yue was convinced that the first place was firmly within her grasp, knowing well that Lu Zetian's family possessed considerable wealth, enabling him to influence the judges if he so desired. After Qin Yue had driven away those unruly individuals, he harbored concerns about potential disruptions from others. So he and Shun Yin accompanied Yang Yuyao directly to Su Zhongjie's residence. Upon their arrival, they found Su Zhongjie engaged in his tasks, and after exchanging pleasantries, they brought Yang Yuyao to him, requesting a thorough examination to assess her current condition and determine whether further medication was necessary. After a comprehensive review, the conclusion was that Yang Yuyao's throat was practically sound. Upon receiving this news, Yang Yuyao felt immense joy, initially worried that her voice might be irreparably damaged, hindering her ability to sing. Chapter 52, Subtle Thoughts. Yang Yuyao's greatest fear was that when Qin Yue provided her with new songs, she would be unable to perform them. She had previously recognized that Qin Yue was an exceptional talent, as the lyrics he crafted were of remarkable quality. Missing out on his new songs could jeopardize her chances of success. The results of the recent examination brought her satisfaction and relief. Yet, she still sought Dr. Su's assistance, requesting additional medication to ensure her voice could be further strengthened. Qin Yue remained concerned for Yang Yuyao, acknowledging that although her throat had improved, it was prudent for Su Zhongjie to prescribe her some medication to maintain her vocal health. "Certainly, I shall prepare some herbal tea for her," Su Zhongjie replied. This herbal remedy is relatively free of side effects and safe for long-term use, thus providing protection for her voice. Upon reaching this point, Sun Zhongjie immediately began to rummage through his medicine cabinet. After a short while, he presented several large packages of medication to him. Yang Yueyao received the medicine, her heart swelling with joy. "Thank you, Dr. Sun," she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "There is no need for such formalities. If you wish to express your thanks, direct it towards Qin Yue. It is due to our past acquaintance and the assistance he provided me that I am able to attend to your needs," he replied. Qin Yue then took Yang Yueyao and departed. At this juncture, he began to curate a new selection of songs for her, ones that would pose a greater challenge. He understood that Yang Yueyao had returned to her normal state and thus sought pieces that would allow her to showcase her talents, ensuring her swift rise to fame. Meanwhile, the internet cafe began to gradually regain its momentum. Although the business remained somewhat lukewarm, it had at least reopened, no longer stagnant as it had been before. This lull was a consequence of Ma Feng having pilfered software from their cafe, leaving them without anything new to attract customers. Consequently, the establishment had been struggling to generate profit, and since its reopening, Qin Yue had not seen significant earnings. Nevertheless, he and Shun Yin had been strategizing on various matters. "This time, we must expedite the design of a new game. It has to be more enticing than the last, otherwise, we'll consider the previous game as merely a stepping stone," Qin Yue stated as he and Shun Yin convened in the office, accompanied by several staff members. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Shun Yin nodded in agreement, responding earnestly, "The last incident was my fault, which resulted in our software being stolen. This time, I will ensure that our software is well guarded. Once we complete this game, I am confident that our cafe's business will flourish." Shun Yin spoke with unwavering conviction. Pleased by his response, Qin Yue nodded in approval, giving him a pat on the shoulder before surveying the surrounding staff. Most were engrossed in their tasks, but not Qi Sihai, who was eavesdropping on their conversation. Qin Yue noticed his unusual behavior, but chose to remain silent, curious to see how Qi Sihai would respond next. If Qi Sihai refrained from taking action, he would feel that his efforts had been in vain. "Let us all put in some hard work during this period. If we diligently work overtime, I assure you that your efforts will be rewarded once the software is completed," he encouraged. As Qin Yue spoke, he placed the food and drinks he had just ordered for delivery before each of the staff members. Upon hearing his words, the employees were filled with joy, and their diligence in work increased remarkably. Thus, through the industrious efforts of the team over the following days, the software was successfully developed. Once the game was completed, Qin Yue did not instruct them to maintain secrecy as he had previously. Instead, He announced a day of closure for the internet cafe to gather everyone's attention. Everyone, please quiet down and lend me your ears for a moment. The staff, having just received the red envelopes Qin Yue distributed, lifted their heads in curiosity, wondering what their employer had in store for them this time. Now, Xinyan has designed a new online game for us. I would like you all to have a trial run first and share your impressions. If there are any suggestions for improvements, please voice them. If not, I plan to launch the game in the next few days. The employees were taken aback by Qin Yue's announcement, engaging in hushed conversations among themselves. In the past, whenever new projects were developed, Qin Yue would insist on confidentiality and never allowed them a chance to playtest. The fact that he was now encouraging them to try the game filled them with astonishment. However, considering it was during work hours, the opportunity to play a game was rather delightful. They promptly downloaded the game onto their respective computers and began to play. Qin Sihai was no exception. He also downloaded the game onto his work computer and started playing. Yet, at that moment, he was hardly in the mood for gaming, as his mind was preoccupied with various thoughts, merely following the on-screen prompts while his heart wandered far away. Qin Sihai sensed something unusual about Ji Yu's demeanor, which seemed different from the past, but he brushed it aside, perhaps attributing it to the influence of wealth. As the workday drew to a close, the staff began to tidy up their belongings in preparation to leave. However, Qin Sihai had no intention of departing. "Why are you still here? It's time to go," one of his colleagues inquired, noticing that he was still engrossed in the game. "Go ahead, I'd like to play a bit longer. I find this game quite enjoyable," Qin Sihai replied, using this excuse to wave them off. The other employees, understanding his sentiment, chose not to linger and headed home, eager to return after a long day at work rather than remain to play games. If they wish to engage in gaming, they can do so today, tomorrow, and even once the game is officially launched, there is truly no need to be overly concerned about the present moment. Upon observing his colleagues departing one by one, Qin Sihai finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly rose from his seat, striding towards Qin Yue's desk. Upon reaching the desk, he opened the drawer and soon discovered a USB flash drive placed squarely in the center of it. At the sight of this USB drive, Qin Sihai's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he knew its significance. It was the very drive Qin Yue used, containing all the newly developed software. With the USB in hand, his heart raced with exhilaration. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before cautiously making his way back to his own workstation. From his pocket, he retrieved another new USB drive, preparing to transfer all the contents from the one he had just acquired. Everything was set, and he began the download, each passing moment filled with thrilling anticipation. As he watched the software progress, just 50 more units remained until completion, when suddenly, the bright lights of the internet cafe flickered to life. The abrupt illumination startled Qin Sihai, and the cafe door swung open to reveal Qin Yue, Xinyan, and several other administrators entering the establishment. It seemed they were heading directly towards him, leaving Qin Sihai feeling somewhat disoriented. "Boss, didn't you all leave? Why have you returned? You should be busy with your own matters. I'll just play for a little while longer, and we'll turn off the lights and lock up," he stammered, attempting to deflect their attention while surreptitiously trying to remove the USB drive. However, his anxiety caused him to fumble, and before he could detach it, several administrators approached him, firmly restraining his hands. "I wonder how long you can keep up this charade. We've been good to you. I have treated you fairly. How could you betray our trust in this manner?" Qin Yue remarked, observing Qin Sihai being subdued by the other administrators, fixated on the computer screen. Qin Sihai, still eager to defend himself, replied, "Boss, what are you saying? I don't understand. I merely wish to download the game to take home and play. Is there some misunderstanding?" Qin Yue chuckled at his words. "At this point, you still wish to argue? Do you think we are fools? The cafe has already provided you with the games to play at your leisure. Is there truly a need to take them home? Besides, do you even have a computer at home?" The words conveyed that Qin Sihai was left speechless, staring at Qin Yue, utterly incapable of uttering a single word. At that moment, a sense of regret began to stir within him. Had he foreseen such a situation, he would have exercised more caution. He should have recognized that something was amiss much earlier, yet, in his eagerness to secure the game, he had willingly taken the risk. Furthermore, he had not anticipated Qin Yue's remarkable intelligence. "Contrary to your assumptions, I never intended to steal your software," Qin Sihai declared. Upon hearing this, Qin Yue found it even more amusing. "You need not utter any more superfluous words. Do not presume I am unaware of your actions. Last time, Ma Feng generously compensated you, didn't he? I had thought you might have ceased your activities, but your audacity is astonishing. You dare to offend again. If you hadn't continued your transgressions, we would never have caught you. With a smile directed at Qin Sihai, Qin Yue articulated these sentiments, causing Qin Sihai's legs to weaken, almost collapsing to the ground. To his astonishment, it dawned on him that they had known everything all along, and the game they had designed was merely a trap laid for him to fall into. What more was there to say? Call the police and have him arrested. At this juncture, some of the management personnel began to devise a plan, and soon someone dialed the authorities. Before long, a police vehicle arrived. Upon assessing the situation, the officers swiftly bound Qin Sihai and escorted him into the car. As he was being taken away, Qin Sihai shouted vehemently, proclaiming his innocence. Unfortunately for him, all evidence pointed decisively in his direction. His claims of being wronged would not earn him any sympathy, and he was apprehended by the police. Once Qin Sihai was taken away, the first to receive the news was naturally Ma Feng. Boss, what should we do? Should we find a way to rescue Qin Sihai? After reporting the current situation, one of Ma Feng's subordinates voiced this suggestion. However, Ma Feng waved his hand dismissively. In his eyes, Qin Sihai was merely a disposable pawn. There is no need. To me, he is nothing more than a piece on the chessboard. If he is incapable of handling such matters, then he is of no use to us. Why should we save him? Would he not simply bring us trouble? These cold words rendered Ma Feng's subordinate speechless, leading him to withdraw. In Ma Feng's mind, he had never considered Qin Sihai as one of his own. He viewed him solely as an individual driven by greed. However, it seems that Ma Feng has developed a certain interest in another individual, none other than Qin Yue. He is curious to ascertain the extent of Qin Yue's capabilities. Chapter 54. You wait for me. He wishes to observe the nature of Qin Yue's internet cafe, the establishment that has given rise to such innovative games, and to discern how it has been transformed under his stewardship. In light of Qin Sihai's arrest, no one could continue to pilfer Qin Yue's software from his cafe. Consequently, Qin Yue installed the software on every computer within his establishment, initiating its operation. Business began to flourish, with the cafe bustling daily, filled with an abundance of internet goers, and the atmosphere grew increasingly buoyant. The majority of patrons were youthful individuals who exhibited a profound fondness for the newly launched online game. Initially, the cafe's reputation was modest, but with the introduction of this online game, word spread rapidly among the community, prompting some players to invite their friends to join in the gaming experience. This organic promotion catalyzed a surge in business, ensuring that each day saw Qin Yue's cafe brimming with customers. To elevate Yang Yueyao's profile, Qin Yuan has shifted his focus to the digital realm, incorporating short video advertisements within the chat software he designed. These advertisements predominantly feature Yang Yueyao, thereby amplifying her renown. Furthermore, the innovative chat software piqued the curiosity of many young users, who found its novelty refreshing, resulting in an influx of visitors to the cafe. Thus, this strategy proved to be mutually beneficial. The cafe's business thrived, Yang Yueyao's fame expanded, and the cafe's revenue gradually stabilized. As the prestigious vocal competition approached, Qin Yue, while managing the cafe, also maintained his role as Yang Yueyao's manager. When the time for the competition arrived, Qin Yue accompanied Yang Yueyao to participate. Does this outfit appear overly extravagant? Yang Yueyao pondered. Coming from a modest background, her attire had always been quite simple. In preparation for this competition, Qin Yue took her to a more upscale shopping center to select a gown. His intention was for her to not only sing beautifully on stage, but also to look stunning, thereby making a lasting impression on the audience. However, having never worn such attire before, Yang Yueyao felt somewhat uncomfortable in the gown, perceiving it as rather ostentatious. Exaggeration? If you succeed, you will undoubtedly become a star. Just take a look at the celebrities on television. Observe the attire they adorn. Is this truly an exaggeration? In reality, the garments that Qin Yue has selected for Yang Yueyao are precisely the styles she would favor after achieving fame. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Yang Yueyao ceased her attempts at contradiction. Standing before the mirror, she examined herself repeatedly. Indeed, the outfit she wore now was far more aesthetically pleasing than her previous attire. She no longer resembled an ugly duckling. In the reflection, Yang Yueyao felt akin to a graceful swan. These clothes are exorbitantly priced. Once I earn money, I shall repay you without fail. Upon seeing the price tag, Yang Yueyao's heart raced. The cost was staggering. It was worth more than several months' worth of living expenses for her family. Yet, Qin Yue insisted on purchasing the outfit, leaving her with no choice but to plan to reimburse him once she earned her own income. After changing into the new attire, Qin Yue seemed somewhat dissatisfied and promptly took Yang Yue out to a styling salon for a new hairstyle and makeup, which finally pleased him. Meanwhile, Qin Yue had arrived at the venue early in the morning. Due to her privileged background and support from Lu Tianzi, everything had been orchestrated for her. The gown, makeup artist, and designer were all waiting at her home, allowing Qin Yue to prepare swiftly and arrive at the venue ahead of time. Upon her arrival, she noticed that Yang Yue had yet to appear, and she felt a sense of satisfaction. Having arrived early, she had already captured the spotlight. Soon, the crowd around her began to buzz with excitement as they spotted Yang Yue and Junyu. Yang Yue's appearance today was markedly different from her previous look, attracting considerable attention. Seeing the transformed Yang Yue stirred discomfort within Qin Yue as she realized that Yang Yue, after her makeover, was indeed quite beautiful. However, the thought that the judges had already been bribed made her dismiss any concern. No matter how stunning Yang Yue appeared, it would have no bearing on the outcome. What does it matter if you look good? Do you think this will guarantee your victory in the competition? Knowing she had manipulated the judges, Qin Yue felt herself superior to all the other contestants present, viewing Yang Yue merely as someone to be trampled beneath her feet. Apart from the two of them, there was another contestant participating in this second round of the competition. Another newcomer possesses striking beauty and exudes a gentle demeanor, her melodious voice complementing her commendable performance, which captured the judges' attention. In this competition, aside from Yang Yue, there is another contestant, Qin Yue, whose name currently ranks second to last. What does my potential victory have to do with you? If I fail, do you believe you can succeed? Yang Yue shot a disdainful glance at Qin Yue and uttered these words. I wonder how long you can revel in your triumph. Just wait and see, she added before Qin Yue confidently ascended the stage. Chapter 55. Utter chaos. Upon reaching the stage, Qin Yue swiftly concluded her performance, prompting the judges to erupt into applause. They nodded in agreement, seemingly quite pleased with her presentation. It appears that Qin Yue has indeed made a lasting impression. The judges seem remarkably satisfied with her performance. I concur, particularly given Qin Yue's beauty, her privileged background, and the support she receives from Lu Tianzi. She likely feels minimal pressure in her pursuit of first place. Below the stage, the audience buzzed with conversation, some expressing surprise at the judges' reactions, as they believed Qin Yue sang beautifully, yet did not expect such astonishment from the judges. The competition featured numerous talented participants, each delivering captivating performances, and once the contest concluded, the judges maintained a formal demeanor, offering no contestant the high ratings they bestowed upon Qin Yue. I truly did not anticipate your performance to be so exceptional. Continue striving, and do not become complacent, one judge remarked as she rose to address Qin Yue on stage. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Yue replied, Rest assured, I shall persist in my efforts, aiming to surpass myself each time. Following her statement, she descended the stage, casually flaunting her success as she passed by Yang Yuanyao. Observing Qin Yue's triumphant expression, Yang Yuanyao felt a twinge of indignation, yet refrained from commenting. Do you think Yang Yue might be facing defeat this time? I believe Qin Yue stands a good chance of securing first place. Not necessarily. While Qin Yue performed admirably, Yang Yue was equally impressive. I believe Yang Yue's performance is on par with Qin Yue's, and the final outcome remains uncertain. At this moment, the audience beneath the stage began to engage in animated discussions. Some believed that Qin Yue was likely to secure the first position, while others contended that Yang Yue deserved the top spot. The crowd was divided into two factions, one supporting Qin Yue and the other rallying behind Yang Yue. The primary reason for Qin Yue's apparent ease in this competition was Lu Tianzi's manipulation of the judges, a fact unbeknownst to Yang Yue. Deep down, Yang Yue felt an acute sense of nervousness as he had glimpsed the scores the judges had assigned him, which were notably lower than those awarded to Qin Yue. It was evident that Qin Yue had delivered a commendable performance, significantly improved from her previous competitions. Nevertheless, Yang Yue was aware of the effort he had invested in this contest, and believed his performance was on par with Qin Yue's. This discrepancy left him perplexed as to why the judges leaned towards Qin Yue. Reflecting on the hard work he had put forth to reach this stage, he felt that a loss would not only be a disappointment to himself, but also to Qin Yue. Therefore, he resolved to give his utmost performance. With these thoughts in mind, he began to bolster his spirits. When the host called his name, Yang Yueyao understood it was his turn to compete. He stepped onto the stage and commenced singing the piece that Qin Yue had prepared for him. As he performed, both the lyrics and the melody of the song could be deemed nothing short of perfection. After all, this song had been meticulously crafted by Qin Yue, who had labored over every detail, from the lyrics to the arrangement, until he was thoroughly satisfied before entrusting the music to Yang Yueyao for practice. Having received the song, Yang Yueyao dedicated several months to perfecting it, with Qin Yue frequently supervising his rehearsals. Under Qin Yue's guidance, Yang Yueyao ultimately succeeded in embodying the musical vision that had existed in Qin Yue's mind. Upon completing his performance, the audience erupted into fervent cheers, chanting his name, Yang Yueyao, Yang Yueyao, Yang Yueyao. Witnessing the enthusiastic response from the crowd ignited a wave of excitement within Yang Yueyao, as he recognized that all his efforts had been worth it. Initially, he felt a tinge of anxiety while singing, but he soon discovered that due to his extensive practice, the performance unfolded effortlessly, allowing him to deliver the song flawlessly. Yang Yueyao possessed a profound confidence, aware that his rendition of the song was undeniably superior to that of Qin Yuan, even if he did not secure the first place. Achieving second place was certainly within his grasp. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment when he noticed the judges below the stage began to voice their opinions. Your performance is rather lackluster. What on earth is this composition? It's utterly chaotic. As these words escaped their lips, several other judges joined in the chorus of criticism directed at Yang Yueyao. Qin Yue, observing the unsettling situation, sensed something amiss and promptly ascended the stage, positioning himself protectively behind Yang Yueyao. However, his appearance on stage prompted others to start spreading rumors about him as well. While at his internet cafe, Qin Yue had inadvertently revealed a feature of the chat software through a video advertisement, which quickly garnered widespread attention. Upon witnessing this, Ma Feng felt as though he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Consequently, he began to fixate on Qin Yue's internet cafe, determined to claim it as his own. Chapter 56. Toasting to trouble. Laughter echoed in the room, the sound emanating from Heya, who was intently gazing at the computer screen displaying a video featuring both Qin Yue and Yang Yueyao. This footage captured their moments at the competition, yet it had been surreptitiously recorded by individuals with ulterior motives, subsequently disseminated to the media to attract attention and generate traffic through a plethora of baseless rumors. Boss, why do you look so pleased? Is there good news? At that moment, one of Heya's subordinates approached him with something to report, only to be met with the sight of his boss in high spirits. Curious, the subordinate inquired, knowing that Heya's temper was typically less than pleasant. However, due to his unusually good mood, Heya, instead of responding with ire, began to gesticulate towards the computer, explaining, "Indeed, there is good news. Qin Yue is in for a rough time. I never expected his retribution to come so swiftly. It's quite delightful." Following Heya's gesture, the subordinate glanced at the news on the computer screen and couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Previously, when he had wreaked havoc on Qin Yue's internet cafe, he had felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, the unexpected emergence of Yen Ruoshi during his investigation of Qin Yue's cafe had dealt him a blow. This thought ignited a wave of anger within Heya. Had it not been for Yen Ruoshi's sudden appearance, Qin Yue's cafe would have long since been renamed, bearing the black surname instead. However, he was acutely aware that in recent times, Qin Yue's internet cafe business had been flourishing remarkably, with whispers circulating everywhere about the excellence of his establishment and the engaging nature of the games offered within. Heyu, who owned several internet cafes himself, had previously enjoyed a steady stream of customers, employing various methods to attract patrons. However, as Qin Yue's cafe gained popularity, the influx of visitors to his own establishments began to dwindle significantly. Have Wu Jiahao come over, Heyu thought to himself. It was imperative that he devised a plan to wrest control of this cafe from Qin Yue. Thus, he instructed his subordinate to summon Wu Jiahao, intending for the two of them to confront Qin Yue together. Understood, boss. I'll fetch him right away. His subordinate promptly exited, and after approximately 10 minutes, Wu Jiahao was ushered into Heiyu's room, appearing somewhat defiant upon entry. Yet, the moment his gaze landed on Heiyu, his expression transformed into one of utmost deference, as though he were an entirely different person from the one who had just entered. Upon Wu Jiahao's arrival, Heiyu spoke in a commanding tone. gather a few of our brothers. We need to pay a visit to Qin Yue's cafe. You must be aware that his business is thriving. If we do not act swiftly to seize control of this cafe, we stand to incur substantial losses." Listening to He Yu's audacious remarks, Wu Jiahao couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain. In his heart, he regarded Qin Yue as a particularly vexatious rival, yet he held a similar contempt for He Yu. Each time He Yu found himself in need, he would seek Wu Jiahao's assistance, but when he was of no use, He Yu would hardly hesitate to cast him aside. "All right, boss. I'll make the necessary arrangements." Although Wu Jiahao harbored a strong dislike for He Yu, he recognized the reality of their situation. His own influence paled in comparison to that of He Yu. For the time being, he had no choice but to rely on He Yu for his survival. Any attempt to operate independently would surely lead to his downfall. With these thoughts in mind, he resolved to acquiesce to He Yu's demands, biding his time until he could amass the strength to confront both He Yu and Qin Yue. Thus, the two of them, accompanied by a few henchmen, set forth towards Qin Yue's cafe, their demeanor exuding an air of menace. Particularly, He Yu's eyes gleamed with an intense fervor. Under normal circumstances, he might have hesitated to approach in such a bold manner. However, with Qin Yue currently embroiled in scandal and experiencing a decline in power, the opportunity to usurp his cafe could not be missed. Upon entering the internet cafe, He Yu and his companions immediately spotted Qin Yue, who was seated before the computer, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching him, He Yu adopted a mocking tone. "I recall hearing that your business here was thriving, Qin Yue. Yet, it appears to be rather lackluster at present. Have you contemplated a career change? Perhaps you should consider relinquishing this establishment." Qin Yue, upon raising his head and recognizing that it was He Yu accompanied by Wu Jiahao, understood their intentions were far from benevolent. "I apologize, but I have not given it any thought. Whether my business flourishes or falters, it holds no relevance to you," he retorted defiantly, showing no signs of intimidation. The anger within He Yu intensified upon hearing Qin Yue's response, as he had always found him particularly irksome. "Let me make this clear. You would be wise to heed my warning. If you agree to vacate this cafe, I might even be inclined to share some financial compensation. Otherwise, do not hold it against me if I resort to less cordial means." In response to this threat, Qin Yue merely chuckled, intrigued to discover how He Yu intended to act ungraciously towards him. "I acknowledge your capabilities, He Yu, but this cafe belongs to me. Should you wish to purchase it, your request must first meet my approval. So, pray tell, what do you mean by treating me discourteously? I am most curious." Unperturbed by Qin Yue's demeanor, He Yu leaned closer and uttered a particularly unsettling remark. "Your wife is quite the beauty. If you refuse to part with my mother, perhaps you might consider offering your wife instead. I wouldn't mind. I do enjoy taking advantage of opportunities. Surely, you can spare something for me." Upon hearing this, Qin Yue was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether He Yu's words were genuine or merely a ploy, while he would remain steadfast against threats involving other matters. The mention of Zhao Feiyan struck a nerve, as she was his Achilles heel. "You are utterly shameless, resorting to such underhanded tactics to fulfill your desires," he replied, his expression darkening. Observing Qin Yue's distress, He Yu's spirits lifted, realizing that the latter indeed held his wife in high regard. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Having previously arranged for Zhao Feiyan's abduction, he knew that intimidating Qin Yue would have been challenging otherwise, given Qin Yue's resistance to coercion. "You cannot blame me. I merely sought to invite your wife to my home. It is unfortunate that you failed to comprehend the situation, leaving me with no choice." Observing the unscrupulous demeanor of the Black Crow, Qin Yue found himself at a loss. However, he remained oblivious to the veracity of the Black Crow's claims. Meanwhile, the celestial figure beside Qin Yue appeared noticeably tense, prompting the Black Crow to erupt into laughter upon witnessing Qin Yue's expression. "Ha ha ha. I once believed you to be indomitable, devoid of any vulnerabilities. Who would have thought that your wife is, in fact, your Achilles heel? Had I known this sooner, I would have ensured your wife was captured much earlier, making things considerably simpler." The Black Crow reveled in the delight of witnessing Qin Yue's current countenance for the first time, desiring nothing more than to see Qin Yue kneel before him, pleading for mercy. Such a submission would grant him the satisfaction of having finally subdued Qin Yue. Yet, Qin Yue was no fool. He refused to take the Black Crow's words at face value and thus made a demand. "I wish to hear my wife's voice. I must ascertain her safety." Qin Yue gazed intently at the Black Crow as he voiced his request. Acknowledging his words, the Black Crow nodded and signaled to Wu Jiahao, who stood nearby. Wu Jiahao instantly comprehended the Black Crow's intention, retrieving his phone and promptly dialing a number. The call was answered swiftly. Wu Jiahao activated the speakerphone and directed his words to the other end. "Let that woman speak." Upon hearing Wu Jiahao's voice, the individual on the other end swiftly positioned the phone in front of Zhao Feiyan. Currently, Zhao Feiyan had been bound, her hands and feet restrained. Prior to this moment, her mouth had been gagged, and upon being instructed to speak, the obstruction was removed. "Your husband is over there. Speak to him and let him know you are alive." One of the Black Crow's subordinates addressed Zhao Feiyan. Upon hearing these words, tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and when she finally spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. "Qin Yue, I am fine. Do not worry about me. It was my carelessness that led to this abduction. Have I caused you trouble again? I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Zhao Feiyan's voice resonated with profound sorrow, evoking a pang of anguish in Qin Yue's heart. At that moment, he realized with certainty that Zhao Feiyan had indeed been captured. Zhao Feiyan held immense significance in Qin Yue's life. He would willingly risk everything, even his entire fortune, to ensure her safety. "Feiyan, you are safe. Do not worry. I will manage this situation and will not allow them to harm you." As Qin Yue uttered these words, he had scarcely finished his comforting remarks when the call was abruptly terminated. Qin Yue lifted his head and cast a glance at Sun Yan, for at that moment, he was engulfed in the thought that if he were to relinquish the internet cafe, the person he would most wrong would undoubtedly be Sun Yan. After all, Sun Yan had been instrumental in assisting him with the design of various elements within the cafe. Though these creations were born from his own labor, Sun Yan's contributions were no less significant. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself devoid of choices. He could never forsake Zhao Feiyan. Time was a luxury he could not afford, and he was acutely aware of his own limited patience. If he believed the cafe to be more important than his wife, it mattered not. He would simply take her away and leave him with the cafe to endure alone. Upon witnessing Qin Yue's demeanor, Heiya had already surmised that Qin Yue would indeed relinquish his mother. However, seeing Qin Yue still hesitating, he began to issue threats. "Very well. I can concede the cafe to you, but you must agree to one condition. You must immediately bring my wife here. Only once I am assured of her safety will I consider the transfer of the cafe." Given the gravity of the situation, Qin Yue had no alternative but to allow Heiya to bring his wife over before contemplating the cafe's fate. Upon hearing this, Heiya nodded in agreement and instructed Wu Jiahao to fetch Zhao Feiyan. Following his orders, Wu Jiahao departed and returned approximately 30 minutes later with Zhao Feiyan in tow. Throughout that half hour, Qin Yue's fists remained clenched tightly. Although he harbored a grudge against Heiya, it was not one of deep-seated enmity. However, this incident had undoubtedly crossed a line. Qin Yue was resolute in not letting this transgression slide. Chapter 58. My sincere thanks. Upon seeing Zhao Feiyan arrive safely, Qin Yue fulfilled his promise and swiftly signed the agreement for the cafe, handing it over to Heiya. After glancing at the document, Heiya nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Feiyan was acutely aware that her actions had caused trouble for Qin Yue, and her heart was heavy with sorrow. Tears streamed down her face as she made her way to him, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. When Qin Yue beheld Zhao Feiyan's distressed state, he rushed to her side, feeling an overwhelming sense of heartache. It was the first time he had witnessed her in such despair. "Qin Yue, I am so sorry. This is entirely my fault. I shouldn't have wandered off. If it weren't for my recklessness, I wouldn't have brought you this trouble." Upon arriving at the location, Zhao Feiyan discovered that she was in Qin Yue's internet cafe, where apart from the two of them, there were also Heiya and his associates. Despite having had only limited interactions with Heiya, the moment she laid eyes on him, she instinctively recognized that these individuals were far from benevolent. "Do not be too disheartened. This situation is not entirely your fault. Those with ulterior motives will always find a way to achieve their ends," Qin Yue reassured Zhao Feiyan. Feeling a profound sense of empathy for her, he gently patted her back, wishing to alleviate her distress. To Qin Yue, the cafe was merely a material possession. His primary concern was ensuring Zhao Feiyan's safety. "What about the cafe? When I was kidnapped, I overheard them mentioning using me as a bargaining chip for the cafe. Did you agree to that?" Zhao Feiyan inquired softly, glancing at Heiya and then back at Qin Yue, sensing an unsettling intuition within her heart, though she could not ascertain its certainty. Upon hearing her words, Heiya erupted into laughter. "Well, this cafe is now mine. It shall become my territory. I must say, your husband seems to care for you, willing to trade you for this establishment." He then turned to his subordinates. Continuing, now, usher these irrelevant individuals out. Their presence is merely a hindrance to my profit. Thus, Qin Yue and Zhao Feiyan were unceremoniously expelled. Once outside, Zhao Feiyan noticed the discontent etched on Qin Yue's face and felt compelled to offer him solace. I am truly sorry, Qin Yue. This is all my fault. But do not dwell on it too much. The cafe is in disarray now, and lamenting won't change that. Let us work hard together. I believe we can rebuild our cafe. While the events of the day left Qin Yue feeling particularly unsettled, he understood that he could not place the blame on Zhao Feiyan. If blame was to be assigned, it would rest solely on his own shoulders for drawing the ire of Heya and his cohort. He surmised that even if he had not provoked Heya, once their cafe regained its vibrancy, it was likely that Heya would still come to trouble them. Ultimately, the root of their troubles lay with Heya, whose domineering nature was undeniable. Observing Zhao Feiyan's troubled demeanor, Qin Yue was determined not to let her feel any guilt regarding the situation. He grasped her hand tightly, turning to comfort her in return. It's nothing to worry about. These are merely minor setbacks. Remember when our cafe was vandalized? We managed to reopen afterward. So, there's no need for despair. With determination, we will surely rise again. Qin Yue was acutely aware that this time was markedly different from the last. The impact on his internet cafe could be considered a devastating blow. The prospect of reopening the cafe seemed daunting, especially given that he was now devoid of any funds. The money he had previously saved was entirely spent on new computers. It was said that the cafe had been thriving recently, yet all those earnings had been diverted towards developing software. Currently, his daily sustenance relied solely on the revenue from the cafe, and with its closure, his income had been abruptly severed. The thought of reclaiming his former success and reviving the cafe appeared increasingly elusive. Perhaps he had indeed plunged into a profound low. Believing he might succumb to defeat this time, Qin Yue was lost in sorrow when suddenly, Sun Tianci returned. Is Qin Yue home? On that day, having just risen and dazedly watching television in the living room, he was jolted by the sound of the doorbell, followed by a man's voice outside. Upon hearing it, Qin Yue instantly sprang to his feet and made his way to the door. To his surprise, standing there was none other than Sun Tianci. Due to certain special circumstances, Sun Tianci had been away on business for an extended period, and they had not seen each other for quite some time. Qin Yue felt a surge of joy at this unexpected visit. Come in. Sun Tianci entered, carrying items in his hands, and placed them on the table. He was exceptionally cheerful this time, having heeded Qin Yue's advice, leading to substantial profits, more than tenfold of his initial investment. He had intended to reinvest to double his earnings. But due to his father's deteriorating health, he had no choice but to return home early. The primary purpose of his visit was to attend to family matters. Hearing about Sun Tianci's financial success brought immense joy to Qin Yue as well, for it affirmed that Sun Tianci's decision to follow his counsel had proven fruitful. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your guidance, I doubt I could have earned so much so easily. Without this money, I would have had little say at home and no opportunity to claim my inheritance. Upon uttering these words, Sun Tianci promptly opened the briefcase he had brought with him, placing it on the table and revealing its contents. Chapter 59. Are you out of your mind? As the briefcase was opened, Qin Yue was astonished to see stacks of 100 yuan bills, which he estimated to amount to several million. This money is your reward. No matter what, you must not refuse it, you must accept it. If you try to decline, it would imply that you look down upon me, Sun Tianci. And regarding this money, you needn't feel any pressure. It is merely a portion of my earnings, essentially a dividend. Initially, Qin Yue intended to decline Sun Tianci's offer. However, upon hearing a particular remark from Sun Tianci, he decided to forego any pretenses. Thus, the sum of money presented to Qin Yue was indeed substantial, yet for Sun Tianci, it merely represented 110 of the earnings derived from Qin Yue's own suggestions. Bestowing this amount upon Qin Yue could be deemed a form of profit sharing, rendering the transaction mutually beneficial. As Qin Yue gazed at the money, an involuntary smile crept across his face. Ha ha ha. You have truly come to my aid this time. I am in dire need of funds, he exclaimed. Seating himself, Qin Yue recounted to Sun Tianci the challenges he had faced during Sun Tianci's absence. He detailed the evolution of his internet cafe, from its initial lackluster performance to its subsequent booming success, and the harrowing experience of his wife being abducted by the Black Crow, which ultimately led him to negotiate her return through the cafe. Now, however, the establishment had fallen into the clutches of the Black Crow. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianxi's rage boiled over. He slammed his hand on the table and rose from the sofa, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could scarcely believe that the Black Crow would stoop to such depths. It was unacceptable for anyone to seize Qin Yue's cafe without consequence. "Leave this matter to me. I will stand up for you," he declared. Sun Tianxi, typically averse to meddling in affairs that did not concern him, found himself compelled to act. Although he and Qin Yue had not formed a profound bond, the financial fortune Qin Yue had facilitated in the stock market illuminated his exceptional character and potential. Sun Tianxi pondered ways to cultivate a closer relationship with Qin Yue, and this presented a fortuitous opportunity. By avenging Qin Yue against the Black Crow, he could undoubtedly win Qin Yue's loyalty. Upon hearing Sun Tianxi's resolve, Qin Yue smiled and replied, "Brother Sun, let us do this. I will have my associates investigate the Black Crow's background. Once we understand his origins, we can confront him. I fear this will require your considerable effort." Recognizing that Sun Tianxi was no ordinary individual and possessed significant influence, Qin Yue understood that with Sun Tianxi's backing, their endeavors would be far more manageable. However, he was not naive. He knew that favors could diminish with each use. Thus, before calling in any debts of gratitude, he deemed it prudent to ascertain the Black Crow's true nature and whether Sun Tianxi could indeed contend with him. If the origin of the Black Crow is too significant, he must deliberate carefully. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianxi nodded, recognizing that this individual is indeed quite reliable. Understanding the importance of conducting thorough investigations before taking action, this further reinforced his belief that Qin Yue is an exceptional talent. "Very well, once you have completed your inquiry, feel free to seek my assistance whenever necessary." Sun Tianxi, eager to return home to secure his inheritance, did not linger long at Qin Yue's residence. After exchanging polite remarks, Qin Yue escorted Sun Tianxi out. Once spring departed, Qin Yue did not remain idle. He immediately instructed Shen Yan to investigate the Black Crow's background. With the rapid advancement of technology, such inquiries have become considerably easier. Much information is now accessible online, although certain websites are not easily navigable for the average person. However, Shen Yan is no ordinary individual. As an actor, he possesses remarkable skills in this digital realm, and he is destined to become a formidable hacker. For Shen Yan, breaching the passwords of various sites and accessing investigative data is straightforward. After a brief period of research, he successfully infiltrated the police's computer system and swiftly retrieved all pertinent information regarding the Black Crow. Once he had compiled the data, he printed a copy and promptly delivered it to Qin Yue. Upon reviewing the documents detailing the Black Crow's past, Qin Yue found the records to be remarkably clear, containing numerous accounts of the Black Crow's criminal activities. He meticulously absorbed all the information, and once his investigations were complete, he prepared to take action against the Black Crow. Unbeknownst to the Black Crow, who was currently reveling in a cyber cafe, the first person to strike would not be Qin Yue, but rather Wu Jiahao. As the workday concluded, the cafe patrons gradually departed, leaving only the Black Crow and Wu Jiahao behind. Wu Jiahao stealthily maneuvered behind the Black Crow. Before the Black Crow could fathom Wu Jiahao's intentions, he felt a sharp object thrust toward his chest. As the blade pierced his flesh, crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. Upon realizing that his assailant was Wu Jiahao, he was momentarily dumbfounded, staring in shock, unable to comprehend that Wu Jiahao would dare to attack him. "Wu Jiahao, have you lost your mind?" The Black Crow glared at him, incredulously demanding an explanation. In response to the Black Crow's words, Wu Jiahao merely laughed, yet he did not cease his assault. He withdrew the knife from the Black Crow's body and drove it in again several more times. After delivering several stabs, he had directly pierced the heart of the Black Crow, blood gushing uncontrollably from its body. Now, gazing upon Wu Jiahao, his eyes appeared crimson, reminiscent of madness. Chapter 60. Soft-hearted indeed, I have succumbed to madness, driven to insanity by your actions. Have you ever reflected on how you once treated me, and how fervently I served you? As he pondered these thoughts, Wu Jiahao's eyes grew increasingly red. The memories of the Black Crow's disdainful attitude towards him ignited a profound rage within. Each thrust of the blade into the Black Crow's flesh brought Wu Jiahao a sense of cathartic relief. "When you commanded me to execute your bidding, my failure was merely a lack of competence. I did not fulfill your assigned tasks, yet you chose to humiliate me. Did you ever consider that such a day might come?" Recalling those past grievances, Wu Jiahao's eyes began to redden anew. The Black Crow, upon hearing these words, was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that what he thought was a mere indiscretion could lead to his own demise. The Black Crow's character was such that he held little regard for his subordinates. Whenever they failed to meet his expectations, he would resort to physical violence and frequent verbal abuse. The Black Crow opened his mouth to speak, but alas, he had already lost too much blood and could utter no words, ultimately succumbing to Wu Jiahao's relentless assault. Thus, even in death, the Black Crow's eyes remained wide open, reflecting an unyielding spirit. Yet for Wu Jiahao, this was a moment worth cherishing. This incident had caused a seismic shift within the organization, resulting in Wu Jiahao ascending to the position of the new leader of the Xingmen faction. With advantageous evidence now in their possession, Qin Yue wasted no time in contacting Sun Tianci. Upon their meeting, their first destination was naturally the internet cafe, where their immediate goal was to resolve the Black Crow's situation. The two men drove towards the internet cafe, and upon arrival, before even stepping inside, they were greeted by a stark metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Exchanging apprehensive glances, they sensed something was amiss and rushed into the cafe. The scene that unfolded before them was astonishing. They were taken aback to find the Black Crow already lifeless on the floor, motionless, unsure if any breath remained. Meanwhile, Wu Jiahao stood with a dagger in hand, momentarily startled by their presence, yet displaying no signs of alarm or panic. As I gazed upon the fallen figure of the Black Crow, his body was drenched in blood, which continued to seep from his wounds, a harrowing sight. Wu Jiahao turned his gaze towards Qin Yue, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly delighted by Qin Yue's arrival. Wu Jiahao, have you truly slain the Black Crow? Qin Yue questioned incredulously, staring at Wu Jiahao in disbelief. In his mind, he had always perceived Wu Jiahao and the Black Crow as of the same ilk. Moreover, Wu Jiahao had always been a subordinate of the Black Crow, who was notoriously severe with his underlings. How could Wu Jiahao have so effortlessly dispatched his superior? Did he not fear the repercussions from the Black Crow's followers? Indeed, I killed him. What of it? Do you have a problem with that? If anyone is to blame, it is he himself. Despite my unwavering loyalty and dedication, he offered me no rewards. Yet, whenever I made even the slightest mistake, I was met with either blows or scorn. I am a person too, deserving of respect. Wu Jiahao bellowed, his voice resonating with fervor. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Rather, it was a meticulously crafted plan that he had contemplated for a long time. The reason Wu Jiahao had refrained from taking action against the Black Crow until now was twofold. Firstly, the Black Crow was constantly surrounded by his loyal subordinates, making it nearly impossible for Wu Jiahao to strike. Secondly, he had been patiently awaiting the opportune moment, which had now arrived. The Black Crow had been frequenting the internet cafe, leaving his subordinates at home, wary of any sudden attacks on his stronghold. Each day, he permitted only Wu Jiahao to accompany him, mistakenly believing that Wu Jiahao's presence would enhance his safety. For Wu Jiahao, having undergone professional training, was no ordinary individual and possessed considerable skill in combat. Unbeknownst to him, his complacency had led to his own downfall. Wu Jiahao was acutely aware that his actions had merely resolved the issue of the Black Crow, yet he understood that many harbored resentment towards him. Those who were discontented with his rise would still seek to challenge him, including Qin Yue, who he sensed had always held a grudge against him. Wu Jiahao knew that if given the chance, Qin Yue would not hesitate to confront him. However, today, he had no intention of engaging in further conflict. Additionally, as Wu Jiahao observed Sun Tianci approaching alongside Qin Yue, he recognized that Sun Tianci was not someone to be trifled with. Nonetheless, before departing, he addressed Qin Yue with a tone laced with veiled threats. I took matters into my own hands regarding the Black Crow. This is a matter solely between him and me. If you have any objections, feel free to confront me. After uttering these words, I strode out of the internet cafe. Upon witnessing my departure, Qin Yue shook his head. He felt no significant emotion regarding Wu Jiahao's act of violence against the Black Crow, as he deemed it a fitting consequence for the latter's actions. However, glancing at the unmoving form of the Black Crow on the ground, a twinge of compassion stirred within Qin Yue. He had already called for emergency assistance, requesting that the hospital send someone to take him away. Chapter 61. There will absolutely be no issues. When the Black Crow was brought into the hospital, Qin Yue prepared to leave. However, the doctor stopped him. I apologize, sir, but treatment at our hospital requires a guarantor, and you must pay a deposit first. Otherwise, we cannot assist this patient. Faced with the doctor's words, Qin Yue had no choice but to comply, signing the necessary documents. Afterward, he generously provided the funds to cover the initial expenses for the Black Crow's treatment. Once outside the hospital, Qin Yue pondered a pressing dilemma. He understood that Wu Jiahao's betrayal was not a favorable turn of events for him. Wu Jiahao would undoubtedly seek to trouble him, which meant that his recent duel with the Black Crow was merely the prelude to an upcoming confrontation with Wu Jiahao. Instead of returning home, Qin Yue headed back to the internet cafe. Upon entering, he found the place deserted, with Wu Jiahao's presence having long since vanished. Sitting before a computer, he gazed at the gaming terminals, recognizing their future utility. With newfound financial resources, his first thought was to revive the internet cafe. As he still aspired to engage in this business venture, not long after he settled in, a figure entered the cafe, none other than Sun Tianxi. Upon entering, Sun Tianxi spotted Qin Yue, who was engrossed in the games on the screen. He approached and pulled up a chair beside him, joining in the observation of the enticing gameplay. Although the games appeared captivating and were undoubtedly addictive, Sun Tianxi remained skeptical about their potential. Having a solid background in investments, he was accustomed to ventures that were nearly guaranteed to succeed, rarely encountering failure. This marked Sun Tianxi's first visit to an internet cafe. Sitting next to Qin Yue and watching him play, a myriad of reflections filled his mind. What do you think of this game? This game took us 3 months to design, and I invite you to experience it and see if it captivates you. Upon noticing Sun Tianxi's arrival, Qin Yue refrained from idle chatter and promptly powered on the nearby computer, eventually uttering a single statement to him. As Sun Tianxi opened the computer, he began to explore Angela, the game Qin Yue had created. After trying it out, he found the game to be quite enjoyable, indeed a splendid means of relaxation. The game you meticulously crafted over 3 months is impressive, far superior to the conventional online games. And this novel type of game is something I have encountered for the first time. However, I remain skeptical about the industry's future. After playing for a while, Sun Tianxi paused the game, realizing that his meeting with Qin Yue was not merely for recreation, but rather to discuss matters of greater significance. He acknowledged that the industry's future holds promise. Hearing Sun Tianxi's words, Qin Yue smiled and responded, aware that Sun Tianxi resided in the year 1995. Uncertain about the extent to which the internet would evolve, Sun Tianxi perceived the industry as lacking potential, believing it would never reach the remarkable heights Qin Yue envisioned. I am unsure of what the future holds, but I perceive the current state of the industry as less than favorable. However, if you wish to open an internet cafe, it is certainly feasible. After all, we are not short on funds. From Sun Tianxi's perspective, Qin Yue's decision to establish an internet cafe seems merely a matter of investing some money and effort. While he may not favor the industry, he recognizes that if Qin Yue is passionate about it, there is no harm in pursuing it. Nevertheless, I believe you should not channel all your energy into this venture. You ought to explore other avenues as well. The internet cafe should be monitored lightly, and with some employees at your disposal, they can oversee these operations. Sun Tianxi holds a certain bias against internet cafes and wishes to persuade Qin Yue to abandon this industry in favor of exploring fields such as finance. If he could conquer the financial sector, it would be a fortuitous outcome for him. You may perceive our class as lacking promise now, but its future potential is immeasurable. I will also venture into other industries, but I will not relinquish the internet cafe. Just wait and see. There will undoubtedly be no issues. When Qin Yue expressed this conviction, her face radiated confidence. Sun Tianxi, observing her demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation. Knowing well the kind of person Qin Yue was, realizing that any attempts to dissuade her would likely be futile. While Sun Tianxi has a keen sense for business investments, his interest in internet cafes remains rather tepid. The primary reason for the prevailing sentiment along the coastal regions around the 1995 era was the relatively bleak state of the reform and opening up initiative. Thus, there was a general perception that the industry lacked promise. However, Qin Yue possessed a profound understanding of the future prospects of internet cafes. Reflecting on the experiences of his previous life ignited a surge of passionate fervor within him. He was resolute in his belief that with persistent effort, this industry would soon flourish. What he currently witnessed was merely the nascent stage of its potential. Although the internet cafe business appeared lackluster at present, it was merely a groundwork for the future. He anticipated that once the electronics industry gained widespread prevalence, the excitement surrounding internet cafes would undoubtedly surge, leading to an even larger market. Qin Yue contemplated the necessity of capitalizing on the current off-peak season to delve deeper into various aspects of the business, positioning himself to seize a significant share when the market expanded. As for Sun Tianxi, he did not fully grasp Qin Yue's thoughts at this juncture. After listening to Qin Yue, he chose not to engage in further debate, recognizing the futility of opposing him. It would be more prudent to allow Qin Yue to pursue his vision. After all, Qin Yue had the financial means and was undeterred by potential losses for them. The internet cafe was merely a minor undertaking. Sun Tianxi had not come to Qin Yue merely for idle chatter or leisurely visits. He had pressing matters of significance to discuss. With the onset of the securities storm, his purpose for visiting was primarily to deliberate on financial opportunities and gauge Qin Yue's perspective. Sun Tianxi was inherently cautious, having previously reaped substantial profits from Qin Yue's insights, which fostered his trust in him. Therefore, when it came to financial matters, he was inclined to consult with Qin Yue, believing that such discussions would facilitate his own growth. Upon hearing Sun Tianxi's words, Qin Yue promptly recognized the intent behind his visit. He ceased playing the game on his device, exited the application, retrieved 2 bottles of water, and took a seat with Sun Tianxi to engage in a serious discussion regarding financial matters. With the securities storm underway, Qin Yue advised that the foremost action to undertake was to diversify the securities currently held, as their prices had escalated significantly. He warned that a decline in value was imminent based on recent trends. Qin Yue began to analyze the situation, advocating that Sun Tianxi take advantage of the high prices by dispersing his assets. Many investors perceived the inflated prices as an opportune moment for purchasing, believing they could continue to profit. However, they were oblivious to the fact that shortly after acquiring these securities, a decline in value would soon follow. As the securities began to depreciate, Sun Tianxi seized the opportunity to repurchase them at a lower price, thus profiting from the differential. However, the crux of the matter lies not merely in the decline itself, but in the ephemeral nature of this downturn. It is anticipated that the securities will not perpetually decrease in value. Rather, they will experience a temporary dip. When the prices reach their nadir, the general sentiment among investors will be one of despair, prompting many to hastily divest their holdings to avoid the risk of incurring substantial losses. It is precisely at this juncture, when the collective mindset aligns with pessimism, that Sun Tianxi can capitalize on the situation by acquiring these assets. Following Qin Yue's astute advice regarding timing, the spring season presents an opportune moment for Sun Tianxi to reclaim these securities. Not long after their repurchase, an uptick in their value is anticipated. Upon hearing Qin Yue's analysis, Sun Tianxi felt an overwhelming sense of joy and promptly agreed to proceed as suggested. Very well, I shall act according to your guidance. You may continue your game. I shall take my leave for now, but I will return to visit you later. Filled with exhilaration, Sun Tianxi eagerly contemplated his next steps, while Qin Yue nodded approvingly, allowing him to depart. Once Sun Tianxi had left, Qin Yue resumed his gaming on the computer, employing the methods he had imparted to Sun Tianxi, which proved to be remarkably effective. He systematically diversified the securities and sought opportunities for reacquisition, successfully dispersing all the assets. Over time, Sun Tianxi indeed reaped significant rewards, attributing his success in investments to the invaluable insights provided by Qin Yue, ensuring that no missteps occurred in his strategies. Observers noted Sun Tianxi's remarkable achievements, elevating him in the eyes of his family, who now regarded him as the most promising candidate for the family's inheritance. His exceptional performance led the family to unanimously support his candidacy as the future heir, believing that his ascendance would further their collective progress. Moreover, even the position of the bank president might be subject to change, as Sun Tianxi's exemplary conduct suggested a potential elevation in rank. Consequently, his aspirations may extend beyond the role of president. Recognizing that his success was inextricably linked to Qin Yue's guidance, Sun Tianxi wasted no time in seeking out Qin Yue to share his newfound wealth. When he met with Qin Yue, he consistently displayed utmost friendliness, fully aware of the joy his financial triumph brought to both of them. In a gesture of gratitude towards Qin Yue, Sun Tianxi generously reserved an entire restaurant for a meal, inviting Qin Yue to join him. Qin Yue, known for his amiable nature, readily accepted the invitation. Upon arrival, the two began to indulge in food and drink, with the warmth of spring illuminating Sun Tianxi's cheerful demeanor, particularly in light of recent events that had brought him joy. My dear brother Qin, the fortune I have amassed this time is largely due to your support. Without you, I would not be experiencing such smooth sailing. Sun Tianxi proclaimed as he raised his glass in a toast. Qin Yue, in response, promptly lifted his own glass. And together they clinked their cups before downing their drinks in unison. As they continued to revel in their drinks, Sun Tianxi retrieved a passbook from his bag and handed it to Qin Yue. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't feel obliged to refuse it. Upon seeing the passbook, Qin Yue chose not to confront Sun Tianxi about it and accepted it with ease. He recognized that he was in dire need of funds at that moment. Rejecting the offering would not only displease Sun Tianxi, but would also seem overly formal. After Qin Yue accepted the passbook, Sun Tianxi's face lit up with happiness, knowing that this gesture would deepen their bond. All right, my brother Qin, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will be more than willing to help in any way I can. With that, Sun Tianxi, pressed for time due to his official duties, bid farewell to Qin Yue. Acknowledging Sun Tianxi's words, Qin Yue nodded and stood to see him off. After Sun Tianxi departed, Qin Yue chose not to linger in the restaurant and left promptly. Once outside, he immediately contacted Shen Yan. Shen Yan arrived at the internet cafe with a group of individuals, and upon entering, they set to work tidying up the establishment. Previously, Shen Yan had harbored fears of unemployment, yet he was pleasantly surprised at how swiftly the cafe had returned to their stewardship. Even when the cafe had temporarily closed, Qin Yue had assured Shen Yan that he would continue to pay his salary, advising him against seeking alternative employment. Although those words were comforting, Shen Yan still felt a sense of apprehension. However, with the cafe now back in Qin Yue's hands, his anxiety finally began to dissipate. Once inside the cafe, they thoroughly cleaned up all the damaged areas, discarding what was no longer needed, replacing worn-out items, and making necessary repairs. Initially, they believed that the sounds emanating from the internet cafe could soon return to normal. However, the situation proved to be far more complex than they had anticipated. The continuous emergence of various incidents rendered the atmosphere within the cafe perpetually unsettled. Qin Yue was acutely aware that, even if they continued operations, the only outcome would be mounting losses with no discernible benefits. Thus, he decided to temporarily suspend the cafe's activities. After tidying up the establishment, Qin Yue summoned all the employees to gather. I have an important announcement to make, he proclaimed. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, the employees ceased their tasks and turned their attention toward him. With all eyes upon him, Qin Yue began to elaborate. Given the numerous recent troubles, as you all know, business has become increasingly challenging. Therefore, I have decided to close the cafe for now, during which time we will devise a new plan and reassess our reopening strategy. Upon hearing his declaration, the employees began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions reflecting concern. They understood the implications of Qin Yue's announcement. The closure of the cafe could very well lead to their unemployment. Although Qin Yue mentioned a future reopening, the time frame remained uncertain, leaving them to ponder whether they would be left waiting indefinitely. Furthermore, they were cognizant that the cafe had been plagued by disturbances, raising doubts about the feasibility of a successful reopening. As a result, dissent began to surface among the employees, with some contemplating a change of employment. The cafe has just opened not long ago, and now we are preparing to close? We cannot afford to sit idly by. It will take ages for us to earn a living this way, one voiced. Indeed, it seems rather unwise to continue in this manner, another chimed in, expressing a shared sentiment of frustration. The employees, while their conversations were hushed, were still audible to Qin Yue. He recognized that some of his staff might be considering leaving for other opportunities, a notion that was entirely reasonable given the current state of affairs. After all, in light of the cafe's struggles, it was only natural for individuals to seek better prospects elsewhere. At that moment, a few brave employees raised their hands, and the first among them spoke up. Boss, since the cafe is going to suspend operations, could you please provide us with our outstanding wages? We need to find work during this downtime, and when you reopen, I would be willing to return and continue working for you. Upon hearing the words of the leader, several others stepped forward, expressing their shared sentiments. Among these individuals were some who had transitioned from other internet cafes, having observed the lackluster business at their previous establishments. They had learned of the thriving enterprise at Qin Yue's cafe, which prompted their move. However, it did not take long for them to perceive that, regardless of the cafe's current success, a series of troubling incidents had occurred, leading them to believe that this establishment's fortune would soon wane. Consequently, those who were inclined to abandon ship began to contemplate leaving the industry altogether, seeking more suitable opportunities elsewhere. Upon overhearing their discussions, Qin Yue surveyed the group and recognized that retaining them would serve no purpose, as their hearts were evidently not invested. In times of adversity, these individuals were the first to consider fleeing, and even if business improved in the future, he would hesitate to employ them. The prospect of them potentially compromising the hard-earned software developed for the cafe due to personal gain was a risk he could not afford. Thus, he concluded that it would be wiser to let them depart. Since you wish to leave, I harbor no objections. Your salaries will be dispersed, along with a portion of compensation. I sincerely wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, the employees felt a wave of relief and happiness, initially believing that merely receiving their salaries would be a fortunate outcome. Some even thought that not receiving their wages would be inconsequential, as their primary desire was to leave. They feared that Qin Yue might refuse to let them go. To their surprise, he proved to be quite generous, allowing them to depart while also offering compensation, despite their prior transitions from other workplaces. In stark contrast, the team led by Qin Yue showed no inclination to leave. If any of you wish to depart, please proceed to Shunyan to collect your salaries, he stated. The young employees, elated by Qin Yue's words, eagerly made their way towards Shunyan, who promptly opened his drawer to settle their accounts and provide them with additional compensation. With the money in hand, the departing employees appeared quite satisfied, promptly exiting the cafe. Observing their retreating figures, Qin Yue felt no sorrow. Rather, a sense of relief washed over him, as if a considerable weight had been lifted. Upon witnessing the departure of many individuals from Xinyan's team, those who remained felt a mixture of loyalty and apprehension regarding their decision to stay. Although they had chosen to continue supporting Xinyan, uncertainty loomed over whether their choice was indeed the right one. They were acutely aware of their precarious situation and questioned if aligning themselves with Qin Yue would yield any future benefits. Their steadfastness was rooted in loyalty, despite the troubling circumstances. At this moment, Qin Yue pulled a passbook from his pocket and handed it to Shunyan, who was taken aback by this gesture. Shunyan hesitated, not reaching for the passbook, but instead scrutinizing Qin Yue, pondering whether this act signified a desire for him and the remaining team members to leave. This thought filled Shunyan with discomfort. He had no intention of parting ways with Qin Yue. Despite the current poor business of the internet cafe, he believed that staying with Qin Yue promised a brighter future. Boss, what are you doing? I will not leave. You know how long we have been together. Regardless of the cafe's success or failure, I am indifferent to such matters. Upon hearing Xinyan's response, Qin Yue realized the misunderstanding and quickly sought to clarify. Where did I say I wanted you to leave? With Qin Yue's words, Xinyan's anxiety began to dissipate, though he remained puzzled about the purpose of the passbook. Nevertheless, he accepted it. But why are you giving me this passbook? Is this not a way to send us away? Qin Yue couldn't help but chuckle at Xinyan's naive demeanor. Despite being adept in the realm of technology, Shunyan seemed oblivious to the nuances of this situation. Qin Yue reassured him, rest assured, I would never wish to see you go. Even if the cafe were to close, if you wish to stay by my side, I would never turn you away. Keep this bank card. Whenever you need money, simply withdraw it. He added, although the cafe is not thriving at the moment, and I do not plan to open for business, I will not shut it down. You will still need to come here to work. While I may not have much to do, as the owner of the cafe, I cannot remain here every day. I have my own pursuits to attend to. After hearing Qin Yue's assurances, Shunyan finally felt a sense of relief and accepted the passbook. Qin Yue's thoughts were now focused on two main objectives. First, to rejuvenate the internet cafe, and second, to elevate Yang Yuyao's status, making her a celebrated figure. He recognized the potential for profit within the cafe and understood that if Yang Yuyao achieved fame, it would also bring considerable financial rewards. Aside from the two matters at hand, he found himself devoid of any further thoughts. It was now 1995, and merely 2 years remained until the coastal regions underwent their reforms. Within this fleeting period, he understood the necessity of exerting himself diligently, for he was aware that in 2 years, everything would transform for the better. Should he seize this opportunity, he would emerge as a figure beyond the reach of the ordinary populace. However, failure to grasp this chance could render him obsolete in a burgeoning industry. In addition to these considerations, Qin Yue contemplated venturing into other pursuits. Excluding his mother, he resolved to delve into the realm of garment processing. He acknowledged that most of the existing garment factories were state-owned enterprises, and competing with such entities would pose a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, He reasoned that even establishing a modest processing factory could yield profitable returns. The prevailing trends dictated that one must adapt, for even a dragon must coil low and a tiger must crouch. Moreover, the thought of Zhao Feiyan propelled him to solidify his decision. Zhao Feiyan was idling at home, and he sensed her discomfort. She likely felt uneasy about spending Qin Yue's money while remaining unproductive. Hence, he envisioned starting a garment factory, allowing Zhao Feiyan to engage in meaningful work, alleviating the burden of her wandering thoughts. With these reflections in mind, he promptly began scouting suitable factories, aspiring to enter the garment industry. In recent days, Qin Yue had been taking Qin Yue on expeditions to inspect various factories. After evaluating several promising options, he gradually narrowed his choices. His foremost task was to secure funding. He had meticulously crafted a comprehensive plan. Chapter 65. Satisfaction. Take a few people with you and withdraw all the money from the savings account. I need it for something important, Qin Yue instructed Qin Yue. Nodding in response, Qin Yue promptly gathered the staff and headed to the bank. Upon arrival, Qin Yue approached the counter to withdraw the funds, presenting his bank card. The bank employees were taken aback by the amount displayed. Their astonishment deepened when Qin Yue requested to withdraw the entirety of the funds. Sir, are you certain you wish to withdraw all the money from your account? Is there an urgent need? Qin Yue, noticing the palpable tension among the staff, felt a sense of unease. He leaned in to sneak a glance at the balance on the bank card, only to be taken aback by the amount displayed. He had anticipated a substantial sum, yet the figure exceeded his expectations. After careful contemplation, he resolved against withdrawing the entirety of the funds, fearing that such an action might incite unnecessary complications. Additionally, he was aware of the estimated costs involved in negotiating the factories that Qin Yue had visited with him, thus deeming it unnecessary to extract all the money from the account. Instead, he opted to withdraw a portion of it. Once he had retrieved the cash, he returned home with it in a suitcase. Upon arriving at the internet cafe, he placed the money before Qin Yue. As Qin Yue opened the suitcase and revealed the bundles of cash, everyone present stared in astonishment, their eyes wide as if caught in a dream. They had never encountered such a substantial amount of money. Individually, none of them had ever laid eyes on this much wealth, and even collectively, it was a figure they had never seen before. Qin Yue was equally taken aback upon seeing the money, as he had not anticipated such a generous sum in his bank account, nor did he expect Sun Tianxi to be so lavish with his financial support. The sight of the cash momentarily swayed some employees, who began to contemplate the idea of changing jobs. However, upon witnessing the considerable amount before them, they realized that Qin Yue was not the type to withhold wages, and their earlier doubts were swiftly quelled. Now, not only would they hesitate to leave, but even if Qin Yue suggested it, they would likely refuse. With the arrival of this newfound wealth, Qin Yue no longer faced the prior concerns. He promptly allocated a portion of the funds to disburse salaries to the employees. I appreciate your hard work alongside me during this time, he began. I am not one to be stingy. Since you have chosen to support me, I assure you that you will not be shortchanged. This money is your salary. Take it and enjoy. As he spoke, he distributed each employee's wages, and in a generous gesture, he even awarded them an additional month's pay. Aware that his upcoming commitments would keep him preoccupied with the garment factory's affairs, leaving him little time to oversee the internet cafe, he decided to take this opportunity to allow his employees a well-deserved break to rest and rejuvenate. The salary for the month that has been spoken of shall be considered a reward for you all. You may take a paid vacation next month, indulging in whatever activities you desire until I summon you back. However, during this interval before my notification, you will all continue to receive your salaries. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, the employees were filled with exuberance, particularly at the prospect of a paid leave, which brought them even greater joy. It is unlikely that any other place would offer such a benefit as paid vacation, except for here with Qin Yue. At this moment, several of Qin Yue's managers began assisting him in distributing the salaries. Observing their industriousness, Qin Yue seized the opportunity to approach Qin Yue unobserved. Presenting the passbook he held, Qin Yue accepted the passbook, and Qin Yue whispered in his ear, I did not withdraw all the money from the passbook. I only took out 13. The total amount is quite substantial, and I feared that withdrawing it all might lead to complications, so I opted to take only a portion. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Qin Yue nodded, having originally perceived him as merely a bookworm, yet now recognizing his meticulous nature. Aware that wealth should not be flaunted, he had only withdrawn 13 as a deterrent and had no intentions of taking out more. Observing Qin Yue's demeanor, Qin Yue felt an increasing sense of satisfaction with him. All right, you may return to your tasks while awaiting further notice. The employees, hearing Qin Yue's words, resembled jubilant schoolchildren on holiday as they eagerly departed the internet cafe, each heading home. Now only Qin Yue and Qin Yue remained. Qin Yue was quite pleased with Qin Yue's performance. You, young man, though not very old, demonstrate remarkable competence in your work and a keen sense of propriety. Here, take this. It is your salary along with a bonus. Qin Yue handed Qin Yue a bundle of 100 yuan notes, which amounted to no less than 10,000, an impressive sum in that era. Qin Yue had long worked diligently, and Guo Shiyan had also borrowed money. Knowing well the integrity of Qin Yue, his intentions were genuine and not superficial. Holding the passbook, Qin Yue gazed at Qin Yue, his mind now brimming with new aspirations. He resolved to strive diligently, harnessing his unique foresight to forge a distinctive brilliance of his own. Chapter 66. The future will be planned, boss. How are you doing now? Do you feel all right? Although a significant portion of Black Crow's former subordinates had already pledged their allegiance to Wu Jiahao, a small faction remained loyal to him. Even during his hospitalization, some of these individuals clandestinely visited Black Crow. Naturally, they undertook these visits in secrecy, fearing reprisals from Wu Jiahao should he learn of their actions. They could only sneak into the hospital during Wu Jiahao's absence to see their leader. After a tumultuous period of resuscitation, Black Crow had just regained consciousness. Initially, he believed that all his subordinates had completely surrendered to Wu Jiahao, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover that some still held him in regard. It's nothing major, he mused. However, my influence has likely dissipated. Reclaiming it will be quite the challenge. That scoundrel Wu Jiahao dared to ambush me. What is his current status? Anger simmered within Black Crow as he contemplated his situation. Yet, upon seeing his two loyal subordinates, he initially intended to command them to assist in addressing his predicament. However, he soon realized that such an approach was inappropriate, as he was no longer a figure of authority. If he ordered them to act, they would undoubtedly refuse. Especially given Wu Jiahao's formidable power, which would lead them to exercise greater caution to guard against any potential threats from Black Crow. He feared that his devoted subordinates might also be ensnared in the turmoil. Consequently, he transformed his directive into an inquiry. After your injury and hospitalization, Wu Jiahao has seized power and usurped your position. As his subordinate spoke, he did not dare to meet Black Crow's gaze, fearing a backlash from the wounded leader. Yet, to his surprise, Black Crow appeared transformed by his ordeal. The rage had dissipated, replaced by an unshakable calmness. Have all my men truly defected? Black Crow inquired. Fixating on his subordinate, he posed his most pressing concern. If his remaining loyalists did not rally to his cause, any aspirations he harbored of reclaiming his power would be futile. Upon hearing Black Crow's words, the subordinate quickly affirmed, further solidifying the leader's grim thoughts. Black Crow was indeed in a state of profound despair. The two subordinates lingered for a while longer, engaging in light conversation with Black Crow, but soon departed. Aware that remaining too long might attract the attention of those Wu Jiahao had stationed to monitor him. If discovered, returning to their former ranks would be impossible. As Black Crow watched them leave, a wave of sorrow engulfed him, and he felt his fists clenched tightly in frustration. Wu Jiahao, just wait, I shall make you pay, he vowed silently to himself. As Xingmin has now come under the stewardship of Wu Jiahao, all of his attention is devoted to restructuring this establishment. He is acutely aware that a significant portion of the individuals involved are in the employ of Haya. It is imperative for him, while he has the opportunity, to meticulously assess these personnel, determining who among them is valuable and who is not. Those deemed useful will be retained, while those who cannot contribute will be dismissed, as he cannot afford to let them become stumbling blocks in his path. Consequently, Wu Jiahao is engrossed in his tasks, and it is no wonder that he remains oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. The most pressing matter for him is the reorganization of Xingmin. Presently, the internet cafe has been rendered temporarily inoperable, and the prospect of generating profit from that venture has become increasingly challenging, leading him to forego activities related to the cafe for the time being. Despite relinquishing control of the cafe, Qin Yue is not one to abandon other promising business opportunities. After you had provided him access to all pertinent information, Qin Yue, upon reviewing the materials, discovered a new area. This street, while currently impoverished, holds the potential to become a thriving commercial hub in the future, as it still falls under the domain of Haya. Its current lack of wealth has resulted in minimal competition for this territory. Qin Yue, however, perceives the situation differently. Upon recognizing the potential of this location, his first instinct is to claim it as his own, convinced that acquiring this area will lead to his prosperity. He contemplates the urgency of securing this impoverished enclave. In 2 years, he anticipates a surge in foot traffic and a corresponding rise in property values. He is acutely aware that this area will soon undergo urban planning. And if he can seize control now, it promises to be a lucrative venture. Very well, you all may resume your tasks, aside from Shunyan. You may return for now, Qin Yue stated to the few remaining individuals in the internet cafe after perusing the documents. Upon hearing his words, they each departed, leaving only Qin Yue and Shunyan behind. The reason Qin Yue chose to keep Shunyan was his genuine fondness and high regard for him. Consider this street. It is destined for urban planning. If we can secure it now, our future endeavors will be smooth sailing, Qin Yue remarked, gesturing towards the address on the document, directing his words to Shunyan. Although Shunyan lacks expertise in this area, he cannot help but agree with Qin Yue's insights, as he has come to trust Qin Yue's judgment implicitly. Thus, I would like to entrust you with the matters concerning the slums in the southern part of the city. Please see if you can devise a means to take control of this street. If you succeed, we can then await the benefits that will come our way. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Shunyan shook his head, visibly troubled. Chapter 67. The Revelation, What's Wrong? Qin Yue, observing the evident discomfort on Shunyan's face, assumed he harbored some unspoken concerns. Shunyan could only explain, Boss, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, nor do I lack the desire to help. However, this is no trivial matter. I fear that I might not execute it well. If I falter, it would delay your plans, wouldn't it? Realizing Shunyan's apprehensions, Qin Yue rose and approached him, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke. Do you know why I had them leave and kept you here alone? Shunyan shook his head lightly in response. Seeing Shunyan in such a state, Qin Yue felt a sense of helplessness, contemplating whether those with high intelligence often lacked emotional insight. It is because I have faith in you. There is no need for you to doubt your abilities. Moreover, when I assign you a task, you should pursue it with confidence. Regardless of the outcome, it matters not to me. I believe in you. Shunyan was taken aback by Qin Yue's unwavering trust in him. Hearing such words stirred a passionate resolve within him. He nodded determinedly. In that case, I shall strive to accomplish this. Rest assured, I will exert my utmost effort. At that moment, Shunyan resolved that he must assist Qin Yue in securing that street in the southern part of the city. For only then could he honor the trust bestowed upon him by Qin Yue. Aside from Qin Yue and himself, no third party was privy to the plan he had devised. Even the employees at his internet cafe remained oblivious. Qin Yue understood that the fewer people who were aware, the better. It was essential to execute everything discreetly, so that by the time they discovered it, all would be settled, leaving them powerless to intervene. Currently, Heya was injured and posed no threat to Qin Yue. At least until he had fully recuperated, he remained harmless. Presently, Heya's threat level was lesser than that posed by Wu Jiahao. The situation at Xingmen was also quite unstable. It was rumored that during Heya's period of vulnerability, Wu Jiahao was asserting his dominance. However, Yin Ruoshi was already aware of the situation on their side. Seizing the opportunity while Heya was still incapacitated, he swiftly brought his subordinates to Heya's territory. Their objective was to take everything of value while they had the chance. Wu Jiahao, too, was not idle, dispatching a portion of his men to confront Yin Ruoshi. During this period, Yin Ruoshi seized a considerable amount of territory from the Black Crow faction. Apart from Wu Jiahao's associates, several former subordinates of Black Crow, as well as Qin Yue and Yin Ruoshi, have all begun to vie for their respective interests in that region. These four factions are embroiled in conflict over these matters, and the atmosphere has grown increasingly tense. Amidst this turmoil, a new revelation emerged from the realm of the most beautiful vocal competition. Goodness, is this true or false? In an internet cafe, a group of young individuals gathered around a computer, their eyes fixated on a news article displayed on the screen. Upon reading the contents, disbelief washed over their faces, prompting animated discussions regarding the veracity of the report. For reasons unknown, the incident involving Qin Yuan's acquisition of a top rating had been leaked. The source of the leak remains a mystery, yet the story has spread like wildfire. Someone seized the opportunity to post the news online, and when young patrons visited the cafe, they encountered this sensational report, igniting debates about its authenticity. I believe it's true. If it were false, there would be no reason for anyone to expose such news. If Qin Yue were to sing again and showcase her talent, wouldn't that silence all doubts? At this moment, a portion of the audience remained convinced of the news's truth, given the rarity of such rumors in that era. Nonetheless, Qin Yue's performance had indeed been commendable. If she had not resorted to lip-syncing, her abilities were genuinely impressive. However, should it be revealed that she had lip-synced, the judges would be utterly remiss. After all, this competition was of national significance, broadcasted live by various television stations, and Qin Yue's singing had indeed captivated the audience. Should the allegations prove false, the judges would face severe repercussions. It's laughable. The first-place winner was merely lip-syncing. I can't fathom what the organizers of the most beautiful vocal competition were thinking to let such a scandal unfold. Are they not undermining their own reputation? Many netizens became aware of the situation, following the developments closely, especially since, during the second phase of the competition, Qin Yue had truly shone in her performance. Yet, it was unexpected that such a scandal would arise shortly thereafter. The most aggrieved party was not the audience, but Liu Zetian. Naturally, he was informed of the news and was seething with rage in his office, to the point of smashing his computer. At that moment, Qin Yue was also present in Liu Zetian's office. As Liu Zetian bore that expression, Qin Yue was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the clandestine actions they believed to be shrouded in secrecy would be unveiled so swiftly and even disclosed publicly. Brother Liu, please do not be angry. This situation is not entirely our fault. At that moment, we had no inkling that anyone would unearth this matter. Please calm down. Approaching Liu Zetian, she spoke in a soothing tone. Despite the simmering rage within her from the previous day, Qin Yue felt a surge of indignation upon hearing the remarks from the new academy. Yet, she refrained from further expressing her ire towards Liu Zetian, for he was, after all, her beloved. Brother Liu, we must be adaptable. Let us not allow trivial matters to disturb our peace of mind. Chapter 68. Observing your good deeds, Liu Zetian fell silent, choosing not to respond, but instead gazing at Qin Yue. At that moment, a sense of discontent began to stir within him regarding her. Qin Yue could discern that Liu Zetian was genuinely upset over this incident, and her only recourse was to pacify him, urging him to remain composed and not to let his anger consume him. The blunder had indeed wrought considerable trouble for their company, and despite her attempts to console him, Liu Zetian remained displeased. Boss, have you seen the news? After finishing his tasks, Shunyan hurried to find Qin Yue, inquiring if he had witnessed the most trending news of late. Qin Yue had been engrossed in his work for the past few days, hardly finding a moment to even switch on his computer, let alone peruse any frivolous news. His sole focus was on accumulating wealth. Upon hearing Xinyan's question, he lifted his gaze and shook his head. What news? I've been preoccupied with the acquisition of that slum street and haven't had the time to check the news. In response to Qin Yue's words, Xinyan promptly opened the computer in front of him, revealing a news article on the screen. The moment the news appeared, it captured Qin Yue's attention. Upon glancing at the headline, he realized it concerned Qin Yue, specifically her scandal involving bribing judges for lip-syncing. Upon seeing the article, Qin Yue's expression remained largely unchanged, as if he had already been privy to this information. Boss, have you known about this news for some time? Noticing Qin Yue's calm demeanor, Xinyan could not help but ask. To this, Qin Yue shook his head. I had not seen this news before, but I find it rather unsurprising. People often say that fire cannot be concealed under paper. It was bound to be exposed eventually. Aware that this matter would inevitably come to light, Qin Yue understood that it was merely a question of time, especially since the majority of individuals were deeply invested in the recent competition. Numerous observers were undoubtedly keeping a watchful eye, and any slight misstep would certainly attract attention. Moreover, the media's propensity for sensationalism made this situation particularly captivating. Various outlets were eager to secure exclusive stories, and this competition presented a prime opportunity. Should they uncover any information that could be advantageous for publication, it was inconceivable that they would refrain from acting. Thus, Qin Yue had long anticipated these developments, even when Qin Yue triumphed over Yang Yueyao in the contest. He did not abandon Yang Yueyao, fully aware that this day would eventually arrive. As such, he began preparations before any revelations surfaced. He had meticulously arranged for several songs to be recorded and sold on the streets, making Yang Yueyao's music readily available to the public. Many had already heard Yang Yueyao's enchanting voice, and most recognized that during the competition, her abilities were nearly on par with those of Qin Yue. Ultimately, however, Qin Yue secured first place, while Yang Yueyao was unjustly eliminated. Had it not been for Qin Yue, it was widely believed that Yang Yueyao would have claimed the top spot. The recent disclosures regarding Qin Yue's conduct led many to perceive the competition as profoundly unjust for Yang Yueyao. Yang Yueyao's talent was undeniably substantial, and with the classic songs selected for her by Qin Yue, each piece resonated as a timeless masterpiece. Many who purchased her albums returned home enamored with her voice, often singing along to her melodies. Initially, during the competition, Yang Yueyao garnered considerable admiration. However, the judges held ultimate authority, leaving the audience powerless, albeit sympathetic towards her plight. Following the emergence of this news, discontent swiftly grew, and individuals began to voice their grievances regarding the competition. Early that morning, a crowd gathered outside the Tianying Film Company, comprising those rallying in support of Yang Yueyao. They brandished banners proclaiming return Yang Yueyao's first place alongside various accusations of unfairness directed at the company. The situation escalated, and the number of individuals outside the company continued to swell. Initially, some were ardent fans of Yang Yueyao, but soon, a multitude of onlookers joined the fray, coalescing at the entrance and raising a cacophony of protests. The commotion grew increasingly tumultuous, reflecting the mounting fervor of the crowd. Originally, the management personnel within the company sought to suppress the situation, yet they soon realized that it was entirely beyond their control. Faced with this predicament, they had no choice but to reach out to the owner of Tianying Film Group. Upon arriving at the scene, the owner was taken aback by the unfolding chaos. "All right, everyone, please calm down. This incident has arisen due to some internal issues, and we shall address it promptly. You may all return to your respective duties." The owner addressed the crowd outside, which consisted of fans of Yang Yueyao. Although the spectators remained skeptical of the owner's reassurances, they could only stand there in a daze. Observing that the crowd showed no signs of dispersing, the owner turned and made his way back inside the company. Upon entering, the owner proceeded directly to Lu Tianzi's office. There, he found Lu Tianzi seated at his desk, engrossed in the news on his screen. "Lu Tianzi, your so-called good deed has certainly brought me a considerable amount of trouble," the owner remarked, his expression filled with ire. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Tianzi understood that resolving this matter would not be a simple task. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of cheerful demeanor as he faced his superior, fully aware of his boss's intentions. "Boss, I acknowledge that my actions were misguided and perhaps a tad hasty, but you cannot entirely blame me. I had our company's interests at heart. I merely wished for us to achieve remarkable success." Lu Tianzi defended himself, even as he continued to rationalize his behavior. Upon hearing his words, the owner conceded that there was some merit to his argument. Had it not been for the company's well-being, Lu Tianzi would not have taken such risks. In truth, the company had previously engaged in similar covert dealings without facing exposure. However, now that this incident had come to light, the owner felt compelled to vent his frustrations on someone. "You aspired for remarkable success, and indeed, you have achieved it. Yet look at the chaos you have wrought. Do you dare step outside now? If you do, you will likely be accosted by the very crowd you've drawn," the owner chastised. Lu Tianzi's missteps had become common knowledge, and he knew that venturing outside would likely lead to confrontation. "I acknowledge my lack of caution this time, and I have learned my lesson. I assure you that I will work even harder moving forward. Rest assured, Tianying will continue to thrive," Lu Tianzi promised. Upon hearing this, the owner decided not to press the matter further, as his visit had primarily served as an outlet for his frustrations. Having achieved his objective, he felt no reason to linger any longer, and promptly issued a few stern words to Lu Zetian before turning and exiting the office. Lu Zetian, observing his superior's retreating figure, could not help but display a glint of malice in his gaze. The recent scandal involving Qin Yue and the panel of judges from the most beautiful vocal competition had captured the attention of various societal figures. In an effort to appease the numerous fans, the organizers felt compelled to invite Yang Yueyao back for the competition. Their primary aim was to placate the fans and, additionally, to salvage their tarnished reputation. Before long, the most beautiful vocal group reached out to major media outlets, convening a meeting that was broadcasted live. Those following the developments were privy to the news that the backstage figurehead of the competition had made an appearance, promising the media that they had good news to share. In the interest of fairness and justice, we have decided to hold the competition anew, and we will be inviting a mysterious guest. We hope that everyone will tune in to our live broadcast. Upon hearing this announcement, the fans were filled with exhilaration, eager to see what the organizers had in store. Miss Yang, we sincerely apologize for the previous competition's mishap. We did not foresee such a situation arising. Therefore, we would like to invite you to participate in our upcoming event, assuring you that this time it will be entirely fair and just. We sincerely hope you will attend. The organizers had also listened to some of Yang Yueyao's songs and discreetly sought her out, hoping she would grace their event with her presence. Despite the scandal that had surfaced, they believed Yang's participation could potentially enhance their credibility. Though Yang Yueyao felt a surge of anger towards the organizers for their apparent favoritism towards Qin Yue and their behind-the-scenes dealings, she recognized that now was not the time to express her fury. If she allowed her emotions to dictate her actions, all her prior efforts would be in vain. Thus, she resolved to seize this opportunity. The competition commenced as scheduled, with Qin Yue, a key figure in the unfolding events, arriving at the venue. Upon her arrival, she noticed Yang Yueyao already present, seated comfortably at the front as she prepared for the contest. A pang of jealousy surged within Qin Yue as she beheld Yang's return. How dare you show your face here again? Even if you have returned, what difference does it make? Do you truly believe you can claim first place? Upon encountering Yang Yueyao, Qin Yue could not refrain from a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Upon hearing her words, Yang Yuanyao cast her a glance, dismissing her entirely. My ranking matters little. I am undoubtedly far superior to someone who resorts to lip-syncing, she retorted. This declaration stirred murmurs among the onlookers, leaving Qin Yue astounded that Yang Yueyao would dare to wield such a personal jab, her complexion fluctuating between shades of anger and embarrassment. Choosing not to engage further, she stalked away to a nearby seat, ignoring Yang Yueyao altogether. Realizing that Qin Yue had ceased their verbal sparring, Yang Yueyao opted to disregard the young woman, unwilling to allow their dispute to become a spectacle for the audience. The identity of the mysterious guest set to challenge Qin Yue remained unknown, leaving spectators in suspense over whether it would be Qin Yue or the enigmatic challenger who would emerge victorious. Early that morning, eager fans had already flocked to the venue in hopes of securing prime seats, filling the space beneath the stage to capacity. Some were left standing, undeterred by the lack of seating, excited merely to witness Qin Yue's impending performance. In anticipation of the competition, Yang Yueyao felt a surge of happiness, for she recognized this as her opportunity for a fair and just contest against Qin Yue. Conversely, Qin Yue was not in the best of spirits. Inexplicably, Yang Yueyao's presence had dampened her mood, rendering her irritable and restless. Chapter 70. Your benefits are unavoidable deep down. Qin Yue was acutely aware that, in a true singing contest, her chances of triumphing over Yang Yueyao were slim. Her inherently competitive nature, combined with her domineering disposition, had often led her to rely on Lu Zetian to manage the aftermath of her performances. Consequently, she had frequently secured accolades, though many victories had been influenced by Lu Zetian's underhanded dealings. Now, with thoughts of the upcoming contest swirling in her mind, she gazed at Yang Yueyao with an expression brimming with arrogance. Be cautious this time. The organizers are unlikely to put you in a difficult position. Even if they attempt any foul play, the audience below will surely not stand for it. Qin Yue observed Yang Yueyao, expressing a sense of reassurance as he spoke. He felt confident participating in this competition, bolstered by the significant influence of the media present, all eager to see if the organizers would dare to shield Qin Yue once more. I shall give it my all. Yang Yueyao smiled at Qin Yue, who was radiating confidence. As Yang Yueyao presented herself in this manner, Qin Yue nodded, feeling quite reassured about the current situation. Recently, due to the troubles caused by Haya and various issues arising from the Xingmen, they had been preoccupied with internal affairs, leading Qin Yue to believe that the internet cafe would be relatively safe and free from complications. However, unbeknownst to Qin Yue, numerous individuals had been keeping a close watch on his internet cafe. Is the information you've obtained reliable? Ma Feng inquired of his respectful subordinate, standing before him. Upon hearing the question, the subordinate nodded affirmatively. Boss Ma, do you still doubt my word? I may have my shortcomings, but one thing I pride myself on is my aversion to deceit. I only come to you with trustworthy information, otherwise, I wouldn't have made this trip. The individual before Ma Feng was indeed one of his subordinates. Recently, he had been tasked with monitoring Qin Yue, aiming to discern any new developments from him. Today, this subordinate returned with new intelligence, news of a significant nature. According to his report, Qin Yue had developed a new software. Upon hearing this, Ma Feng felt a surge of joy, as if each piece of software designed by Qin Yue was tailored specifically for him. Every time he learned of a new creation from Qin Yue, he felt even more exhilarated than Qin Yue himself, convinced that possessing such innovations would propel him to greater heights. With a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, Ma Feng's spirits lifted as he opened his drawer and retrieved several stacks of 100 yuan bills. He then placed the money before his subordinate, signaling him to accept it. The subordinate's eyes gleamed at the sight of the cash, realizing that his recent efforts had not gone unrewarded, and he promptly took the money, stowing it away in his pocket with a contented expression. Make sure to closely follow Qin Yue from now on. Report back to me promptly with any new information. As long as your intelligence is reliable, I shall not hesitate to reward you handsomely, Ma Feng instructed. The subordinate nodded in agreement, then exited the office. Ma Feng's assistant, observing this exchange, asked, "Boss, when shall we act to acquire his software?" Upon hearing his assistant's eager query, Ma Feng chuckled softly, thinking that his assistant was perhaps a bit too hasty. This matter cannot be rushed. Currently, the software is still under development, and we should wait patiently until it is completed before seeking opportunities to acquire it. Ma Feng's current mindset is one of determination. He is resolute in his intention to possess this software entirely for himself. I entrust the management of the internet cafe to you. Unless significant issues arise, you may have full control over these matters. Should you encounter any challenges beyond your ability to resolve, feel free to consult me later. Qin Yue patted Shun Yan on the shoulder and uttered these words, to which Shun Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Ha ha ha, we shall catch Qin Yue off guard. If he designs a software, we can seize it and have him toil for us without compensation. Upon reaching this point in the conversation, Ma Feng could not help but burst into laughter, feeling as if everything was already within his grasp. Meanwhile, Shun Yan sneezed involuntarily, tugging at his clothing as he felt a chill, wondering if he might be coming down with a cold. Unlike before, Shun Yan had shed his naivete. After experiencing those past incidents, he had begun to accumulate some experience. When designing now, he understood the importance of keeping the circle small, ensuring that as few people as possible were privy to the details, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. Consequently, when developing the software, Shun Yan confined the team to his immediate subordinates. Working in a separate office, Qin Yue had tasked Shun Yan with creating a chat software akin to QQ, which would become immensely popular in the future and hold significant market potential. Virtually everyone with a computer would use it. The primary function of this software would be chatting, but it would also enable users to play games, upload photos to a personal space, and store files. Upon learning of the software's functionalities, Shun Yan was astounded. He had not anticipated that Qin Yue could conceive such an innovative design, fully aware of the convenience and user engagement QQ would offer. Chapter 71. The most charismatic man. Boss, I never imagined you could think so far ahead. The wisest decision I've ever made in my life was to collaborate with you. At that moment, Shun Yan's face flushed with excitement, as he recognized the significance of what they were about to create. Once these developments materialized, he knew he would soon become a prominent figure. Qin Yue smiled upon hearing Shun Yan's words, grateful that Shun Yan was with him. Had he been elsewhere, the outcome might not have assuredly belonged to him. Boss, I shall now attend to my duties. After uttering those words, Shun Yan hurriedly departed from Qin Yue's side, driven by an urgent desire to delve into the development of the QQ software. He believed that only by swiftly designing this application could he find solace within himself and demonstrate his efforts to Qin Yue. Observing Shun Yan's retreating figure, Qin Yue felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He was elated to have such a skilled individual like Shun Yan, who was wholeheartedly dedicated to his endeavors. Contemplating these thoughts, he felt a sense of optimism for the future, and his spirits soared with each passing moment. As he sat there, Qin Yue reflected on both his past life and the present. His heart was consumed with the notion of being reborn, perceiving this as a divine opportunity bestowed upon him. He resolved to seize this chance and vowed not to carry over the misfortunes of his previous existence. Most importantly, he recognized that this time, fate was in his hands. Empowered with the foresight of certain events, he could prepare himself in advance. Recalling how his previous failures had caused his family considerable distress, he was determined not to tread the same path in this new life. Qin Yue resolved to take control of both his family and his assets. While he was engrossed in planning his future, a figure suddenly appeared at his office door. A knock echoed, and Qin Yue called out, "Come in," only to be greeted by the entrance of a young man. The young man approached Qin Yue and said, "You are Qin Yue, correct? I am a courier. Your wife sent me to inform you that you have guests at home. Your parents have arrived, and she requests you return promptly." Upon hearing this, Qin Yue sprang up from his chair, startling the messenger, as he had not anticipated his parents' visit at that moment. "All right, I understand. Thank you," he replied, foregoing any further pleasantries. He swiftly shut down his computer and made his way outside. Upon exiting, he noticed Qin Yue diligently engaged in his work and briefed him, stating he had an urgent matter to attend to. Having conveyed his message, Qin Yue hastily rushed out, hailing a taxi that sped toward his home. Inside, Qin Yue's heart raced with anxiety, for there were many matters his parents were unaware of, particularly his marriage to Zhao Feiyan, which he had concealed from them. Now that Zhao Feiyan had sent someone to notify him of his parents' arrival, it indicated that she had met them. He couldn't help but wonder about the current state of affairs at home. Had it descended into chaos? "Driver, please drive faster. I'll pay extra. I have an urgent matter to attend to," he urged, his mind racing with concern. Upon entering the vehicle, Qin Yue shut the door and addressed the taxi driver ahead with a brief remark. Upon hearing his words, the driver responded affirmatively and promptly pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the car forward with great speed. Given the sparse traffic at that hour, they encountered no congestion along the way. Unbeknownst to Qin Yue, who was anxiously rushing home, the atmosphere at his residence was far from the dire situation he imagined. In fact, it was quite harmonious. "Auntie, uncle, why didn't you inform us of your arrival in advance? We were unaware of your presence. Please, have some fruit while I fetch Qin Yue. He should be back shortly." Zhao Feiyan hastily prepared the fruit and placed it on the coffee table, feeling a bit embarrassed as she spoke to her elders. Initially, the elderly couple had simply intended to visit their son, but upon arriving at his home and discovering his absence, they were surprised to find a woman already seated there. They speculated that she must be their son's girlfriend. "Dear young lady, do join us and take a seat. No need to busy yourself. Let us converse. We have some questions we would like to ask," the elders encouraged. Zhao Feiyan, upon hearing their invitation, refrained from further idle chatter and settled beside them, engaging in light conversation. "Alas, Qin Yue has a penchant for frivolity. It seems you have endured quite a bit alongside him," remarked Qin Yue's father, observing Zhao Feiyan. He shook his head, for he had always perceived Qin Yue as a wayward youth. After all, during his time at home, Qin Yue often clashed with him, leading to heated arguments that ultimately drove the young man to leave home. Initially, he believed his son would return after a brief absence, yet he had not anticipated that Qin Yue would prove so resolute, remaining away for an extended period. Eventually, the elderly couple, unable to contain their concern, resolved to visit their son and ascertain his well-being, for he was, after all, their flesh and blood. In truth, Qin Yue did not wish to neglect his parents. He was simply overwhelmed with pressing matters and lacked the time to return home. "Uncle, auntie, Qin Yue has been performing exceptionally well of late. I find him to be the most charismatic man among those I know," Zhao Feiyan expressed. Chapter 72. Heartache. Prior to meeting Su Yuan's parents, Zhao Feiyan harbored a sense of trepidation and anxiety, fearing that she might not acclimate well to the encounter and that interactions with the elderly couple could prove cumbersome. Thus, the situation here remained somewhat unclear until today, when Qin Yue's parents arrived and presented photographs that evoked a distinctly different sentiment. It turned out that Qin Yue's parents were remarkably affable, utterly unlike the fearsome figures one might have imagined. Upon hearing Zhao Feiyan's words, Qin Yue's parents exchanged glances, feeling a profound satisfaction towards her. When faced with the arrival of the elderly couple, Zhao Feiyan displayed no signs of anxiety. On the contrary, she appeared remarkably composed. The cleanliness of the household further enhanced her impression, presenting an image of utmost tidiness. This aspect undoubtedly earned her additional points in the eyes of the elderly couple, who felt genuinely pleased with Zhao Feiyan and believed that if she were to become their daughter-in-law, they would wholeheartedly support the idea. Qin father, a long-time smoker, initially felt at ease upon arriving, but soon found the urge to smoke overwhelming. Instinctively, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and was about to light it when Qin mother gently tapped his hand, casting him a disapproving gaze. Understanding her intent, Qin father promptly returned the cigarette to his pocket. Stealing a glance at Zhao Feiyan, he suppressed his desire to smoke, and the three began to engage in light conversation. Having been together for quite some time, Have you and Qin Yue considered when to have a child? Qin mother inquired, her eyes fixed on Zhao Feiyan. Qin father, harboring a similar curiosity, felt somewhat constrained by his masculinity and was hesitant to voice the question himself. Upon hearing Qin mother pose the inquiry, he perked up, his previous desire for a cigarette fading away. Uncle, aunt, as for that matter, Qin Yue and I still need to discuss it. I'm quite indifferent, but currently, Qin Yue is preoccupied with work. Once he finds some leisure time, if he wishes to have a child, we will certainly seize the opportunity, Zhao Feiyan replied, her demeanor shifting as she lowered her gaze, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. Busy with work? What work could possibly be so demanding? I suspect he simply wishes to indulge in leisure a while longer before embracing parenthood. When he returns, we should encourage him. After all, once you have a child, even if you find yourselves overwhelmed, there are still us old folks to help out, Qin father remarked, his disbelief evident at the notion of his son being overly busy, as he believed Qin Yue was merely intent on enjoying himself. However, in the presence of the photograph, he hesitated to articulate his thoughts too explicitly, fearing that if he were too candid, Zhao Fei might also abandon his own son, making it exceedingly difficult to find another daughter-in-law as splendid as Zhao Feiyan. Just as Zhao Feiyan was about to utter more words, a sudden ring of the doorbell echoed from outside. The photograph rose and walked towards the door, promptly opening it to reveal Qin Yue, who stood there with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Qin Yue's return, Zhao Feiyan exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been particularly anxious, as it was his first encounter with Qin Yue's parents, which naturally made him somewhat apprehensive. The sight of Qin Yue felt like a lifeline had been thrown to him. Qin Yue, you're back. Uncle and aunt are here, he exclaimed. Upon hearing Zhao Feiyan's words, Qin Yue nodded and stepped into the room, addressing Zhao Feiyan with a casual remark, why call them uncle and aunt? From now on, call them mom and dad. At this declaration, Zhao Feiyan's face flushed anew, while Qin Yue, upon seeing his parents, was overwhelmed with myriad emotions. In this present life, he retained fragments of memories from his past existence, recalling how his disobedience had once disappointed his parents. Contemplating these memories filled him with a profound sense of remorse towards his parents, rendering his feelings upon seeing them again distinctly different. Previously, in a moment of anger, he had run away with Zhao Feiyan, and since then, he had not returned home to check on them. Initially, after meeting Zhao Feiyan, Qin's father and mother had gradually calmed their emotions, but upon seeing Qin Yue return, Qin's father's temper flared unexpectedly, as if he had suddenly remembered his son's earlier disappearance. He approached Qin Yue and, in a fit of frustration, slapped him on the back. One slap was not enough. He continued to strike several more times. Although these blows landed on Qin Yue, Qin's father felt a deep pang of heartache for his son. Seeing this scene, Qin's mother and Zhao Feiyan hurried over to intervene, preventing Qin's father from continuing his assault. Dad, stop. Qin Yue has changed. He will never make the same mistakes again. Just give him another chance. Yes, old man. Don't hit him anymore. We haven't seen our son for such a long time. Today, after all this time, we cannot afford to strike him again. With their intervention, Qin's father ceased his actions and refrained from hitting Qin Yue further. The moment Qin Yue saw his father, he was reminded of how he had once stealthily left home, only to encounter a significant upheaval in the family shortly thereafter. Upon the arrival of the debt collector at their home, the whereabouts of Qin Yue remained elusive, leading the assailant to unleash his fury upon his parents. The village chief descended into their abode, wreaking havoc, which ultimately resulted in the demise of Qin Yue's father from sheer distress. In Chapter 73, titled More Understanding Than Before, the ramifications of the debt collector's intrusion became painfully evident. Not only did Qin Yue's father perish from the anguish inflicted upon him, but his mother also met a tragic fate. Consumed by sorrow, she wept until her vision failed, and not long after, she departed from this world. The recklessness of youth had left them isolated. In the wake of his father's death, no one came forth to lend a helping hand. Reflecting on these memories stirred a tumultuous ache within Qin Yue's heart. Thus, when his father lashed out at him with both words and blows, he found himself devoid of resentment. Instead, an unexpected joy blossomed within him. It was the happiness he yearned for, a life enveloped by his parents and the companionship of Zhao Feiyan, everything aligning splendidly with his envisioned ideal. Thanks to the intervention of his mother and Zhao Feiyan, Qin Yue was shielded from his father's wrath, prompting the elder to cease his assault, merely feigning aggression before relinquishing his grip. The father's outburst stemmed from a desire to vent frustration and instill obedience in his son. Yet, upon seeing the restraint his father exercised, Qin Yue hastily adopted a conciliatory demeanor. "Father, please do not be angry. It was all my fault before, I assure you. It shall never happen again. I will do whatever you ask. I promise to obey you, all right?" With that, he promptly presented an array of delicacies he had procured on his journey home, his father's favorites. In his previous life, Qin Yue had neglected to consider his parents' preferences, consumed by his own indulgences. Now, granted a second chance, he vowed to rectify his past mistakes. "These are all your favorite foods. I bought them specially for you on my way back. Please, do taste them," he urged. His father, upon hearing these words, scoffed, still appearing irate. Yet, Qin Yue discerned that the root of his father's anger lay in concern for his well-being. "Father, I have turned over a new leaf. I will no longer indulge in gambling as I once did. I had contemplated visiting you and mother, but I simply lacked the time, which regrettably delayed my return." Before the onset of pneumonia, Qin Yue had already mentioned that his father was fond of drinking. Hence, upon witnessing their cheerful conversation, he promptly retrieved a cherished bottle of fine wine he had been saving. As they sat at the dining table, Qin Yue poured a glass of wine for his father and placed it before him, recounting his recent experiences. "If you truly have turned over a new leaf, that would be splendid, as it would spare your mother and me the constant worry at home regarding your affairs." Upon hearing Qin Yue affirm that he had indeed changed for the better, his father's mood lightened considerably. Observing his son pour him a glass of wine, he felt as though Qin Yue had transformed into a different person altogether. The Qin Yue of yore was carefree and somewhat immature. Yet now he appeared significantly more composed and responsible. "At present, all my energy is devoted to managing the internet cafe. Lately, I have been so occupied that I scarcely find time to visit you and my mother." Qin Yue then shared with his parents the trials and tribulations of running the cafe, narrating the poignant and tumultuous saga of his journey, which often brought him to tears. His parents listened intently as he recounted every detail, including the myriad of errors encountered along the way. Now that the internet cafe thrived under Qin Yue's stewardship, his parents recognized that he had matured considerably, exhibiting far superior problem-solving skills than before. "I truly did not anticipate that in just 2 years, you would have grown so much. You seem far more sensible now. Surely, Feiyan's support has played a significant role in this transformation." Upon hearing his father's words, Qin Yue glanced at Zhao Feiyan and then nodded affirmatively towards his father. Indeed, had it not been for Zhao Feiyan's unwavering support behind the scenes, he might not have achieved his current success. Zhao Feiyan was exceptionally considerate and understanding. Had she been any other woman, she might have burdened him with incessant demands, hindering his progress. "Yes, I owe it all to Yanzi. Without her, I can only imagine how different my circumstances would be now." After hearing their son express such sentiments, Qin Yue's parents felt a profound sense of pride in his growth, recognizing his newfound maturity and discernment in conversation. Observing their son in this light, any lingering grievances they had harbored dissipated. Qin's mother turned to Zhao Feiyan and, with a tone of genuine concern, inquired, "Since you two have been together for quite some time now, have you considered when to formalize your marriage?" Upon hearing the words of Qin Yue's mother, Zhao Feiyan lowered her head, her face tinged with a faint blush, leaving one to wonder whether it stemmed from shyness or anxiety. In truth, Zhao Feiyan had harbored concerns. When she and Qin Yue were together, he was merely an ordinary youth. However, after enduring certain experiences, Qin Yue remarkably transformed into the exceptional individual he was now. Zhao Feiyan even felt somewhat unworthy of him, fearing that as Qin Yue continued to excel, he might one day cast her aside. Consequently, when the elders broached the subject of marriage today, her heart raced with trepidation. She longed to discern Qin Yue's feelings and whether he had considered her in his thoughts, pondering if he wished to marry her. When his parents inquired about marriage, Qin Yue took Zhao Feiyan's hand. Chapter 74. Accommodation. Qin Yue understood that aside from his parents, the person he owed the most to in his past life was Zhao Feiyan. Throughout his earlier years, he had missed the opportunity to have a wedding with her due to his own circumstances. Tragically, his actions had also led to her demise. Reflecting on these matters, he felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards Zhao Feiyan. "My wedding with Yanzi will rely on you both for planning. Please decide on a suitable venue. I will abide by your arrangements. You need not worry about the finances, for I am now well off," he stated. Upon hearing this, Qin Yue's parents nodded in satisfaction, aligning with his thoughts. However, they recognized that discussions regarding the wedding would require careful planning, especially as many relatives and friends would need to be invited to celebrate their son's nuptials. After all, Qin Yue was no longer the carefree vagabond he once was. He had matured into a respectable young man. Thus, his wedding must be a grand affair, allowing everyone to know that he had found such a wonderful partner. Indeed, you have grown and become more sensible. Knowing that you think this way brings your mother and me great peace, Qin's father remarked, raising his glass and taking a hearty sip of wine, while Qin's mother nodded approvingly. Now, let us eat before the food grows cold. Thus, the familial tensions dissipated with the arrival of Qin's parents, allowing the family to enjoy a long-awaited reunion dinner together, while Qin Yue's family reveled in joy. On the other side, Boss Lu was also quite busy. That day, he invited his brother-in-law to dine at Fumanlu. His invitation carried a purpose. He sought to attach himself to his influential brother-in-law, a man of notable stature, far from ordinary. My dear brother-in-law, I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. And at last, you have come. Please, do come in. Mr. Lu has been waiting at the door for you. Upon seeing his brother-in-law approaching with a small bag in hand, he hurriedly stepped out to greet him. Director Huang, upon hearing his voice, cast a glance in his direction and smiled warmly. I too wished to arrive sooner, but alas, I could not extricate myself from work until now, Director Huang explained, adjusting the gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. He was no ordinary individual. He was the second in command of the bustling metropolis, wielding considerable influence. With a refined appearance, he was tall and slender, his complexion fair, exuding an air of scholarly gentility. Yet, this genteel facade belied a far more formidable character beneath. He was, in truth, a ruthless figure who would not hesitate to devour his adversaries whole. Now that you have summoned me, let us get straight to the point. I do not have the luxury of time to squander. Once we conclude our discussion, I have other matters to attend to, he stated as they settled into the private room. Placing his bag aside, Director Huang turned his attention directly to Mr. Lu. Director Huang was a man who would not rise without the promise of gain. Mr. Lu had initially intended to engage in some casual conversation with his brother-in-law before broaching the subject of his visit. However, he was taken aback by his brother-in-law's decisive demeanor. Recognizing the urgency, he promptly delved into the matter at hand. Brother-in-law, I have recently heard whispers that plans are underway to renovate the slums in the southern part of the city. I was contemplating whether it might be prudent to acquire that area, potentially reaping some modest profits, Mr. Lu remarked as he poured a drink into Director Huang's glass. Mr. Lu was astute in recognizing business opportunities. Upon learning of the renovation plans for the slums, he, much like Qin Yue, had conceived the idea of purchasing the area. However, he understood that single-handedly acquiring property in the southern district posed a significant challenge, even though he was financially well off. In this era, mere wealth did not guarantee success. Certain endeavors required the assistance of others. The competition for acquiring the southern district was fierce, and without support, he doubted his chances of success. If his brother-in-law, Director Huang, were to lend his assistance, the likelihood of success would be greatly enhanced. Upon hearing Boss Lu's words, Director Huang cast a glance at him, then lifted his wine glass and drained its contents in one gulp, revealing a look of dilemma on his face. My dear brother, he lamented, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. My influence is rather limited. If you wish for me to help you secure that area, it is not unfeasible. Yet it poses certain challenges. I too have superiors to appease, and I must seek connections and offer gifts in order to navigate this. At this juncture, he fixed his gaze on Boss Lu, feigning a look of great difficulty. Naturally, Boss Lu recognized his unspoken intentions. Brother-in-law, he replied, we are all on the same side here. I could never let you suffer any losses. With that, he promptly retrieved his bag, extracting several bundles of cash and placing them before Director Huang. The sight of over 100,000 on the table did not seem to satisfy Director Huang. Boss Lu's facial muscles twitched momentarily, yet he swiftly produced more bundles from his bag, laying all of his available cash on the table. After a cursory count, it amounted to roughly the same sum. Very well, Director Huang conceded, I shall assist you in this matter, but I cannot accept this money. Currently, scrutiny in these affairs is quite stringent, as you are well aware. The reason Director Huang dared to request such a substantial sum from Boss Lu was that he understood Lu was no ordinary individual. He was the owner of a coal mine. The wealth he possessed was undoubtedly considerable, especially in an era when coal was the lifeblood of many regions across the nation. The opportunities for profit were abundant, and the earnings substantial. Thus, Director Huang reasoned that if he merely accepted this money, the benefits to him would be minimal. After all, money would eventually run out, and it would be wiser to pursue other avenues. Additionally, given the nature of his responsibilities, accepting such a large sum could invite trouble. What do you mean? Boss Lu was taken aback by Director Huang's refusal of money, puzzled by his brother-in-law's character, which was notoriously avaricious. It was unexpected for him to reject cash, yet he did not realize that Director Huang was considering a longer-term prospect. If you truly wish for my assistance, it is not impossible, Director Huang proposed. You could grant me the transfer rights to your coal mine. In doing so, I would be able to devote myself wholeheartedly to your cause. After all, this would bind us together in mutual interest, would it not? Upon hearing this, Director Huang fixed his gaze on Boss Lu, whose expression shifted slightly. Nevertheless, he ultimately nodded in agreement, recognizing that with multiple mines under his name, transferring one to Director Huang was not a significant loss, merely a minor reduction in his income. Are you unwilling to do this? If that's the case, then never mind. I shall take my leave as I have other matters to attend to. Observing the hesitant expression on Boss Lu's face, Director Huang, clutching his bag, prepared to depart. Upon noticing this, Boss Lu hurriedly grasped Director Huang's arm. Brother-in-law, it is rather disheartening to hear you say that. After all, we are family, are we not? Since you have an interest in the coal mine, I shall simply transfer one to you. Upon hearing Boss Lu's words, Director Huang's countenance brightened with satisfaction, and thus, Director Huang departed with a sense of fulfillment. Once Huang had left, the formal expression on Boss Lu's face vanished, and he spat a few times contemptuously onto the ground in the direction of Huang's exit. Bah, what a farce. I wish you misfortune sooner or later. After watching Director Huang leave, Yang Yu approached Boss Lu, gently tapping him on the shoulder. She then wrapped her arms around his, speaking in a coaxing tone, Lu Gu, you need not be too disheartened. Although you have lost a mine, you now have the development zone in the southern city, which will surely provide ample opportunities for profit. Undoubtedly no less than that of the coal mine. Listening to Yang Yu's comforting words, Boss Lu's spirits gradually lifted, realizing that if he could endure this phase, a time of financial gain would eventually arrive. While he had previously felt distressed over his brother-in-law's acquisition of his mine, Yang Yu's reassurances began to shift his mood towards a more optimistic outlook. In truth, the incident where Boss Lu publicly rebuffed Yang Yu had left her feeling quite miserable, prompting her to contemplate leaving him multiple times, convinced that a man like Boss Lu was unworthy of a lover. However, after some reflection, she dismissed this notion, understanding that she possessed nothing on her own and needed to rely on him for survival. Thus, she continued to depend on Boss Lu, dedicating her days to keeping him in good spirits, fully aware that only when he was content would her own circumstances improve. Should he be displeased, he would create trouble for her. Only in his happiness would she receive funds to spend. You truly understand me, he said, as he handed her a bundle of 100 yuan notes from the table. Yang Yu's heart swelled with delight at the sight of the cash, and she promptly accepted it. Thank you, Lu Gu, you are so kind. With that, the two exited the restaurant and made their way to an entertainment venue to indulge in merriment. Due to the arrival of his parents, Qin Yue was in exceptionally high spirits. Today, he deliberately took a day off and did not visit the internet cafe, instead opting to take his parents to the largest shopping mall nearby. Mom and Dad, today I will treat you to some new clothes. Feel free to choose whatever you like, he announced. Upon seeing the vast expanse of the mall, Qin's father felt somewhat reluctant, perhaps due to his ingrained frugality. He instinctively knew that the prices within would be steep, and a pang of concern struck him, lamenting the difficulty with which his son earned his money. Oh dear. At our age, do we still need new clothes? As long as we have something to wear, it is sufficient. Unlike you youngsters, we do not chase after the latest trends, he remarked. However, Qin's mother, upon hearing her son, appeared quite delighted. She gently tapped Zhao Feiyan, who was nestled in her embrace, before turning to Qin's father and saying, You really do not understand, do you? Your son is now earning money to spend on us. You should learn to enjoy it. Although Qin's father was reluctant to squander his son's hard-earned money, he could not resist following along as he observed the joyful expressions of both his wife and son. Due to the considerable distance, they could only take a taxi to the intersection, and from there, they had to continue on foot. After a lengthy walk, they finally reached the entrance of the mall. During their journey, Qin Yue noticed the weariness etched on his parents' faces, with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Seeing them in such a state, he began to contemplate a new idea. Perhaps he should purchase a car, as it would make future outings far more convenient. Chapter 76. We shall buy it. Just as Qin Yue and his parents entered the mall, He received an urgent message indicating that a pressing matter had arisen at the internet cafe, necessitating his immediate return to address it. With a sense of resignation, he turned back to glance at Zhao Feiyan, then explained to his parents, Yinzi, Mom, Dad, I must attend to something urgent at the cafe. Regrettably, I cannot accompany you shopping at this moment. Seeing their son's troubled expression, his parents understood the importance of his responsibilities and readily encouraged him to go. All right, you hurry back to work. Do not worry about us. We can explore the mall on our own, they said, emphasizing the priority of his work. Zhao Feiyan approached Qin Yue, offering a reassuring smile. You should attend to your duties. I will take good care of your parents while you are gone. Upon hearing Zhao Feiyan's words and noticing her lack of understanding, Qin Yue let out a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. He decided not to linger any longer and turned to leave, his thoughts consumed with the need to swiftly return and resolve matters at the internet cafe before rejoining them. As Zhao Feiyan accompanied Qin Yue's parents into the shopping mall, they soon encountered a rather upscale clothing store, the elegance of which was immediately apparent. It was clear that the garments within would not come at a modest price. Nonetheless, the quality was unmistakably high-end. Upon seeing these exquisite clothes, Zhao Feiyan felt a surge of excitement, contemplating the idea of purchasing a couple of outfits for Qin Yue's parents. When they reached the entrance of the store, she paused, turning to them with a hopeful expression. Mom, Dad, shall we take a look inside? I believe the clothing here is quite splendid. If something suits you, we could pick out a couple of pieces. However, upon glancing inside, Qin's father and mother exchanged reluctant shakes of their heads. The store's lavish decor suggested that the prices would be equally extravagant, and they were well aware that a visit here could lead to considerable expenditure. It was a rare occasion for them to frequent such high-end establishments. They typically preferred modest shops or street vendors for their clothing needs. In their words, they had grown accustomed to frugality throughout their lives, and at their age, there was little necessity for such fine attire. We should look elsewhere, they replied. The clothing here is clearly expensive. Why purchase such costly garments? We are not like the younger generation. Observing her parents' disinclination to enter, Zhao Feiyan resolved not to let their trip be in vain. Furthermore, she had promised Qin Yue to take good care of his parents. It was evident that he wished for them to enjoy quality meals and attire. Although the store appeared exclusive, she knew that shopping there would not impose any financial burden on them. Please, just trust me on this. Let us have a look inside, shall we? If we find something suitable, we'll buy it. If not, we can simply leave. With that, she adopted a playful demeanor, gently tugging at Qin's mother's hand, who, unable to resist, allowed herself to be led inside. Once they entered, it became clear that the garments were indeed exceptionally refined, showcasing advanced craftsmanship. They had browsed several shops prior, but the offerings within this establishment were unparalleled in comparison. However, there exists a slight drawback, due to the upscale nature of this boutique. The staff members are rather discerning individuals. Upon noticing the arrival of a few newcomers, they immediately turned their attention towards them. Yet, when they recognized Mr. and Mrs. Qin, they did not approach to extend a warm welcome. They perceived that Qin Feng and another companion were not dressed in a manner befitting affluent customers. And considering the high prices of the garments in their store, it was evident that the elderly couple could not afford such luxury. At that moment, one of the attendants approached them. Zhao Feiyan had initially intended to request assistance in selecting clothing, but as the staff member approached, he wore an expression of disdain. Just as Mrs. Qin pointed towards a particular garment, inquiring about its material and price, the attendant interjected with a condescending tone, saying, Madam, our clothing is rather expensive. You might want to refrain from touching them. If you accidentally soil one, it would be difficult to sell. His words dripped with contempt, igniting Zhao Feiyan's ire. She swiftly moved towards the attendant, defending Mrs. Qin. Who told you we cannot afford these garments? We are merely browsing, and should we find something suitable, we will certainly purchase it. We are not financially incapable. Zhao Feiyan's tone was neither submissive nor aggressive. She then reached out to touch the very dress Mrs. Qin had admired, recognizing its quality and deciding that she would indeed buy it. Firstly, Mrs. Qin had expressed interest in the dress, and secondly, Zhao wished to demonstrate to the attendant that they were indeed capable of making a purchase. What is the price of this dress? We shall buy it, Zhao Feiyan stated firmly, just as the attendant was about to respond. At that moment, Qin Yue happened to pass by outside, catching sight of Zhao Feiyan examining the clothing. It appeared that a heated exchange had erupted between Zhao and the attendant, both flushed with indignation. Qin Yue, not one to shy away from confrontation. Recalled her previous encounters with Zhao and decided to intervene. Upon spotting Zhao Feiyan, Yang Yu promptly entered the boutique, her demeanor dripping with malice. "Oh, I thought I recognized you. Out here surveying the scene again, are we?" This remark instantly captured the attention of the boutique staff, who gathered around, eager to hear what Yang Yu had to say. This situation aligned perfectly with Yang Yu's intentions. He wished for as many people as possible to be present in the store, aiming to publicly humiliate Zhao Feiyan. After all, it was during their visit to the jewelry store that he had been embarrassed. "What are you doing? I haven't provoked you. Why do you come here to say such things to me?" Zhao Feiyan thought of Yang Yu, someone with whom she had only a fleeting acquaintance, and did not consider him an adversary. Their prior encounter had been merely a chance occurrence. She was not a person who harbored grudges. Yet, upon Yang Yu's abrupt entrance, he began to cast baseless accusations against her, igniting a sense of displeasure within Zhao Feiyan. "What is this? You dare to act yet shy away from responsibility? I see you've come here today with the intention of pilfering clothes from this store. You certainly have a knack for choosing locations. You gravitate toward the expensive sections instead of the cheaper ones." As Yang Yu's words echoed, onlookers began to point fingers at Zhao Feiyan, unaware of the underlying animosity between the two. Thus, they assumed Yang Yu's claims to be true, and the disdainful glances from the store staff toward Zhao Feiyan and her companions grew ever more pronounced. "Please refrain from making unfounded accusations. When have I ever stolen anything? I have lived my life with integrity and have never engaged in deceitful behavior," Zhao Feiyan retorted, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. This was the first time she had been so publicly slandered, and the weight of the moment felt particularly unjust. She wished fervently that Qin Yue were present. Surely, Yang Yu would not dare to treat her this way in his presence. On the side, Qin's father felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing Zhao Feiyan's distress. After all, she was his son's wife. The injustice she faced weighed heavily on him. Knowing it was primarily due to the entanglements of their family that she was suffering, anger surged within him as he approached, ready to defend her. However, before he could utter a word, Yang Yu had already perceived Qin's father's intentions. "Old man, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you," Yang Yu interjected, further infuriating Qin's father, who pointed his cigarette at Yang Yu in indignation. "This young lady is quite beautiful, yet her words are so provoking. Do we not know who our Feiyan is? Cease your slander, I warn you." Qin's father spoke with fervor, his anger palpable, as Qin's mother hurried over to support him in his defense. Observing the ire displayed by Qin's father, Yang Yu felt a surge of exhilaration within, his countenance alight with joy. This was precisely the effect he sought, had he not embarrassed Zhao Feiyan today. His previous humiliation before the gathered crowd would have been in vain. "Old man, must you continue your charade here?" he taunted. "Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? With your demeanor, what brings you to such an upscale establishment? Are you not here to pilfer goods? What other purpose could you possibly have?" Yang Yu seized the initiative, boldly asserting that the elderly couple were merely leveraging their age. You, stop spouting nonsense. We are here to browse and purchase clothing, not to engage in theft as you insinuate. We would never stoop to such underhanded tactics." Qin's father, incensed to the point of incoherence, only fueled Yang Yu's delight, for he understood that the more enraged Qin's father became, the closer he was to achieving his own objectives. "What business do you two have here? Surely you realize your association with Zhao Feiyan? You have come to steal, have you not? I wonder if you have succeeded in your endeavors. Perhaps you resent my arrival for disrupting your nefarious plans?" Upon uttering these words, the store attendants turned their gazes toward the couple, scrutinizing their hands for any concealed garments. Yang Yu's provocation struck a nerve with Qin's father, who, now in his middle age, found himself subjected to such indignities. How could he remain calm when unjustly branded with such an accusation? Throughout his life, he had prided himself on his integrity, never having engaged in thievery or sought to claim the fruits of another's labor. Yet, only days after arriving in the city, he was subjected to this disgrace. At that moment, Qin's father was overcome with fury, leading to a fit of coughing. Zhao Feiyan hurried to his side, gently patting his back while inquiring about his well-being. "Father, are you all right? Is everything fine?" Witnessing Zhao Feiyan's distress, Qin's father could barely muster a response. Merely shaking his head, he wished to spare her the burden of his troubles. "Do not let them provoke you, dear. Why stoop to their level? Such individuals are likely of ill repute. Disregard their words as mere folly," Qin's mother advised, though she too was incensed by Yang Yu's provocations. She recognized that engaging in a quarrel with him was futile. Seeing her husband in such a state, she focused on soothing him, urging him to regain his composure. Yang Yu, observing the unfolding drama, deemed the situation trivial and continued to exacerbate it. Chapter 78. I offer triple the price. What use is beauty when one is merely a thief? At this juncture, he continued to assert that Zhao Feiyan was a thief. When Yang Yu laid eyes on Zhao Feiyan, she couldn't shake off a sense of discontent towards her, although it was not Zhao Feiyan who had provoked her. Due to the connection between Yang Yu and Qin Yue, she hastily categorized Zhao Feiyan into her list of adversaries. Additionally, Zhao Feiyan's striking beauty and enviable figure only served to amplify Yang Yu's resentment, as she felt utterly overshadowed in both appearance and physique. Particularly distressing was the memory of how Boss Liu had gazed at Zhao Feiyan with a lecherous glint in his eyes during their time together, which left Yang Yu feeling exceptionally aggrieved. Her current ambition was to ruin Zhao Feiyan's reputation and bring about her downfall, believing this to be the pathway to her own satisfaction. Despite Yang Yu's relentless barrage of disparaging remarks aimed at Zhao Feiyan, the latter was far too preoccupied with worrying about Qin's father's health to pay her any heed. The thought of purchasing clothing had long since slipped from her mind, as her anger rendered her unwilling even to glance in Yang Yu's direction. Yang Yu, observing that her provocations had seemingly achieved their goal, realized she could not leave just yet. She felt compelled to further incite Zhao Feiyan, and thus began to saunter around the store with an air of triumph. My dear, are you here to purchase clothing today? Would you like me to assist you in finding something to your taste? Perhaps the sales attendant, having witnessed the disdainful attitude towards Qin Yue's parents earlier, now leaned towards Yang Yu after hearing her words. She sought to ingratiate herself with Yang Yu, who radiated an aura distinct from Zhao Feiyan. Upon entering the store, it was immediately apparent that Yang Yu was of affluent stature. In terms of attire, she surpassed Zhao Feiyan by several leagues. Her garments bore the unmistakable mark of luxury, especially her expensive handbags. The sales attendant harbored no hopes of Zhao Feiyan making any significant purchases, but Yang Yu was an entirely different matter. The attendant was certain that Yang Yu had the means to buy whatever she desired, thus pouring all her enthusiasm into serving her. Of course, I came here to buy clothes. I wouldn't descend to the level of petty thieves. Please help me find the latest arrivals. I want only the finest. Yang Yu seemed intent on proving her wealth to Zhao Feiyan, boldly declaring her intention to purchase the best items in the store. The sales attendant, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded in agreement and promptly began searching the store for the latest offerings. Not long after, a new white dress was brought over. This exquisite garment, from its craftsmanship to the quality of the fabric, can undoubtedly be deemed a pinnacle of fashion. As she presented the dress to Yang Yu, she exclaimed, "What do you think of this piece? From its meticulous construction to the fine material, it is truly a superior creation. Moreover, this is our latest design, a limited edition. If you fancy it, do try it on and make it yours. Wearing this dress will undoubtedly make a stunning impression." The shop assistant began to flatter Yang Yu in a honeyed tone. Upon hearing her words, Yang Yu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. She took the dress into her hands, and after a quick inspection, she found it indeed quite appealing. With the dress in hand, she strolled towards the mirror to admire her reflection. Satisfied, she made her way over to Zhao Feiyan, eager to boast. "Have you seen this dress? It's absolutely beautiful. I believe any woman would look lovely in it. The only pity is that you, my dear, are too impoverished to afford it. But I, on the other hand, can certainly buy it." Yang Yu began to flaunt her acquisition before Zhao Feiyan. Surprisingly, Zhao Feiyan did not react with anger. She deemed it unworthy to engage with such a woman. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yue had observed everything from outside the store. As the shop assistant handed the dress to Yang Yu, Qin Yue had already arrived at the entrance. He witnessed the entire scene unfold, and as soft music played, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Approaching his father, he noticed him coughing persistently. Gently, he patted his father's back a few times, prompting Qin's father to expel a phlegm-laden cough, after which he appeared to recover, ceasing the cough. Seeing that his father's health had stabilized, Zhao Feiyan exhaled in relief, raising her head to glance at Qin Yue, her eyes tinged with redness, suggesting she had endured some distress. Observing Zhao Feiyan's plight, Qin Yue felt a surge of compassion for his beloved, angered that anyone would dare to mistreat her. The individuals Qin Yue despises the most are those who bully his family. Such acts strike at the very core of his being. The audacity of Yang Yu to provoke his family was nothing short of a grave affront. Since she dared to challenge his family, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Qin Yue cast a glance at the dress Zhao Feiyan held and addressed the shop assistant, saying, "I will take that dress. I will pay double the price for it." Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, the shop assistant cast a glance at him, his face illuminated with surprise. He thought to himself how remarkable it was that someone was willing to pay a high price for this garment. Surely, he would be agreeable, as earning more money was always desirable. Just as the assistant was about to acquiesce to Qin Yue, his expression shifted to one of displeasure. Perceiving Qin Yue's demeanor as somewhat provocative, could it be that he could afford the item, yet was unwilling to pay for it? "I will offer 3 times the price," declared Yang Yu. Indeed, the very next moment, Yang Yu promptly countered with an even higher bid, and Qin Yue, not one to be easily outdone, immediately replied, "I shall bid 4 times the price." Without hesitation, he raised the stakes. Upon hearing Qin Yue's proclamation, Yang Yu quickly followed suit, continuing to escalate the bidding war. Yang Yu understood the implications of Qin Yue's words all too well. She realized that if she were to relent at this moment, it would not merely signify a loss to Qin Yue, but a defeat to Zhao Feiyan as well. Should Zhao Feiyan triumph over her, where would her dignity reside? The thought of returning to this store in the future, only to become a subject of ridicule, weighed heavily on her mind. As these thoughts coursed through her, Yang Yu's mood soured, and her frustration mounted. Meanwhile, the shop assistants observed the unfolding scene with expressions of delight, for they were acutely aware of the inevitable outcome of this rivalry. Regardless of who ultimately purchased the garment, as long as the bid was sufficiently high, it would be advantageous for them, with no detriment at all. The higher the bids escalated, the greater their bonuses would be at the end of the month, ensuring a significantly more lucrative payout than usual. The assistants exchanged glances filled with joy, reveling in the competitive atmosphere. As the bids climbed higher, Yang Yu, determined not to be outdone by Qin Yue, boldly proclaimed, "I will buy this entire store." At her declaration, a hush fell over the crowd, while Qin Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had been anticipating this very moment. However, as soon as Yang Yu uttered those words, a twinge of regret washed over her. Perhaps she should not have made such a grand statement. Her greatest fear, however, was that upon declaring her intent to purchase the store, Qin Yue would cease to raise his bid, leaving her at a significant disadvantage. Qin Yue regarded Yang Yu with a knowing glance, a smirk playing on his lips, before he gestured towards her in a gesture of respect. "I never expected your affection for this store to be so profound. Given this, I can no longer contest with you. Continuing would indeed be futile. I can only extend my congratulations to you. You have won this establishment, and it is no longer mine to claim." Upon uttering these words, Qin Yue nearly incited Yang Yu to the brink of exasperation, leaving her speechless at his unexpected presence. "Let us go, since Yan Zi's parents have left." Thus, the 4 of them prepared to exit the premises. It was only at this moment that Yang Yu realized Qin Yue had been deliberately inflating the prices in her presence, leading her to utter such boastful declarations. She had been outmaneuvered by Qin Yue. If he were truly interested in purchasing this shop, how could he? Setting aside his desire, he simply lacked the funds. Even if he pooled all his resources, he would not be able to acquire this establishment. Coupled with the exorbitant price of the clothing, which he had already dismissed, it was clear he had no intention of purchasing either. Seeing Qin Yue prepare to leave, Yang Yu immediately rose, yearning to follow him out. Unwilling to linger in the store any longer, she understood that remaining inside could only result in her disadvantage. Just as Yang Yu took a step towards the exit, several store employees swiftly encircled her, blocking her path and preventing her from leaving. "Excuse me, miss, didn't you express an interest in purchasing this garment? You two have been arguing in our store for quite some time, disrupting our business. How can you simply walk away now?" The employee glanced at Yang Yu, contemplating that she could not allow her to depart so easily. Doing so would jeopardize her commission for the month. Yang Yu's anger intensified upon hearing the employee's words. The reason for her earlier bidding war with Qin Yue was to emerge victorious over him. However, witnessing his indifference, she realized she had been played. How could she possibly be swayed by a momentary impulse to make a purchase? "I no longer desire it. Is that acceptable? I merely came to browse. I never stated I was obligated to buy anything. I haven't even tried it on. Can I not simply leave?" After articulating her thoughts, Yang Yu attempted to exit. Yet the employees obstructed her path, outnumbering her 3 to 1. As she moved to the left, they shifted in tandem, blocking her way. When she turned right, they mirrored her actions, resolutely preventing her from escaping. "Miss, this behavior is quite unreasonable. If you have decided against the purchase, you ought to inform us. Had you done so earlier, we could have sold it to that gentleman instead. Is it not unfair to put us in this predicament?" Upon hearing their words, Yang Yu was infuriated. The store clerk, noticing Yang Yu's displeasure, adopted an equally unwelcoming demeanor. What initially seemed like a guaranteed reward now appeared to be slipping away due to this sudden turn of events, prompting Yang Yu to flatly refuse to settle the bill. Yang Yu was not one to be trifled with. Having already been provoked alongside Qin Yue, she found it intolerable that the clerk dared to provoke her further. "I suggest you vacate the premises immediately and cease obstructing my path. If you persist, do not hold me responsible for my actions," she exclaimed, unleashing her pent-up frustration upon the clerk. The altercation escalated in intensity. "If you do not permit me to leave, I shall not hesitate to call the police and have your establishment shut down," Yang Yu threatened, addressing the clerk who stood in her way. Chapter 80. "I will always support you. Call the police if you wish. I fear no one. Let them arrive and adjudicate our dispute. You have already disrupted our business. And now you dare to slander us," the clerk retorted. After all, the establishment was reputable, and its staff were professionally trained and seasoned enough not to be intimidated by Yang Yu's words. They believed themselves to be in the right and regarded Yang Yu as the unreasonable party. They felt that had it not been for Yang Yu, they might have profited from Qin Yue. As the argument progressed and the notion of calling the police was mentioned, Qin Yue felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, his expression revealing a deep sense of contentment. However, due to the fright experienced by his parents during this ordeal, it was clear that their enthusiasm for shopping had waned. The four of them decided against continuing their excursion and turned back instead. After this incident, Zhao Feiyan returned home feeling rather despondent, her demeanor reflecting a troubled state of mind. For the past few days, she seemed preoccupied, lost in thought, and visibly melancholic. Qin Yue noticed her distress but refrained from inquiring, confident that when Zhao Feiyan was ready to share her thoughts, she would approach him. That evening, as they lay in bed, Zhao Feiyan pondered for a considerable time before deciding to express her feelings to Qin Yue. "Qin Yue, I have something on my mind that I would like to discuss with you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with apprehension as if she feared his rejection of her sentiments. Qin Yue, intrigued by her words, turned to face her, eager to hear what was weighing on her heart. "Please, share your thoughts. I am all ears," he encouraged. As Qin Yue gazed intently at her, Zhao Feiyan felt a warm flush spread across her cheeks. Yet, there was an undeniable sense of reassurance in his gaze, as if he bestowed upon her a measure of confidence, alleviating her initial nervousness. Reflecting on the incident from a few days prior, she pondered whether she should take action to alleviate some of his burdens. After much contemplation, she decided to propose the idea of opening a clothing store. "How do you find this notion?" At this juncture, Zhao Feiyan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Qin Yue might reject her proposal. However, her worries were unfounded. Qin Yue was acutely aware of her capabilities and had previously considered the prospect of encouraging Zhao Feiyan to pursue her own endeavors. He recognized that her staying at home daily might dampen her spirits. Instead, it would be more beneficial for her to venture out and cultivate her own career, thereby fostering her self-confidence. With the impending reforms on the horizon, Qin Yue was reluctant to confine Zhao Feiyan to his side, as it might hinder his own aspirations. He knew that relegating her to the role of a mere housewife would be unjust, and he believed Zhao Feiyan would not harbor much resentment. But he felt compelled to act differently. Noticing the contemplative look on Qin Yue's face, Zhao Feiyan grew increasingly anxious, fearing he might not acquiesce to her request. "Of course, you may pursue it. As long as it is something you are passionate about, I will wholeheartedly support you," Qin Yue replied, his face illuminated by a warm smile. Zhao Feiyan was taken aback by his swift agreement. She had anticipated hesitation, perhaps even reluctance, yet his immediate acceptance filled her with unexpected joy. The underlying reason for Qin Yue's affirmative response stemmed from a sense of indebtedness he felt towards Zhao Feiyan. He resolved to devote himself to compensating for the shortcomings of the past, vowing to assist her in realizing her ambitions as long as it lay within his means. He understood that only by fully immersing himself in her support could he find some semblance of peace within himself. Qin Yue had already contemplated Zhao Feiyan's desire to establish a clothing store. He envisioned acquiring a property in the southern part of the city, where she could set up her shop, while he could simultaneously develop a clothing factory. After all, the clothing industry promised substantial profits and was relatively easy to navigate. Qin Yue understood that if he wished to seize control of the southern district, it was not a matter of mere desire. He must first secure the loyalty of Jiang Hongyi, The paramount leader of the Magic City, Jiang Hongyi, a figure of significant influence, was pivotal. Once he was brought under Guo's wing, the southern district would likely fall into his grasp. Reflecting on his previous life, Qin Yue recalled that Jiang Hongyi had been reassigned around this very time. Shortly after his departure, the deputy stepped into his role, and soon thereafter, a series of events transpired in the southern district. Due to Jiang's recent reassignment, all blame for the incidents was directed towards him, unjustly tarnishing his reputation. What was meant to be a promotion for Jiang turned into a demotion, as he was instead dispatched to a more remote jurisdiction. However, one thing was clear to Qin Yue: Jiang Hongyi was no villain. He was genuinely dedicated to serving the people. Thus, if Qin Yue aspired to claim the southern district, his primary task was to win Jiang Hongyi over to his cause, aligning him as an ally. Chapter 81. The Future Star Dad, Mom. Today I wish to take you to explore the ancient city's attractions. With his parents visiting, Qin Yue had spent the past few days showing them around, ensuring they experienced the beauty of the locale. His intention was to make their time together enjoyable, and indeed, his efforts brought them much joy. During their stay, his parents noticed a remarkable transformation in Qin Yue. He seemed like a different person altogether. The once immature child had matured into a considerate and responsible individual. What is the purpose of going there? Doesn't it cost money? Qin's parents felt a twinge of concern for their son, aware that their outings had incurred notable expenses. Observing their apprehension, Qin Yue recognized the debt of gratitude he owed them. Such expenditure was trivial in comparison to their sacrifices. Trust me, we shall visit a tourist attraction that is usually bustling with people. Since it is not a holiday, the crowds should be manageable, providing an excellent opportunity for us to explore. Upon hearing his gentle persuasion, his parents ceased their objections and accompanied him towards the renowned ancient city, a celebrated destination within the city. In addition to the sights, there were numerous stalls selling local specialties, from which Qin Yue generously purchased a variety of items for his parents. Their satisfaction with Qin Yue's thoughtful gestures was palpable, enhancing their shared experience. As evening fell, they did not return home to prepare a meal. Instead, Qin Yue took them directly to a more upscale hotel where they ordered a feast of their parents' favorite dishes. Seated together, they began to indulge in the delightful fare when Qin's mother spoke up. Your father and I have been here for a few days now. Our primary purpose in visiting was to see how you both are faring. Since you seem to be doing well, we can rest easy. Thus, your father and I have decided to return home tomorrow. After all, this place was foreign to them, having grown accustomed to their hometown. Although they were not lacking in sustenance here, there was an undeniable discomfort in their surroundings. The absence of familiar faces made it all the more challenging, leaving only the two of them to contemplate their return. As long as their son was thriving, that was sufficient for them. Mom and Dad, it's not easy for you to come here. Why not stay a few more days? Qin Yue thought to persuade his parents to linger a bit longer. After all, it was quite a journey for them, and with his current career commitments, visiting them back home would be a hassle. However, it appeared that the elderly couple had resolutely made up their minds to leave, not wishing to intrude further into their son's life. And there was little that could be done to change their decision. The following morning, Qin Yue purchased plane tickets for his parents to return home and accompanied them to the airport alongside Zhao Feiyan. To facilitate their journey, he arranged for all the food and necessities he had bought for them to be checked in, sparing them the burden of handling luggage. During their stay, the previous barriers between Qin Yue and his father had dissipated. In the past, their encounters often erupted into disputes, with both father and son displaying their tempers. Now, however, there was an unmistakable harmony, characterized by mutual respect and affection. As he watched his parents walk toward the boarding gate, Qin Yue finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, his parents turned back, waving goodbye, signaling that they could return home and need not linger any longer. Once they saw their parents depart, they both sighed deeply, feeling a sense of liberation wash over them. Ah, freedom restored, Qin Yue exclaimed, playfully pulling Zhao Feiyan close, a smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated that with his parents gone, he could enjoy a few carefree days, perhaps spending quality time with Zhao Feiyan and checking out the local internet cafe. Yet, to his surprise, he scarcely had a moment to breathe before new messages from Yang Yueyao began to pour in. Everywhere, vendors were seen peddling DVDs, each clutching copies of Yang Yueyao's albums. Moreover, many individuals deliberately seek out the albums of Yang Yueyao, primarily because her songs are exceptionally melodious, captivating the attention of the masses. When Qin Yue brought Zhao Feiyan into the internet cafe, Xinyan noticed the two of them and approached with a beaming smile. as if celebrating some joyous occasion. Upon seeing Shun Yan's demeanor, Qin Yue was puzzled until Shun Yan began to speak. Boss, there's new news from Yang Yuyao's side. It seems she has suddenly skyrocketed to fame recently, becoming the most popular female singer in every corner of the streets. After hearing Shun Yan's words, Qin Yue did not display any particular surprise, for he knew this was an inevitable outcome. It was merely a matter of time. Very well, Shun Yan exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands before turning to Zhao Feiyan. Come, I shall take you to see the future superstar. She is someone I have meticulously nurtured. Zhao Feiyan had heard of Yang Yuyao and was aware of the recent emergence of a female singer who had suddenly gained fame. This individual was indeed Yang Yuyao. Initially, Zhao Feiyan felt that this person bore no relation to him, yet after witnessing Qin Yue's enthusiasm today, he began to wonder if Qin Yue was acquainted with this illustrious lady, which left him somewhat perplexed. With this curiosity in mind, Zhao Feiyan followed Qin Yue towards Yang Yuyao's residence. Aside from the business at the internet cafe, you are now also cultivating singers? Zhao Feiyan asked, astonished, glancing at Qin Yue, voicing the question that lingered in his mind. I am currently involved in various industries. I engage in any field that allows me to earn a profit. Yang Yuyao indeed possesses a remarkable talent for singing, Qin Yue explained, noticing Zhao Feiyan's puzzled expression. He began recounting how he met Yang Yuyao and how, upon hearing her sing, he recognized her promising future. These reasons compelled Qin Yue to nurture her talent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feiyan felt even more perplexed. He sensed that he was increasingly unfamiliar with the Qin Yue before him. He knew well the kind of person Qin Yue was, having spent a considerable amount of time together. They were not mere acquaintances of a day or two. Zhao Feiyan was also aware of Qin Yue's talents, and when he learned that the lyrics were penned by Qin Yue for Yang Yuyao, he felt a twinge of astonishment. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, refraining from expressing them outright, for he perceived that Qin Yue was no longer the person he once knew. Moreover, he believed that whatever Qin Yue undertook now was approached with a certain level of assurance. The primary reason that Qin Yue chose to assist Yang Yuyao was his admiration for her singing and performance, which he had witnessed firsthand. Additionally, having heard her songs in his previous life, he recognized her immense potential. His fondness for Yang Yuyao's voice compelled him to take her under his wing, nurturing her talents. Now, having personally elevated Yang Yuyao's career, he felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. As Qin Yue approached Yang Yuyao's neighborhood, he observed several vehicles parked nearby, which appeared to belong to a television station. It seemed they had come to interview Yang Yuyao. Music and Zhao Feiyan made their way toward Yang Yuyao's doorstep, where they found a crowd gathered in the yard. Television personnel were present, some wielding microphones and others cameras, conducting interviews regarding Yang Yuyao. In the year 1995, the footage of Zhao Feiyan and the recorded interviews were considered precious material. Moreover, during that era, people's hearts were generally kind, leading to predominantly positive inquiries during interviews. Miss Yang, could you share how you have reached this point in your career? A remarkably sweet-faced reporter approached Yang Yuyao with a microphone, posing a question that not only she was curious about, but one that many of Yang Yuyao's fans were likely eager to hear answered as well. Upon hearing the question, Yang Yuyao smiled gently before responding. The reason I can sing such beautiful songs is largely due to my behind-the-scenes mentor, whose immense support has been invaluable. The lyrics are his creation. Without them, my success today would not have been possible. In her response, Yang Yuyao was entirely forthcoming, recognizing that had it not been for Qin Yue's recognition of her talent and his lyrical contributions, her rise to fame would have been far more challenging. Despite her belief that her voice surpassed that of Qin Yuyao's, she felt confident that, in a straightforward singing competition, she could prevail over Qin Yuyao. But achieving the current level of renown would have been much more difficult. Do you see? She is Yang Yuyao, the one I have personally nurtured. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Qin Yue observed Zhao Feiyan, who was intently watching Yang Yuyao, and leaned in to inquire softly. Indeed. With such beauty and remarkable singing talent, it is hard to believe she won't become a major star, Zhao Feiyan mused, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly jolted by Qin Yue's gentle nudge, she snapped back to reality and turned to him, remarking on the situation. At this moment, Qin Yue did not perceive any differences in Zhao Feiyan. Yet upon hearing her words, he found himself in agreement with her sentiments. Indeed, one must consider who I am. Can your husband be an ordinary person? Can his discernment be commonplace? The frequent mention of your husband caused Zhao Feiyan's cheeks to flush slightly, leaving her feeling somewhat bashful. While the journalist was interviewing Yang Yuyao, She caught sight of Qin Yue approaching. Standing across from him, she gazed at him with profound gratitude for his support. The journalist posed a few more questions regarding Yang Yueyao before refraining from further inquiries. Thank you for your cooperation today, Miss Yang. If the opportunity arises in the future, I hope to interview you again. I won't disturb your rest any longer. We shall return to draft the news article, the journalist remarked, retrieving the microphone from her hand. He then extended his hand, and they exchanged a handshake. After hearing his words, Yang Yueyao nodded, watching as the journalist led his accompanying staff away to write the article. Once Qin Yue noticed that they had departed, he proceeded into the courtyard, walking over to Yang Yueyao and offering her a warm smile. You performed admirably today. Continue to strive for excellence and aim to become a great star. To celebrate your success, let us dine together, he suggested, viewing this as a small celebration in her honor. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Yang Yueyao nodded, realizing that refusing his invitation would seem rather inconsiderate. I owe this to you. Without your support, I doubt I would have reached this point, she expressed gratefully. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Yang Yueyao raised her glass in a toast to Qin Yue, this gesture representing her appreciation for him. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is the renowned star, Yang Yueyao, Qin Yue said, gesturing to her while addressing Zhao Feiyan. This is my wife, Zhao Feiyan, he continued, introducing Zhao Feiyan to Yang Yueyao. Surprised by the revelation of Qin Yue's marriage, Yang Yueyao was taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyan felt her spirits lift upon hearing Qin Yue's introduction of her, dispelling any previous insecurities. She realized that Qin Yue still held her dear. Otherwise, he would not have brought her to meet such a celebrated star. Previously, she had feared that this woman might harbor inappropriate feelings for her husband, and worried that Qin Yue might cast her aside for Yang Yueyao's beauty and talent. However, in that moment, all such thoughts dissipated. Zhao Feiyan rose to her feet and exchanged a handshake with Yang Yueyao, marking the commencement of their acquaintance. To speak candidly, Yang Yueyao harbored a sense of appreciation for Qin Yue, who had previously extended his assistance to her. He held a certain regard for Qin Yue, recognizing him as a benefactor. Moreover, he believed himself to possess a commendable appearance, feeling that, while not a perfect match, he could be considered well-suited for Qin Yue. However, these thoughts were rooted in the assumption that Qin Yue was single. He was taken aback to discover that Qin Yue had come to visit him accompanied by his wife. Consequently, he relinquished his previous notions, particularly upon witnessing Zhao Feiyan's beauty, gentle demeanor, and her remarkable capability. He resolved to abandon his earlier thoughts, directing all his focus toward his music. Nevertheless, Yang Yueyao remained deeply appreciative and inspired, primarily because every lyric Qin Yue provided would evoke a sense of nostalgia within her. She perceived Qin Yue as a celestial being sent to aid her. During a casual meal and conversation, Yang Yueyao revealed a piece of news. Recently, several film companies had approached her with intentions to sign a contract. Upon hearing this, Qin Yue's heart raced with concern, pondering the implications of someone else seizing the opportunity, rendering his efforts futile. Reflecting on the situation, Qin Yue recognized that he could not cling to Yang Yueyao indefinitely. Furthermore, if a company were indeed interested in signing her, it would not be without his consent, as he was her manager. His current focus was on generating income, prioritizing financial gain and familial bonds above all else, leaving little room for other considerations. What are your thoughts? Qin Yue inquired after taking a sip from his glass. Yang Yueyao, upon hearing his question, lifted her own glass, delicately sipping from it before articulating her perspective. I wish to pursue this opportunity, as it would enable me to earn more money and provide better care for my family. Yang Yueyao's straightforwardness was refreshing. She expressed her thoughts candidly without any pretense. Upon hearing her declaration, Qin Yue nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further, for he understood that his words would carry little weight. Since Yang Yueyao had resolved to follow her aspirations, he would permit her to pursue her chosen path. Qin Yue recognized that the film industry held significant profit potential and acknowledged that his support had contributed to Yang Yueyao's growing success. He also began to comprehend the nature of his own capabilities in this evolving narrative. What he must prioritize at present is to seize opportunities with utmost diligence, relying on the prospects within his grasp to undertake necessary actions, lest he squander them. His current capabilities can only reach this juncture. He simply cannot establish a film production company under the prevailing circumstances, nor can he retain Yang Yueyao. Given Yang Yueyao's present situation, it suffices that she remains true to herself once she achieves fame. He does not harbor hopes of keeping her, as retaining a major star entails considerable financial expenditure. Qin Yue, I shall take my leave now. Should you require my assistance in the future, feel free to visit my home, Yang Yueyao remarked, glancing at Qin Yue and Zhao Feiyan. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yue nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, return safely. You must seize every opportunity that comes your way. I am confident you will ascend to greater heights. Allow me to extend my early congratulations. Previously, Yang Yueyao had harbored some trepidation, fearing that Qin Yue might be angered by her thoughts. To her surprise, upon hearing them, Qin Yue not only refrained from showing anger, but instead congratulated her. With the burdens weighing on her heart lifted after Yang Yueyao departed, Qin Yue and Zhao Feiyan chose not to linger in the hotel any longer. After settling their bill, they returned home. On the journey back, Zhao Feiyan's curiosity about the relationship between Qin Yue and Yang Yueyao was piqued, prompting her to inquire further. How did you two meet? Where did you encounter one another? What inspired you to nurture her talent? How did you know she would succeed? Faced with Zhao Feiyan's barrage of questions, Qin Yue smiled indulgently at her, opting to share the story of their initial meeting. Our acquaintance was somewhat serendipitous. It occurred during a prestigious vocal competition. At that time, I was in need of funds to participate, hoping that success would lead to a better life. Reflecting on that day, Qin Yue felt as though he were recalling a dream. Astonished at how swiftly time had passed, and how an inconspicuous singer had blossomed into a celebrated figure. And afterward, Zhao Feiyan inquired, her eyes wide with interest. Subsequently, I encountered a down-and-out singer, but upon hearing him sing, I recognized his voice held immense potential. Thus, I sought him out to offer my assistance. Chapter 84. The upcoming development. I have a notion I wish to discuss. I am considering establishing a clothing factory in the southern part of the city. What are your thoughts? At this juncture, Qin Yue seized the opportunity to share his current idea with Zhao Feiyan, contemplating the initiation of a clothing factory in the southern district. Is it truly that simple to launch a clothing factory? Zhao Feiyan harbored a sense of hesitation within her heart. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yue gently patted her shoulder and spoke in a comforting tone. What is so difficult about it? With your aesthetic sensibility, I believe establishing a clothing factory would pose no challenge. When the time comes, I shall invite you to work as a designer there, creating these garments. At this point in the conversation, Zhao Feiyan found herself utterly taken aback. She had initially assumed that the notion of a courtyard was merely casual banter, even if a clothing factory were to be established. She never expected to be involved in any capacity, let alone be designated as a designer. Although Zhao Feiyan had no formal training in fashion design, she possessed a genuine interest in the field. Occasionally, during moments of solitude at home, she would dabble in such endeavors. Qin Yue had observed this passion, which led him to contemplate her potential role as a designer. All you need to do is take that first step, Qin Yue encouraged. Regardless of the outcome, I am unconcerned. My intention is to empower you, to help you establish your own career, rather than confining you to the role of a housewife. I can't possibly be a designer, Zhao Feiyan replied, her gaze lowered in uncertainty. I have no experience in this industry. What if I end up driving your factory into bankruptcy? Seeing her distress, Qin Yue spoke with gentle reassurance, citing Yang Yueyao as an example. What are you afraid of? Everyone has their first time, wouldn't you agree? Look at our acquaintance, Yang Yueyao. She succeeded step by step, didn't she? And remember, you have me by your side. What you cannot accomplish, I will assist you with. Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Zhao Feiyan's confidence began to swell. For no other reason than the assurance that Qin Yue would support her in her endeavors, she felt a sense of relief. All right then, I will do my best to try. But if I fail, you must not hold it against me, she said, her face lighting up with a smile. Qin Yue recognized that his suggestion had brought her joy. I am confident you will succeed. Just put in the effort. Everyone has the right to strive for what they desire. I believe that at least 95 of those who achieve success have persevered, while the remaining 5 simply gave up prematurely. Yet, as Zhao Feiyan listened to Qin Yue, a question lingered in her mind. She found it curious why he had chosen to establish their venture in a less prosperous area, the southern district of the city, rather than a more affluent locale. The region was notably impoverished, a fact that sparked contemplation within her. Why don't we consider opening the clothing factory in a different location? The choice to establish ourselves in the southern district is undoubtedly a matter of contention, particularly given that it is widely regarded as one of the most impoverished areas of our city. One might question whether this decision could lead to future inconveniences. Aware of Zhao Feiyan's concerns regarding this matter, Qin Yue recognized that she harbored doubts, especially since he had not previously disclosed this information to her, and her understanding of future developments was limited. At present, it does indeed appear that the area lacks prospects for growth. There seems to be a dearth of commercial opportunities. With foot traffic being notably scarce, even the most exquisite designs would remain unseen and unsold, which could potentially lead to the gradual demise of the clothing factory. In light of Zhao Feiyan's inquiries, Qin Yue, buoyed by a positive disposition, began to elucidate his thoughts to her. The rationale behind my selection of this location is rooted in substantial reasoning. Although the area currently appears remote and impoverished, this is merely a reflection of the present circumstances. He then glanced at Zhao Feiyan and continued his discourse. The Southern District is poised to become a highly sought-after locale, as it is on the cusp of development. Once governmental subsidies are allocated for its enhancement, the area will undoubtedly transform into a bustling hub, shedding its current image of desolation and poverty. Qin Yue understood that the prevalent poverty was largely attributable to the lack of foot traffic, which in turn stemmed from the absence of attractions. Should he establish a factory there, it would inevitably draw businesses and visitors, thereby ushering in much-needed traffic. If the designs he created captured their interest, profitability would not be a concern. Once the factory is operational, employment opportunities would arise, effectively addressing the workforce dilemma. The clothing industry, therefore, would undoubtedly become a lucrative venture. In this modern age, society has evolved from the days of old, when families crafted garments from scratch. Today, most young people prefer to purchase clothing from shopping malls. And clothing is a necessity for all, particularly for women who have a penchant for beauty and frequently indulge in shopping. Furthermore, establishing the clothing factory would allow for the recruitment of workers, particularly women, providing them with a means to earn a living. This initiative would not only alleviate the employment challenges, but also empower these women to support their children's education. Chapter 85. Personal Reflections. At this moment, Qin Yue was engaged in an animated discussion with Zhao Feiyan regarding the developmental prospects of the Southern District. As fate would have it, a few individuals happened to pass by, among whom was Zhang Hongyi. Upon overhearing Qin Yue's eloquent discourse, Zhang Hongyi was taken aback, silently trailing behind the two, absorbing the words that flowed from Qin Yue's lips. In recent times, Zhang Hongyi had been grappling with the pressing question of how to revitalize the Southern District. He had been contemplating various initiatives, yet had not been able to crystallize a viable plan. However, upon listening to Qin Yue's insightful remarks, a sudden clarity enveloped him, as if a brilliant mirror had been unveiled in his mind. His previous perplexity stemmed from two primary concerns. First, the overwhelming number of impoverished residents in the area, whose mobilization would undoubtedly pose challenges and potentially incite various disputes. Second, the remoteness of the region had deterred large enterprises from establishing factories there. Consequently, the area was predominantly home to only a few heavy industries, incapable of fostering rapid development. Yet, after absorbing Qin Yue's words, Zhang Hongyi experienced an epiphany. Perhaps, he mused, it would be prudent to establish some light manufacturing workshops in the Southern District. With this revelation, he perceived that the young man before him was no ordinary individual. He hastily quickened his pace, moving closer to Qin Yue, eager to engage him in conversation. "Excuse me, young man, could you spare a moment?" Qin Yue was in the midst of a lively exchange with Zhao Feiyan when he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. He paused, turning to see who it was, and was met with the sight of Zhang Hongyi standing there. A jolt of recognition coursed through him. He instantly identified Zhang Hongyi, having previously seen his likeness in news articles from a past life, which had etched the image firmly in his memory. Prior to this encounter, Qin Yue had been somewhat anxious, unsure of how to approach Zhang Hongyi in a manner that would convey his genuine intentions, devoid of any ulterior motives for ingratiation, while simultaneously addressing his own matters. Little did he expect to come face to face with Zhang Hongyi in such an unexpected manner, thus alleviating the burden of seeking him out. "Hello, are you the one I am meant to meet? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Qin Yue feigned ignorance, gazing intently at Zhang Hongyi before casually inquiring about a matter that seemed trivial, though his heart was filled with trepidation. Indeed, he had just overheard their conversation regarding the development in the Southern District and found himself quite intrigued, prompting him to seek their insights. Zhang Hongyi, a rather straightforward individual, did not beat around the bush and candidly expressed the reason for stopping him. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yue smiled, realizing that the bait had been set. He had been contemplating how to approach her, only to discover that the opportunity lay right before him. What had been said earlier were merely Qin Yue's personal thoughts. The actual decisions regarding the matter were beyond his control. Thus, he expressed confidence in his ideas, albeit uncertain about the opinions of those in higher authority. With a resigned gesture, he appeared to convey that his role was limited to casual discussion, without any real authority. Feel free to chat with me without overthinking it or feeling pressured. Consider me just an ordinary person, he suggested. Upon hearing Zhang Hongyi's reassurances, Qin Yue cleared his throat a couple of times and began discussing the prospects of a garment factory. He believed establishing a clothing factory in the southern district was an excellent choice, given the rising popularity of domestic fashion and the allure of international trends. The fusion of these two elements could yield remarkable results. As he spoke of potential innovations in fashion, excitement swelled within him. For he was confident in his creative vision and understanding of future trends. With the right designs, he was certain the clothing factory would thrive. Qin Yue envisioned incorporating domestic elements into foreign designs, thus creating novel styles. However, Zhang Hongyi harbored some reservations. Recognizing the conservative nature of the current era and the openness typically associated with foreign clothing, he pondered whether such garments would find a market. Observing Zhang Hongyi's apprehension, Qin Yue understood her concerns and reassured her, "We can certainly make adjustments to the designs. They need not appear overly revealing. We can create garments that are both fashionable and modest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongyi nodded in agreement, intrigued by Qin Yue's perspective. She then curiously asked, "Young man, you seem quite insightful in this regard. May I inquire your name?" Upon hearing the remarks made by Qin Yue, Zhang Hongyi became quite intrigued. Consequently, he decided to inquire about Qin Yue's name. Qin Yue, upon hearing the question, did not hesitate to respond and promptly introduced himself. "Greetings, my name is Qin Yue." Upon learning Qin Yue's name, Zhang Han now possessed the knowledge of the individual before him. At that moment, Qin Yue felt a twinge of anxiety as he regarded Zhang Hongyi, fully aware that he was a prominent figure in the bustling metropolis. Chapter 86. Do you know him? The future development of this region relied heavily on Zhang Hongyi's decisions, as he held the authority over the current project. The reason Zhang Hongyi had previously posed questions to Qin Yue was due to his curiosity sparked by the topics Qin Yue had raised. However, after listening to Qin Yue's explanations, Zhang Hongyi began to feel that Qin Yue's demeanor was somewhat overly enthusiastic, appearing as though he had already grasped the prevailing trends. It seemed as if he harbored no concerns about the situation, almost convinced that success was a foregone conclusion. Observing Qin Yue's composure, Zhang Hongyi felt a sense of unease, pondering whether this young man was perhaps too naive. Could his assertions be merely a fleeting whim, unlikely to align with the reality he envisioned? Contemplating these thoughts, he feigned casualness and asked Qin Yue about the basis for his beliefs. "By the way, Brother Qin, why do you not consider other industries? Why do you specifically assert that the clothing industry will thrive? What evidence do you have for this?" Upon hearing Zhang Hongyi's inquiry, Qin Yue's expression momentarily stiffened, yet he maintained a relaxed demeanor. He was no fool. He understood that he could not divulge everything. He refrained from declaring that the clothing industry would explode in popularity following the reforms. He recognized that if he made such claims, Zhang Hongyi might perceive him as delusional, or worse, dismiss him as a braggart. After all, Zhang Hongyi had not experienced that era and was unaware of what was in vogue or out of favor. Therefore, he could only listen to Qin Yue's analysis. It was true that the future clothing industry was poised for remarkable growth. After some liberalization, the business in Yiwu flourished, having built its success upon the clothing trade. Similarly, in the more open areas, such as the small fishing village, commerce thrived as well. The residents there were also exceedingly busy. Thus, Qin Yue believed firmly in the industry's potential for explosive growth, yet he could not articulate these thoughts. Instead, he sought to provide a more casual justification for his assertions. "Indeed, my extensive discourse stems from a hint of personal motivation. Firstly, I perceive that this trend is gravitating in this direction, and secondly, my wife possesses a profound passion for this industry." Upon stating this, Qin Yue cast a glance at Zhao Feiyan beside him, followed by a gentle smile as he continued to elucidate. "My wife has an innate talent for clothing design. I firmly believe that her chosen profession will undoubtedly yield remarkable results, as I have complete faith in her discerning eye." Qin Yue's response left Zhang Hongyi quite astounded. He observed Qin Yue, then shifted his gaze to Zhao Feiyan standing beside him, feeling a sense of surprise. He had not anticipated such a profound reply from Qin Yue. It was evident from Qin Yue's earlier remarks that he held his wife in high regard. Upon hearing Qin Yue laud Zhao Feiyan's exceptional talent in design, admiration filled Jiang Hongyi's eyes as he regarded her. These seemingly ordinary individuals had unexpectedly articulated such profound sentiments, and they were not merely speaking casually. Nonetheless, Jiang Hongyi felt quite satisfied with this answer. After all, he appreciated that this man exhibited such affection for his wife and possessed a certain acumen in development, leading him to believe that he was not merely spouting nonsensical chatter. Young man, your discourse today has greatly inspired me. I feel that should the opportunity arise, I would like to meet with you again to discuss some questions. Would it be convenient for you to share your address with me? Upon hearing Qin Yue's words, Jiang Hongyi contemplated returning home to discuss this topic with his father, considering the possibility of following Qin Yue's insights. Qin Yue, upon hearing Jiang Hongyi's request, smiled and nodded, readily acquiescing. Of course, should you wish to converse with me in the future, feel free to seek me out. I relish the company of friends, and I find great joy in engaging in conversation. With that, he retrieved a business card from his pocket, which he had prepared in advance. He always kept these cards on hand, fearing he might encounter someone with whom he wished to exchange contact information. Jiang Hongyi glanced at the card and noted that the address listed was that of an internet cafe, realizing that Qin Yue was the proprietor of such an establishment. Very well, young man, I shall not keep you any longer. Please attend to your duties, and I shall take my leave. Perhaps we may convene again in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Hongyi's words, Qin Yue nodded and watched as Jiang Hongyi departed from the location. After witnessing Jiang Hongyi's exit, Qin Yue and Zhao Feiyan continued on their journey back. During their return, Zhao Feiyan fixed her gaze on Qin Yue and inquired whether he was acquainted with Jiang Hongyi. When Zhao Feiyan posed the question about whether Qin Yue knew the man, he felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated that Zhao Feiyan would ask such a thing. After contemplating the query, he shook his head. At that moment, he deemed it necessary to maintain a semblance of secrecy from Zhao Feiyan, for he had never actually met Jiang Hongyi in his lifetime, thus could not claim familiarity. I do not know him. Why do you ask? Upon hearing Qin Yue assert that he was not acquainted with Jiang Hongyi, Zhao Feiyan found this rather peculiar and gently responded. Oh, I just assumed you knew him, she murmured. Qin Yue, intrigued by her statement, questioned, what led you to think that? Curiosity stirred within Qin Yue, wondering why Zhao Feiyan had broached such a topic, as she had never expressed such sentiments before. Could it be that he had exhibited some sort of unease during their earlier interaction? I couldn't help but notice your demeanor while conversing with him. It seemed as though you were somewhat apprehensive, which led me to believe that you were previously acquainted. Perhaps I was merely overthinking, Zhao Feiyan speculated, reflecting on her earlier assumptions. Upon hearing Zhao Feiyan's remarks, a sense of vigilance began to envelop Qin Yue. He realized that he might have inadvertently revealed too much of himself recently, suggesting that a degree of caution was warranted. Consequently, Qing Sihai had been apprehended by the police and would no longer be able to assist Ma Feng. Nevertheless, it was clear to all that even with Qing Sihai's arrest, there would be successors like Qing Wuhai and Qing Lu Hai, primarily due to Ma Feng's wealth and influence, as long as he could afford it. There would always be individuals willing to work for him. Boss, rest assured, we will keep a close watch over everything. Recently, Qin Yue has dismissed many of his subordinates, leaving him in dire need of personnel. We shall seize this opportunity to infiltrate their ranks. Any signs of unrest shall become evident to us, remarked one of Ma Feng's men following Qing Sihai's capture. Subsequently, Ma Feng convened a few of his trusted associates, intent on appointing them as substitutes for Qing Sihai to continue his operations. Although they were aware that assisting Ma Feng with these tasks entailed certain risks, they dismissed such concerns, believing that the potential for profit outweighed any danger. They reasoned that with a modicum of caution, they would likely remain undetected. During their time there, what were your impressions? Were you able to discern any insights into their internal dynamics? While smoking a cigar, Ma Feng scrutinized his subordinates, eager to hear if they had gleaned any new information from Qin Yue during this recent period. Upon hearing Ma Feng's inquiry, one of his subordinates promptly began to relay what he knew. Recently, due to Qin Yue's preoccupation with matters at the factory, he had scarcely visited the internet cafe, which inadvertently allowed them to uncover certain details. For instance, the primary individual overseeing design at the cafe was Shun Yan, while Qin Yue merely played a behind-the-scenes role, primarily responsible for disbursing salaries. Boss, your remark has jogged my memory, one subordinate interjected. The principal designer is indeed Shun Yan. Qin Yue is merely the owner. Suddenly, another subordinate recalled this fact and stood up to address Ma Feng. Upon hearing this, Ma Feng rose, a look of excitement illuminating his face. If the designer were not Qin Yue but rather his subordinate, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to win her over. After all, Qin Yue's financial resources could not surpass his own. If he offered a sufficiently attractive compensation, he was convinced that the designer would be tempted. Are you certain of this? You aren't jesting with me, are you? Ma Feng queried, his gaze fixed intently on his subordinate. The latter nodded vigorously, affirming his certainty. Throughout this period, Qin Yue had been engrossed in his own affairs, while the design work at the cafe continued unabated. Ma Feng's persistent desire to dominate Qin Yue's internet cafe stemmed primarily from his recognition of the development capabilities therein. He envisioned that if he could usurp control of the cafe, all its personnel would ultimately fall under his command. Once he secured their allegiance, he would be able to orchestrate the creation of even more innovative projects. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he felt a surge of exhilaration, particularly upon learning from his subordinate that all developments originated from an employee under Qin Yue's command, which only heightened his enthusiasm. Arrange a meeting with Shun Yan. If you can bring her to me, the reward will be yours. As Ma Feng spoke, he retrieved a stack of money from the drawer and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the money laid out before him, the individual's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. Boss, leave this matter to me. I will find him right away and ensure he is located. After uttering these words, he promptly exited to search for Shun Yan. Given that he and Shun Yan had been colleagues for a considerable duration, it was unlikely that Shun Yan would suspect any ulterior motives behind the invitation to dine together. He would certainly remain unsuspecting. Once his subordinate departed, Ma Feng instructed several others to investigate Shun Yan's background. After they had all left, Ma Feng made his way outside, seeking a restaurant where he settled into a private booth, awaiting the arrival of his subordinate with Shun Yan. True to his word, the subordinate soon returned, escorting Shun Yan into the booth. Upon entering, Shun Yan noticed another individual present, which sparked a flicker of confusion within him. Why was there someone else here if it was merely a colleague inviting him to dinner? Nevertheless, having arrived, he could not simply turn away. He took a seat in the booth. At this juncture, Ma Feng eschewed any pleasantries and directly articulated the purpose of their meeting. You are Shun Yan, the designer from Qin Yue Internet Cafe, correct? I have summoned you today to offer you a position with a lucrative salary, twice what you currently earn at Qin Yue. Upon hearing Ma Feng's words, Shun Yan understood the true intent behind the invitation. His colleague sought to introduce him to another as an employee. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely declined Ma Feng's offer, for he was not one to forget the kindness he had received. I sincerely apologize, but I am already employed, and I am quite content with my current position. I have no intention of changing jobs or seeking a new employer. Had it not been for Qin Yue's assistance, he would not have persevered, and his current standing might be entirely different. Moreover, Shun Yan held a deep sense of gratitude for Qin Yue's recognition of his potential. Thus, when faced with Ma Feng's enticing salary proposal, he promptly declined. Upon hearing Shun Yan's response, Ma Feng felt no offense. Rather, he had already conceived an alternative plan. During the preceding days, his dispatched subordinates had gathered information regarding Shun Yan's family situation. Ma Feng was now aware of the circumstances at Shun Yan's home, including the presence of younger siblings who required support and the fact that they were still in school, an age when financial demands were particularly pressing. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you ought to think of your younger siblings at home. Am I not right? They rely on you for support. And being so young, they deserve to have the best in terms of their daily needs. One cannot afford to be selfish and disregard their welfare. Ma Feng directly began to leverage Shun Yan's family as a means of coercion, knowing full well that Shun Yan held his family dear. Faced with such intimidation, he could do naught but lower his head, for this was indeed his Achilles heel, his most vulnerable point. Although Qin Yue provided a salary significantly higher than that of other places, and indeed, this remuneration far exceeded that of the average individual, it was still but a drop in the bucket. Shun Yan was acutely aware that this amount was insufficient, as he was the sole breadwinner for the family, while the expenses were numerous. He yearned for his siblings to enjoy a better life, to wear decent clothing, thus sparing them from the scornful remarks of their peers at school. Upon reflecting on these matters, he began to waver. Sensing Shun Yan's hesitation, Ma Feng seized the opportunity to embellish the advantages of aligning with him. If you choose to work with me, I assure you that your benefits will be substantial. Furthermore, I will ensure your siblings are enrolled in the finest schools, allowing them to live a life of comfort. Please contemplate this, Here is my contact information. Should you decide, feel free to reach out to me at any time. After delivering his proposition, he handed Qin Yue his business card and promptly departed. Holding the card, Qin Yue found himself engulfed in uncertainty. In recent days, he had appeared increasingly troubled, prompting Qin Yue to ponder the cause of Qin Yue's distress. However, he refrained from inquiring, assuming that Qin Yue must have encountered some personal issue or family matter. He knew that if Qin Yue required assistance, he would surely confide in him. Since he had remained silent, it was evident he preferred to keep it to himself. Qin Yue remained diligently focused on the design software, visiting the internet cafe regularly to monitor its progress. His frequent presence, however, made Qin Yue feel increasingly uneasy, perhaps due to a burgeoning sense of betrayal towards Qin Yue. Consequently, whenever he saw Qin Yue, a pang of guilt would surface within him. Yet, Qin Yue did not dwell on such matters. As his time at the cafe was limited, he would check on the progress and depart, having other responsibilities awaiting his attention. Just as Qin Yue contemplated taking a break, Qin Jingyun unexpectedly arrived, seeking his assistance for a pressing matter. "Brother Qin, I hope my visit does not disturb you today." As Qin Jingyun entered, he carried a box in his hands, leaving Qin Yue perplexed about its contents. Observing Qin's beaming smile, one could easily mistake him for someone who had just stumbled upon a treasure, akin to winning the lottery. This left Qin Yue utterly bewildered, as he felt like a monk unable to comprehend the situation. "What do you mean, my dear brother? I am merely at home with nothing to do, so your visit surely cannot be a bother. Please, come in, come in." Qin Yue warmly invited Qin Jingyun inside. Once they were settled, Zhao Feiyan graciously served them water before excusing herself, aware that Qin had business to discuss with Qin, and her presence might hinder their conversation. Once Zhao Feiyan departed, Qin Jingyun placed the box on the table and opened it, revealing a mass of foam and an object wrapped in multiple layers of tissue paper. After carefully unwrapping the paper, Qin Yue beheld a bowl in Qin's hands. "It is the purpose of my visit today to seek your opinion on this bowl," Qin Jingyun declared. "I recently acquired it, and have heard it possesses a fascinating history. However, I am uncertain about its era, and thus hoped you could lend your discerning eye." At this revelation, Qin Yue felt as though he might bleed from sheer frustration. Why had Qin approached him for assistance in such matters, when he knew next to nothing about antiques? In this realm, Qin Yue had never even dipped a toe. He was as far removed from expertise as one could be. To him, distinguishing between beautiful and unattractive artifacts was the extent of his capability. It was almost laughable that Qin had brought a bowl to him for evaluation. However, with Qin having sought him out, Qin felt compelled to at least examine the item, for he could not simply dismiss Qin's request and risk offending him. Resolving to be of service, he steeled himself and approached the bowl, scrutinizing it from every angle, attempting to discern what made it unique and to ascertain its authenticity as an antique. Of course, this was merely speculation on his part. As he held the bowl, a serious expression settled on his face. Confronted with this seemingly unremarkable bowl, Qin Yue could not suppress his urge to voice his thoughts. How can this object possibly be classified as an antique? It is hardly appealing. In fact, it is rather unsightly. If one were to use it as a cat litter box, even the cat might turn its nose up at it. However, these thoughts merely resided in Qin Yue's mind. He refrained from voicing them, fully aware that doing so would inevitably cause Qin Jingyun to lose face. After all, Qin Jingyun held this battered bowl in high esteem. And if Qin Yue were to suggest that it was inferior even to a cat litter box, Qin Jingyun would undoubtedly suspect that he looked down upon him. Qin Yue pondered, "Dear brother Qin, from where did you acquire this bowl? Did it perhaps come from the hands of a master?" He mused that if this object were indeed procured from a distinguished individual, it might possess some value. At the very least, it could be a well-crafted imitation, potentially even an artistic piece. In the realm of antiques, if a replica is crafted with sufficient authenticity, it can still serve as an attractive adornment within one's home, regardless of its monetary worth. Upon hearing Qin Yue's inquiry, Qin Jingyun did not withhold the truth and recounted the bowl's origin. "Allow me to be candid with you. My dear brother, this item was not acquired from any illustrious figure. Rather, during my travels, I stumbled upon a village where a woman was holding this bowl. Intrigued, I decided to purchase it." As Qin Jingyun reminisced about the bowl's origin, he found it somewhat amusing. He had merely set out for a leisurely stroll and, by serendipity, encountered a woman feeding cats with this very bowl. Instantly captivated by what he believed to be an antique, he approached her and acquired it. Hearing Qin Jingyun's account ignited a surge of excitement within Qin Yue, leading him to suspect that it might indeed be an antique. He cautiously placed the bowl on the table, hesitant to handle it further, for he was uncertain of its true value. Although Qin Yue lacked extensive knowledge in this domain, he understood certain conventions. When a treasure comes into one's possession, one must take responsibility for any mishaps. Should he carelessly drop the bowl and shatter it, the consequences would be dire. Observing Qin Yue's sudden seriousness, Qin Jingyun found his demeanor peculiar. Regardless of the bowl's authenticity, Qin Yue harbored disdain for the shabby object, especially since it had been used to feed cats. Perhaps sensing this aversion, Qin Jingyun hastily reassured him, "Do not worry, my young friend. I have already cleaned this bowl, and it is not dirty." At these words, Qin Yue gently shook his head, suddenly reminded of something. Qin Jingyun did not appear to be foolish, and his unusual attachment to such an item surely stemmed from a reason. Qin Yue recalled having perused literature on this subject long ago, but the details eluded him in that moment. Instead, Qin Jingyun, upon witnessing Qin Yue's actions, settled onto a nearby sofa, fixating intently on the bowl before him. He even retrieved a magnifying glass to meticulously examine it. The bowl appeared to be nothing more than an old, worn-out vessel, yet it was adorned with numerous metal patches, leaving behind a multitude of scars. These blemishes were remarkably distinct, and as Qin Yue scrutinized them, a sudden realization struck him. Ma Huangban, renowned for its imperfections, he muttered, his lips twitching slightly. Upon uttering these words, Qin Jingyun's perception of the bowl shifted dramatically. He gazed at it for a prolonged moment before a jolt of excitement coursed through him. Could it truly be? Qin Jingyun was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Ma Huangban, I never anticipated it would be this, he exclaimed, convinced of its authenticity. Hearing Qin Yue's impassioned words, Qin Jingyu, who was nearby, was equally astonished, though he found himself basking in joy as well. However, he remained oblivious to the true origins of Ma Huangban. He merely sensed that the bowl bore some age, which prompted him to reclaim it. As for the name Qin Yue mentioned, it was entirely unfamiliar to him. Qin Yue, please enlighten me. What exactly is the significance of Ma Huangban? Qin Jingyun inquired, perplexed, his gaze fixed on Qin Yue, who seemed to possess knowledge about the bowl. Qin Yue did not withhold his insights and began to elucidate. This artifact indeed possessed considerable antiquity, particularly flourishing during a certain period of the Tang dynasty. Its defining characteristic was that it celebrated imperfection, showcasing the aesthetic beauty of its craftsmanship. Yet, in contemporary times, most collectors favored more complete pieces. As he spoke, Qin Yue gestured toward the bowl resting on the table, which undeniably exhibited some degree of incompleteness. However, this particular bowl was exceptionally renowned, surpassing even the more intact varieties in fame. After all, Ma Huangban is celebrated for its flaws, and this piece epitomized the aesthetic essence of such porcelain. Consequently, its value was undoubtedly substantial, verging on priceless. Upon hearing this, Qin Jingyun's excitement surged to new heights, bordering on disbelief at the authenticity of Qin Yue's assertions. He felt as though he were in a dream, having serendipitously stumbled upon such a valuable treasure. His fortune seemed almost too good to be true. Chapter 90. The expert, could it really be as valuable as you claim? Qin Jingyun pondered, casting another glance at the object, his gaze imbued with newfound reverence. If what Qin Yue said held any truth, then this item would indeed be worth a fortune. It is because he has not sought the expertise of a more knowledgeable individual to appraise the bowl, and additionally, he finds himself unable to liquidate this bowl. Yet this does not diminish his affection for it. When he gazes at the bowl, the feeling is markedly different. It is no longer a casual regard, but has transformed into a cherished possession. Observing that Qin Jingyun harbors some skepticism towards him, Qin Yue refrains from further elaboration. As he understands, he has already conveyed everything pertinent and fulfilled his obligations. After their parting, Qin Jingyun did not remain idle. He immediately began to research information, eager to ascertain whether there were any records pertaining to this type of bowl. If such records exist, he wishes to compare them with Qin Yue's account. With this in mind, he commenced a search for other materials, and after some investigation, he indeed discovered references regarding the bowl. It appears that Qin Yue's assertions were not fabrications, but rather truths, leaving Qin Jingyun astonished. He had underestimated Qin Yue's knowledge in this domain. This newfound information bolstered his confidence in Qin Yue's previous explanations, prompting him to entertain different thoughts about Qin Yue. Initially, he had perceived Qin Yue as an ordinary individual, yet he now recognized his remarkable insight into antiques. At that moment, Qin Jingyun found himself lost in thought, staring at the computer screen, when his granddaughter, Qin Yue entered the room. At 28 years of age, she was a striking young woman, with fair skin and a height of approximately 1.7 meters, exuding an air of sophistication. Having spent considerable time abroad, her return brought a refreshing aura. "Grandpa, what are you looking at?" Qin Yue inquired, noticing her grandfather's rapt attention on the screen. Curiosity piqued. She approached and stood behind him, posing her question. Qin Yue, momentarily startled by his granddaughter's voice, turned to find her peering at the screen, equally entranced. He promptly began to explain, "A friend visited earlier. I asked him to help me assess this bowl. He claimed it was quite extraordinary and valuable. Initially, I thought he was merely rambling, but upon researching, I discovered that his words aligned perfectly with the information I found." With that, Qin Yue couldn't help but express his astonishment, while Qin Yue, upon hearing her grandfather's words, turned her gaze to the computer screen. Noting the striking resemblance between the records and her grandfather's bowl. "I never anticipated that your friend possesses such remarkable abilities, capable of discerning so much. He must indeed be a master in his field." Qin Yue, without a hint of reservation, began to extol Qin Yue's virtues. Upon hearing his granddaughter's words, Qin Yue could not help but join in the praise. "Your thoughts mirror my own. I initially perceived him as merely an ordinary young man. Yet it appears he is quite exceptional, truly a prodigy of the younger generation." Earlier that day, when Qin Yue visited, Qin Yue had already crossed paths with him. Their interaction had been rather superficial, but during this encounter, Qin Yue found Qin Yue to be quite handsome. However, he was still uncertain about the young man's character. At that moment, Qin Yue had merely exchanged pleasantries with him, without delving into any profound discussions. Now, hearing her grandfather speak so highly of Qin Yue, she began to regard him as genuinely impressive and felt a burgeoning curiosity towards him. "Grandfather, what exactly is Qin Yue's background? Is he truly as extraordinary as you describe? He appears quite young, perhaps in his 20s, only a few years my senior. Is he really that accomplished?" Qin Yue expressed her skepticism regarding the young man's reputed expertise. In response to his granddaughter's inquiries, Qin Yue began to recount some details about Qin Yue. Qin Yue is no ordinary youth. He previously assisted Sun Tianxi in earning a substantial sum of money. He seems to have a considerable understanding of finance, and astonishingly, he has also dabbled in antiques. "This young man's potential seems boundless," Qin Yue stated, speaking the truth based on his prior knowledge of Qin Yue's contributions to Sun Tianxi's financial success. Furthermore, it was rumored that Sun Tianxi had generously rewarded Qin Yue for his assistance, elevating him beyond the status of an average adolescent. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Qin Yue felt a spark of admiration. If he is indeed as formidable as you say, then his future holds immense promise. As she pondered this, her thoughts drifted back to her initial impression of Qin Yue, who had struck her as quite handsome and tall. Although she was not lacking in attractive young men around her, after her grandfather's recounting, she realized that a young man of Qin Yue's caliber was indeed a rarity in her vicinity. Noticing his granddaughter's newfound interest, Qin Yue encouraged her. "If you find this young man appealing, seek an opportunity to befriend him. If you can seize this chance, it would certainly put my mind at ease for the future." Chapter 91. They have emerged. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Qin Yue nodded, her interest in Qin Yue piqued. "Very well, Grandpa. If the opportunity arises, I shall make his acquaintance." However, she merely uttered this as a casual remark, and though her grandfather seemed to believe that Qin Yue surpassed the ordinary youth, she felt his assertions might be somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, she had formulated a plan in her mind. She resolved to seek an opportunity to engage with Qin Yue and ascertain whether he was indeed as remarkable as her grandfather claimed. Meanwhile, Ma Feng had been waiting since his last communication with Shun Yin, anticipating that Shun Yin would provide him with some new and useful information. To his disappointment, however, since their last parting, Shun Yin had not sought him out even once. This lack of contact began to unsettle Ma Feng, who had already devised certain intentions. He was determined to acquire the technology possessed by Qin Yue at all costs. Yet, Shun Yin's failure to approach him indicated a reluctance to submit, which irked Ma Feng. "That Shun Yin is rather oblivious. You should go find his siblings and intimidate them a bit, so Shun Yin understands we are not to be trifled with." Ma Feng gathered a few of his subordinates and conveyed this directive. Upon hearing his words, they readily agreed and promptly departed. These individuals bore a distinctly streetwise appearance. Each sported dyed yellow hair, and some even adorned their ears with piercings, unmistakably resembling petty delinquents. They positioned themselves outside the school attended by Qin Yue's siblings, awaiting their arrival. Prior to this rendezvous, Ma Feng had shown Zhao Feiyan the photographs of the two children, instructing them to remain vigilant. Qin Yue's siblings had previously found attending school to be a challenge due to their family's financial constraints, which made it difficult to allocate funds for their education. However, with Qin Yue's assistance, Qin Yue secured a job that provided him with a monthly salary of 200 yuan. This enabled his siblings to enroll in a nearby school. As the school day concluded, the bell rang, prompting students to stream out of the building. Among them, many noticed the group of individuals loitering outside, casting furtive glances in their direction. Some classmates pointed and whispered, yet the gang remained unfazed. To them, these students were merely insignificant children. When one of the students dared to point and gossip, the most brazen of the delinquents approached them, glaring fiercely as he spoke. "Are you lot asking for a beating?" Upon the conclusion of classes, instead of returning home, they lingered idly, seeking trouble. The few students who overheard their remarks felt an overwhelming sense of fear, rendering them mute. One of them hastily fled the scene, and as the remaining students departed, the group exchanged satisfied glances and smiles. After approximately 10 minutes, the number of students within the school dwindled significantly, prompting a sense of doubt among them. "Brother Bald," one queried, "are we certain we are in the right place? The students have all left for break, yet those two have yet to emerge." At this juncture, the one with yellow hair, unable to suppress his curiosity, approached the bald figure. He produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, igniting one and offering it to the bald man, uttering a simple remark. The bald man accepted the cigarette, inhaling deeply before stepping back and scrutinizing the sign above the school gate for a moment. He then turned back to the yellow-haired individual. "Damn it, can't you read? Didn't our leader inform us of the school's name before we arrived? Just take a look at the sign." The yellow-haired fellow, feeling rather unfortunate, had merely intended to engage in casual conversation to pass the time. Little did he expect to be met with such a harsh rebuke from the bald man. Had he known this would transpire, he would have refrained from asking. Not only would he have saved a cigarette, but he also would have avoided the scolding. Clearing his throat, the yellow-haired one offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Retreating to the side, he began to survey the interior of the school, patiently awaiting the emergence of the two individuals. The elderly gatekeeper, seated within the booth, had indeed noticed the group outside. However, he dared not confront them. At his age of 60 or 70, opposing these youths would likely result in nothing but a beating. Though numerous students passed by, none dared to return and inform a teacher of the unruly group outside, for the presence of those delinquents at the gate instilled fear. If any student dared to look back, they would be met with threats and insults. Time passed, and suddenly, the yellow-haired individual called out to the bald man, "Brother Bald, they're coming out." Upon hearing this, the bald man extinguished his cigarette and approached the gate, indeed spotting the two children emerging from within. Due to their duty that evening, they were the last to leave. As they stepped outside, they noticed the group of delinquents standing there, but paid them no mind. With nightfall approaching, they were eager to return home and hastened towards the exit. Upon encountering a group of ruffians, the two individuals contemplated circumventing them to hasten their return home. At that moment, the ruffians did not impede their passage, allowing them to proceed unharmed. Just as the siblings felt a sense of relief for having escaped a perilous situation, they remained oblivious to the fact that the ruffians had stealthily trailed them from behind. As they traversed part of the way, the two children were suddenly halted. Chapter 92. Awaiting your good news. "Who are you? What do you want?" they inquired, their hearts racing with trepidation. The elder brother instinctively positioned himself in front of his younger sister, shielding her from view as he confronted the menacing figures ahead. Despite his own fear, he was resolute in his duty to protect his sister, who was younger and more vulnerable. "We are friends of your brother, Qin Yue. However, he has yet to fulfill a promise made to our leader. We have come to have a word with you both today. Do not be overly concerned. We mean you no harm. Merely inform your brother to attend to our leader's business properly upon your return," the ruffians declared in a threatening tone within the narrow alley. The children, being particularly young, could not contain their tears upon hearing such menacing words. They were unaware of any connection between these individuals and their brother and were even more perplexed as to how their brother had incurred their ire. After delivering their threats, the ruffians departed without inflicting any harm. The siblings, feeling uneasy, did not linger in the alley. The elder brother grasped his sister's hand firmly, and they ran swiftly towards home. By the time they arrived, both were drenched in sweat. The first order of business upon entering their home was to securely shut the door and lock it. At that moment, Qin Yue, who was at home, noticed the unusual demeanor of his sister and brother and hurried over to inquire about their circumstances. "What has happened to you two? Why are you running so fast? Did you encounter some trouble?" Upon hearing Qin Yue's concerned inquiry, the younger brother gasped for breath and replied, "Brother, we encountered a few ruffians on our way back. They claimed to know you and insisted that you had not fulfilled a promise to them. They warned that if you did not heed their demands, they would cause us trouble." After listening to his siblings' account, Qin Yue realized that the ruffians were undoubtedly sent by Ma Feng to intimidate his younger brother and sister. Upon reaching this point, Qin Yue felt an overwhelming surge of anger within him. He had not anticipated that this Ma Feng would be such a heartless villain, showing no mercy even towards his own younger siblings, mere elementary school students. "All right, it's nothing. I understand now. You all should go eat. The meal is ready. I'll step out for a while." After uttering these words, he strode out the door. At that moment, Qin Yue had formulated a plan. He intended to meet Ma Feng in private to ascertain his true intentions. With this thought in mind, he directly proceeded to arrange a meeting with Ma Feng. Upon learning that Qin Yue had taken the initiative to request a meeting, Ma Feng realized that his threats against Qin Yue's siblings had likely been effective. Otherwise, why would Qin Yue agree to meet him? Ma Feng presumed that after his intimidation, Qin Yue had come to terms with the situation, fearing confrontation. After all, even if Qin Yue disregarded his own safety, could he truly neglect the safety of his younger siblings? The two convened at a restaurant, and once they settled in, Ma Feng immediately began to outline the benefits he promised Qin Yue. "Have you reconsidered? If you have, resign from your current job and come work for me. Once you join my computer store, I will raise your salary to 800 yuan per month. What do you think?" Ma Feng was indeed quite generous. He instantly offered a salary increase to 800 yuan. It was worth noting that at Qin Yue's establishment, the maximum monthly wage barely reached 200 yuan, with occasional bonuses that paled in comparison to a steady income of 800 yuan. If Qin Yue could truly secure a salary of 800 yuan, he believed it would usher in a dramatic transformation in his family's living conditions. While this amount might be insignificant to the wealthy, for Qin Yue, it represented a substantial income. Hearing Ma Feng's proposal, Qin Yue hesitated. Observing this uncertainty, Ma Feng continued to press his case. "Listen, my young brother, consider this thoroughly. My offer is several times higher than what Qin Yue pays you. Moreover, you're not bound to Qin Yue. If you can work for him, why not for me?" As Qin Yue listened, his doubts lingered. At that moment, Ma Feng reached into his pocket and produced 500 yuan, placing it on the table before giving Qin Yue a knowing look, urging him to take the money. "To demonstrate my sincerity, consider this 500 yuan as an advance on your signing bonus. I understand your family is in need. You can use this money for now. I will take my leave, but think it over. I await your favorable response." Upon reaching this point in the narrative, the wasp abruptly rose and departed from the scene. Observing its departure, Qin Yue's gaze fell upon the 500 yuan resting on the table, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. This sum held considerable significance for him. Yet suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled that during his previous engagement with Qin Yue, the latter had entrusted him with his bank card, permitting Qin Yue to withdraw funds whenever he required. The amount on that card was a figure far beyond his reach, and it was evident that Qin Yue had placed immense trust in him to bestow such a responsibility. Had it been someone else, someone untrustworthy, that card could easily have been misappropriated, with all its funds claimed for personal gain. Contemplating this, a pang of guilt coursed through Qin Yue. He felt a deep sense of remorse towards Qin Yue. "Qin Yue, I am truly sorry. I do not wish to act this way. Yet my need for money is dire." Chapter 93. Scavenging in an effort to secure additional funds, he felt compelled to betray Qin Yue. Despite repeatedly uttering apologies and wrestling with his conscience over the act, at that moment, he could no longer restrain himself. He reached for the 500 yuan and slipped it into his pocket. Thus, with the weight of the money and a heart burdened by anxiety, he exited the hotel, presenting an air of nonchalance as he walked, though his demeanor belied the turmoil within. He remained oblivious to the potential harm his choice might inflict upon Qin Yue. All he comprehended was his pressing financial need. Grasping the money tightly within his pocket, his palm grew clammy with perspiration as he struggled to find solace and peace of mind. With the arrival of Qin Yue's parents, he realized that the money he possessed was hardly substantial. Although he was not currently in want, he acknowledged that opportunities for expenditure were plentiful. If he aspired to improve the lives of his parents and Zhao Feiyan, he must strive to earn more. As he pondered how to acquire additional funds, Zhao Feiyan unexpectedly approached him. After placing freshly cut fruit before him and serving a cup of warm water, she settled down to engage him in conversation. By the way, what did Qin Yue summon you for the other day? Zhao Feiyan expressed genuine curiosity about this topic, as their last encounter had been brief, leaving her intrigued. For the past few days, Qin Yue had been engrossed in his work, leaving little room for inquiry. Zhao Feiyan, now finding herself with leisure time, seized the opportunity to converse with Qin Yue, hoping to deepen their connection. Upon hearing him mention this, he began to recount the encounter he had with Qin Yue. It was on that day when he had come across a treasure and invited me to take a look. As he spoke, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Indeed, why had he not considered this before? Perhaps he could approach it from this angle. The last time he assisted Qin Yue in appraising that item, he was utterly unfamiliar with the world of antiques, lacking any genuine understanding. However, upon seeing that bowl, some impressions had unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Yes, he could no longer consider himself a novice. Thus, while he might not possess extensive insights or experiences in antique appraisal, he recalled that in his previous life, he had watched numerous treasure appraisal shows. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to uncover these items before they were discovered by others. If that were the case, it could lead to financial gain. The thought filled him with excitement, and coupled with Qin Yue's recent experience of finding a bargain, it dawned on Qin Yue that he too might delve deeper into this field, potentially earning some money in the process. Meanwhile, Zhao Feiyan found herself lost in thought, utterly absorbed in her musings, so much so that she barely acknowledged him when he spoke. Gently, she reached out and touched Qin Yue, calling his name a couple of times. It was only then that Qin Yue emerged from his reverie, turning to glance at Zhao Feiyan. A grin spread across his face as he took her hand and remarked, "I just remembered something. I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for our conversation, I wouldn't have connected the dots. You truly are my little lucky star." With that, he cupped her face in his hands and planted a kiss on her cheek, causing Zhao Feiyan to blush profusely, her cheeks aflame. "What on earth are you doing? You've made me all flustered," she exclaimed, feeling even more enchanting under his gaze. "All right, I have some matters to attend to outside. You should rest early. There's no need to wait for me. I'll return once I'm done." With those words, Qin Yue strode out, leaving Zhao Feiyan to watch his departing figure, her heart awash with emotions. The current Qin Yue was a stark contrast to the one she had known before. He now pursued his desires with determination. Yet, Zhao Feiyan was no longer worried about him as she once had been, fearing he might engage in reckless gambling. Now, each time he ventured out, he partook in more reliable endeavors, which only deepened her affection for him. As Qin Yue reminisced about the possible locations of antiques from his previous life, he promptly set his plans into motion. In the present moment, Qin Yue is keenly seizing the opportunity to discreetly acquire some antiquities and artworks, with the intent of amassing a collection. Although these items currently hold little monetary value, he is acutely aware that their worth will significantly appreciate in a few years, potentially soaring to remarkable heights. By storing these treasures until their value escalates, he envisions profiting handsomely from the price differential. That very evening, he revisited several locales etched in his memory from a past life. He first stumbled upon a dusty piece of calligraphy and painting, which he carefully examined. Fortunately, despite the layer of dust, the artwork was relatively well preserved. He promptly rolled it up and held it in his hand. Nearby, he also discovered several war jars from the spring and autumn period, which he collected as well. At that moment, some individuals passed by Qin Yue and were taken aback by his appearance. The young man, seemingly well-dressed and youthful, appeared to have fallen to the depths of scavenging. "Oh dear, how could such a young lad be reduced to picking up trash? With hands and feet, surely he could find a better occupation," they murmured among themselves. As he noticed the disdainful glances directed at him, Qin Yue couldn't help but find it amusing. Their pitying stares elicited little more than indifference from him. In his previous life, such scrutiny would have surely filled him with shame and embarrassment, possibly provoking an angry retort towards those onlookers. However, this time was different. He had been reborn and had learned to temper his impulsiveness. He understood the nature of his current endeavors and recognized that, despite their seemingly glamorous appearances, these individuals might not fare better than he would in the future. With a subtle adjustment of the brim of his sun hat to shield his face, Qin Yue chose to disregard the comments from the passers-by. Upon witnessing this gesture, the onlookers decided not to linger and continued their conversation about the younger generation as they walked away. As Qin Yue rummaged through refuse, and collected discarded items. His primary finds consisted of cardboard and glass bottles, commonly referred to in the antiques trade as the three major items. However, acquiring such items was no trivial task. Recently, he had frequented these locations, gradually familiarizing himself with some individuals at the dump. One such person, named Shihai, had developed a rapport with him, and their interactions were quite amicable. Shihai's family circumstances were rather dire. In comparison to Qin Yue, they were simply incomparable. His family relied entirely on his monthly collection of scraps, which he could exchange for a modest sum to contribute to household expenses. His livelihood was largely dictated by chance. During prosperous times, he might gather a few discarded watches or stumble upon valuable items such as iron and copper. However, in less fortunate moments, he could end up with nothing more than a load of waste paper and broken shells, which yielded little profit upon resale. Consequently, he felt that his work in this field was predominantly a gamble. Why, at such a young age, have you chosen to engage in this line of work? Shihai inquired. This industry is not one that many can endure. Although the profits can be substantial at times, such instances are exceedingly rare. Observing Qin Yue, Shihai found it quite peculiar that he had opted for the scrap collection trade, especially given that Qin Yue appeared quite presentable and seemed not to hail from a particularly impoverished background. It intrigued Shihai as typically, young individuals would shy away from such a profession, gravitating instead towards more glamorous pursuits. Yet, Qin Yue seemed to defy this trend. Shihai was not probing into Qin Yue's background. Rather, after spending considerable time together, he sought to find common ground for conversation and to indulge in casual banter. Upon hearing Shihai's remarks, Qin Yue smiled and replied, I am drawn to collecting scraps primarily due to my fascination with peculiar objects. I wish to test my luck and see if I can uncover something intriguing, which I would then add to my collection. Shihai chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. It seemed that Qin Yue's perspective diverged significantly from his own. While Shihai toiled in this field out of necessity to support his family, Qin Yue pursued it for the sake of his interests. As their conversation unfolded, Qin Yue gleaned some insights about Shihai. He learned that Shihai had a good wife. But in their youth, her fiery temperament often led her to act impulsively, disregarding trivial details. She worked diligently, but a mishap on the construction site left her with lasting repercussions. Had it not been for that accident, I would never have taken up this line of work. After all, it is hardly a noble profession, Shihai lamented. The incident had rendered him unable to perform strenuous labor, and his personality had undergone significant transformation since then. The trials he faced tempered his once fiery disposition. However, what troubled Shihai was that his wife's temper was still somewhat more volatile than that of an average person. Even though she possessed traditional skills, such as sew embroidery, at the outset, Qin Yue was unaware of these matters. However, as he engaged in prolonged conversations with his companion, their discussions frequently meandered into this particular realm. Although Shihai's wife was quite commendable and devoted to the family, her temperament seemed rather lacking. As for my own wife, despite her less than agreeable disposition, she possesses an exquisite skill in sew embroidery, a craft passed down through generations. She has never forgotten this art, and she is deeply passionate about it. Whenever she finds herself idling at home, she busies herself with stitching floral patterns and the like. When he spoke of his wife, a tender light filled his eyes. Upon hearing about her embroidery prowess, Qin Yue immediately became intrigued and proceeded to share his own aspirations with Shihai. Recently, he had been contemplating the establishment of a garment factory. However, he had yet to secure a suitable location. Once he finalizes the venue, he intends to pursue this venture, and if the opportunity arises, he would like Shihai's wife to work at his factory. Upon hearing Qin Yue's proposition, Shihai felt a surge of joy. If his wife could find employment, it would undoubtedly be a boon for both of them. Consequently, Shihai's attitude towards Qin Yue improved significantly after this conversation. That day, Qin Yue was diligently rummaging through the newly acquired remnants, hoping to discover something intriguing amidst the clutter. However, as he sifted through the items, disappointment began to set in. After all, if antiques could be easily found in a junkyard, it would be rather too convenient. Chapter 95. The Wooden Bed Among the Discarded Items. Qin Yue found nothing of value, realizing that a significant portion comprised ordinary clothing and various household refuse. Most of these garments appeared to have been worn for quite some time, and while some were relatively new, Qin Yue had no interest in them. He certainly had no intention of bringing these clothes home to sell. He was not in need of the modest sum that could be garnered, nor did he wish to engage in the low-profit venture of reselling them. As disappointment began to envelop him, he contemplated abandoning the search and returning home, resigning himself to the idea that he might not glean any rewards that day. Just as he was sinking into despondency, a group of individuals entered, bearing more refuse. They dragged in a somewhat battered wooden bed, prompting Hai to immediately voice his frustration. What has been happening lately? Why is there nothing of quality? Why do we keep receiving this useless junk? What purpose do these items serve? Hearing Hai mumbling over there, Qin Yue turned her gaze in that direction. Upon noticing the bed, she momentarily froze, for through the gap in the bed, it was evident that this was no ordinary wooden bed, but rather an exquisite piece crafted from Wangwali wood. It seemed that most individuals in this place were rather unappreciative of fine goods, as it appeared that apart from herself, the others had failed to notice the bed's remarkable nature. After glancing at the bed, she turned her attention to the few individuals who had brought it over. It was clear that they intended to exchange the bed for some pocket money. The individuals who had come over were from the Su family, a lineage not to be underestimated. In their locality, the Su family could be regarded as a minor landlord family, possessing wealth several times greater than that of the other villagers. Consequently, the items they owned were unlikely to be of inferior quality, and it was not improbable for them to possess a bed made from such precious Wangwali wood. Given the recent turmoil and the fact that most people had ventured into the countryside, the son-in-law of the Su family had conceived a new plan to sell off everything in the household that could be liquidated, allowing him to depart for foreign lands. He was not inclined to remain in a place where the Su family was gradually declining, if he did not seize this opportunity to accumulate some wealth. He feared he might not have another chance in the future. Upon entering, the Su family's son-in-law called out loudly, demanding to know who was in charge, urging someone to come and assess the value of the bed. Initially, Hai had no intention of responding, believing that even if he accepted the dilapidated bed, it would yield little profit and would be a thankless task. However, since they were calling out for business, he could not simply ignore them. Even a meager profit was better than nothing. Thus, he reluctantly set aside his current task and walked over. Qin Yue, noticing Hai's movement, followed him. How much could this bed possibly be worth? You might as well toss it aside instead of dragging it over here. I doubt it can even cover our return fare. Huh. Hai regarded the bed with an expression of displeasure. Upon hearing his remarks, the Su family's son-in-law was irked and approached him, saying, "You truly lack discernment. Although this bed appears somewhat worn, it can still be repaired and is far superior to the one you have at home. Do not be so ungrateful." The son-in-law of the Su family began to voice his discontent, though it was originally unnecessary for him to take charge, as his father-in-law had passed away far from home. In the household, the sole man able to take charge was he, and thus he assumed the mantle of the Su family's patriarch. Initially, he had no intention of selling off every item of value within the home. However, given the shifting circumstances and his desire to venture abroad, the consideration of selling possessions arose. To his astonishment, just after he had transported the bed to the recycling station, the workers there made a remark that unsettled him. "How about I give you 5 yuan for it? If you agree, I'll purchase these items from you. Even if you do not intend to sleep on this bed, it could be dismantled and transformed into firewood, which should fetch at least a few yuan." After all, the bed had already been brought to the station, and the son-in-law of the Su family was certainly unwilling to carry it back. Moreover, the bed was quite heavy, likely weighing several hundred pounds. Seeing his stance, Hai engaged in a price discussion with him. The Su family's son-in-law appeared ignorant of the materials involved, merely a man eager for profit. He seemed resolute that it was worth 5 yuan. Thus, regardless of Hai's arguments, he remained steadfast in his price. However, Hai was no fool. He had no desire to be taken advantage of. Spending 5 yuan on this item would make it difficult to resell for the same amount, as there was no guarantee anyone would buy it. The two engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation, each exchanging words in a spirited debate. Qin Yue, astute as he was, observed their ongoing discourse. He realized that should he propose a high price at this juncture, the Su family's son-in-law would likely become emboldened, potentially revealing some insight into the situation. Thus, Qin Yue hoped that Hai could procure the item at a significantly reduced price. Once he had acquired it, Qin Yue could reclaim it from him, ensuring a profit while avoiding any loss to the Su family's son-in-law. After a considerable exchange, the Su family's son-in-law, unwilling to concede any further, prepared to abandon the negotiation. At this point, Qin Yue began to feel a sense of urgency and stepped forward to engage in conversation. After all, The Wangwali bed must not be left behind.